Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Once more, we're about to visit Dr. Watson, the friend and chronicler of Sherlock Holmes and his amazing adventures. We find him sitting in his well-worn armchair, an eager look on his face and a humorous twinkle in his eye. Can it be that the good doctor looks forward to his weekly appearances before the microphone?
Good evening, Mr. Bell. It certainly can. Tonight I have my narrative all picked out. Have you ever noticed that red-headed people always seem to lead very eventful lives? Look at Queen Elizabeth.
Yes. And I've heard that Cleopatra was a brick-top, and she certainly had very few dull moments.
No, I'm sure she didn't. Well, tonight I've decided to tell you the story of the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League. What a curious title.
No more curious than the situation it gave rise to in Sherlock Holmes's life. And as soon as your word with our listeners is out, I'll begin.
Good. Men, if you want to be a success in life, if you want to look like a success in life, remember that well-groomed hair means a lot to a man's appearance. I've heard so many men complain lately that the hair dressings they try are too greasy, too highly perfumed. I've heard them complain about those sticky goos which plaster their hair down and leave flaky residue on the hair. That's why I urge you to try Kreml Hair Tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic has just enough light oil to keep hair handsomely groomed, every hair in place with a rich, healthy-looking luster. And Kreml gives hair such a natural, well-groomed appearance, yet it never leaves hair looking or feeling greasy or sticky. This is because Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. After you apply Kreml, just run your hand over your hair. Notice how delightfully clean your hair feels. So tempting for the ladies to touch. Notice how no greasy film comes off on your hand or hatband. Kreml always gives hair such a handsome, clean-cut look, as if your barber had just combed it, and it keeps it that way all day long. Be sure to try it, men. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the Red-Headed League?
Well, the adventure began one day during the autumn of the year 1890, I believe it was. It was just after my marriage, and I hadn't seen much of Sherlock Holmes lately. Anyway, I burst in upon my old friend to find him deep in conversation with a stout, florid-faced gentleman with the fiercest red hair it has ever been my privilege to observe. I was about to withdraw when Holmes pulled me abruptly into the room and closed the door behind me.
Come in, my dear Watson, come in. You couldn't possibly have come at a better time.
But, Holmes, I was afraid you might be busy.
So I am, my dear fellow. Allow me. Mr. Wilson, this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Sit down, Watson, sit down.
Thank you.
I know that you share my love of the bizarre, although you've never agreed that for the strangest effects and most extraordinary combinations we must go to life itself.
Well, you know,
Mr. Japers Wilson here has just started a narrative which promises to be one of the most singular to which I've listened for some time.
Oh, really?
And now, my dear Mr. Wilson, perhaps you would have the great kindness to recommence your story.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Holmes. And as soon as I can find that newspaper clipping... Where did I put it? I'd have sworn it was here in my waistcoat pocket.
Watson, while we're waiting for Mr. Wilson to find his missing newspaper advertisement, suppose you tell me what you deduce from his appearance.
Oh, well, now, let's see. Well, I would say that he was middle-aged, if you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Wilcox, I'm Wilson, and he has red hair.
Obvious, Watson. Too obvious. I'll come to your assistance.
Oh, kind of?
He has at some time done manual labor. He's a Freemason, has been in China, and has done a considerable amount of writing lately.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, you fair give me the creeps. Are you one of these mind readers?
No, indeed.
Then how in the name of good fortune did you know all this about me? About the manual labor, for example. It's as true as gospel. I began as a ship's carpenter.
Your hands, my dear sir. Your right hand is quite a size larger than your left. The muscles are more developed. As for the Freemasonry, you use an arc and compass breastpin, rather against the strict rules of your order.
I see that. But the writing, how about that?
What else can be indicated by that right cuff? So very shiny. And the left sleeve with the smooth patch near the elbow where you rest it on the desk.
Well, how about China?
The fish that you have tattooed immediately above your right wrist could only have been done in China. That trick of staining the fish's scales a delicate pink is quite peculiar to China. And when, in addition, I see a Chinese coin hanging from your watch chain, the matter becomes even more simple.
Well, I never. At first I thought you'd done something clever. But now I see it was nothing to it after all.
I begin to think, Watson, that I make a mistake in explaining. Omne ignotum pro magnifico, you know.
Yes, just what I was thinking.
Yes, I'm afraid what reputation I may have will suffer shipwreck if I'm so candid. Have you found the advertisement, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, yes, I got it now. It was in my watch pocket. This is what began it all, sir. Just read it for yourself.
Watson, suppose you do that for us.
With pleasure.
First, make a note of the paper and the date.
It's the Morning Chronicle of July the 27th, 1890, just 2 months ago.
Very well. Proceed with the advertisement.
It begins, "To the Red-Headed League. Owing to the bequest of the late Hezekiah Hopkins, there is now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men above the age of 21 are eligible." Sounds very odd. "Apply in person on Monday at 11 o'clock to Duncan Ross at the offices of the League, 7 Pope Court, Fleet Street." Dear me, Holmes, what on earth does this all mean?
I think I promised you that this case was bizarre. Now, Mr. Wilson, if you will continue with your story.
Well, it's just about as I was telling you, Mr. Holmes. I have a small pawnbroker shop in Coburg Square. Of late years, business has been bad. I used to be able to keep 2 assistants, but now I only have 1. And I don't have a job to pay him, except he's willing to come for half wages, so as to learn the business.
Obliging youth. What's his name?
Vincent Spaulding. And I couldn't want a smarter assistant, Mr. Holmes. I know he could easily earn twice what I'm able to give him. Well, as I say, if he's satisfied, who am I to be putting ideas into his head?
Your assistant seems to be as remarkable as your advertisement.
Oh, he has only one fault, Mr. Holmes. Photography.
Photographer?
Yes, snapping away with his camera and then diving down into the cellar like a rabbit into its hole to develop his pictures.
An amateur photographer, huh? He is still with you, I suppose?
Oh, yes, sir. And an observant young fellow he is. He was the one who's brought this advertisement to my notice. It was just this day, 8 weeks, when he rapped on my office door with this very paper in his hand. Come in.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, sir.
Oh, it's you, Vincent. What's the matter?
Well, I wish to heaven, Mr. Wilson, that I was a red-headed man.
Why?
Well, look here, sir. What it says in this paper. There's another vacancy in the League of the Red-Headed Men. It's worth a pretty penny to him that gets it.
A red-headed league? Never heard of it.
Never heard of the League of the Red-Headed Men?
No.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, and you eligible for one of the vacancies.
Huh? What are they worth?
Oh, merely a couple of hundred a year, but the work's slight, and it needn't interfere much with one's regular occupation.
Couple of £100 a year, huh? Let me see that paper, young man.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir. As far as I can make out, the League was started by a millionaire named Hezekiah Hopkins, a red-headed man himself. He left his fortune in hands of trustees with instructions to provide easy berths to men who had red hair. From what I hear, the work isn't difficult.
Oh, there must be millions of red-headed men.
Oh, not as many as you might think, sir. You see, it's confined to Londoners.
Oh.
And then again, it's no use if your hair is light red or dark red or anything but real blazing fire red. They've got to pick the reddest hair they can find.
Well, if there's a redder head of hair than mine in the length and breadth of London, I'd like to see it.
Well, I have seen a few that I considered redder.
Oh, nonsense. Well, where's Matt?
What are you going to do, Mr.
I'm
Wilson?
going around to apply for that vacancy. If it's raining gold, no one can say that Jabez Wilson is the man to go out with a sieve.
And did you get the job, Mr. Wilson?
I did that, Mr. Holmes. There wasn't a head of hair could touch mine for redness, if I do say so myself. And there was thousands competing.
And what was the work?
Oh, purely nominal, like the paper said. and it paid £4 a week, regular as a clock. All I had to do was sit at a desk in an office at that address there from 10 to 2 and copy out bits from the encyclopedia.
Educational as well as remunerative. And how long did this work continue?
About 8 weeks. I was pretty well through the A's. Abbots, archery, architecture, and the like. Then, suddenly, it come to an end. I went to my work 10 o'clock as usual. The door was shut and locked, and a card was nailed to the door.
What did it say?
Red-Headed League dissolved October 9th, 1890.
Well, I say, Holmes, that's today.
Well, 'twas this very morning it was, sir. Well, I lost no time trying to find the man that hired me. £4 a week is £4.
You say you tried to find the man that rented the office?
Yes, sir. I inquired from the house agent, and he gave me the man's name and said he'd moved to a new address.
You went there, of course.
Yes, sir.
Well?
When I got to that address, it was a manufacturer of artificial kneecaps. No one had ever heard of the Red-Headed League.
So then you came straight to me?
Yes, sir. I thought it best to lose no time.
Quite right. By the by, Mr. Wilson, this assistant of yours, Mr. Vincent Spaulding, how long had he been with you when he called your attention to the Red-Headed League?
About a month.
How did he come?
In answer to an advertisement.
Was he the only applicant?
No, sir. I had a dozen.
Why did you pick him?
Because he was handy and would come cheap. At half wages, in fact.
What is he like?
Small, stout built, very quick in his ways. No hair on his face, though he's not short of 30. And he had a white splash of acid on his forehead.
I thought as much. Have you ever noticed that his ears are pierced for earrings?
Oh, yes. He says a gypsy did it for him when he was a lad.
Watson, what day of the week is it?
Well, it's Saturday, of course.
Saturday, dear me, so it is. Well, Mr. Wilson, I think I may promise you some startling developments by tonight. In the meantime, Watson, I suggest we drop round sometime this afternoon to view the attractions of Saxe-Coburg Square, and Mr. Wilson's exemplary assistant in particular.
Certainly, my dear fellow.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. I'll be expecting you. Goodbye, gentlemen.
And now, Watson, if you'll hand me my violin, I have some thinking to do.
Can't you think without that? Oh, all right. There you are. Well, here we are, Holmes. This seems to be Saxe-Coburg Square.
Shabby, genteel little backwater of a place. And this, I fancy, is our friend's shop, the 4-story building with the 3 gilt balls over the door. Yes. Well, the square itself seems fairly uninteresting, huh?
Yeah, very depressing.
Let's see what streets backs onto it on this side. Come along, Watson.
Well, I can't see what difference the next street can make to our problem. If it is a problem, the whole thing sounds more like a practical joke to me.
A practical joke which cost its perpetrator £4 a week? Nonsense, Watson. No man's sense of humor resides in his pocketbook.
Well, this street seems to have more life.
It's one of the chief arteries leading to the north and west. Now, let me see. What is the order of the houses here?
Order?
Yes, it's a hobby of mine to have an exact knowledge of London. First we have Mortimer's, then the tobacconists, the little newspaper shop, the Coburg branch of the City and Suburban Bank, the vegetarian restaurant, and McFarlane's carriage building yard. Yes. Now we can go back to the shop of our friend, Mr. Wilson.
What's the hurry, Holmes? Don't walk so fast.
Well, I found out all I want to hear.
Well, Holmes, you behave as if you were taking a memory course. Why should you want to know all the shops on that street? It's just a waste of time.
Nothing that exercises the brain is a waste of time, my dear Watson. The trouble with most of us is that our brains have become flabby from lack of proper use.
Rubbish. Well, here we are back again.
Quite.
Why are you thumping on the pavement with your stick? Huh? If you want to enter the shop, why not knock on the door?
Oh, quite so, Watson. I'm afraid my etiquette is a bit faulty lately. So, just to please you, I will knock on the door.
Somebody's coming. I can see him through the glass.
Looks like our bright little assistant.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Won't you step in?
Thank you, no. I only wish to ask you how to get from here to the Strand.
3rd right, 4th left.
Smart fellow, that. Eh, Watson?
I see no signs of a colossal intelligence.
Nevertheless, he is, in my judgment, the 4th smartest mind in London. And for daring, I'm not sure that he's not the 3rd.
I see nothing so startling about him.
The knees of his trousers, Watson. Didn't you notice?
The knees of his trousers? What about him?
Most enlightening, my dear Watson, most enlightening.
Oh, this is so much balderdash. I've had just about enough of it. I'm going to get myself some tea and a muffin. There's an appetizing little baker shop across the road there.
Very good, Watson. Suppose you meet me back here at 10 tonight. Sharp, mind you. And kindly put your army revolver in your pocket.
What?
This business is serious. More serious even than I expected.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Sherlock Holmes as he endeavors to solve the strange case of the Red-Headed League. Leading hair specialists in this country constantly advise us to take better care of the hair we've got. And men, don't forget that if you want your hair handsome and healthy looking, one of the first requirements is a hygienic scalp. And why settle for just any hairdressing when you can enjoy the extra advantages of Kreml hair tonic? Kreml is a highly specialized hair tonic which gives you your money's worth. It contains a unique combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair preparation. It keeps hair attractively groomed at all times, looking so neat and orderly. But Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. A Kreml massage stimulates circulation right in the surface of your scalp and leaves your scalp feeling so alive and invigorated. At the same time, Kreml removes dandruff flakes, and it's excellent to lubricate a dry scalp. And if your hair is so dry that it breaks off and falls when you comb it, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it makes it feel softer and more pliable. So men, take better care of the hair you've got. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use Kreml daily for better groomed hair for a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, you were going to meet Sherlock Holmes that night in Saxe-Coburg Square.
Yes, Mr. Bell. Our rendezvous took place right on the dot. I remember the hour was striking. I say, Holmes, it's 10 o'clock now. How long do we have to stand here in this confounded rain? I'm soaked to the skin.
Until the other member of our party turns up, Watson. Ah, here comes a cab. I think you'll be in it.
Whoa!
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Merriweather.
Good evening, Holmes. Yeah. I say, Holmes, why have you got to rout me out on a night like this? Saturday night, too. I shall miss my rubber of whist. It's the first Saturday night for 27 years that I've not had my whist.
My dear Merriweather, I think you'll find that tonight you're playing for higher stakes than even you are accustomed to. And I can promise the play will be more exciting.
Oh, indeed.
By the way, this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do?
But come, we must hurry. This way, gentlemen.
Where are we going? Wilson's shop is here on the square.
Oh, stop burbling, Watson.
Wasn't burbling, Watson.
Follow me and don't waste time.
Your message to me, Holmes, you said something about John Clay, the murderer, thief, smasher, and forger.
John Clay? Who's he?
My dear Watson, John Clay is one of our most colorful and dangerous criminals. A young man, but at the head of his profession. I'd rather have the braces on him than on any criminal in London.
I've heard that his grandfather was a royal duke, and he himself has been to Eton and Oxford.
He'll crack a crib in Scotland one week and be raising money to build an orphanage in Cornwall the next.
We've been after him for years, Holmes, and haven't set eyes on him yet.
Well, I trust I may have the pleasure of introducing you tonight. Here we are, down this narrow passageway. You'd better let me go first.
Look here, Holmes. I don't like the look of all this. This passage goes underground. Gives me the creeps. I say, just run into something.
The wall, I fancy. I forgot to warn you. There's a turn here to the right.
Yes, I found that out. Thanks very much.
Ah, here's the door. Just a moment till I light my dark lantern. There. Now, Mr. Merriweather, if you will unlock the door for us.
Just a moment till I find my key. Here we are.
Better let me go first, sir, in case we're too late. Ah, yes, the coast seems clear enough. Come along, both of you.
Holmes, as I said, I don't like the look of this place. Your lantern throws such weird shadows. Smells like a vault.
It is a vault, my dear Watson. The basement of the City and Suburban Bank, to be exact, of which our friend Mr. Merriweather here is managing director.
Well, what are all those wooden crates doing here?
They explain why the most daring criminal in London is taking such an interest in this particular place.
Yes, Dr. Watson. These crates contain our French gold.
French gold?
Quite. Well, you see, we had occasion some months ago to borrow 30,000 Napoleons from France.
From France? Good gracious me.
Most of which has never been unpacked.
Rather an inducement for any thief.
Oh, really, Holmes, I think you're rather unduly excited. The building is guarded by 10 burly watchmen.
Yes, I dare say you're not particularly vulnerable from above.
Nor from below, Holmes. Nothing but solid earth below these flagstones. Listen to this.
Don't do that. You want to ruin all our plans?
But look here, I say it did sound hollow, you know.
Not so loud, please. Now then, I think we'd better take up our positions. You, Merriweather, behind those large boxes in the corner. Watson and I will hide behind this crate. I hope you appreciate the honor, my dear fellow. This crate contains no less than 2,000 Napoleons, neatly packed in tinfoil.
Good heavens.
Ready? We must put the screen over my dark lantern.
And sit here in the dark?
Certainly.
Oh, dear, and I'd brought along a pack of cards. I thought we might have time for a three-handed rubber.
Not tonight, Mr. Merriweather. We are dealing with a dangerous man, and unless we can take him at a disadvantage, he may do us considerable harm. One thing more. When I flash my light, close in swiftly. And if he reaches for a weapon, shoot. And shoot to kill.
Dear me, I wish I'd stayed at home.
Quite. I'm going to cover the light.
I'm here. I'm beginning to imagine all sorts of horrors, sitting here in the dark like this.
Really, Merriweather?
Holmes, do you hear that? Look. There in the middle of the floor, a slit of light. Somebody's raising one of the stone slabs. Look, there's a hand.
Catch his hands before he can pull himself through the opening.
Right you are.
Quick, Watson. Look out, he's got a knife. Take your hands off. No, you don't.
Oh, well done, Holmes. Well done. You've knocked him out.
Good. Drag him up here.
Right you are. There.
Now, Mr. Merriweather, if you'll give us some light. That's better.
But I say, Holmes, it's Vincent Spaulding, Wilson's assistant.
Spaulding rubbish. This is John Clay, one of the most dangerous criminals in London. I've been after him for years. Help me search him, Watson.
Look out, Holmes. Look out. He's coming, too.
Take your filthy hands off me, you scarecrow.
No, none of that now.
You may not be aware that I have royal blood in my veins.
Oh, lunatic.
And when you address me, have the goodness to say, sir, and please.
Oh, very well. Would you please, sir, march yourself upstairs where we can hand you over to the policemen who are anxiously awaiting your highness's arrival? And be quick about it. Better have another spot of whiskey, Watson.
Oh, thank you. Joe, it feels good to get into dry clothes again after spending hours in that cold cellar. I say, not so much soda, Holmes. Do you want to drown it?
Oh, God bless you, my dear fellow.
Oh, thanks. I say, Holmes, when did you first begin to suspect that fellow Spaulding, I mean Clay?
When Mr. Wilson told me he was anxious to work for half price. Always suspect anyone or anything that comes too cheap. There's sure to be a motive behind
But
it.
how did you guess what the motive was in this case, I mean?
I suspected his fondness for photography and his trick of vanishing into the cellar. The cellar. There was the end of this tangled clue. And why was someone so anxious to have our friend Mr. Wilson kept out of his shop for several hours every day? Activities in the cellar again. By the way, that Red-Headed League hoax is one of the cleverest dodges I've come across for some time. Too clever, in fact. When I heard of it, I knew there was only one man who could have originated it, John Clay. We've had our skirmishes, but this is the first time we've come face to face.
Oh, so you went round to have a look at the shop?
At his trousers, Watson.
Trousers?
At the knees of his trousers, to be exact. You saw how worn and wrinkled they were? They spoke of hours of burrowing in the cellar. But what for? By tapping on the pavement, I found that the tunnel did not stretch out to the front. Where, then? We strolled round the corner, you remember, and there stood the City and Suburban Bank, abutting on our friend's pawn shop.
Yes, of course.
The inference was clear.
Yes, I see that, but how did you guess that he'd make his attempt tonight?
Perfectly simple, Watson. Perfectly simple. The offices of the Red-Headed League closed this morning. Mr. Wilson's absence was no longer necessary. The tunnel was completed, but it was essential that Mr. Clay should use it soon or it might be discovered. Tonight being Saturday would be ideal, as it would give him 2 days for escape. QED.
Holmes, your reasoning is perfect. A long chain, and yet every link rings true.
Well, it saves me from ennui. These little problems help me to escape the commonplaces of existence. Yes, after all, l'homme sait rien, l'œuvre sait tout, as Flaubert once wrote to George Sand.
Fascinating story, Dr. Watson. What a thrilling time you must have had during the days you lived with Sherlock Holmes.
Well, I can't say that I was ever bored.
I should think not. Ladies, how often you've heard it said that a woman's hair is her crowning glory. And how true this is. That's why you ladies should take the very best care of your hair, especially in shampooing.
I'm glad you brought that point up, Mr. Bell, because many popular shampoos have a tendency to dry the hair.
Well, here's one shampoo that will never dry the hair, never under any circumstances. And it's Kreml shampoo.
Yes, Kreml shampoo is simply wonderful. It actually glamour bathes each tiny strand of hair so that it fairly radiates natural, dazzling highlights. It leaves the hair simply gleaming with natural, glossy luster. And what's more, your hair stays this way for days.
Kreml shampoo is not a soapless shampoo. It's not a cream shampoo. It's not a caustic soap. It's not a drying detergent. It's entirely different.
Kreml shampoo whips up a luxurious active foam, even in the hardest water. You can use it as often as you wish over a long period of time, and it'll never dry your hair. In fact, Kreml shampoo has a built-in oil base, which actually helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
Remember, ladies, that divinely beautiful Powers models wash their hair with Kreml shampoo. They claim no other shampoo leaves their hair more shining bright, yet never dries the hair. Why not try it? Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now let me think. Well, Mr. Bell, one of the favorite fictional problems of your modern mystery writer is the so-called locked room story.
Yes, I know him. Somebody gets murdered in a sealed room, locked from the inside, and the detective has an awful time finding out how it was done.
Quite correct, Mr. Bell, quite correct. And next week, I'm going to tell you how, just 10 years before the turn of the century, Holmes actually encountered such a problem and solved it. I call the story Murder in the Locked Room.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Red-Headed League. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of Universal International Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell, speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about Murder in the Locked Room. This is ABC, the American Broadcast. Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, once again, it's Monday night and time for the pleasantest of all doctor's appointments. Our weekly visit with that splendid host and incomparable storyteller, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Bell. Punctual to the minute, as usual. Draw up a chair and sit down.
Thank you.
Ah, that's it.
All ready for tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure, Dr. Watson?
Yes, my boy. I was just going over my notes on the case before you arrived. It was an adventure that started off on a note of gaiety and ended in one of the most bizarre tragedies that we ever encountered. I call it Murder in the Locked Room.
This I've got to hear. But first, men, the good old summertime is here again. And after a day spent at the ballpark, on the golf links, or just loafing under the sun, does your hair look as stiff as a straw, dry, matted, and tangled? Then don't make the mistake of plastering your hair down with greasy, sticky goo. Instead, put Kreml hair tonic on the job. Kreml is that famous modern hair tonic, such a wonderful, natural-looking hairdressing. Kreml has just enough light oils to keep dry, stringy hair neatly groomed throughout the hottest, most humid summer day. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy. It never leaves any unpleasant odor. Kreml always feels so clean on both hair and scalp. Kreml is able to give you all these advantages because it contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. So, men, make Kreml a daily must this summer for that handsome, clean-cut look from morn till night. Kreml, Kreml hair tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the new Sherlock Holmes story, Murder in the Locked Room?
Well, Mr. Bell, that adventure took place many, many years ago. It began on a gray and murky afternoon in Baker Street. We just finished tea, I remember, and Holmes was busying himself with some chemical experiments. For some time he sat there in silence with his long, thin back curved over a retort in which he was brewing a particularly malodorous product. As I glanced across at him, seated there under the gaslight, his head was sunk upon his breast, and he looked like a strange, lank bird with dull gray plumage and a black topknot. Suddenly, he turned to me and spoke.
So, Watson, you've decided not to invest in South African securities?
Huh? How on earth do you know that, Holmes?
It isn't really difficult. I observe a groove between your left forefinger and thumb.
Groove?
It is enough to tell me that you do not intend to invest your small capital in the goldfields.
I see no connection, groove.
And yet the train of thought is elementary. 1, you had chalk between your thumb and finger when you returned from your club. 2, you put chalk there when you played billiards. 3, you never played billiards except with Marston. 4, you told me about a month ago that Marston had an option on some South African property which would expire in 4 weeks and which he desired you to share with him. 5, your checkbook is locked in my drawer and you have not asked for the key. Number 6 is the logical conclusion. You've decided not to invest your money in this manner.
Absurdly simple.
I knew you'd say that.
I wonder who that is. Were you expecting a client?
No, Watson, but I hope it is one. My practice has been decidedly slack lately. Go and see who it is, will you?
Yes, of course I will. It's all right, Mrs. Hudson. I'll show the gentleman in. This way, sir. Good evening. I'm Dr. Watson.
How do you do? My name is Chudley Stoner.
Oh, come along in, Mr. Stoner.
Thank you. And this must be the great Sherlock Holmes.
My name is Holmes. The adjective is your own, Mr. Stoner. Sit down, won't you?
Thanks. I don't imagine you know anything about me, Mr. Holmes.
Nothing beyond the fact that you went to Eton and Oxford, that you have a beautiful and socially prominent wife, and that you contribute to the Strand magazine with some regularity.
I'm disappointed in not receiving one of your famous deductive analyses, Mr. Holmes, but I'm glad that my name is familiar to you.
You contribute to the Strand magazine, sir, too? That's very interesting, Stoner. Perhaps you read some of my humble efforts.
Yes, indeed, Doctor. Very colorful stories they are.
Oh, thanks very much.
If you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Stoner, your own stories, which also deal with the world of crime, seem to me to be even more sensational than Watson's.
Probably because he has the facts to work with, whereas I have to depend on my gift of imagination. But the reason I've come to you tonight, Mr. Holmes, has nothing to do with imagination. I find myself mixed up in a real-life murder that is as puzzling as any problem I've dealt with in fiction.
A murder, Mr. Stoner? I say, really, you
The
don't...
facts, please.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I'll give them to you as briefly and concisely as possible. I just got back from Paris yesterday. My secretary went with me. He did not return. The French police say he committed suicide. I know that he didn't.
Oh, how do you know that, Mr. Stoner?
The boy had everything in the world to live for. No financial worries and a very promising future ahead of him.
Please describe the circumstances under which his body was found.
Well, I'd left him alone in his room. When I came to fetch him, there was no answer to my knock. I tried to look through the keyhole, but the key was in the lock from the inside, and I could see nothing. After some time had elapsed, I got worried. A friend of mine, an inspector of the police, was dining with me that night, and he suggested we should investigate. We broke down the door. My secretary was dead, a bullet in his heart.
Inside a room, locked from the inside, huh? Obviously, the police were right in thinking that it was suicide, Mr. Stoner.
Of course, you examined the room thoroughly for traces of some other method of ingress?
Meticulously. The windows were locked tight.
No sliding panels?
None.
Where was the revolver?
Beside his right hand, one bullet gone.
And you say that the key was in the inside of the door?
Yes, and that's why the police wrote it off as suicide. Mr. Holmes, how would you explain such a situation?
I'd like a few more facts before giving an opinion. You say you examined the room meticulously. Was there no oddity? Nothing out of place? Nothing peculiar in that room?
Nothing that I noticed.
Perhaps a small pellet of wax, say?
Yes, by Jove. I did find a wax pellet. It was lying on the carpet near the door, and I couldn't imagine what he was doing there.
There's your answer. One more question. This French inspector who entered the room with you, what was his personal relationship with your secretary?
Odd that you should ask that. They'd quarreled the night before about some girl at the Folies Bergère.
Then there you have it, Mr. Stoner. The murderer left the room, locked the door from the outside, removed the key, and plugged the keyhole with wax. When the room was broken into, he simply slipped the key into the inside of the lock, thereby dislodging the wax pellet. Obviously, from what you've told me, only the inspector had that opportunity.
Great Scott, a French police inspector, a murderer? Holmes, what are you going to do about this?
Nothing, old chap.
Huh?
Beyond
Nothing, old chap?
wishing Mr. Stoner good luck with the editor of the Strand magazine.
I don't think I follow you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, come now, Mr. Stoner. It's an intellectual game and, in its way, quite stimulating. But don't think you can hoodwink me so easily.
Holmes, what are you talking about?
My dear Watson, I read the papers carefully.
What do the papers have to do with this?
I've noticed the presence of you and your lovely wife at so many social functions here in London in the past few days that I'm afraid I can't possibly accept your Paris story. The obvious answer remains, you've come to me with an imaginary problem in order to solve a difficulty in one of your stories.
Mr. Holmes, you're even smarter than I gave you credit for.
But this is disgraceful, sir. Wasting my friend's time like this.
I suppose I should apologize, Mr. Holmes. But here's the way it happened. I came home late last night, a little under the weather. I had the most wonderful idea on earth for a story. I was going to call it The Locked Room. I'm convinced I made some notes on the story last night, but when I wakened this morning, I couldn't find them. All I could remember was the problem, but I had no idea how to solve it, and so I came to you.
I see. It's an excellent idea for a story. Though I have known similar locked room problems, in fact, I don't recall that fiction has exploited their possibilities as yet.
Holmes, why are you so calm? I think it's outrageous to come here and pick your brains for a story.
My dear Watson, how else do you get the material for your own masterpieces?
Oh, it's not very funny.
Should you grudge it to him?
Well, it's not the same thing at all.
I must say, you're being very sporting about it, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, no, Mr. Stoner. I'm being businesslike. May I ask how much you are in the habit of receiving for a story of yours in the Strand magazine?
About 20 guineas. Why?
I am a consulting detective, and I think I've given you a valuable opinion. My fee, if you sell your story, will be 10 guineas. Good night to you, Mr. Stoner.
There you are, Monsieur Stoner.
A remarkable deduction, Andre. Yes, here I am.
I've spent all afternoon searching for those notes on the story. I could not find any trace of them.
And yet I could swear I did some work when I came in last night. You are sure I didn't give you some dictation?
Oh, quite sure, Monsieur Stoner. If you will pardon my saying so, you were a little...
Yes, go on, Andre, say it. The secretary has some rights. I was drunk. That's what you mean, isn't it?
Oh, I meant no offense.
It'd be rather a relief if you did. You're always so infernally polite. Where's my wife?
She's in the library with your brother-in-law, Monsieur Seal.
Very well. I'll need you after dinner, Andre. I'm going to work on the story tonight.
Yes, Monsieur Stoner.
Hello, Chad. I was beginning to worry about your not being back for dinner.
I stopped at the club.
Good evening, Chad.
Hello, Henry. And how is our master of the violin this evening?
Chad, don't make fun of my brother like that.
Yes, Chad, go easy. I can't learn the violin in 2 easy lessons, you know.
Violet accompanied me on the piano just now. She says I'm improving.
I don't doubt that you're improving. You couldn't become worse.
Chud, you're intolerable. Henry's our guest.
An unwanted guest as far as I'm concerned. He's been here 2 months. Why doesn't he try and get himself a job instead of mooning around here all day scraping away at his fiddle?
That's the last time you've insulted me, Chud. I'm leaving here in the morning.
I hope I can count on it.
How dare you, Chud? How dare you? If Henry goes in the morning, I shall go with him.
Now, Violet, take it easy.
You've been drinking again, and you're disgusting when you drink. You made an absolute fool of yourself in front of Andre last night.
You're very protective about him. Are you sure those calf eyes he keeps making at you are entirely unreciprocated?
I hate you, Chud. I'm not waiting until the morning. I'm leaving tonight.
Now, wait a minute, Violet. I'm sorry. I don't know what makes me do it. I get a few drinks and I just feel that I've got to hurt you.
Well, you certainly succeed. I used to think it was the so-called artistic temperament that made you this way. Now I realize it's drink.
I'm sorry, Violet, but it's not been too easy for me. Having Henry around all day gets pretty trying, particularly when I'm attempting to work.
But he's planning to move soon anyway. Surely you can tolerate it a little longer. For our sake, Chud. Can't you?
Of course I can, Violet. I'm sorry, dear. I'll try and be a little less boorish, and I'll watch the drinking.
That sounds more like the man I married. And I'll help, too. I'll try and keep Henry out of your way as much as possible, dear.
We can make a go of it, Violet. I know we can. Well, I'm going into the study. I want to jot down some notes on the new story while they're still fresh in my mind.
All right, dear. Dinner will be in about half an hour. I'll call you.
Fine. The Locked Room. Yes, that'll be a good title. It'll be worth giving Sherlock Holmes 10 guineas for the help he gave me. Who is it? Is that you?
I'm flattered that you dropped by to see me, Inspector Lestrade. Not a business visit, I gather.
Bless you now, Mr. Holmes.
You'll have a whiskey and soda, won't you, Lestrade?
Thank you kindly, Dr. Watson. Not too much soda, if you don't mind.
The London criminal is becoming a dull dog these days, Lestrade. My own practice has been remarkably slow in the past few weeks.
Same thing with us at Scotland Yard, Mr. Holmes. But, of course, we don't grumble at that. Now, take me. I've had an easy day today. Just come from investigating a suicide in Church Street, Kensington.
Indeed, another poor devil who couldn't stand the pace of our modern living, I suppose.
I suppose so, Doctor. Though you'd have thought this bloke had everything he wanted. He was quite a successful writer, they tell me.
A writer? What was his name?
He wrote for the Strand magazine. Name was Chudley Stoner. Dr. Watson, you dropped that glass.
You say Chudley Stoner committed suicide tonight?
That's right, Mr. Holmes. You know him?
Under what circumstances was he found?
It was a routine case, sir. Locked the door on his study from the inside and then blew his brains out. The windows were locked and there were no secret panels and that kind of stuff. It was suicide, all right.
The arm of coincidence is long indeed, but not as long as that. Has the body been moved?
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. I told him to touch nothing until the police photographers got there. Just to be on the safe side, you understand, sir.
Splendid. Grab your coat and hat, Watson.
Right, your home.
But what's all the excitement, Mr. Holmes? It's just a suicide.
Nonsense, Inspector. I'll stake my whole reputation that Chudley Stoner has been the victim of a murder plot, as cunning and diabolical as any that I've ever encountered.
In just a moment, we'll find out if Sherlock Holmes is correct in deducing that this is murder. Are you one of the many men who find it difficult to keep your hair neatly groomed in summer? Does the burning sun bake and scorch your hair, making it look messy and not the least attractive? Then try Kreml Hair Tonic. Just notice the amazing change in the appearance of your hair. You see, Kreml does lots more than just keep your hair looking handsome. This highly specialized hair tonic gives you your money's worth. It contains a unique combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. And if the sun dries your hair so that it breaks off and falls, Kreml helps condition the hair in that it leaves it feeling so much softer, more pliable when you comb it. At the same time, Kreml removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so cool, refreshed, and alive. Be smart, men. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use Kreml daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, this is really one for the book. A mystery writer comes to Sherlock Holmes with a fictitious murder plot. Holmes solves it for him, then the man goes away and gets murdered in exactly the way he described.
Precisely, Mr. Bell. As provocative a problem as ever we encountered.
I bet you hurried off to the dead man's house at once, didn't you?
As fast as a hansom cab could take us there. As soon as we arrived, we cross-examined the three members of the household. The dead man's wife, Violet, her brother, Henry Seal, and André Leroux, the secretary. All of them told the same story. That they'd heard the shot and hastened to the room from different parts of the house. They said that they looked through the keyhole, found it was blocked, and then the two men broke down the door.
Just the same story as in the dead man's fictional problem, wasn't it? What happened next, Dr. Watson?
Well, before we talked to the three suspects any further, Holmes, Inspector Lestrade, and I walked into the dead man's study to examine the body. I can almost hear Holmes now, as he said...
It's not hard to find a motive. A beautiful wife, a worthless brother who'd been told to get out, an attractive and attentive young French secretary who hated the dead man's cruelty.
Blimey. And I called it just a routine suicide.
You'll notice that no wax pellet is in evidence this time. I'd say that the answer is obvious. The dead man did write some notes on his story last night. The killer found them and realized that he'd been presented with a perfect murder method, never expecting that the dead man would divulge his method to me.
Mr. Holmes, why are you examining the keyhole of the door?
I was looking for a pellet of wax, Inspector. It's missing. Obviously, the murderer had read about that in the dead man's notes and was clever enough to remove it. But let's examine the corpse. Interesting. Most interesting.
Why, Holmes?
Well, surely you can see for yourself, Watson. The bloodstains clearly indicate that the man fell here, some 5 or 6 feet from the desk. And yet, with a dying burst of energy, he crawled towards the desk and clutched it. Undoubtedly, he was trying to give us a dying message.
But how can holding on to a desk give a message, Mr. Holmes? And why should a dying man try to do that anyway?
Remember that the dead man was a writer and a student of criminology. In his last few moments of consciousness, he probably realized I'd be on the track of his murderer.
He gave us more than one clue, Holmes. Look at his body. As he fell for the last time, he upset that bowl of violets. And his wife's name is Violet.
Coincidence, I think, Watson. The flowers were knocked over inadvertently as he fell. But the move to the desk was a deliberate and desperate effort.
Well, if you talk about that, look here, gentlemen. Lying by his right arm. Look, that was knocked off the desk, too.
It's a seal with a monogram on it.
Right, Doctor. And Seal is the name of the dead man's brother-in-law, Henry Seal.
Interesting, but I refuse to believe that a dying man could deliberately knock over such a comprehensive number of incriminating objects as he died.
Then who do you suppose did do it, Holmes?
At this stage of the case, I shall suppose nothing, Watson. We have 3 obvious suspects waiting for us. Let's question them.
I don't know why they want us here. I know nothing
Quiet,
about it.
please. Mr. Holmes wants to ask you some questions.
No, Inspector. I only wish to ask them one question. You, Mrs. Stoner, how did you occupy your time while you were waiting for the police to arrive?
I was so nervous that to try to calm myself, I did some knitting. I do quite a lot of knitting for the Coast Guard men, you know.
I see. And you, Mr. Seal? What were your movements before the police arrived?
I sat in the library, Mr. Holmes, playing solitaire.
And you, Andre?
I went to my room and worked on my account books. I realized that my job here was finished, and I thought I would get my books in order.
I see. That's all for now, thank you.
Come along, Henry.
Lestrade.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
I'd like you to get me those 3 objects spoken of. The knitting, the cards, and the account books.
Right you are, Mr. Holmes.
I don't see that you found out much there, Holmes.
Don't you, Watson? I'd have thought my line of reasoning was obvious.
What are you doing? Kneading at that keyhole. You said that this time the pellet of wax had been removed.
True, Watson. But even though the pellet's been removed, I'm quite sure there'll be traces of wax inside the keyhole. And there are. Splendid. I shall remove this lock and take it back to Baker Street. The murderer undoubtedly still had some traces of wax on his fingers. A closer examination of the fragments of wax inside this keyhole and an equally close examination of the knitting, the cards, and the account books should be able to give us the solution to this case.
Well, Holmes, you've been poring over the microscope for nearly an hour. Have you got the answer?
Nearly, but not quite.
But you've examined all three of the objects. Surely it's just a question of finding which one of them shows traces of wax.
Oh, no, old chap.
What?
It's not as easy as that. Oddly enough, the knitting, the pack of cards, and the account books all show traces of wax.
Great Scott. But that means that all those people were involved in the murder. It was a concerted plan between the three of them.
I think not, Watson.
What?
And in 5 more minutes, I'm sure I can prove to you who the murderer is.
Violet, why are you sitting alone here in the library?
Oh, hello, Andre. I'm so upset. They think that Chad was murdered. The inspector's still questioning Henry. I believe they think he did it. Oh, it's awful. Oh.
Oh, now, don't worry, darling. Everything is going to be all right.
Please, Andre. With Chad's body hardly cold.
But surely now that he is dead, you always made me believe that if he were dead, we could be together, darling.
I was insane. I thought he was neglecting me, that perhaps there was some other woman. But just before he died, we had a talk. I knew it was going to be all right again.
But me? You mean you were making a fool of me?
I was making a fool of myself, Andre. Please forget it.
Forget it? No, my cold-blooded Englishwoman. I am not some stupid boy you can play with. You cannot throw me aside. I have risked my life for your happiness.
Risked your... Andre! You murdered Chad.
Of course I did. I hated him. Yet I hated the way he made you unhappy. And the fool gave me the perfect way to do it by telling me about his filthy story. And then forgetting that he had done so.
You devil, get away from me. I'm turning you over to the police.
No, you are not. You are going to join Chad since you love him so much.
Andre, put away that revolver.
Nice shooting, Watson. You got him in the wrist.
Sorry. Mrs. Turner, are you all right?
Yes, but thank heaven you were both behind those curtains.
I'm sorry that we had to wait until the last minute to disclose our presence. But it's just as well to have witnesses to a murder confession. What do you have to say for yourself, Monsieur Leroux?
Nothing. Send for your policeman and have me taken to prison.
With pleasure. Watson, ask Inspector Lestrade to step in here, will you? Tell him we have a customer for him. A customer for the gallows.
Midnight. It'll be good to get back to Baker Street. It's been an exhausting evening's work.
Yes, Watson. A sordid case. A shabby patchwork of discontent and hatred. Oh, well, we've been instrumental in sending yet another felon to his rightful destiny.
You know, Holmes, there's still one or two points I don't quite understand.
I can't believe it, Watson. What are they?
Well, you said that all three objects you examined contained traces of wax.
They did, and at first that confused me. But there are various qualities of wax. For instance, Mrs. Stoner was knitting with a certain waxed wool that is used specifically in knitting for seafaring men. It gives the garments a weatherproof finish.
Never heard of it.
Possibly not, but it's a fact. And, as you know, I specialize in such odd pieces of information.
What about the traces of wax on the cards that Henry Seal used when he was playing solitaire?
Again, I was misled. Until I remembered that Mrs. Stoner told us that her brother had been playing the violin a short while before her husband's death.
Oh, he'd been using rosin.
Precisely.
Oh, yes.
Logically, it had to be the secretary. But the proof came when I made the final analysis of the 3 specimens of wax. That, on the account books, was the only one that exactly matched the traces of wax I found in the keyhole.
Oh, suppose I'm very stupid, Holmes.
Anything else bothering you?
Yeah, just one point. You said that the dying man tried to indicate his murderer by clasping the desk as he died.
Yes, I'm sure he was trying to give us a dying message.
Well, I was fooled by the violets and the seal.
Well, that was a freakish coincidence. But the effort in crawling to the desk was not. That was the true message.
I still don't see it.
Oh, come now, Watson. The secretary was a Frenchman. The French word for desk and for secretary is the same. Secrétaire.
I see it now.
Oh, really, Watson?
You know, Holmes, you'll never get your fee for this case.
Indeed. And why?
Stone is dead. You'll never sell that story to the Strand magazine now.
True, Watson. But I've no doubt that you will. Though perhaps it'll be a slightly different version of it. And you'll probably call it something very melodramatic. Perhaps Murder in the Locked Room.
Ladies, when you want to look your radiant best, you naturally want your hair to appear just as beautiful and lustrous as it can be. So here's a tip from some of the world's most divinely beautiful girls, Powers models. Girls who are famous for their enchantingly lovely silken sheen hair.
We glamour bathe our hair with Kreml shampoo. And I want to state right here and now that no other shampoo leaves the hair more sparkling clean. Really, girls, you'll be amazed how Kreml shampoo reveals all your hair's natural gleaming luster. It leaves hair shimmering with brilliant highlights that last for days.
Kreml shampoo is not a cream shampoo, not a soapless shampoo, not a harsh soap, not a drying detergent. It's entirely different. After a Kreml shampoo, the hair fairly radiates natural glossy highlights. And Kreml shampoo never dries or breaks the hair. In fact, it even has a built-in oil base which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
How right you are, Mr. Bell. Kreml shampoo leaves the hair so much softer, silkier, with a lovely satin smoothness. The hair holds a wave better, too.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter. See how easy it is to have naturally lustrous hair, a vision of shining beauty. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, I'll never think next week. Next week, I think I shall tell you how Holmes and I returned to Baker Street one afternoon to find our rooms occupied by a beautiful young woman on the verge of hysteria.
Well, that sounds promising. And who was the beautiful young woman?
No, Mr. Bell, Mr. Bell, I've told you before about this. You'll have to wait till next week to find that out. I will say, however, that her story was horrifying enough to make our hair stand on end. I call this adventure Death in the North Sea.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Dancing Men. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of Universal Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about Death in the North Sea. Save for the future the easy, automatic way. Buy U.S. saving bonds through your payroll savings plan or at your bank. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The February winds spin, dance, race in the morning avenue, and Broadway lurches in their wake, and hands are frozen to early editions of newspaper, and winter lies against cheek and mouth. And search the headlines for what the winds are taking to die with them. And search memory, too, for January images sworn to remembrance, ice on masts of freighter bound for the tropics. And further back, deeper in memory, the holiday time and the holiday women. And they dance by now in chill embrace of winter wind. And solace is the corner coffee stand and the donut, and waiting a little way up the street, the time clock. And downtown, the new morning is emergency ward of police hospital, and a wall clock that jerks its hands into the 8 o'clock time, and a man, Dr. CISCO.
Shock, exposure. For a whole night, the girl lay in an alley and no one to...
Over the phone, you said...
I know what I said, poison. There were symptoms. The lab confirmed my diagnosis just minutes ago.
Pretty.
Yes. Now that Daddy's asleep, her prettiness has returned. Here, Danny. Here's the history on her. Identified from things in her pocketbook as Peggy Warner, age 28.
Where was she found?
A moment, Danny. Alley emptying into 19th Street, back of Tate's Bar and Grill on 3rd Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
A woman came running to Patrolman Carnes on the beat, yelled a drunk girl was sleeping in the alley, and that...
Poison, shock, exposure. What are her chances, Doctor?
What do you want me to say, Danny? I gave her sleep for a little while. To give her back her life? What do you want me to say, Danny?
And outside now. The morning is a wind wall, so adjust yourself to it. One hand in overcoat pocket, one hand on hat, lower the head. Short walk to squad car, and the drive downtown. Crowd going to work time, rush beneath long triangles of gray and splinters of sunshine. Uncadenced quick step of pedestrian, and blare of the car-borne taking turns according to the green light and the red. Left on 3rd Avenue and cruise for an address, Tate's Bar. Find it. Park. And Tate's Bar is 5 booths, 4 empty, 10 bar stools, half of them occupied. And the bartender flashes his 9 o'clock in the morning smile at you, takes it back at the flash of the badge, assures you his name is Tate, and assures you...
My time is yours.
Just a few questions about last night, Mr. Tate.
Last night was different.
There was a girl lying in the alley out back. Her name was Peggy Warner. Is Miss Warner in the habit of...
Look around you for a minute.
So?
You just bear with me.
Peggy Warner, Mr. Tate.
You just bear with me. We'll come to Peggy. This place of mine, this bar, a convenience. I cater to those who demand their booze. Me, personally, I wouldn't be caught even with my nose to a cork for the aroma.
What's this got to do with...
I'm going to tell you why I fired her.
Go on.
So there are those who booze it from early morning on. I cater to this necessity. Notice the place, clean. The jukebox music, adjusted to soft tone level. The customers' voices low. This I demand. Talk becomes above library level. Into the gutter they must go. Now we will consider Peggy.
Thank you.
So you'll understand.
I said thank you.
8 months ago, I got a whim. Hire a barmaid. I approve of women waiting on men. Dames I don't allow in here to drink, but to wait on in uniform and all, I have a whim where this is nice for the self-respect of those who like the bottle. I hired Peggy.
8 months ago.
About that. Then I caught her drinking with a customer. 2 days after she started to work here, I bounced her.
What about last night?
She came back looking for a job. She looked like she just swum her way to the top of a beer crock. Out the back way she did go, on my arm. No job from me to her.
I see. What else can you tell me about her?
8 months ago, when I fired her first... Yeah, maybe you'd like to know about that.
About what?
The customer who she drank with. She merely walked around to his end of the bar, went out with him, hand in hand.
And?
Well, the guy's name was... I'll get it for you. His address, too. I got it around here someplace. But whatever this guy's name was, I saw him the next morning at his house.
Oh?
Yeah. Next morning, I got a messenger with a $10 bill and a note from Peggy. Bring my dress and street shoes around to this address. I did. The man I mentioned opened the door for me, took the bundle, and slammed the door in my face. Sure, I'll get his name and address for you.
Yes? What do you want?
I'm from the police, Danny Clover.
And please be brief. You've chosen a very bad time. A woman's morning is quite crowded enough without...
Charles Blake live here? Charles Blake, I was given this address.
Charles is my husband. Do I have to stand out here and discuss it, whatever you...
No, Mrs. Blake.
Well, then let's go inside. I'm chilled to the bone. Here in the hall will do. Just let me warm myself at the register a moment. Ooh. Now, what's this about Charles?
I want to talk to him. Where is he?
In his office, maybe? Out with one of his clients, maybe? What do police have to do with Charles?
A girl was found in an alley early this morning.
There you go again. I've read how you people do things. Make it sound big. Toy with it. Act smart and fresh and knowing.
You'll let me finish, Mrs. Blake?
What alley? What girl? Some girl Charles is supposed to know? Something you found in an alley and right away... What girl?
Peggy Warner, girl your husband...
Oh, Peggy. That one?
Funny, Mrs. Blake?
I just like a girl like that. Where else but in an alley? Strikes me funny I was so right about her. Do you mind?
What else did you feel about her, Mrs. Blake?
That she had a fresh mouth and she was sloppy and lazy and had to be yelled at to make her do things. She was our maid, you know.
I didn't know.
Oh, yes. Charles brought her home one evening and said to me, standing right there, he said, Martha, I've brought you that maid you've always wanted. And Tom, my son. Tom said, you've always wanted one, Mother. Let's try it for a while. And I thought about it and I said, all right, Charles, all right, son, if you both think we need one. And was she drunk when you people found her?
She was poisoned. She's dying.
And I tried it. For 2 weeks, I really tried it, honestly, but I just couldn't bear her anymore. Sloppy and just fresh-mouthed, and we paid her off and dismissed her and... Oh, excuse me. Hello? Yes, Tom. Where are you? Oh, no. No, I don't think so. I'd rather you didn't. Not here. You tell your father... Not now, Tom. You and your father are not to... Now, you listen to me.
Your son, Mrs. Blake?
Just a minute, Tom. Yes, it's my son. Do you mind waiting
He's with his father?
Why, yes. He's with Charles, and I don't see any need for them to traipse all the way up here from downtown just to...
You're right, Mrs. Blake. As long as they're downtown, just tell them to drop in at headquarters right away. Ask for me. Now, go on, tell him, Mrs. Blake.
Tom? Yes, there's someone with me, a Mr. Clover from the police. He wants you and your father to go to police headquarters right away. Well, I don't know, son. I don't know. I'll tell him. Son? Tom? He hung up.
They'll be there?
Yes. Mr. Clover?
Yes?
That girl. It's all she was, what I told you. It's all she deserves.
Just sit down, gentlemen.
What's this all about? What are my father and I doing in a police station? Pop, I told you...
Take it easy, son. Mr. Clover must have a reason.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Blake?
I'm a tax consultant.
What about you?
I used to help out my father. I'm on my own now.
And he's very good, Mr. Clover.
Look, Mr. Clover, my father and I were on our way home.
Either one of you know a girl named Peggy Warner?
Come now, Mr. Clover. Surely you asked my wife the same question, and surely she told you that Peggy once worked for us.
Tell me about her.
Of course. She worked for us, maid. She was unsatisfactory as a worker. She was fired.
Who fired her?
I don't remember who fired her, Tom.
What is all this? A maid waved a dust mop around our house.
She was found in an alley, poisoned.
Suicide?
Well, for one thing, she's not dead yet. For another...
I still don't get this at all. We haven't seen Peggy since last summer sometime. July, around then.
That go for you too, Mr. Blake?
Of course.
Now tell me about how you first met her, Mr. Blake.
How do you know it was I?
About Tate's Bar. Tell me about that.
I'll be glad to. My office was nearby. I stopped in for a quick one at Tate's Bar. Peggy waited on me. I drank to her health. She told me she wished she could drink to mine. I bought her a drink. She drank it. The boss saw her, fired her.
You figured it was your responsibility to take care of her, is that it?
Not to take care of her, to see that she got located again.
Listen, you. My mother had been screaming for a maid, so my father brought her one. Peggy was a lousy maid, that's all. And I'll tell you something else. My mother didn't like the way she took too long to clean up my room. That make you happy?
No sense making up lies, Tom. There's nothing...
Who's lying?
I say. Well, that's about it, Mr. Clover. All we can tell you honestly now, my son and I were having a beer together. My wife is expecting us. She'll worry.
Sure, go home. If I need you, you'll be there, won't you?
Of course, but why should you need us anymore?
Let's get out of here, Pop.
And son walks away from him. Opens door for father. Grins.
You want to make a production out of it, Pop? Let's get out of here. Come on, Pop. The man said... Pop, you listening?
For a little while longer, the father sits in silence, then rises, walks past the boy, into corridor, without waiting, without a word to him. And boy winks at me and closes door. And through window, morning drifts the streets, and chill is grayer now. And over a doorway, neon sparks, sputters, flows in twisted tube. A man looks up, enters, and brief flurry of wind people on Winter Street.
Danny? Danny?
Come on in, Doctor.
I've just come up from emergency ward checking my patients. That girl this morning.
Peggy Warner?
Yeah, her too.
Well, what about her, Doctor?
This about her. The question you asked of me this morning?
What question?
You said, what chances, Doctor? I didn't have an answer for you then. Now I have. Now there's nothing to ask anymore. She's dead. Peggy Warner is dead. When you look through your window, what do you see, Danny? Tell me about it.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. You've heard about the devastation spread in Holland by the hurricane. No doubt it touched your heart, in common with all Americans. And if you've been wondering what you can do to help these brave people in their hour of desperate need, please listen. The State Department and the Executive Office of the President suggest that you send immediately a check to CARE, C-A-R-E, CARE, New York. Holland's greatest need is for blankets. CARE can send more, faster, with your dollars. To relieve an immediate pressing need, make your relief money for Holland go farthest by sending your check to CARE, New York.
When it begins, when the February part of winter comes around, there's a kind of joy on Broadway. The time is starting to end. Peek under the calendar page and know that spring will come again, and the smile you make makes a little warm inside. But there'll be the winter things to remember. The evenings just as nighttime drifted in, when lights danced their patterns just for you, and later when you made the stars do things just for her. And Winter Park, snow in black tumbled hair, and Hudson dawn, fingers against cool curve of cheek and laughter. It's starting to end, but there's still time. Run after it. Hurry. And the rush of new morning at police headquarters, the way it happens always, but with minor variations according to the vagaries of Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
Money.
Gino?
Take a handful of peanuts, Danny, and sing along. Go ahead, take.
Thanks, Gino. I'll save them for later.
I saw Mrs. Tartaglia put them in my lunchbox, and I couldn't wait. And 3 peanut butter sandwiches.
Like peanuts, huh? What's the matter?
What a question. It's like asking a fellow if he likes gherkins.
What?
A question.
Gino, do you have anything for me?
Indeed I do.
Let me have it, please.
Some questions. Like asking a fellow...
So help me, Gino.
Very well, Danny. A check into the background of Miss Peggy Warner, deceased. Nothing on the blotter at records. So far as we can tell, Miss Warner was a law-abiding citizen. However...
However what?
A hurry-up wire to Baltimore, to the Social Security office, and a relay to the folk down there of Miss Warner's Social Security number taken from her effects revealed the following.
Go on.
Miss Warner was a bad employment risk for some reason or another. A list of places where she worked for the last 8 months is this long. Here, Danny, you can see for yourself. After the bar job, she was employed as a waitress in the village tea shop. Then as an elevator operator at a fancy dress shop on Park.
Gino.
Yes, Danny?
I can read.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gino. You were good today. Very good. Tell Mrs. Tartaglia.
There'll be a very small wait for a table, sir, so if you'll just give me your name.
Danny Clover.
Danny Clover, with one L, of course. You see? There you are in big block letters on my pad, right under Mrs. Trafer and party of 3. And if you'll nuzzle among those others on the bench, we'll have you teed and fed in just the smallest time.
I'm not eating.
Then we'll put you with someone who is. And if you're fortunate, you'll get a fat one who's dieting, and you can have her blue plate dessert with your tea.
I'm from the police.
You're police?
It's about Peggy Warner, a girl who used to work here.
That one.
Mm-hmm.
But she died today. It's all over the noon editions. A little while ago, I had a midday snack over it in the kitchen with the salad boy.
Look...
An August girl, that one. And you know August girls.
No, tell me.
You don't know? How odd. Like this they are. They blow in with the August wind, always at evening. Ask for a job or given it, and first thing you know, the season hits them. And there's nothing to do but sack them, fire them, give them the boot, the old heave-ho.
Weather affects their work?
You really don't know, do you? This, Peggy, this August thing, was doing very well on table. So well, in fact, I put her on tea leaves.
Huh?
Fortunes, of course. The extra charge is minute, and the men seemed to like it when it was Peggy at the leaves. But when she made their futures all come true, went out with them on the side, dated them at odd hours, what else is a person to do, I ask?
The heave-ho, huh?
Your compassion is so welcome. Oh, pardon. Mrs. Trafer, we're ready for you. That table near the fireplace.
Peggy Warner, is that the name?
That's right. She worked here in this dress shop, didn't she?
Why? What about her?
What about her is that she's dead. Why is because I'm a policeman and I'm asking.
Miss Warner worked here. She ran the elevator. I was floor manager in the college shop at the time. I remember her.
I'm glad you do, because I want you to tell me about her.
There are only 3 floors here. There's not much to tell.
She lasted 3 weeks here, Mr. Austin. How come such a short time?
She's dead.
That's right.
And there's an investigation.
That's right.
Murder?
We're pretty sure of it.
I see. She nearly cost me my job. That's why I signed the complaint slip against her for personnel. It was on my account she was discharged.
I know. That's why the manager of this place sent me to you for a fuller explanation.
Sometimes cheapness attracts a man, I'm sorry to say.
You?
I took her out a few times, 3 beers and a second-run movie each time. And goodbyes each time, not good night. I didn't like myself.
So you had her fired?
I couldn't stand her around. I'm thinking of marrying a lovely girl who... Well, I had to get rid of Peggy. I did. Now she's dead. Now I can stop looking for her.
And leave him. And 2 other places where a girl, now dead, had worked, had been fired, had made other brief impressions. Usherette in a theater on West 125th Street. Handled uniform and flashlight real clever until one day showed an early matinee movie lover to a loge seat. Sat down on the empty one next to him right through second feature, newsreel, animated cartoon. Candy intermission also while the lights were up. Also laughed loud through very sad passages. Fired. Turned in flashlight and uniform. And a 5 and dime on East 26th Street. Lawn changed several men customers till one day she did it to lady store detective. Laughed right in her face. Fired. And the home insulating firm where Peggy Warner had been hired as house-to-house canvasser had made a house call. After an hour, phoned the home office, said she thought she needed a vacation. Our canvassers work on a volume basis. Fired. The life work, the employment rundown on Peggy Warner. And forget the rest of the list. Go back to headquarters. And a man in your office waiting for you.
You been hustling, Danny?
Gino said you've been waiting. He said Detective Muggavan had something for me. You got something, Muggavan?
I've been making a routine rundown on Charles Blake. I figure maybe I could save you some legwork.
Oh, tell me.
Charles Blake, you remember, the big-hearted fellow meets a girl, buys her a drink, gives her a job in his own home, a maid for the wife and kid.
I remember. What about him?
Well, Charles has been separated from his wife 6 months now. A stunner, huh?
Go on.
He hasn't lived in his home. Kindly folk, neighbors, clients, very glad to cooperate with you boys of the police department, that type. They told me. Told me other things.
And you'll tell me, huh?
It's what I knew you'd ask, Danny. Yeah. They told me how Charlie Blake didn't deserve a nice home like this, a nice wife, how Charlie was a chaser, also a hunter.
All right, he hasn't been in his home for 6 months. You find out where he has been?
You got that list Tartaglia gave you? Places where Peggy Warner worked?
Yeah?
Give it to me.
Oh, look, Muggerman, I've been through the list.
Oh, just give it to me, huh? Thanks. Now, come over here to the wall map, Danny, a map of the city. I'm encircling some spots on it while I waited. Here.
Now, what about it?
Places where Charles Blake has opened a tax consultant office in the last 6 months. Sometimes with living quarters, sometimes a rented room right in the neighborhood. A wanderer, huh, Danny?
Yeah.
Now, check these against the addresses of places where Peggy Warner worked. Here, West 125th Street. Charlie's office here. This one, Mrs. Teamy's Tea Shop. Charlie here. Bank Street in the Village. Charlie's office on Bank. This one.
Get a squad car, huh, Muggerman?
That's why I waited, Danny, so you'd tell me to do that.
What do you want here, Clover?
Talk. Let's go inside.
You're busting up a family evening. Why don't you come back some other time?
Tom?
Okay, we go inside.
Who... Oh. Hello, Mr. Clover.
Good evening.
Something you want, Mr. Clover?
Where's your husband?
Pop? What do you want with Pop?
Where is he?
Mother.
Get him.
He's upstairs.
Still about that girl, Mr. Clover?
That's right.
I don't understand what gives you the right to come here, into our home, order people to do things
Mrs. Blake, you're an intelligent woman. This has got murder in it. It's not a matter of ordering people. It's a matter of getting things done. Right now, all that has to be done is to talk to you and your husband and your son.
And then what?
We'll know who killed Peggy Warner.
I'll tell you something, Mr. Clover. I'm beginning to get the impression that you're a ridiculous man.
What do you want, Clover?
I'm sure your son just told you. It's still about Peggy.
Oh, he's hinting, Charles. Hinting around that you, me, Tom, one of us had something to do with that girl's death.
How does it feel to be back home, Mr. Blake?
Tell him.
It feels... I'll tell you how it feels.
Look, Pop.
Leave your father alone.
I just want him to watch out what he's saying, that's all.
I'm glad I'm home, Clover, that's all.
And I'm glad he's home.
What about you, Tom?
You kidding? He's my father.
Is it just a coincidence that your father came home after the paper screamed a girl named Peggy Warner was found dying in an alley?
You've been nosing around, haven't you?
Which one of you poisoned her? All right, then we'll go on. You brought Peggy into your house, Mr. Blake. Then she was discharged. Then you kept following. Set up your place of business close by her. Wherever she went,
All right.
Listen.
What?
It happens, that's all. So it happened to my father.
But you threw him out of the house when it happened, didn't you, Mrs. Blake?
He's back now. It's over. The girl is dead. My husband suffered. I suffered, and my son. We'll be a stronger family for it.
Did you kill her, Mrs. Blake? Tom? Mr. Blake?
What makes you so sure one of us killed her?
You, because you couldn't get her out of your blood. She wrecked your family. She was wrecking your life. Tom?
All right. She was... You know what kind of a girl she was. I knew. I knew the second day she was in.
Shut up!
Oh, sure, Pop. Go get angry. That's an emotion, too. You can have it. Sure, I had a motive for killing Peggy. What she was doing to you.
Your motive, too, Mrs. Blake.
Yes.
Tom.
Yeah?
Whose idea was it for your father to come home?
What difference does it make?
It's important that...
You killed her, Tom.
Listen, Pop.
What'd you have to kill her for? All right, she was what you said she was. But you don't know. You don't know.
Let me tell you something, father of mine. I know plenty. I know when a man makes a fool out of himself. I've seen fools, but you... Oh!
My two men. Father, son. Charles.
I'm sorry I hit you, son.
It's okay.
Charles, I'm trying to tell you something.
I'm sorry about everything, Martha.
I know. I'm sorry, too. Now, pay attention to me, both of you. I killed that girl.
Martha.
I followed you and found out where she lived. Then I went there night before last, and I brought a bottle with me. Heart-to-heart talk with whiskey. And it was poisoned whiskey. I killed her. Then I told Tom it was all right to bring you home. Why don't you slap him again, Charles? Hit your son, or me, for what you've done to us.
We'd better go, Mrs. Blake.
One more minute, Mr. Clover. I deserve that. I'm a woman who's kept a family together. Charles.
What?
I spoke with her first. She laughed at you. Live with that, Charles.
In the minutes before dawn, Broadway lies huddled in a dreamless sleep. It's the time of no stars and the silent wind. But walk the streets, take the slow walk, and listen. It's there. It's always there. The sound of weeping. And you know that nighttime will never leave. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Irene Tedrow was heard as Martha, Herb Butterfield as Charles, and Sam Edwards as Tom. Featured in the cast were Marvin Miller and Peggy Weber. Bill Anders speaking. A tiny island paradise off the African coast, covered with colored tropical fruit and vegetation, inhabited by brilliantly plumed tropical birds, becomes a scene of fear and violence in tonight's episode of Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. A man, his wife, and the son they dote on are enveloped by strange events indeed, until Tarzan decides to investigate. Don't miss Tarzan on most of these same CBS radio stations. Stay tuned now for the Vaughn Monroe Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And remember, where there's Gunsmoke, there's Western Adventures, Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Into February on Broadway now, near the tail end of the winter wind, the frantic wind that drifts, that whips around corners, that gathers itself into squalls out of the secret hiding places it knows, then rushes down alleys, searching for what the world has left behind. And things happen. Earmuffs bloom under turned-down hats. Discarded newspapers wing low, then scurry over pavements and wrap themselves around hurrying feet. And home suddenly becomes where the coffee is. Wind of February. Beauty and nylon on a street corner. And above it, where I was, where Detective Dennison was, on top of Hotel Marquis. Platform over the street, ringed by neon advertising rates and a Roomba band. Platform also serving the purpose of catching the body of a man who jumped or was pushed.
Hold the light over here a minute, Danny. I want to take a look at his wallet. Thanks. Name's Artie Blanchard. Home address upstate, Utica.
Money in his wallet, too?
Let's see. Hey, look here.
5 $100 bills.
About a half a dozen 50s. How much you find in his coat pocket, Danny?
A couple thousand, I guess. I didn't count it.
Must have been that much in his pants pocket, too. Hold the light a minute, will you? If these bills aren't real, they're close enough to it to make me happy feeling them. Nope.
No what?
This man didn't jump. All this money, why should he?
Stick around for technical, Dennis, and I'll see you later. And so it was this. Entertainment for winter night. Look down over edge of Marquis. And gathering to it, lifting face to it, the crowd people, anchored in shadow pools, wavering, blurring, floating faces on wind drift. But the constant thing, fierce and dark of neon-reflected pinpoint and ring of staring eyes. And from swell of crowd, a shouter detaches himself, runs wildly the street, shouts violence, summons more spectators. And the whisperer, too, elbows crowd, walks to a doorway to edge of woman, makes his whisper, shrugs, comes back to spectacle alone. The entertainment, and leave it. Back into hotel now, and to hotel manager who offers his services freely. The use of himself, his master key, his shock.
I can't get used to it. Happens on and off in this hotel. Last time, 6 years ago, a young girl. I took a whole month off. I just can't get used to it.
Blanchard's room on this corridor?
Yes. He seemed a very usual kind of man, Mr. Blanchard, especially out of the ordinary. For this kind of a hotel, I mean.
This was his room, Mr. Hochstetter?
Yes.
Will you open it, please?
Yes, I'll open it. I can't get it open for you. Yes, very usual kind of man. And his friend, too, the man who shared this room with... Oh, how unusual. How very... And all that money. All that money just tossed around like across the bed on the dresser. And here, a clump of it on the...
Just leave it alone, Mr. Hochstetter.
Huh? Oh, yes. I didn't mean to. But you must confess it's startling to walk into a room, a man is dead out there, and there's all those bills just thrown about as if they were confetti.
20s, 10s, 100s, 50s. Oh, you were saying, Mr. Hochstetter.
What sort of madness could have hit him? Or maybe it was a kind of joy just before...
I meant you were saying someone shared this room with him.
Yes. Mr. Joe Tobin. They registered here, let me think, a week ago, from Utica. I believe it was Utica. I can check.
Don't bother yourself. From Utica. Me and Artie.
Oh, Mr. Tobin. I'm afraid we have rather saddening news for you.
Don't bother. I know about Artie. Lobby dames are all excited with his name. What happened to him? One of your bellhops spread the word. You police?
Uh-huh.
I'm Joe Tobin. This was my bed, that one was Artie's. It's been like that for a lot of years now.
Like what, Mr. Tobin?
Hey, bank night in the hotel room, huh? How do you figure, officer? Somebody shove Artie through the window, then toss dough around like it was corn for your pigeons?
I asked you something, Mr. Tobin.
All that dough. The killers, Artie. Oh, you mean about me and Artie? How we were?
Uh-huh.
Pals, friends, buddies, everything 50-50. Born and raised in Utica. Everything, but everything, half mine, half his. Finally kicked together 10 grand, come to this large town to buy a filling station. Artie had a brain. He said, filling station, Joe, in a year, double our investment. That's how we were. Everything 50-50. Except...
Except what, Mr. Tobin?
Except up to the point where it got squeezed out of him in a hotel marquee. That's where I cut out. I don't die. I go back to Utica and live.
You scared of something? What happened to Artie can happen to you?
How do I know what happened to Artie? Maybe it could, but it won't. Utica's nice. Man can live there nice with 5 grand in the kick, real nice.
Another question. Where were you tonight? Where have you been?
Very large town, lots of places to do. I did a bushel of them. Then I got tired, come back here, got the word about Artie. I'm still tired. The fella's mine, I lie down on my own bed, huh? And the dough on it, you can do
One thing, Mr. Tobin.
Yeah, I know.
No Utica till I hear from you, huh? Oh. You know what?
What?
It ain't the same without Artie. Not one little bit.
Danny?
Good morning, Gino. Yeah, what's the good word?
Danny, if I am green this morning, blame it on my chlorophyll.
That's a good word?
On my soap, Danny, for I am not a greedy man.
What are you talking about?
This morning, before you came in, I counted $25,000, of which not a cent belonged to me. So if green is the color of Tartaglia, blame it on...
That's how much money Blanchard had with him, at $25,000.
On his person, plus what was found in his room. $25,212, of which not a sou is counterfeit. You know the last time I saw that much money, Danny?
Well, please tell me.
When I visited my cousin Kendall.
The one from Baltimore?
That's right. The one with the bad table manners. The wealthy Tartaglia. He opened his safe for me once for my birthday and showed me. Can you imagine a man who can't even write his name
Gino.
and ask him for the time of day? You think he'll give it to you?
Gino, please.
With him, it's always just before 3 o'clock so he can go to the bank and cash another check. With him, it's all...
Danny Clover speaking.
This is Mrs. Miller.
Yeah?
Mrs. Dorothy Miller, 1612 East 27th.
Yes, Mrs. Miller. What can I do for you?
I read this morning that Mr. Blanchard is dead, that you found him on his hotel marquee.
Well, that's right. What about it?
I was with him last night. My address is 16...
I have it. I'll be right there.
Of course you will. Bye. It's of course apparent to you that I'm a widow.
Mrs. Miller...
You've but to look around you at this house. Its femininity, its graciousness. The fact that there is nothing, no trace of a man in it. You notice? Not for many months now.
On the phone, you said you were with Mr. Blanchard last night.
I'm coming to that. Do you mind?
All right, go on.
My husband, Les his name was, Les Miller, he died a year ago. And he left me this place and a filling station, and his dying words were, "Marry again, Dorothy. You must not remember things. Marry again."
The filling station, Mrs. Miller, the one you were going to sell to Artie Blanchard?
How could you have possibly known?
Just tell me about Mr. Blanchard, and about last night.
But I'm coming to that.
Let's make it now, Mrs. Miller.
If you insist. I've tried to get rid of that thing for months now. Not that it didn't bring in a nice income and all for a while. Make it possible for me to do things, gay things I hadn't done when Les was around. Things Les would have died before his time if he'd known. But it became a yoke around my neck, and it began to lose money. After all, a woman is hardly cut out to compete on this level in a man's world. And you know...
You offered it for sale, and Blanchard came to you to buy, and you went out with him last night.
Of course. We set our deal, made arrangements to sign the papers today. He said something of a partner, and then he suggested we celebrate the occasion. Just Artie and I. He was... Oh, what's the use of thinking about it? He's dead now.
He was what, Mrs. Miller?
You know, gay and flippant, little jokes, on team sort of, and whispered into the ear. And I was having a very lovely time until...
Until what?
Until we went to a place I know on Broadway. A dance place with a jukebox and drinks in shadowy curtained little booths and Chinese food. And Tommy came up to us.
Tommy?
Tommy Jordan. Sweet. He's the boy I met when I was doing Broadway one night. And Tommy remembered me.
Tell me about Tommy.
Sweet. And I remembered him, too.
You know where he lives?
On the second floor on West 43rd, corner of 9th Avenue. He once invited me to a party there, but of course I didn't go.
And Tommy came up to you and Mr. Blanchard last night.
And I introduced him to Artie, and Artie invited him to a drink. He was nice. And then something about a crap game passed between them. And suddenly I was alone, all over again. Oh, dear, that Artie.
Yes, Mrs. Miller?
Oh, but what's the use of thinking about it now? He's dead now. That's all, Mr. Clover. That's all I had to tell you people. But if you see Tommy, please be gentle with him.
Who is it?
Tommy? Open up, Tommy.
Who is it?
Police, open the door.
I don't need any. Go away.
Come on, Tommy. Okay.
So you're a strong man. So what did it get you?
Get down from that window, son.
One more step closer and I'm going to jump.
Why?
Get out of here, that's all.
You jump, you'll wind up with a pair of broken legs, that's all. One story up, not so high. You want me to meet you down the alley or what? Which is it gonna be?
Okay. Now.
That's right. Now we'll talk.
Don't hurt me.
Nobody's gonna hurt you.
Don't touch me.
All right.
Artie Blanchard?
That's right. That's who I want to talk about.
I'll tell you everything. I started it. I'm just a punk and I started it. I talked to a man and he's dead. A punk, me. Started it. Just a punk. And he's dead.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. When choosing a career, most people want to be sure that they'll have a job when they're through studying. That's why the nursing profession is such an ideal one for young women who are high school graduates and in good health. After only 3 years of study, graduate nurses can find plenty of job opportunities in many interesting fields. For information on your chances in the nursing profession, inquire at your nearest hospital or nursing school.
A finger of February sun traces the scars of a doorway, stains them gold, and Broadway listens and walks carefully the winter of a room, opens softly to whispering of sun. This could be what was waited for, longed for, held in wind-driven solitude. When delight will be measured once more in heat shimmer and slow drift of white cloud. When a million suns will fling gold against pavement and lie on the cheeks of summer women. So throw wide the door. And you were mistaken. And mid-afternoon of February is the pallor of a Broadway boy named Tommy Jordan. And the room of Tommy Jordan, room of peeling wallpaper and light bulb shaded with photo from movie magazine and grimy souvenirs of his street, leather pillow, stack of magazines. Room where I was and Tommy, and in a little while, Detective Dennison.
You want something, Sonny? Cigarette? Glass of water? Name it, Sonny. It's yours.
Go somewhere and die, huh?
Oh, just worried about you, kid. The way you look. Last time I saw you, you were fancier. Younger, too.
How old are you, Tommy?
Older, like he said. I'm 19 since the last time he picked me up. You're going to let me talk?
Sure, Tommy. You said you wanted to talk about Artie Blanchard.
I didn't kill him. It's like I told you. Maybe I pointed a man on the way, but I didn't kill him.
All right, kid. No argument. You're a punk, and you did something that got a man tossed out of a hotel window. That's a place for a man to die, on a hotel marquee. So we're agreed on everything.
Take
now.
it easy, Dennison. Tommy?
Last night I got word there was a crap game to be had on for fun lovers. Well-heeled fun lovers. When the word hit me, I found someone. Hit him with...
Artie Blanchard?
Him. Funny the way he walked right out on that Mrs. Miller. People like to know about things like that. I touch their shoulder, whisper to them about it, and they leave women.
Where was the game?
You know, I've been so nervous and excited since I read Artie was dead. Everything else just ran out of my brain. I clean forgot where the game was last night.
Maybe this you'll remember. Who else was in the game?
All I know is Artie. He gave me 50 for the tip.
Look, Tommy, not forgetting you're 19 and all, and you're pale and nervous and just a punk kid with dirt in your ears.
Answer it, Tommy.
Oh, look, what difference is a phone call now?
Here, talk.
Hello? Yeah? Yeah, this is Tommy. Listen.
Give me that receiver. Give it to me.
You want to say something, Tommy?
Uh-huh.
That's a good kid. Bob Murray kid. Tonight's game, 6 o'clock. Empty store on 10th Avenue. Moreland's novelty spelled right across the window. You get that?
Uh-huh.
Whisper the word in a couple of ears. Oh, hey, another thing. No more hotsy-totsies like that Blanchard. The gamesters are sad from this type. Happy drinks, kid.
Get your coat, Tommy. You're going out. So book him. Tommy Jordan, boy from Broadway, purveyor of odds and ends, tout to those with frayed imaginations. Conductor of tours round the clock with refreshments on the hour. Tommy Jordan, middleman for the moody. Book him and leave him. Back to the office, desk, pencil work. Work, segment of life devoted to the principle of the carbon paper and the triplicate, and to the coffee and cardboard container, and the ham on rye, sips and bites between erasures, which also consumes time, which erases the day, which causes the night. Other chores. Squad car with 5 policemen ride through City Street, downtown to 10th Avenue, to empty store, once where novelties were sold. Park, place the men, 2 in front, 2 in back. Walk over to the front entrance with Detective Dennison.
Yeah?
Bob Murray?
Yeah.
Tommy said there was a game. Tommy Jordan.
Hurry up in. Uh-oh.
Just leave the door open, mister. The 2 boys in blue belong to us. They're getting cold. Yeah. Come on in, fellas. Now, let's all of us go in.
Such a good game we're having. Why do you guys have to louse up
In the back.
Yeah. Come on, I'll show you. You guys, I swear, Fellas.
A raid, boys. That's nice. It's real nice. Open a back door for them, officer. Take them downtown.
I'm sorry, fellas.
You stay here, Murray.
Snap it up, boys. Snap it up.
Wait for me, Dennis, and I'll give you Murray in a few minutes.
Just a little game.
Yeah, maybe a couple thousand on that table.
So, we're in that income tax bracket. So?
So tell me about last night's game.
What game? No different.
About a man named Artie Blanchard.
He win.
He's dead.
Yeah? So I don't read the paper, so?
You kill him?
I'm a hard loser, mister, but not that hard.
How much do you lose?
12 G's, more or less.
How much did Blanchard win altogether?
I don't know. Cleaned everybody. Artie had a hot fist all night.
Who was playing?
Just a small game.
Yeah, I know, but who?
Well, let me see. Teddy Webster. The Lucas brothers, me, and Artie. That's all.
You know where I can get in touch with these people?
You're asking for my cooperation, huh?
I asked you something.
Wait, sure. I'll tell you where. I'm glad for the opportunity to help.
Hello.
Police. I'm looking for Teddy Webster.
But I'm Teddy, for Theodora. Surprised?
Yes.
Delighted?
Look, Miss Webster.
Inside there is a spring. You hear it? You hear the music? Come close to it. Come inside. All this day I've played it over and over and over. And there's the feeling I will burst. I'll explode. I'll find green grass somewhere.
Miss Webster?
Yes.
How old are you?
Put your hand here to my throat and you'd know. 18, I've been told. Only at 18 is it like...
Sounds crazy to say this.
Then you must say it.
Were you at a crap game last night?
Exciting. The shadows and the green table. Very, very exciting.
A man named Artie Blanchard.
I lost to him. And I think I kissed him on the cheek for it. Which does he remember, I wonder?
How much did you lose?
$10,000, but I'm still ahead. Last week I won.
Last night, 10,000.
But I'm very rich. My father sees to that. And he lets me have this place alone, and he understands the things I want.
Miss Webster.
Yes.
Artie Blanchard was murdered last night.
Dead? But when I left him at the game... Which did he remember, I wonder? My kiss? I'm sure of it, the kiss.
Let's go, Miss Webster.
I'm under arrest for gambling? That'll be exciting, too. Very, very, very.
All I'm asking you to do is be quiet, that's all.
Okay, let's try it softly, Mr. Lucas. How much did you lose at the dice game last night? How much
But please, you want to wake my brother?
In about 2 minutes, yeah.
Give him the 2 minutes, huh? He's tired. He was figuring a system for Vegas. It tired him out. Very fine mathematical brain, but it tires him.
How about last night? Did he get real tired?
Not very, no. He hardly got to hold the dice. That Blanchard was, very hot. My brother Ray must have dropped maybe 14 G's. He stood there trying to figure out by mathematics how to stop this guy Blanchard.
How much did you lose, Mr. Lucas?
Compared to Ray, I practically won. I lost 4 G's.
Let's go wake Ray, huh?
Oh, we have to? We have to. Ray, wake up. That's the boy. We're arrested, Ray.
Oh, hi, boys.
Good evening, Mr. Tobin. This is Detective Dennison.
Hi, how are you? Well, come in out of the draft. Hey, it's on the dresser. Well, I'm not going to tell anybody, boys. Pour yourself a drink.
No, thanks.
Well, what can I do for you?
A few questions.
Then what I can do for you is a few answers. Huh? Then I can go home to Utica.
Anxious to get back, huh?
As soon as you give the word.
What are you going to do when you get back?
Get warm, my way.
Tell us about it.
You got an eat about how it is in Utica?
Matter of fact, yeah. Tell us, huh?
You kidding?
Look, Tobin, all this time we've been trying to be real subtle. What we really want to know is what you're going to do with all that money.
My 5G. I hadn't thought about it. Might be a business.
But you'll miss Artie, huh?
Oh, sure will. Lots and lots.
Nobody to go 50-50 with anymore.
Nope.
What are you going to do with the other 20,000?
Get him.
You got me with a question. What are you going to do with the other 20,000?
Hey, Clover.
Huh?
Are you sure you brought the right detective?
This is going to sound real dull, too, Tobin. You want to listen?
Well, we Utica fellas are polite. We got a ditty goes with that. You want to hear?
I'll save it. You can write it on the wall at the pokey. Lots of poets down there.
Here's the way we figure it, Tobin. You and Artie, partners, 50-50 on everything. You said so yourself.
Ah, I did that.
So you're 5,000, Artie's 5,000, 10 grand altogether.
Hey, that's good. Very, very good.
Oh, this guy's a sweetheart, Danny. I'm going to enjoy riding him downtown.
10 grand, and Artie invested it in a crap game. I've talked to everyone in that game. $40,000 was lost. Won by Artie.
And?
And this. Up against the wall, Tubman. Come on, move.
Oh, for what?
Shake down, mister. Up against the wall. Turn around, face it. Let's get your hands behind your neck, huh? That's the baby.
Just what do you expect to find?
Artie came back here with $50,000. 10,000, half of it yours, and 40,000 he won. We found half of it lying around this room.
Where do you keep your wallet, Tobin?
Inside coat pocket.
Get it. Here, Danny, catch
it. Yeah. Bank draft for $5,000, Ruxton National Bank.
Yeah, sure. I went down there this morning, got a draft for my money. That's an error? Now, look.
Yeah?
I have to stand like this.
Okay, turn around. What'd you do with the rest of the money? Ruxton National Bank, Dennison called.
Right. This is the police operator. Get me the Ruxton National Bank. On 5th. That's right. Thank you.
Safe deposit box, Tobin, is that where? Open account? Is that what you did? Or is it in another bank? We'll find it. We'll check all of them. Or did you hide it? Well, first of all, we'll tear up this room as a matter of procedure.
Hello, this is the police. Let me talk to the head teller, please.
Artie was
Go ahead.
Artie was going to steal it.
Yes, that's right, sir. This is the police. Yeah, I'm glad to know you, too, Mr. Goodwin. Write down this name. Joe Tobin.
Hang up. Hang up.
Never mind, Mr. Goodwin.
Go ahead, Tobin. He invested your money in a crap game, won, and all he wanted to give back was your original investment. Is that it?
Can you imagine a guy like that? Gambles my money without telling me, wins 40 G's. All I wanted was my share, half of what he won.
What you took after you killed him, huh?
Threw his share right in his face.
Then threw him out of the window.
Well, sure. What do you expect? He was my part. A guy crosses a part. What can they expect? You got a 50-50 understanding, mister. Shaking hands with a guy. Buddy, guy crosses you?
Kill him, huh?
Sure. What else you gonna do with a guy like that?
Broadway's given up now. The night is dying, and it's becoming another day. And for an hour, the Fury lies sleeping. Then an engine will start, and a horn will blow, and people will run out from under the earth and beckon over their shoulders and start the Fury all over again. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Anthony Barrett was heard as Joe Tobin. Featured in the cast were Barbara Eiler, Louise Lewis, James McCallion, Bob Sweeney, Benny Rubin, and George Peroni. Bill Anders speaking. Every Monday at the Star's address, CBS Radio presents the Dean of the Drama programs, Lux Radio Theater, over most of these same stations. This Monday night is no exception. For Screenland personalities and another full adaptation of an outstanding motion picture, be sure to be listening. Monday nights, it's Lux Radio Theater on CBS Radio. Stay tuned now for the Vaughn Monroe Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to involve my trying to hold an Eastern European country together with my finger ring. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve.
Well, where do I go this time?
To jail.
Let's have that again.
You heard me. I'm sending you to jail.
Now, look, so maybe I did pad my expense account a little last month, but that isn't enough reason.
Seriously, Steve, there's someone in jail I want you to talk to. A woman.
Oh, well, you're sounding better by the moment.
I'm afraid you don't get the point.
Okay, what is the point?
The point is on the end of the KRONER CUTLAS, and it's a sharp one.
Look, jail, sword points. I think you better start at the beginning, Commissioner.
Take a look at this map, Steve. See this little country in Eastern Europe?
What about it?
Politically, it's on the fence right now. And as you know, that country has had a history of violence stretching back hundreds of years.
Wait a minute. The KRONER CUTLAS, isn't that regarded as a sort of symbol of unity in that country?
Whoever has had it in his possession has always been able to rally the country behind him, yes. The KRONER CUTLAS has been a symbol of unity, or rather was.
What do you mean, was?
Just before the end of the war, the KRONER CUTLAS was given to a U.S. Army lieutenant for safekeeping by one of their national leaders. Shortly after that, the lieutenant was reported missing in action. And neither he nor the sword has ever been located.
I still don't see what all of this has to do with my talking to a lady in jail, Commissioner.
That lady is the missing Army lieutenant's wife. This morning, the police got an anonymous tip that she had in her possession a jewel from the handle of the KRONER CUTLAS.
What?
That's right, Steve. They picked her up and brought her in. The jewel was in her purse.
You trying to tell me that the Army lieutenant's really alive and has been sending jewels from the sword back home one at a time for his wife to sell?
I'm only giving you what facts we have at this time, Steve. But I think there's a lot more to it than appears on the surface.
Oh, for instance, maybe this whole thing's a frame, huh?
I think it is, but thinking it and proving it are two different things. Naturally, that country is clamoring for the return of that sword.
Well, we've got to find it before we can return it.
Right. And I think you know there are interests in that country who would prefer that the sword not be returned, or if it is, that they're the ones who return it.
Yeah, that figures all right.
The most important newspaper over there is hooked up with these same interests, Steve. The story of this woman's arrest is already leaked out, and they're making capital of it. That's why we've got to act fast. Now, Steve, get down to the jail. Talk to the lieutenant's wife and get her story. Then go anywhere and do anything you have to find that sword and deliver it to the proper officials. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of trying to locate an old beat-up sword, but the difference is that this particular sword could determine the fate of an entire nation. And I know that somewhere along the line, I'm sure to tangle with an outfit who'll be trying their best to give me that sword. Right in the neck. So I mosey down to the jail and talk to the Army lieutenant's wife, Mrs. Rogers.
I'm glad you came, Mr. Mitchell. Maybe you'll believe me. Nobody else around here seems to.
Well, suppose you start from the beginning, Mrs. Rogers.
All right. 5 years ago, my husband was reported missing in action. I was convinced that he'd been killed. I still am.
Go on.
In the last letter I received from him, he mentioned something about having a valuable sword in his possession. The KRONER something or other.
KRONER CUTLAS.
Yes. He said that it had been entrusted to him so that it wouldn't be captured by the enemy. That was the only thing he said about it. And I never heard from my husband again.
Then how do you account for having one of the jewels from that sword in your possession?
This morning a man came to my door. He handed me a small box and said it was for my husband. Before I could recover from the shock, he'd gone. In that box was a jewel.
I see.
Well, I didn't know what to do. Finally, I decided to go to the police. But on the way here, I was arrested. I guess they didn't believe I was coming here to give it to them. Later, they told me that jewel had come from the handle of the sword.
Yeah.
You believe me, don't you?
I'd like to. Look, you say a man came to your door and handed you that jewel this morning. Had you ever seen him before?
No, never.
Can you describe him?
Well, he was short and dark. Well, that's about all I remember.
That's not much to go on. Can't you remember anything else about him?
I'm afraid not. Wait. His clothing.
What about it?
He was wearing a pea coat and dungarees.
Could have been a sailor. Well, that's still not very much to go on, but guess I'll have to do with it. Thanks for the information, Mrs. Rogers. I'll see what I can find out. Well, at this point, I don't know whether Mrs. Rogers is telling me the truth or not, but there's only one way to find out, so I start checking. Then, 23 cab drivers later, I find one who remembers picking up a sailor from Mrs. Rogers' address and taking him to the waterfront just in time to catch a freighter that was pulling out, the Golden Star. I check further and find that the Golden Star is now en route to Liverpool, England, so I fly to England. And I'm waiting on the dock in Liverpool when the Golden Star pulls in.
Pity some people can't learn to stay at home and mind their own business.
What? Look, Oh, well, my old friend, Inspector Barrett.
Hello, Mitchell.
How's Scotland Yard these days?
Still doing business at the same address, thank you.
What are you doing here in Liverpool?
No, just dropped down to see what you were doing here. Last time you came over, as I remember, you were looking for microfilm.
Yeah, this time it's a sword.
My. You should have quite a collection of trophies when you finally round out your illustrious career. Anything I can do to give you a hand, old boy?
Thanks, but I doubt it. Unless you want to stand here and watch every seaman who comes off that freighter that's just docking. All I know is that the one I'm after is short and dark, which is going to make it pretty tough.
No, not really tough at all, Mitchell. Here.
What's this?
Just a photograph of the man you're after, old boy.
Huh? Hey, how did you get this?
Quite simple, really. Your commissioner told us you were coming and why. The Golden Star is a British freighter. So we sent a wireless to the skipper, asking for the name of the seaman who almost missed the ship in the States. He sent us the name, and we nosed around in the hiring hall files and got this picture. Chap named Perkins. Oh, really nothing to it.
Oh, well, I got a hunch it wasn't quite as simple as you're making it sound, but thanks anyway. Hey, look, coming down the gangplank.
Righto, Perkins himself. And he looks to be in a bit of a hurry. Want to nab him?
No, not yet. I'm more interested in seeing where he goes and whom he reports to. Let's tag along after him and find out. We follow Perkins off the pier. He grabs a cab and starts taking side streets, obviously trying to shake off anyone who might be tailing him, but Barrett and I stick. Finally, Perkins' cab pulls up in front of the railroad depot, and he disappears inside. We jump out and follow him, but when we get inside, Perkins is nowhere in sight.
Well, quite a disappearing act the lad pulled on us, Mitchell.
He's got to be around here somewhere, Barrett.
Yes, but where?
He may try to get on that train that's pulling in.
He'd have to be pretty speedy to do that. That's a through train. Doesn't stop here.
Oh. Hey, look, that crowd over on the platform.
Yes, I got a glimpse of the blighter, too.
Come on.
Mitchell, he's trying to get through that crowd. Seems to be running from someone. Mitchell! Brother! Fell right into the path of the train.
Miller got pushed.
One side, please. One side. Let us through, please. One side. One side. Stand back.
Hey, not a very pretty sight, is he?
No. Looks like we were a bit too late. Well, come along. I say, Mitchell.
Oh, okay.
Praying over the blighter is all very well, but...
I wasn't exactly praying, Barrett.
Well, I saw your lips moving, and I'm quite sure you weren't carrying on a conversation with him.
No, I wasn't. But someone from a distance might think I was.
I see. The chap who pushed Perkins, for instance.
For instance?
I say, aren't you sticking out the well-known neck? If the killer thinks you have any information, he's liable to take a try at you.
Well, that might give me a lead, and right now I'm fresh out.
Strikes me as a rather grim way of getting a lead. Well, where does all of this leave you now, Mitchell?
Right in the middle of nowhere.
Looks a little embarrassing for your government at this point, doesn't it?
It sure does. A United States Army lieutenant gets a symbolic sword entrusted to him and disappears. Then a jewel from the sword turns up in his wife's possession. Not exactly conducive to good relations between our country and theirs, particularly when the leading newspaper of their country is hooked up with the interests which would like to take over.
Yes, I imagine that paper is making quite an issue of the incident.
You know, Perkins' murder just now convinces me more than ever that this whole deal is a frame. Perkins was probably hired to deliver that jewel to Mrs. Ford. He outlived his usefulness and was killed to shut his mouth.
Nice theory, if you can prove it. Oh, incidentally, where is that jewel?
In my pocket.
What?
I'm going to turn it over to their Royal Museum. That's where the sword used to be kept. I guess that's my next stop. When can I catch a plane across the channel?
Weather's a bit thick for flying right now, Mitchell. Better take the channel boat.
Okay. Well, thanks for everything, Barrett.
Righto. Oh, it was really...
Yeah, I know. It was really nothing. Well, see you later, I hope. So I board the channel boat. It's dark and foggy, and as usual, the crossing is rough, and I stand out on deck at the rail, and pretty soon a sad-looking little gent is standing beside me.
Oh.
A little hard on stomach, huh?
15 times I crossed this channel. 14 times I am seasick.
What happened the 15th time?
I fly across.
Oh, better that way, huh?
No, that time I got airsick.
He wanders down the deck and disappears into the mist. I stand there a few minutes more. Then suddenly I hear a little noise behind me, and I start to turn. Then I hear someone running at me. I drop to one knee. A knife flashes down at me. I grab a wrist and heave. He goes flying. I don't even get a look at the knife artist. My hunch is that it was C6 Sam, but at this point it doesn't matter, except that having missed me once, they'll probably try again. I get to Paris and take a plane east to the country that the sword belongs to, and I head for the Royal Museum and the curator's office.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
Well, hello. I was expecting to find someone with a long gray beard. This is quite an improvement.
Thank you, but I am not the curator. Dr. Marzak is. I'm his assistant, Anna.
Anna? Steve Mitchell from the United States.
Oh, yes, Mr. Mitchell. We have been expecting you.
I'm supposed to turn over the jewel from the KRONER cutlass to the curator.
I know. A very unfortunate incident, isn't it?
It sure is.
Mr. Mitchell, I'm convinced that this is a deliberate plot on the part of those interests which would like to create a rift between our two countries.
Well, it's good to hear someone else say that, Anna.
Dr. Marzak is quite anxious to talk to you, but he's busy right now. If you care to wander around the museum and look at the exhibits, I will call you when he is free.
So I nose around the museum. It's a typical collection. A few fig leaf characters, a bunch of spears and crossbows on the walls, and a plaster statue of a general on horseback holding a sword in the air.
One of our heroes, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, I didn't hear you come up.
His name is General Krufer. He lived 2 centuries ago, and he was as devoted to our country as I am.
Oh, well, speaking of names, what's yours?
I am Gabor, the editor of the newspaper here.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of your paper, gay boy.
And let me assure you, I have heard of you, Mr. Steve Mitchell from the United States.
You seem to. So your newspaper is devoted to the welfare of this country, huh?
Completely.
Sure.
And has your interventionist government sent you over here in a feeble attempt to explain away this defamation of our national symbol, the KRONER cutlass?
You know, I'll bet you took those words right out of one of your editorials.
The fact remains that your noble army lieutenants feel so little respect for our country that they steal our symbol and sell the jewels from it.
Look, Gabor, according to our information, the army lieutenant to whom that sword was entrusted was killed in action several years ago.
Obviously, he's alive and in hiding. You could have easily falsified the records.
Oh, sure. Tell me, is there by any chance an election coming up in this country soon?
That has nothing to do with it.
Oh, of course not. I was just asking.
Do not attempt to cloud the issue. The very fact that you have in your possession a jewel taken from the KRONER cutlass is proof of our suspicions.
Yeah. I must admit it does look sort of bad for us.
You pretend to be unconcerned, yet I see you wringing your hands with nervousness. But you have indeed a good cause to be nervous.
You're so right, Gabor.
Mr. Mitchell, Dr. Marzak will see you now.
Thanks, Anna. Well, see you around,
Indeed
Gabor.
you will, Mr. Mitchell. I intend to give your visit here the widest publicity.
I'm sure of it.
I'll write him here, Mr. Mitchell.
Ah, Mr. Mitchell.
Dr. Marzak?
I am happy to make your acquaintance, although I wish these circumstances were more pleasant. Sit down.
Thanks.
Dr. Marzak agrees with us, Mr. Mitchell, that this could be a plot.
That is what I would like to think, Anna. But we cannot close our eyes to facts.
I know. And here's fact number 1. The jewel from the KRONER cutlass.
Oh, wait.
What's the matter, Anna?
Let me see that jewel. Mr. Mitchell, this is the jewel you brought with you from the United States.
It sure is. Why?
But this is just a piece of cheap onyx.
What?
Oh, no.
It's true, Dr. Marzak. See for yourself. This jewel was not taken from the KRONER cutlass.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Look, are you sure this stone didn't come from the KRONER cutlass?
Of course I'm sure.
Let me see it, Anna.
Oh, here you are, Dr. Marzak.
Why, Anna is right, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, my theory is that this deal is a frame, but I hardly think the interest behind it would be stupid enough to give us a phony jewel. Wait a minute.
Where are you going?
I've got a little errand to do, Dr. Marzak. I'll check with you two later.
Ah, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, Gabor. Good thing you're still hanging around.
What do you mean?
Go on into Dr. Marzak's office. I'll bet he's got an interesting story for you.
Thank you. I'm certain he has. As a matter of fact, I have that story all set up in print and ready to run.
Don't count on it. Gabor disappears into Marzak's office looking like a cat after a 7-course dinner. I get over behind the statue of the sword-holding general on horseback because if my hunch is right, if Gabor and his outfit are behind this deal, he's going to come out of Marzak's office in a hurry, looking like a sick chicken. And 2 minutes later, he does. I follow him outside to a phone booth where he puts in a quick call. Then he heads for a little bar. He downs 3 drinks in a hurry, looking more nervous by the moment. 10 minutes later, a fat gent comes in and waddles over to him. I slip the bartender a buck and learn that the fat guy's name is Kratz, the publisher of the paper that Gabor edits. I stroll over to them. Hello, Gabor.
Oh, Mitchell.
Yeah. So this is Steve Mitchell from the United States.
That's right, Mr. Kratz.
You know my name.
We all have our sources of information. You publish Gabor's newspaper, don't you?
Your information is quite accurate. And how is your mission coming, Mitchell? I imagine you're having great difficulty explaining this incident.
Oh? You mean Gabor hasn't told you yet?
Tell me what?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Told me what?
That jewel didn't come from the KRONER CUTLAS.
A very feeble joke, Mitchell.
It's no joke. Ask Dr. Marzak or his assistant. They ought to know.
You see, I was going to tell you I hadn't had time yet.
You perhaps felt it was not important, Gabor.
This whole thing is a trick, Mr. Kratz. I'm sure of it.
You don't sound very sure to me, Gabor. You know, without mentioning any names, it could go together something like this. Someone hires a merchant seaman to deliver a jewel from the KRONER CUTLAS to a woman in the States, but the seaman pulls a double-cross and switches jewels, keeping the real one. That make any sense to you, Gabor?
Of course not. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, there could be some heads rolling for a deal like that.
I tell you, this whole thing is a trick, Mr. Kratz.
If you'll excuse us, Mr. Mitchell, I believe Gabor and I should have a little talk.
But, Mr. Kratz...
Sure, go right ahead. See you later, gentlemen.
Oh, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, Anna.
Dr. Marzak began to think you were not coming back. He left a few minutes ago.
I'm sorry my errand took longer than I thought, but it was worth it. It's nice to have the pressure on somebody else for a change.
I'm not sure I understand you.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Would you like a ride home?
Oh, well, yes, thank you very much. I'll be with you as soon as I finish soaking my hands. Work around these old relics is not conducive to a good manicure.
Yeah, I can imagine. Here, your hands are all wet. I'll get the phone.
Oh, never mind.
No trouble. Hello? Hello? Hello?
What's the matter?
I don't know. Nobody answers.
I'll take it.
Here you are.
Hello? Hello? Oh, it was probably a wrong number.
Oh, I wonder.
What do you mean?
I think I know where that call came from, Anna. I could hear a balalaika playing in the background. It could have been from the bar I just came from. There was a balalaika there, too.
But who could be calling me from a bar?
That's a good question. Well, come on.
It's very thoughtful of you to take me home, Steve. Here, I'll turn out the lights.
Dark out here in the main hall.
Yes. Be careful not to bump into General Krupa's horse.
You think he might kick me?
If he did, it would be quite an event. Turn to the right here.
Okay. I guess you have every square foot of this place memorized, huh?
Just about. Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, I left my gloves in the office. It'll only take me a minute. Wait here.
I stand there in the dark, waiting. Several minutes go by, and I'm just about to go back to the office to see what happened to Anna when I hear a faint creaking sound to one side of me. I hit the floor. Something plunks into the wall over my head. I get to my knees and start circling in the dark, but the room is empty except for a heavy crossbow lying on the floor.
Steve?
Over here, Anna.
Oh, wait, I'll turn on the lights. There. Are you all right?
As far as I know.
What happened?
Somebody took a pot shot at me with a crossbow.
What?
That surprise you?
Oh, yes, of course. What do you mean?
You know, it took you a long time to find those gloves, Anna.
What are you talking about?
Long enough for you to have come back here in the dark and gotten that crossbow down off the wall.
Steve, whatever put such a ridiculous idea into your head?
Let it go for the time being. Come on, let's go.
This is my apartment just ahead, Steve.
Okay.
You still suspicious of me, Steve?
I guess right now I'm a little suspicious of everything, Anna.
Perhaps if you were to come up and let me mix your drink, Steve, you might find out that your suspicions were completely unjustified.
I might, at that. Okay,
What is it?
Nothing. Look, I don't think I'll be able to make it, Anna.
Oh, but
I just remembered something I have to take care of right away. I'll be seeing you. What's changed my mind is a glimpse of a figure standing across the street in the shadows. I get in my car and drive around the block and come back. The guy is gone. I look up at Anna's window and the lights are out. Suddenly, it hits me. I pound upstairs and down the hall to her door. There's a faint smell of gas. I start throwing my shoulder against the door. Windows are closed. The gas is on full tilt and Anna's lying on the bed. I turn off the gas and open the windows. Anna. Here, I'll get you over to the window. Don't try to talk until you get some fresh air in your lungs. There you are. That better?
Oh, yes, Marge.
What happened?
Oh, someone knocked on my door. And when I opened it, whoever it was hit me. I didn't get a chance to see who. That is all I remember.
Well, at least this attempt on your life sort of takes you off my suspicious list.
But why would anyone want to kill me, Steve?
I don't know unless... Hey, wait a minute. Put it together this way. Only 3 people outside the enemy's camp know that the jewel is a phony. You, Dr. Marzak, and myself.
So?
So, first an attempt is made on my life, that crossbow gag at the museum. Then an attempt is made on your life just now. Sort of looks like the opposition is trying to keep that jewel switch a secret, doesn't it?
Oh, Steve, that means...
That means they'll probably try next for the third name on the list, the guy who has that phony jewel right now.
Dr. Marzak.
Do you know his home phone number?
Oh, yes. I'll call him right away.
Tell him to lock himself up in a hurry. These babies we're up against believe in moving fast.
I know they... hello? Let me speak to Dr. Marzak, please. What? How long ago? Do you know where he went? Oh, I see. An appointment. Oh, thank you.
Where is he?
Well, according to the butler, Dr. Marzak had a 10 o'clock appointment at the museum.
Who with?
Someone who telephoned him earlier in the evening. The butler doesn't know who.
Someone who phoned him? Yeah. Could be the same guy who called the museum when I answered the phone, and in my book, that adds up to Gabor.
Steve, Gabor will try to kill Dr. Marzak.
That looks that way. What time is it?
10 minutes to 10.
That gives us just 10 minutes to get there. Come on, let's go. You got a key to the front door of this joint, Anna?
Yes, right here.
Good. Haven't got any time to waste. Hey, who's that gent roosting in front of the door?
I don't know. I've never seen him before.
What do you want?
Get out of the way. We want to see Dr. Marzak.
The curator does not wish to be disturbed.
Oh, who told you that? Dr. Marzak or Gabor?
Get away from here before I...
Go! Sorry, Buster. Come on, Anna. Get this door open.
Yes. They are probably in Dr. Marzak's office. I hope we're in time to prevent Gabor from killing him.
So do I. Where's that turn in the hall?
It's right here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look. There's a crack of light under Marzak's office door.
There was a crack of light, you mean? The lights just went off.
Oh, shall I turn them on out here?
No, I don't want us to be silhouetted when I open that office door. Well, here we are. Now, get down.
All right.
Here goes. Then I hear a back door slam. I open it. There's a flight of stairs. I start up. Then I see a figure coming down at me. I drop to one knee and throw a shoulder into it. It goes flying. It's Gabor. He hits the bottom and lies still. There's enough light to tell me that the stairs I'm on lead to a balcony which overlooks the main hall of the museum. I start up them again. Then a voice from above stops me.
Who is it?
Steve Mitchell. Where are you, Dr. Marzak?
Above you, on the balcony.
Are you okay?
Yes. I'm quite all right, thank you.
One slug hits me in the shoulder and bounces me back against the wall. Now, at last, I know who the real leader of the opposition is, Dr. Marzak. I flatten myself against the wall and inch up the rest of the stairs. He's shooting blind, and if I've counted correctly, his gun is empty by now. I reach the balcony, then I see a glint of metal. He's coming at me with a battle axe. I duck just in time. Axe cuts the air an inch above my head, and I let him have a left. Brother.
Steve!
You just winged me. You can turn the lights on now.
All right. Oh, Steve, look.
Yeah, that statue of General Krupa. Marzak must have fallen right on top of the sword in the general's hand.
Oh.
His weight broke the sword off, and he fell to the floor. Not a very pretty sight, is it?
Oh, no. Steve, wait.
What's the matter?
That sword. That is the KRONER CUTLAS.
What?
Yes. There's a coat of plaster over it, but some of it cracked away. It is the KRONER CUTLAS.
Well, how about that? Marzak must have had it hidden right here all the time in the general's hand. Well, I gotta hand it to him. He couldn't have picked a better hiding place.
But why, Steve?
Oh, it's pretty simple. Marzak and his outfit probably figured that after thoroughly discrediting my country with that stolen jewel gag, they'd produce the sword along about election time and win enough votes with it.
But I don't understand why Marzak was stupid enough to use an imitation jewel.
He wasn't.
What do you mean?
Here's the real jewel from the KRONER CUTLAS, Anna.
Oh.
I've had it right here in my pocket all along.
But that jewel you showed us.
That one I pried out of my finger ring. You see, when I was talking to Gabor outside Marzak's office, I realized he was counting pretty heavily on the fact that the jewel I had came from the sword. So I figured it might put the pressure on him a little if I substituted a phony stone. It did.
Well, I hope Dr. Marzak realized before he fell on the sword that his treacherous plans did not succeed.
Oh, I'm sure he did, Anna. Matter of fact, you might say that Dr. Marzak finally got the point.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, was written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and was produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. Enjoy The Man Called X next, and later it's Dennis Day on NBC.
You, finding life pretty dull? You, dreaming again of exotic places, wishing you were somewhere else? We offer you escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Escape with us now to a ship on the high seas and a cargo of mutinous criminals, as Western Martyr tells it in his gripping story, A Sleeping Draft.
That helps. But it's like I say, you can't forget. You can never forget. It's at night that you think about it, with the water outside rushing past the hull. That's when you think, then it can never be the same. You can't trust anybody. Never. Not a soul. I can tell you, you just can't trust 'em. Not even yourself. What is it, mister?
Mr. Finch says he's ready to board, sir.
Oh, he is, eh? All right, I'm not stopping him.
Sir.
Yeah?
He insists on bringing them aboard one at a time.
What? Does he think I'm going to miss the tide? There's over 400 of them. It'll take hours.
Well, that's what I said, sir, but...
I'm captain of this blasted hulk. What she is, but I'll not be told by a slum-gullion landsman what to do. Mr. Finch! Come aboard, if you please!
I'm sorry, sir.
I should have resigned. Stinking, filthy, poor devil cargo.
Everything I cockalorum, Captain?
No, everything is not I cockalorum. What in blazes do you mean ordering my mate about?
No offense intended. None taken, I hope.
I want those scurvy wretches aboard now. All of them. You put them below and we'll weigh anchor.
One at a time, sir. One at a time. We got to search them.
Why didn't you do that before you took them out of jail?
There's many a slip, Captain, if you know what I mean. You'd be surprised what those swine can pick up between jail and the docks. It ain't safe. Now, we got to search them, one at a time, and that's a fact. You let me handle this, Captain. It ain't no ordinary cargo, you know. They're murdering devils, every last one of them.
The convicts came aboard, one by one. I watched them. They were going from London to a land they'd never seen. A colony at Bortham, Australia. 400. The sweepings and scrapings sorted out from the muck of the jails with Finch in charge of them. Oh, I've carried dirty cargoes. Dye wood, for instance, crawling with scorpions and spiders, not to mention snakes. And then there's cattle. But this, weeks and months at sea with a human cargo who'd as soon cut your throat as spit. And what made it worse was, I felt sorry for the poor beggars. I watched them come aboard until there were 2 left.
Name? Wilkes is the name. Search him.
Take your bleeding hands off me. I ain't got nothing. I just stole my last farthing.
Shut your jaw! That's enough, Finch. I won't have the cat used on my ship. They'll get enough of it where they're going.
You're a trusting soul, you are, Captain. How would you like that between your ribs? A touch of the cat's a lot better than letting this swine bring a knife aboard, eh? Take 'em below.
I said, all right.
I don't know how they do it. Self me, I don't. You've got to watch for them knives. Next!
Right.
Ooh, here's a terror. Look at the size of him. Dangerous swine. 3 murders in Australia. Escaped. He's in for it when he gets back. Name?
Abbey. Jonathan Abbey.
Abbey. Well, a gentleman in chains. I'm sorry, your worship. Forgive us for daring to lay hands on your highness. I'm sure as how you've been wrongly accused.
That's enough, Finch.
Search him. Then take him below. I want Mr. Jonathan Abbey shackled. He's a prize. We mustn't let anything happen to him.
From the day we left London docks, I'd taken a violent dislike to Finch. He seemed to be happiest when he was laying about with his cat on the convicts herded like sheep below decks. He kept them quiet enough, but one night I decided to have it out with him in my cabin. Oh, I made it strong, I can tell you, so that even he could understand what I meant.
You all finished, Captain? All right. Now, you hear me out. They're a bad lot. 400 of them. All bound for Australia, and they don't want to go. You follow me? There's that bloke Abbey. As soon as we touch Sydney, the game's up for him. They'll hang him, sure.
That doesn't mean that you have the right to make life even worse for them here.
Oh, no? If I don't, where do you think we'll be? You, me, your mates. And the crew, well, from what I've seen of them, they're not much better than what's below.
You're doing a lot of jawing, mister.
I am. What would you do if you were down there? I'll tell you. You'd get hold of the ship and clear out. That's what you'd do. And it'd be easy.
They're locked in and we've got a guard.
You don't know them like I do. There's another thing. When I searched them, there was 1 to 5 sovereigns stowed away on every man. Earned or stolen. That'll come to over £1,000 by my figures.
They're entitled to that money. It's little enough to take to a wild country.
It's truth, but there's them down there what would slit the gullet of any man for 2 bob. And you asked me to be dainty with them.
That's the way he talked to me. You know, I can tell you I didn't feel easy anymore. I did something I hadn't done for a long time. I brought 2 pistols out from ship's stores and kept them under my pillow. It was when we got round the Horn that the first convict died. From scurvy. We had to put him over the side, of course, and there was a lot of grousing. I went down to the hold with Finch. It was hot and stinking.
Now, you let me talk to them, Captain. I'll put it to rights.
You tell them it couldn't be helped.
Now, don't you mind. I'll tell them.
Blimey. Here comes old-blooded Paul. Oi, Finch. Did you steal the clothes off the poor beggar's back before you threw them in?
Men!
Man, we ain't man, Daddy. We're dogs, haven't you?
Yeah, you ought to hear me.
Why
don't you wait to bury poor old Smithy in the ground instead of chucking him in the sea?
All right. We've got another 2 or 3 weeks before we reach land. I'll make a bargain with you. The next one what dies, now that it's getting nice and hot, I'll leave him down there, and you can take care of him and mourn till we get to Australia. How's that? Half a crown you don't keep him for 3 days.
That's old bloody pot. Always a nose for business.
Well, if you ain't satisfied with that, I'll see that the hatch is closed down tight for the rest of the voyage. And you can boil for all of me.
That seemed to settle it for a time. I began to see that in spite of Finch's hardness with them, the prisoners knew he was master and behaved themselves. That is, most of them did. But there were others. And that's what began the trouble. We were 2 days out of the Cook Islands when it happened.
Yes?
Captain, there's a man on deck. We brought him up from below. It's horrible.
Why, what's happened?
One of the convicts, sir.
Oh?
All that blood, sir. Poor devil. I tried to do something, but it was too late. By the time we got him up...
Fight, eh?
Yes, sir.
Here we are, Captain. Mr. Darling ain't much of a surgeon, I must say.
I did what I could. He must have been dead before we got him up here.
Why, he's been cut to pieces.
Not half he ain't.
How did it happen?
Oh, I heard him shouting. When I went down in the hold, there he was, propped up like against the bars, with his arms through holding him up.
He must have been dead. He must have been.
Poor devil.
Who, him? No, he's dead. There's others in for it, though.
What do you mean?
Well, how'd you think he got cut up like that? Knives, Captain. Knives.
But you searched them before they boarded.
I did, and Struth, I don't know how they come to do it. Small knives, Captain. Small knives. We're getting close to Australia. That's what it is. Whoever's got them knives, he's after money. £1,000 or more what's on this cursed ship.
Well, I don't see
how... You're a trusting soul, you are, Captain. Maybe there's a dozen of them. Maybe 20 with knives. Follow me? They'll run the others and rob 'em blind. Gold sovereigns, Captain. You didn't forget, did you? If anybody objects, cut him up in small pieces like him.
We've got to go down there and put a stop to it.
Yes, I don't think. How many guns you got aboard?
2 pistols and 4 muskets.
That's a fat lot of good. Oh, well, let's take the sweet with the sour. We can try, there's no harm in that. Mark my words, Captain, before we get to Sydney, all of us probably will have our throats cut. Come on.
Finch and I, with 2 seamen, armed ourselves and went down into the hold and stood outside the bars. The men inside were quiet, very quiet. They just looked at us, dark like.
You, men!
I'll talk to them. Now listen to me. We know some of you are carrying knives. I want you to throw them out here. Nothing further will be said about it if you do as I say. Well?
Captain, dear, my porridge wasn't hot enough this morning. And please, sir, can I have sugar in it tomorrow?
That ain't the way to talk to this scum. The captain's a gentleman. I'm not. You know me, don't you?
We knows you all right.
You, Abby.
Yes?
I've a mind you're the leader down here.
Good old Abby.
I'm flattered, Mr. Finch, but you forget I'm shackled to my bunk. You saw to that.
You listen to me. I'm giving you till morning to throw them knives out here. Till morning. If every blasted one ain't out of your dirty hands, I'm going to have you flogged. Every ruddy one of you. 50 lashes. Do you hear me, Mr. Abbey?
I'll think about it.
Till morning. Then 50 lashes. You think about that, Mr. Abbey. I didn't think they'd give 'em to us that easy, Captain.
There's going to be trouble, though, with this flogging.
There'll be more if we don't get the knives away.
Good morning, Captain dear and Mr. Finch.
You filthy scum! Where's them knives?
Where they'll do the most good.
All right. I give 'em you a chance. I played fair. Now?
Mr. Finch, may I have a word with you?
Oh, come to your senses, have you?
Bend closer to the bar circles. What I've got to say, I've got to whisper.
Well, what is it? What is it?
Mr. Finch.
Well, that's 100 lashes. Wilkes, I'll take you first and handle the cat myself.
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. Why not take, him first? He won't feel it like I will.
The crowd of men parted suddenly, and from out of them was pushed what had once been a man. It fell against the bars, and then no longer with the support of living arms, it slid to the deck. We looked at him, Finch and me. His life had been worth a sovereign, maybe 2. He hadn't either now. And the knives were still in the hold with them that had killed him.
Tonight, some more of radio's greatest stars check in at CBS, the Star's Address. The first you'll hear are Amos and Andy, who are going to be on hand with the Kingfish, Shorty the Barber, Algonquin J. Calhoun, and, of course, Sapphire. Then, a little later, Red Skelton. With Joey Adams, Eve Arden, Jack Benny, and Corliss Archer already on hand, be sure you add Amos and Andy and Red Skelton to your Sunday night listening dates starting tonight over most of these same CBS stations. And now, we return you to Escape.
Now, as I sees it, we've got to have a council of war, in a manner of speaking.
I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Finch. There'll be no flogging.
I can see you're a sharper, you are. No, that's right. Too dangerous. We ain't armed for it, and they're in a nasty mood. Now, we've got to be crafty, same as them.
I wish we could spill the whole lot of them overside.
Lose your contract for carrying them? Not bloody likely. Now, listen here. I'll get them knives.
How?
It's Abby behind this. He tells them what's what. Get him out, and the others will come around. Mark my words.
Are you going into the hole to get him?
No, not yet. It wouldn't be safe now, not for nobody to go in there. But in 4 or 5 days, after we cut off their water and food, seal the hatch, you see what happens.
They die.
They'll die from the knives then. Which do you want? They'll be begging you to take the ruddy knives in 3 days.
And if they don't?
We tell them to hand over Abby to us. But he's the one to blame for their misfortune. They'll do it.
All right. If it's the only way, I'll give the order.
But not just yet, Captain. We'll let them sit down there and wonder. Wonder what we're going to do about it. Some of them may get nervous. We'll let them wonder a bit.
I didn't see Finch the rest of the day. The barometer had fallen suddenly, and with it came a storm. I can tell you I had my hands full for the next 24 hours. There was no time to worry about what was going on in the hold of the ship, but I didn't think they'd have much stomach for knifing each other and killing. I was wrong. The next morning at breakfast, Finch didn't turn up. He didn't turn up at all. We searched the whole ship. And then I went down into the hold, and that's where he was. And he hadn't died quickly. Someone had held him against the bars, and the others had... He hadn't died quickly.
Good morning, Captain. Present for you.
Who did this? Who did it?
I wouldn't waste sleep mourning him, Captain. He was a bully, and no better than us, except that he was outside.
Abby, I thought you were shackled.
I was, but Mr. Finch kindly supplied the key to unfasten me.
You're going to pay for this. All of you. Now, where are the knives?
They're in here, Captain. How'd you like to come in and get them?
You'll pay for this! You're repeating yourself, Captain. Good morning.
That blasted convict had dismissed me, like I was a clerk in an office, and there wasn't anything I could do about it. With Finch out of the way, I knew I was an easy mark. It was the nights that got on my nerves. I could hear things happening. Lots of things. And it was awful. Those devils with the knives. And each morning we'd have to pull out 6 or a dozen, all cut about and bleeding. And most of them died. Those with the knives were getting money. Money they stole from the victims. I began to be afraid of my crewmen. One would take a bribe and let that murdering crowd out. I walked around with 2 pistols in my jacket all the time. And then, late one afternoon, something very bad happened. I was standing by the wheel.
Captain!
Yeah, here, boss.
He got out, sir.
Got out? Who?
The big one, Abby. 2 of us were standing guard. We heard a scream. It was Abby. He said he'd been stabbed. Benson here opened the grill to get him in. Abby bashed him on the head and bolted.
What about the others?
I got the grill closed in time. They're safe enough. He must be somewhere on the ship, sir. Unless he went overboard.
No, not that one. He's up to mischief. You take one of my pistols, mister. Aye, sir. You, bosun, pass out the muskets. I want every inch of this ship searched. If he puts up a fight, shoot him. Do you hear me? Shoot him! The night comes quickly in southern parts. Did you ever try to search a ship at night with lanterns? It's not easy. Too many shadows, too many sounds which could be rats or a murderer who's bigger than what you are and could choke your life out in half a minute. We couldn't find him, but he was somewhere aboard, waiting his time. Because we were short-handed, what with the crew searching, I stood a watch. And I thought about that man who Finch said had committed 3 murders in Australia.
Don't turn around, Captain. It's only a little knife. Don't move.
What do you want?
A talk.
I've nothing to say to the likes of you.
That may be, but I've an offer to make you.
An offer?
It's not safe here. One of your men will be along. Can we go to your cabin?
Do you think I'd trust a man like you? Alone?
You make it difficult for me. If someone comes, I may have to cut your throat.
I'd as soon have it cut on deck. Now, what do you want?
All right. You know what I'm in for when we reach Sydney.
Finch told me I've no pity for you.
I'm not asking for pity. I have an offer to make.
And I can do no more than listen.
The men below are planning to take the ship. I don't think they've got a chance, but they'll be killing. Those that have got the knives have got all the money, too. It's £1,200.
I'm aware of that, mister.
I can get the knives for you.
Huh?
All I want is the chance to get away before the ship docks.
How do you know? How do I know it's how to trick?
Turn around, Captain. Here, my knife. Will that convince you? I'm unarmed. You must have a pistol. You can shoot me if you want.
What makes you think that you can get the knives away from them?
I can, that's all you need to know, but... Will you help me?
How can I trust you?
I don't know, Captain. Except that I think you do.
I couldn't help you openly, you know that. You were put aboard as a murderer. You're in my charge, and it's my job to turn you over to the police as soon as we arrive.
Then,
But, well, if you could get the knives, though, I might be able to give you a chance to clear out.
That's all I want, the chance.
All right.
I must have a pistol.
What?
A pistol.
You take me for a fool.
No, it was the only way to get the knives.
I give you this pistol and you shoot me down? Not likely.
Captain, if I'd wanted to do that, I'd have cut your throat 2 minutes ago.
You're a murderer.
I know.
You can't have it.
It's either them or your ship, and probably your life. Well?
You talk like a gentleman, but suppose you want my pistol so that you can free them.
You just have to trust me as I'd trust you to give me a chance to get away.
Take it. Here.
What about the guards below? They'll shoot.
I'll take you down. Say I caught you.
How do I get out again when I've got the knives?
Send word that you want to see me.
All right. Captain, I'm trusting you now. I want that chance to get away.
We'll talk about it if you get the knives. I'll take you below now and come back tomorrow.
Keep your voice low. They think I'm tricking you into making a bargain. They think I stole the pistols. I told them that I had to have the knives to make you believe that we wouldn't make trouble. I'd said that we'd take over the ship tonight.
What do you want me to do?
Leave me the key to the grill. I'll slip out tonight and bring you the knives.
They'll want you to let them out, too.
I won't. I'll lock it.
How do I know you will?
You don't. You'll have to trust me.
Do they know about this plan?
All except for the fact that I'm going to lock them in once I'm out.
Give me the knives now.
No. They'd know something was wrong. I'd never get out alive. Give me the key.
All right. Here.
All right. Tonight.
I waited. And I can tell you that I didn't like it. The wind came up a bit, and I knew that before sunrise we would be in Sydney. That is, if I should trust a murderer. At 10 o'clock that night, there was a tap on my cabin door.
One of your crew nearly caught me coming down here. Well, I've kept my side of the bargain. Yeah. Oh, they're all there. You needn't worry. Here's your pistol.
You may need it.
Huh? Thanks. Now, how do I get away?
We'll be in port in about 6 hours if the wind holds. You stay aft in the longboat. When you hear the anchor go, drop over the side and swim for it. I'll try to anchor as close to land as possible before I take her in.
If I can land without being seen, I've got some friends who will hide me.
I don't want to know about it. Just remember, when the anchors lets go, that's your signal.
Thank you, Captain. I trust you. And, I'd like to shake hands with you.
I took the hand of the murderer, and we shook hands like old friends. And then he was gone. 2 hours later, the wind went down, and in its place came fog. Thick, mucky fog. I had my hands full, what with danger from other ships and the blasted current that knocks you about off the harbor entrance. By 3 o'clock, the fog had shut in properly, and the blessed tide ran us all over the place. It was proper dangerous, I can tell you. We were about 15 miles offshore, and I didn't like the looks of things. There's shoals thereabout, and I sent the mate for'ard to heave the lead. I got a proper start when I heard him sing out, We'd got off course right enough, and at this rate, we'd shear the bottom clean off her. I saw it was high time to bring the ship up and wait until we could see something.
Let go the anchor! Let go the anchor! Give her 35 fathoms to the water's edge, bosun! Horse up! None too soon, sir. She was shoaling fast.
Blasted current must be making 5 knots out to sea. Listen to her.
She's holding, sir!
The anchor! The anchor!
Abby!
I went to the longboat. It was empty. He'd heard the signal as the anchor paid out. He couldn't see in the fog and had gone overboard into a 5-knot tide running straight out to sea, 15 miles from shore. He trusted me. That's why I tell you, you shouldn't trust anybody. Sometimes it's hard sleeping at night. When you hear the water outside and you think, that's when it's hard to sleep.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Today we have brought you A Sleeping Draught by Weston Martyr, Adapted for radio by Anthony Ellis, with Ben Wright starred as Captain Godfrey. Featured in the cast were John Dodsworth, Bruce Payne, Anthony Barrett, John Daner, and Lou Krugman. Special music was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmars.
Next week, escape with us to a train rushing through a European night and a beautiful woman who demands your help. As Anthony Ellis tells it in his exciting story, Roulette.
Escape is the first in a series of CBS features recently programmed for your Sunday afternoon listening. Later this afternoon, you'll hear Make Believe Town, a series of dramas set in Hollywood with Mr. Walter Wanger as your host. Later, you will hear on most of these same CBS stations the first Sunday broadcast of Arthur Godfrey's Digest, a half hour of the cream of wit and humor from the Redheads weekday show on CBS. Earn Your Vacation also returns to CBS this Sunday afternoon. And starting next Sunday, Frank Sinatra checks in again at CBS, the Star's address, with his new hour-long radio program, so be sure to listen for Frank Sinatra. Stay tuned now for Make Believe Town with Mr. Walter Wanger as your host, which follows over many of these same stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you enjoy the Contented Hour every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mutual presents Arch Oboler's Plays. The Mutual Broadcasting System has the pleasure of presenting the 9th broadcast of a special 26-week series of plays by radio playwright Arch Oboler. In this series, we hope to bring you dramas full of the excitement and the meaning of plays told in relation to the expanding world we live in. Our play this evening is titled Night.
The land is in darkness. The day, once capering with the promise of its allotted hours, has gone, creeping agedly over the edge of the sky. Night, soft veiling, lies thickly over the ponds and swamps and lakes and rivers, over the knolls and dunes and buttes and mountains, over the homesteads, farms, the ranches and plantations, over the villages and towns and county seats and cities. For a whisper of time, the night is on the land.
Gee, Sailor, don't you get tired dancing?
Keep dancing.
Okay, as long as you pay for it, I gotta do it. But 2 hours, my feet, they're killing me.
What are they stopping for? Why don't they keep playing?
Listen, Sailor, the musicians, they're human. They gotta rest. So long, Sailor.
No, you gotta stay with me.
But
When the music starts again, you gotta dance with me again.
Okay. You're the violent type, ain't you? You got more tickets?
Sure.
Okay, you gotta pay tickets to sit and talk to me. Come on, we'll sit over here. Oh, brother, my feet.
When are they gonna start playing again?
In a minute. See, I never saw anybody crazy about dancing. If you want to sit here, you got to buy something to drink.
All right.
Plenty. 2 Cokes. What time is it?
10 o'clock.
Gee, over 2 hours you've been dancing with me. Oh, my feet. Don't you want to dance with somebody else?
I've got to dance with you.
Listen, Sailor, I don't get it. You come in here...
Folks, there's 4 bits, Navy.
Yeah. Here you are.
Okay.
Do I need this?
How soon does the band start playing again?
I told you in a minute. What's the matter with you? Dancing steady for 2 hours, you can't sit still for a minute? Say, when'd you get off your shift?
couple of hours ago.
You came right here?
Yeah.
I still don't get it. If you were a hep cat, but... Now, listen, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but you dance like an old crutch. Yeah, I'll bet you're a farm boy. Okay, so don't answer that one. But tell me this, what do you want to dance so much for?
I have the tickets to pay for it.
All right. You think it's just the dough. You think you can just wave the ticket in front of my face and that's all you have to do? Okay, Sally, you can go dance with one of the other girls, not me.
No.
I'm telling you.
No, it's got to be you.
Oh, no.
It's got to be you. You got red hair.
What the heck are you talking about?
Your hair like carrots. You got to dance with me.
All right, Bombay. So red hair sends you. You're cute. Maybe you could...
Take your hands off.
Huh?
Just dance with me, that's all. Just dance.
You got your nerve.
I hate you. Hate this dirty, filthy place. I want to go home.
What'd you come
They're
here?
waiting for me, Ma and the kids and Jeannie, but I got to stay here until I'm broke, so you'll dance with me. Just dance with me.
No, I won't.
You will.
I'll call the bouncer. He'll...
No. Well, dance now.
Joe! Quick, Joe!
Dance.
What's the matter, Annie? This guy's crazy, Joe. He won't let go of me.
Keep it quiet. You know better than to make a fuss.
I know, but...
Okay. Listen, buddy. No, listen to me. She's got to dance with me.
Joe, make a...
Okay, Sailor. We don't want no trouble in here, but if she don't want to dance with you, she's got to dance with me.
I don't want to.
Listen to me. Please listen. I don't want to dance with you either, but I got to.
See, I told you.
Shut up. Sailor, that's what he wanted to do. Come back and dance with a redhead. Dance all night. Dance till he was broke.
What's the matter with you?
That's all he used to talk about on his first leave, how he's going to come to New York and dance and dance all night with a redhead. He's not ever... I've got to do it for him. Please, lady, I'm sick and I want to go home, but please, you've got to dance with me. You've got to dance.
The night is restless. It stirs and turns and carries with it the restless thoughts of artists, architects, contractors and builders, bricklayers and masons, ministers and teachers, tinsmiths, welders, charwomen, tailors, tycoons, freightmen, executors and politicians, bankers, window washers, soldiers, brewers, leather makers, printers, butchers, tinners, roofers, fishers, millers, bondsmen, carpenters, lawyers, judges, painters, senators and representatives, wholesalers and retailers. All the associates, colleagues, workers and co-workers of the land.
Vince,
Huh? You awake?
you can't sleep?
I didn't know I was bothering you.
It's all right. I haven't been sleeping either.
Oh?
Getting cooler.
I've used the plow for 30 years, and now this fella comes along and says it's wrong.
What?
The county agent about the disking. Sure got me stumped.
Oh.
The ground's got to be turned. Sure got me stumped.
Well, Vince,
What?
I hope she's all right.
Now, Egg, are you starting to worry again?
No, I've just been thinking about her, that's all.
But it's been a whole week. He's a fine boy. She'll make a good wife. That's all there is to it.
All day I don't even think about it, but as soon as it's dark, I begin thinking.
Egg, you're such a worrier.
I suppose... What, sir?
Something I forgot to tell you. Right after the ceremony, Dick came up to me and said he wanted me to know that after the war, no matter where he and Fran lived, they'd always manage to come spend vacations someplace in Ohio so they could help with the harvesting.
That was nice.
I'm going to fool him. I'm going to take him up on it. You'll find out it's a lot easier to fly one of those whatever they are, than it is to drive a combine. Asleep, Egg?
No.
Oh, Egg.
Miss you terrible, Vince. For 19 years, you never was away from me. I miss you terrible.
I do, too.
Such a good boy. I know she's crazy about him. But I wish right now she was little again and afraid to be in the dark and crawling into the bed with us like she used to.
Try to sleep.
Terrible, I suppose, my feeling this way. So many people have really lost their...
Sure. We're lucky. She'll come back often. She's a good girl.
Yes.
Now try to sleep.
It's such a dark night.
I think it'll rain a little by morning. that Barley could use it.
Good night, Vince.
Good night, Egg.
The night is a trickster. It mutates, transposes, changes, shuffles, conjures, prestidigitates, juggles, spoofs, hoodwinks, and hocus-pocuses. A white sheet, wind-tossed, spawns a ghost. A tumbleweed, a roving demon. The timbers creak, a dead man's bones. And underneath the bed wait nameless, faceless, night-born things. The night moves on and whispers behind the joke of the dark, beyond the dark.
You mean he cut him up in little pieces and stuck him in the boiler?
That's what I mean.
Gosh, hey. Hey, Ryan, cut that out, will you?
Hey, what's the matter with you?
What is the matter with me? Can't you play something else?
Sure.
Ryan, cut it out, will you?
Hey, Ryan, what is the matter with you guys?
Nothing. We don't want to hear you play, so there's something wrong with us.
Yeah. Is this the auditorium or a fire station?
How would you characters like to go to...
Hold it.
Ah, that's over in Cicero.
Yeah.
It's a hoodoo, all right.
You ain't kidding.
Hoodoo what? Hey, what are you guys up to?
Listen to Hank. He'll tell you.
Okay, I'm listening.
It's Thursday, Ed.
Okay, it's Thursday.
There hasn't been a night run on this station on Thursday night for 20 years.
20 years?
Yeah. Since the Thursday night that Patty Gooners died.
On a windy night. Just like this one.
Patty Gooners? Who was Patty Gooners?
He was a fireman. And he died in this station 20 years ago. Right in this room.
Hey, fellas, is this guy kidding me?
Well, listen, you big lug. He's telling you the facts.
Now, you want to hear the rest of the story, Ryan?
Sure. Why not?
Okay. Thought maybe you didn't like ghost stories.
Yeah? Go on.
Okay. Patty Gooners was the driver of a steam pumper that ran out of the station 20 years ago. He was a little guy, but big with women.
Like me.
Oh, keep quiet, will you, Ryan?
Only one day he met a woman he shouldn't have met. The pretty wife of a fellow who stoked the boiler of the pumper.
Oh.
One day the fellow who stoked the boiler of the pumper came home when he shouldn't have come home.
Uh-oh.
Patty did some quick talking. So he talked his way out of it because nothing happened.
Nothing?
Nothing. But the next day there was some kind of a big celebration out in Grant Park, and most of the fire department went out of it, leaving only a skeleton crew, 4 or 5 guys. Patty and the fellow with the good-looking wife were 2 of them. The other fellows finally went across the street to get a beer. They were only gone a few minutes, but when they came back, Patty was gone.
Gone?
Just gone. Nobody knew just where. He didn't come back. Chief figured he'd run off with some woman somewhere, so he crossed him off the department's lists, and that was that. Only it wasn't that. Because a year went by, and it was Thursday, just about this time of night. Fellas were sitting around just the way we are right here in this very room. Everything okay. And all at once somebody said, "Look, on the floor." "What's that?" That was a big stain. And when they looked close and touched it, it was blood. What could they do? Nobody knew how it got there. So somebody got some soap and water and some sand, and they scrubbed it up in case the inspector came around. Everybody helped but one. The fellow that had the pretty wife. He just sat there. Didn't move. Just kept watching. A week went by. Thursday again. Same time of night. Fellows were sitting around here, just the same as we are now. There it was again. Fresh blood. This time they called in the cops. Didn't do much good, because blood is blood, and that's all there was, just a little blood there on the floor. Scrubbed it up. A week went by. Thursday night came around again, and there they were, waiting.
floor was clean. Had a lantern sitting there. They waited. Nothing happened. And all at once it did. The light went out. Everybody began to yell in the dark, running around, bumping into each other. At last, someone found the light, lit it. Then they saw. There on the floor was blood again. Only this time it was pouring out from the throat of the fellow that had the pretty wife.
Well, what? But a whole...
He cut his own throat. At least, that's what they say. And he left a letter telling what he had done to Patty. Cut him up and stuffed him into the boiler of the pumper all those weeks ago.
Right here? In this station?
That's right. Right here in this station.
And there hasn't been a night run out of this place for 20 years. Well, what do you know?
There was something else you fellas don't know about.
What was that, Hank? Huh?
His confession. Murderer said that he had cut Patty up. Right in there.
In there?
You mean in the place where we make our coffee?
That's it.
Oh, well, how do you like that?
I don't like it.
Well, that's all there is to it. Gosh, sure is dark, quiet night tonight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Say, Ryan. Huh? It's your turn to make the coffee tonight.
Oh. Is it?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Hank, would you like to come along and sort of help me?
The night is a sedative, prescribed by the rhythm of life's molecules, wearying in their sundance. The night is an old medicine man, mixing a dark brew of tremblings and laughter, and fury and past ecstasy, terror and hurt, and the wordless murmurs of a woman talking in memory. The night is an old medicine man.
Easy, girl. Easy.
She's tired. Duster is too. Aren't you, Duster?
We've been gone long.
Jay.
What's the matter?
We've been out for 6 hours.
Well, what do you know? It's good, Alice. Can't tell you how good it is.
I can imagine.
You know what the fellas used to call me?
What?
Bronco.
You?
In fact, I used to talk so much about the horses and the range. Alice.
Yes, Jay?
Gee, Alice, I never want to go in.
We don't have to.
Ride all night?
Ride all night.
Gosh. You know what was the worst?
If you want to tell me.
When the captain used to button up the tank, close the turret, there I was down in there. The noise, Alice, the noise inside of that tank, like riding on the inside of a tin tub. I used to fire the gun, those Italian roads during the summer, all the dust. Oh, Alice, it was the worst. They never knew it. The others never said anything, but me, inside the... you know...
I know.
The wind.
Yes, Jay?
The wind was never like this over there. Sage. I'd forgotten how wonderful.
I thought I wrote you.
You did, but it got hard to remember toward the end.
Yes, I can imagine.
You know, honey, I got one break.
What?
For bronc busting.
I got the right arm left.
Jay.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. It's better than that. It's wonderful. I'm back. And just think, I'll never have to go away again.
The night is a non-sectarian air-conditioned meeting house, echoing in a thundering chorus, Bible-pounding, Bible-reaching, hallelujahs, Lord's prayers, whispers, heaven-reaching, devil-catching, gospel-grinding, pitching, catching. The night is a meeting house.
This concludes our great meeting for tonight. Bless you all. And don't forget to leave your free will offering as you go out to carry on the way of the Great Spirit. Good night. God bless you. And don't forget to bring your friends next Saturday night, same time. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. The meeting's closed.
Excuse me, Reverend. Could I?
Sorry, brother, sorry. In a little hurry tonight to do the work of the Lord. See you later.
God bless you, Reverend.
Harriet. Harriet!
All right. I heard you. Stop yelling.
Well, if you'd answer me, I wouldn't have to yell at you. Well, how did we do?
$103.
$100? Why, the low-living, tight-fisted...
Don't blame them. It's you.
Me?
Preaching. By the way you were going tonight, you couldn't raise $1 out of a hard shell on its way to perdition.
I've been doing all right.
You were doing all right. But I'm telling you, you're slipping downhill faster than a pig on a greased runway.
Now, look here.
No, you listen to me. $103 from a meeting like tonight. You better listen.
What do you got to say?
I've been doing a lot of thinking. These West Coast amen snorters ain't what they used to be. Working in air plants and all that. They're getting modern ideas fast. All right? Why shouldn't you get modern ideas?
I preach from the headlines.
Ain't enough. Charlie, we got to throw off the old coat like a rattlesnake in the spring.
What do you mean?
Don't be a thicker head than you are. We got to go out of business and come back into business again.
Talk words.
Just this. Electronics.
Huh?
Electronics. I've been giving it a lot of thinking. Everybody's talking about electronics. Radio and that television and that new thing, radar. Electronics. That's what they're thinking about, and that's what we'll give them.
Well, keep talking.
This is the night we're starting over. Close right down, move right out, and start up someplace else. Long Beach or San Diego. New start with a new name.
Well?
The electronical pathway to the cosmos.
Ah.
Don't look down your nose at me. I'm talking sense. The electronical pathway to the cosmos. That's scientific. Fill the stage full of electrical stuff. Sparks shooting around. Sparks rising up to heaven, going up to heaven. Ride the sparks to the fountainhead of all the cosmos.
Hey, that's something.
Give 'em membership pins.
Yeah.
Made like jagged lightning.
Sure.
Pins to wear at $5 cash to show that they're a member. The Electronical Society of the Cosmos.
The Electronical Society of the Cosmos. Harriet, I see it now. Jagged lightning crashing down on sinners. Burning sparks, lifting the repenting sinners up to the highest pinnacle of the highest cosmos. The Bible seen through the eyes of modern science, through electronics. Hallelujah, amen. That's it. We're in business.
The night is a movement, east-west, along the path grooved by the sun. The night is a movement, east-west.
What time is it?
Huh? Almost 1:30.
They ought to be letting us on board soon now, don't you think?
What's the matter, soldier? Haven't you learned how to wait yet?
You know, I heard the...
No. I heard, you heard, he heard. It all adds up to parking it, soldier. Just parking it.
Yeah. I guess you're right.
Sure.
Hey, watch out for that stuff there.
Boy, am I a lunkhead.
Are you?
Yeah. I had a chance to get out. No, I'm a dream boy. I tell him to forget.
Where were you?
Where wasn't I? From D-Day right on through. I was the second guy across the river to drink vodka with them Russians.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So now you'll drink sake in Tokyo.
As my mama used to say, I should live so long.
Maybe you will.
Maybe. What's your name?
Frank?
Mine's Jake.
Hiya, Jake.
Pleased to meet you, Frank. Sure is dark.
Yeah.
I used to take boat rides at night in Central Park.
New York?
Yeah. A night, a boat, a girl. I was all right.
I know what you mean. Now we got the night and the boat. And that's it.
I'd like to hold on to this one.
Made in America. Put a tag on it.
Yeah, that's an idea. Stick around, Knight. Stay right here. Jake's coming back for you. Maybe.
All right, men, on board. Let's go.
Stick around, Knight.
The land is in darkness. The day, once capering with the promise of its allotted hours, has gone, creeping agedly over the edge of the sky. Night, soft veiling, lies thickly over the cities, county seats, towns, and villages, over the plantations, ranches, farms, and homesteads, over the mountains, buttes, dunes, knolls, over the rivers, lakes, the bays, and harbors. Through a whisper of time, the night is on the land.
You have just heard Night, a new play by Arch Oboler. The original musical score was composed and conducted by David Raxon. The narrator was Theodore von Eltz. The cast, in the order of their appearance, were Gloria Blondell, Frank Martin, Therese Lyon, Griff Barnett, Edmund MacDonald, Barney James, Roseanne Murray, Everett Allen, Dorothy Scott, Joe Granby, and Bruce Elliott. Next week, through the cooperation of Lester Cowan Productions, the play will be Mr. Pyle, based on the writings of America's beloved war correspondent, the late Ernie Pyle. The starring player will be Mr. Burgess Meredith. This will be the 10th in a special series of plays written, produced, and directed for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Arch Oboler. To conclude the program, David Raxon conducts the orchestra in his original nocturne, written especially for this broadcast. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week, and Wheaties present Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize it's going to involve my trying to hold Western Europe together with 2 mirrors, a book of matches, and a rusty razor blade. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. You're flying to Paris. But don't get any ideas.
Well, I can dream, can't I?
I'm afraid this dream's going to turn into a nightmare.
Oh, swell. What's the deal?
Tell me, what do you know about Aristide Reynal, Steve?
Reynal? Oh, sure. The Swiss Sherlock Holmes. A sleuth of the old school, complete with a derby hat, umbrella, and false faces. But a very right guy, even if he is left-handed. And also one of the sharpest little detectives in the world.
That's right, but I see you don't know the latest about him.
What's that?
Last night in Paris, Aristide Reynal was murdered.
What? I'm sorry to hear that. I really liked the little guy. Who did it?
We think it was our old friend Lupac, Steve.
Lupac? Is he still on the loose?
More than ever. Now, Steve, I don't have to tell you about Lupac. He's a hired killer and the cleverest man we've ever had in our hair. I'll tell you how clever he is. He's been operating 5 years that we know of. We're fairly sure he's implicated in at least a half dozen assassinations, and yet no one even has a description of him.
Yeah, I know that. Look, Commissioner, Aristide Reynal was a sort of a friend of mine, but I don't think you'd be sending me over to Paris to find Lupac for that reason.
No, there's a lot more to it than friendship, Steve. You see, representatives of several European nations have been trying to hold top-secret conversations in Paris for the last week.
What do you mean they've been trying?
Every time they schedule a meeting, one of the representatives meets with a fatal accident, and I don't mean accident.
I see.
We think Lupac is responsible for those murders, that he's been hired to hamstring those negotiations. Now, Steve, they're going to try to meet again next Monday. Lupac's got to be caught before then. Get over to Paris, work with Inspector Murat of the Sûreté, and find Lupac. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Say, friends, are you celebrating proper? It's National Wheaties Week, you know. National meaning everybody coast to coast. Wheaties meaning the whole wheat flakes with a wholehearted energy. And week meaning 7 big days for you and me to buy 'em, try 'em, and tell the neighbors. I'm eating 'em. My family's eating 'em. How about you and yours? Get Wheaties yourself and get with America. Come on, it's National Wheaties Week.
That's what I like about my job. The commissioner's always so nice to me. He gives me a whole weekend in Paris, and all I have to do is find a killer nobody's ever lived to describe. I should be so lucky. Well, it's Friday when I get to Paris. I go to the headquarters of the French Sûreté, and Inspector Murat is waiting for me.
Mitchell, all of us here at the Sûreté feel we have lost an honored colleague in Monsieur Aristide Reynal.
What facts can you give me about Reynal's murder, Inspector?
Unfortunately, very few. We know only that Reynal's body was discovered yesterday morning in the apartment of a man named Belog.
Belog? Who's he?
We have no idea, Mitchell. This Belog has dropped completely out of sight.
Do you have any description of him?
We have managed to piece together a slight description by questioning the other tenants. Belloc is a small man, dark, with a mustache and a Van Dyke beard. He customarily wears horn-rimmed glasses and a beret.
Great. That description could fit 1,000 guys in Paris.
True.
You know, there's a little idea pecking at my brain, Murat.
I should not be surprised if it were the same idea that occurred to me, Mitchell. Namely, that this mysterious Monsieur Belloc might be the hired killer we seek, Lupac.
Yeah. You got a key to this Belog's apartment, Commissioner?
Yes, we have left everything untouched for the time being.
Good. Come on. I'd like to take a look at it.
As you can see, it is quite a simple apartment.
Yeah, pretty bare. You spot any items of interest here?
A rusty razor blade in the bathroom.
Oh, well, let's take a look. Yeah. And some whiskers in the wash bowl.
It is possible that Belloc, after the killing, decided to shave off his mustache and beard.
So now we're looking for a little man with horn-rimmed glasses, with or without mustache and beard. You know, we're getting less to go on by the minute. Funny?
Indeed. I do not see any humor in it.
No. I mean, this guy Belog must have been a pretty vain gent.
How do you mean?
He's got 2 mirrors in here.
Oui, I noticed that.
One of them here over the wash bowl on the left side of the room in the corner, and another one in the middle of the wall.
Perhaps he needed more light.
There's as much light here as there is there.
You are right. It is strange.
Well, anything else, Inspector?
There on the table in front of you.
This matchbook?
Yes. Note that there are but 2 matches remaining on the right side.
Right now, I'm more interested in noting the name on the cover. Hugo's. What's that?
A small restaurant on the Boulevard de Clichy.
Well, when you don't know where to start, I guess one place is as good as any other, Inspector. Besides, I'm hungry anyway. I'll see you later. So I head for Hugo's. And, of course, every other guy I see on the way there answers Belog's general description, which gives me a good idea what a sweet job it's going to be finding him. Inside the restaurant, a mournful-looking little gent is circulating from table to table, sawing away at a fiddle for the benefit of a few moonstruck couples. Then a tall, skinny gent spots me standing in the doorway and comes up to me.
Welcome to Hugo's, monsieur.
Are you the official greeter?
I am Hugo.
Oh, good. I'd like to talk to you. Where can we sit?
Why, at this table right here. But if you are selling anything, I am not in the market. Business, it stinks.
Don't worry, I'm not selling anything.
Oh, my friend, I now have much warmer feeling toward you. In that case, I would like to sell you something. A dinner fit for royalty.
Later, but right now I'd like a little information. Did you ever hear the name Belog before?
Belog? Belog?
What are you doing, memorizing it?
Oh, but of course, Belog, a steady customer, noble soul. At least he was.
Was what? A noble soul or a steady customer?
In Hugo's mind, there is no difference, my friend. But to be brief, I have not seen Monsieur Belog in here for the last few days.
I don't wonder. But before that, he used to come in regularly, huh?
Now you're making me slightly uncomfortable, monsieur.
Mitchell. Why?
Mitchell. Very simple. When inquiries are made about my steady customers, sometimes makes them very nervous. Then they become unsteady customers. And then Hugo's nerves become unsteady because it means he is losing money.
I get it. You think $5 American would steady your nerves, Hugo?
Would be interesting experiment. Place the bill in my hands.
Here you are.
Uh-huh. The experiment worked? See, my fingers, they are not quivering one bit.
Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? Now, about filling me in on this guy Belog.
Of course. He came in here regularly, usually in company of another man.
What did this other man look like?
Oh, he was small, about Belog's size. Very inconspicuous-looking man. Let me see. I believe he usually wore a derby hat and carried umbrella with him.
Derby hat? Umbrella? Hey, wait a minute. Look, here, take a look at this picture. This isn't the guy by any chance, is it?
But, of course, the very man.
And you say that he and Belog were in here together all the time?
Yes. You know the man in this picture?
I knew him. His name was Aristide Renal.
Well, the two of them seem quite friendly.
I don't get it unless...
Don't get what, my friend?
I'll skip it. Well, thanks for the information, Hugo.
Oh, but there is more.
Huh?
Indeed. Let us say that you have paid only for the main course of the dinner. There remains dessert.
You know, I don't see why you bother serving food in this place. You seem to do pretty well without it.
One must live, my friend.
Okay, steady fingers. Here's another 5 spot. Now, how about the dessert?
You see, over at KRONER table, alone.
The girl?
Who else?
Well, you said dessert, and you weren't kidding. French pastry yet. Who is she?
Celeste. A, shall we say, friend of Baylock's?
That gives me 3 good reasons for talking to her.
3? What are the other 2?
Her eyes, of course. Oh, I'll see you later, Hugo. Hi.
Hello.
Mind if I join you?
Why not?
Good question.
I am drinking Pernod in case you want to buy me another drink.
Sounds like an open and shut in case. Waiter, Pernod and a scotch.
Oui, monsieur.
You're a friend of Baylock's, aren't you?
Why?
You've seen him lately?
Why?
Your needle is stuck. I owe him some money.
Give it to me. I will give it to him.
No, thanks. Not that I don't trust you. I just don't trust you. I'd rather give it to him myself, Celeste.
Suit yourself. I have not seen him lately.
I see. Did you ever hear him use any other name beside Lebuck?
Other name?
Lupac, for instance.
For instance, no. But why do we talk about Baylock? He bores me. I know something much more interesting to talk about.
What's that?
Celeste and,
Steve.
Celeste and Steve. It sounds nice.
Yeah. Might be an interesting topic of conversation at that. Where do you think it would lead us?
Maybe to 36th Rue St. Anne.
What's there?
My place.
Oh, well...
Here are your drinks, monsieur. Scotch and Pernod.
You're a little late, Buster. We're leaving. There you are.
Merci, monsieur. But the drinks, what shall I do with them?
Well, you might... No, just drink them. Come on, Celeste. We drive up and stop at her place and start in. Then I catch a glimpse of a figure standing in the shadows of the alley across the street. Could be Baylock, alias Lupac. Celeste promises to wait, goes inside, and I walk down to the end of the block. Then I cross over and circle around that block. I came up the alley behind the guy, but when I get into the alley, there's enough light to tell me that no one else is in there. I come out across the street from Celeste's apartment, and still no one in sight. I start to turn for another look back down the alley, but just then an arm swings down out of the doorway beside me, and something awfully hard connects over my right ear. Knocks me to the ground. I fight to get up on my hands and knees, but just as I do, I get it again. I grab for the legs in front of my bleary eyes, but this guy must be enjoying it. The 3rd time is the charm. Out I go.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. It's National Wheaties Week.
Hello, this is Frank Martin, the family man. Yes, sir, a family man with a wife and a son and a home like yours. Pretty much like the man around your house, I'll bet. I wake up hungry, and I do mean hungry. But my wife, bless her heart, has a cure for that. She has Wheaties ready with bananas sliced and the cream right handy. You know, that sure is a wonderful way to treat a man. So why don't you try it on yours during National Wheaties Week? If he's anything like me, he'll go for those Wheaties. Yes, and they can help keep him going, too. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Not bad, huh? A whole kernel. So I'm asking you to try Wheaties once during National Wheaties Week, won't you? Try 'em.
And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell!
Oh.
Mitchell!
What? Oh, Inspector Murat.
Oh, you are not so bad off after all.
Don't take any bets on that.
Oh, I'm glad.
Brother, my head. What happened anyway?
Oh, well, one of my patrolmen heard a commotion. He saw a man dragging you into this alley. The man fled. When the patrolman saw your identification papers, he called me, and here I am.
Looks like I was about to get taken for the well-known ride.
Who hit you?
I wish I knew. Could have been Baylock. Hey, that reminds me. Come on, Inspector. We should have a talk with Celeste. No answer.
She may have gone. On the other hand, she may be hiding in there.
You got a pass key?
Oui.
Let's find out.
Very well. Here it is.
Now watch it. Baylock may be inside, too.
That possibility has also occurred to me.
I'll get the lights. Empty. You know, there's something that bothers me about this whole setup.
What is it?
That's the trouble. I can't put my finger on it. It's like listening to a pretty little tune and hearing a discord every now and then. Like, for instance, Hugo told me that Baylog and Aristide Renal were regular customers at his restaurant and that they seemed very friendly.
Monsieur Renal was what we might call a detective of the old school. I am sure the idea of assuming another identity and befriending Baylog would have appealed to him.
Yeah, like I say, that could be it. And if that was the only discord, I wouldn't pay any attention to it.
There are others?
Just little ones like, why the 2 mirrors in Baylog's bathroom?
You think there is a significance there?
Right now I'm having trouble thinking at all with this lump on my head. Look, I'm going back to Hugo's and see if he can give me any more leads on Celeste. I'll check with you later at headquarters.
Good evening, Monsieur Mitchell.
Hello, Hugo. Hey, looks like you're doing quite a business.
No, these are not customers. They are would-be waiters. Waiters. Today I need a waiter. I put in paper advertisement, and they pour in a flood. Oh, but I do not think that you come back here to talk about waiters. Did you find your friend Baylog?
No, I can't even find Celeste. Hey, there's $10 in it for you if you let me know the next time she drops in here.
$10?
$10. Is it a deal?
My friend, for that I will not only let you know, I will have her here waiting for you in chains.
Mitchell, were you able to find out anything more at Hugo's?
Only that he's having employment troubles.
Tell me, are you still hearing little discords in this tune we are listening to?
Yes, I am. I'm beginning to think that the discords could add up to a whole new tune.
But anyway. Hello? Oui? What? Hello, Kiko. Very well. The trail is warming up, Mitchell.
How so?
At your suggestion, I have had one of my men watching Celeste's apartment. He reports that a man answering Baylog's general description just went inside.
Okay. Well, that sort of knocks my new tune into a cocked hat. Come on, let's go. Better stop here, Inspector. Celeste's apartment is just ahead.
Oui.
There's a small open car parked up there in front of the apartment house.
Yes, that is the car the suspect arrived in, according to the report my man gave me.
Look, here he comes out the door.
He's getting into the car. Mitchell, we must not let him escape.
Hold it. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere. He's just sitting in the car. Huh. He's a little guy, all right. And Hugo said Baylog was a little guy.
He is not wearing glasses, however, and he is clean-shaven.
Don't forget those whiskers in Baylog's wash basin. He could have shaved his beard off.
What are you going to do?
Have a little talk with him. I'll be back in a minute.
Be very careful, Mitchell.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, what is it?
You got a match?
Why, of course. Here.
Thanks. Say, I wonder if you could help me.
Help you?
Yeah. I'm a tourist here, and I need a little information.
Oh, yeah. I'm rather in a hurry, and...
Well, this won't take a minute. Here. This is a timetable for the Underground Railway, but I can't seem to figure out where the nearest station is.
Oh, very well. Excuse me. I must put on my glasses. So, now let me see it. Oui, your nearest station is just off the Boulevard de Montparnasse.
How do I get there?
Let me see. You go down this street 2 blocks, then over 1, and then you turn...
No, not so fast. Look, here's a piece of paper. Would you write it down for me?
Oh, certainly.
Sorry to put you to the trouble.
Thanks. Oh, it is quite all right. Here you are.
Thank you very much.
Well?
I don't know. Could be Baylog, all right. He had to put on glasses to read the timetable.
In that case, perhaps we... Mitchell, look!
Yeah, Celeste just jumped into his car. Come on, Murat, get this baby started. We don't want to lose him now. So, for the next 30 minutes, we chased them down a dozen assorted side streets and alleys, but we can't seem to gain on them. Finally, we spot the car pulled up in front of a 4-story warehouse. Neither the little guy nor Celeste is in the car. We pull up behind it.
They must be somewhere in that building, Mitchell.
Yeah, but where? This is a lot of building, looks like.
One of us had better go to the rear entrance, the other take the front.
Okay, you, Murat, get back!
Mon Dieu.
Brother. Well, this is the guy we were chasing, all right, or what's left of him.
No identification on him, but that does not surprise me.
Well, Mitchell, the case is closed. Our little friend, Baylog, realized he was cornered. He preferred to administer justice to himself.
Did he?
I know what you are thinking, that perhaps he was pushed off the building. Well, perhaps he was. It is no matter. Either way, it would appear our case is closed.
Yeah. You're right. That's just the way it would appear.
Monsieur Mitchell, international cooperation is a wonderful thing, and it has been a privilege to work with you in this affair. But I must say I am becoming increasingly annoyed at your present attitude.
Sorry.
It is true we have identified the body as that of Harold Pravda, an unemployed waiter. But to me, this means nothing. If Baylog was Lupak, as we believe him to be, he was quite capable of assuming a dozen different identities.
I know all that, Inspector.
But I tell you, the whole thing fits into place. Observe. First, we know that Aristide Renal was on the trail of the notorious Lupak. Second, Renal is murdered in the apartment of a mysterious little man named Baylog. Third, we know that Celeste is a friend of Baylog's. Fourth,
we chase Celeste and a little guy to a warehouse. The little guy takes a dive or gets pushed off the roof.
Exactamo. And furthermore, this little guy, as you call him, answers Baylog's description, even to the horn-rimmed glasses which he put on to write directions for you when you approached.
Hey, hold it right there.
What?
You just said something, Inspector. I remember now. That little guy wrote out the directions for me right-handed.
Is this so unusual?
It's unusual enough to take us back to Baylog's apartment right now.
Baylog's apartment? But surely if Baylog is dead...
Baylog is dead, all right, but if my hunch is good, there's something a lot more important than Baylog in his apartment.
But what could it be?
The answer to this whole deal. Inspector, one of the things you showed me when we were here in Baylog's apartment before was this matchbook on the table.
But of course, that led us to Hugo's restaurant.
Yeah, and that's all I was paying attention to at the time. I should have paid more attention to the fact that the remaining matches were on the right-hand side of the book. That means the person who was using those matches was left-handed.
Grant, he picked off the matches with his left hand.
Aristide Renal was left-handed.
Of course he was, Mitchell. We both know that. But what does that prove? We believe that Renal was posing as a friend of Baylog's. They ate dinner together. Renal obviously visited this apartment. As a matter of fact, this is where his body was discovered, if you will remember.
Yeah, Renal was left-handed. He probably used those matches. Now, come on into the bathroom.
Very well.
Now, this is the part I couldn't figure out before, Murat, but it sure makes sense now, the two mirrors.
But I still do not see...
Look, the regular mirror is over the washbowl right here in the left-hand corner of the room.
True.
Now, pretend you're Baylog and you're going to shave. And also pretend you're left-handed.
Well, all right. I would simply take a razor in my left hand and then... Mitchell.
Yeah, that's right, Inspector. There's not enough room between the mirror and the wall on the left side for a left-handed man to shave.
Yes.
You'd probably cut your nose off.
That is why Baylog set up the other mirror farther along the wall.
Yeah. Inspector, doesn't it strike you as a pretty big coincidence that both Renal and Baylog happen to be left-handed?
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that Renal and Baylog were one and the same man.
What? But that is impossible.
Is it? Look, we know Renal liked to adopt various disguises. I think he grew a beard, rented this apartment under the name of Baylog, and went after Lupak. Then, when things got too warm, he shaved off his beard, but it was too late. Lupak killed him, and his body was correctly identified as Renal.
But Hugo himself told us he had seen Renal and Baylog dining together frequently in his restaurant.
That's the point, Inspector. That means that...
That means that Hugo was lying.
Hello, Hugo. I figured you'd be pretty close on our trail at this point.
I had to be sure you were convinced that the little man who, shall we say, fell off the roof was Baylog. Unfortunately, you're not convinced, that's all.
Then Hugo is Lupak.
That's about the way it adds up.
I have that honor indeed. Inspector, the hand away from the pocket, please. I admit there are more artistic ways of killing than with this gun of mine, but I am a practical man. I always suit the weapon to the occasion.
You were pretty smart in this deal, weren't you, Hugo?
Up to a point.
When you found out that we believed there was a guy named Baylog and that he'd killed Renal, you decided to keep the story alive. You even went so far as to hire a little waiter who might pass for Baylog. You made a deal with him to take us on a chase through town. Then you shoved him off the building, hoping that would close the case and take the heat off of you.
Stay where you are. So it did not work. However, you are the only two who know it did not work. And
you can be easily disposed of. Mitchell, stay where you are.
Don't worry, Hugo. I'm not getting any closer to you. I'm just walking sideways.
Stop.
You know, Hugo, for the first time in your life, you're going to have to make a choice.
I said stop.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Up to this point in your illustrious career, you've always been told who to kill. Now you've got to choose, me or Murat.
I shall kill both of you.
Oh, no. We're on opposite sides of the room now, and you're right in the middle. Whichever one you shoot, the other's going to jump you, and you won't have time to get us both. So, which one of us it is going to be, Hugo? Hugo licks his lips, jerking his head first towards me and then Murat. My plan is working. I'm almost to the light switch. Hugo takes another quick look at Murat, and I grab the switch and drop to the floor. I know Murat's got his gun out by now, like I have, but I also know Hugo's too smart to stay in one spot. I listen. No sound. I've got to figure out a way to trap him. Then I think of the small shaving mirror on the bathroom wall. I'm about 2 feet from the door. I ease into the bathroom flat on my stomach and get the mirror. Then I prop it up against the inside of the door so it'll reflect from behind the door out into the living room. I get behind the door and stick my gun through the crack. Then I take my cigarette lighter, reach back behind me, and light it. He takes a shot at the reflection, and I've got his location pegged. Murat!
I am all right, Mitchell.
Okay, I got the right guy then. Get the lights.
Oh, indeed, you did get the right man, Mitchell.
Huh. He's still alive, but I don't think for very long.
Your mirror device was most effective.
Well, I guess it was pretty fitting, Inspector. That mirror was what tipped us off to the whole deal anyway.
It would appear the old superstition about breaking a mirror is true.
No, you're wrong there, Inspector. This proves that superstition is all wet.
How do you mean?
Well, breaking a mirror is supposed to bring 7 years bad luck, isn't it?
Well, yes, I guess it is.
So it sure isn't true for Hugo anyway. He should live that long.
You have just heard the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
It's National Wheaties Week.
That was my wife. Sure, it's National Wheaties Week. So the Wheaties people asked her if she'd come to the studio tonight and tell the truth about me and Wheaties. Our little boy would have come, but he's only 3.5, and it's about time he was in bed. My wife's name is Maud Lee Martin, and she comes from Kentucky. Maybe you can tell her when you hear her talk.
Thank you, honey. Well, I'm surely glad to have a chance to celebrate National Wheaties Week because we're really fond of Wheaties at our house. Our little boy Jeff eats them right out of the box. Your Wheaties announcer, my husband, eats Wheaties too. And I'd like to tell every wife listening, I really do think Wheaties make a great deal of difference in a man's work. I have a real nice feeling when I put Wheaties on the breakfast table because I know I'm giving my family a wonderful lot of real nourishment. If you haven't had Wheaties lately, pick up a package when you're at the store tomorrow and join the Martins at breakfast, won't you?
Sure, do that. It's National Wheaties Week.
Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Dance together, cheek to cheek. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Wheaties, a breakfast of champions.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Wright, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Carn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another Dangerous Assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. And remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. 3 weeks from tonight, the great Gildersleeve returns to NBC.
You, finding life pretty dull? Dreaming again of exotic places? Wishing you were somewhere else? We offer you escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Escape with us now to a puppet kingdom in the heart of the Belgian Congo, and a man who challenged that kingdom because of dream, as Gil Dowd and Anthony Ellis tell it in their most unusual story, The Power of Hammer.
Play it again.
God, Sam, I have played it for you 10 times already.
It's a jukebox, isn't it? I'm paying. Play it again. I like it.
So, I play it again.
We hear something else now. Mule train. Mule train.
Mister, I like that song.
Get some water.
That's better. Felt good when I hit it. Hurt my hand, though. That's all right. Lousy whiskey. Lousy bar. Lousy Congo. I must be drunk. Must be, I am. Kerrigan, you're drunk. I like that song. Wish I was back in the States. Wish I could see Alice. Alice. Gotta get out of here. Hey!
Yes, Sam.
Here's for your broken table. Here's for your whiskey. That enough?
Oh, it's all right. It's not your fault. I have another mule train for you next time you come to Manalo.
Where do we go from here, boys? Where do we go from here?
Hey, Sam, where you go, you strong man? You stay with me, on. We have good time.
A cigarette. Hey, dog. You got a friend for me?
Mr. Kerrigan?
Sure.
You will come with us, please?
What for?
The inspector will tell you. Come with us, please. Inspector Farnack?
Oh, yes. You can wait outside. Come in, Mr. Kerrigan. Sit down, please.
What's the charge?
No charge, Mr. Kerrigan. Government business. I have received a cable ordering me to extradite a man named Benjamin Hammer. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
We believe that he is somewhere in this territory, possibly west of Muyumba, across the Lualaba River.
Uh-huh.
15 years ago, he embezzled money in Brussels and incidentally killed a man.
Took a long time to get him.
But we think we have now. Have you heard of a white man who calls himself a king and has made himself responsible for several thousand Bahuto tribesmen?
I've heard rumors.
That man may be Benjamin Hammer. I want you to take me into his kingdom.
Across the Lualaba? Not me.
Kerrigan, you are the only guide in the Belgian Congo who is familiar with that country. Surely you have taken hunting parties in there before?
That's right, and I'm not going back.
You will be well paid?
Not well enough. Sorry.
Just a moment. As a guide and a hunter, Mr. Kerrigan, you realize that you are licensed by the government. And here, I am the government.
So I moved to another territory. This lousy Congo's all the same.
You are an alien, my friend. And without my help, it may be difficult to obtain a license anywhere.
Look, Inspector, this is for your own good. It's bad in there. Real bad.
You mean the natives?
Yeah. You wouldn't get 10 miles beyond the river.
I am aware of the hostility of the natives, Mr. Kerrigan. This is my territory. But we won't be going in alone.
Oh?
There'll be 40 of us.
You're Bantu boys?
And 2 machine guns.
This is funny. You're blackmailing me.
Not at all. You will be paid.
That's what I mean. Okay, it's your funeral. There's your stinking, polluted Lualaba River, Fernac. There's your jungle.
I recognize it, Mr. Kerrigan. I have been here before.
You've been to Mayumba, but you haven't gone across the river.
We shall unload the trucks now and leave tomorrow at dawn. The Bantus have instructions not to fraternize with the villagers, and I wish you two to remain silent about our mission.
Sure. But you listen tonight. You'll hear the drums talking. There's no such word as secret here.
One more thing, Kerrigan. As long as you are in the employ of the Belgian government, you will try to remain sober. Sergeant Labat. Yes, sir. Unload the trucks and post a guard about them. Careful with that box.
Sure. Be careful of everything. Unload the trucks. Post a guard.
Careful.
If you really want to be careful, go back to Manono, boy. Back to Manono. But you won't go back, you fat little Fernac. And you may lose more than your weight. All the villages at night. Hot. Stink. Never sleep. Wonder if Fernac's listening. Wonder if he's awake. You hear the drums, Fernac? Did you ever hear a drum talking? Well, I did. Many soldiers with guns crossing the river before the sun and come to the kingdom of Hammer. Can you hear that, Fernac? I better have a drink, maybe sleep.
The column is full, sir. Very good. Mr. Kerrigan and I will take the point. Instruct the men to maintain 2-pace intervals. At my whistle, take cover. Mr. Kerrigan?
Yeah?
Were you asleep?
No, just last smoke.
Mr. Kerrigan, one of my Bantu sergeants says that he understands the language of the drums.
Wouldn't be surprised.
He says that they are telling the king that we are coming.
That figures.
The king's name is Hammer.
And I guess you were right.
I think that you have known that all the time. You were too anxious to stop us from coming here.
You've got a suspicious mind, Fernac. I told you why I didn't want to guide you. It's dangerous. You don't know what you're getting into. Better go back to your desk and your rubber stamp.
I have brought my stamp with me. The seal of the Belgian government. I am that government.
On the other side of the river, maybe, but not here. There's a king by the name of Hammer.
I have got 40 trained soldiers.
What if his men are more loyal than your tame Bantus?
At the pace we set today, how long do you think it will take us?
Oh, with luck, 4 more days, maybe 5. Remember, I've never been here before.
So you said. Good night, Mr. Kerrigan.
Hey, Fernack.
Yes?
I wouldn't move around too much in the dark.
Don't be afraid, Mr. Kerrigan. We are well guarded. I've posted 6 men with our machine guns.
Okay, I won't be afraid. Too quiet. Go see what happened? No. Their funeral, not mine.
Inspector! Inspector!
What is it, Sergeant?
The Centuries, they are dead. All of them. Machine gun scar.
What? Show me.
This way, sir.
Lucky it wasn't you, fat little Fernack. I told you it was dangerous. You wouldn't listen, would you? Hope you haven't had breakfast yet. You won't like what you see. Better go back. Back to Manono for you, boy.
Kerrigan! Kerrigan! Kerrigan!
What's the matter?
The sentries.
Dead, huh? You look a little green.
You are possibly more used to it than I am, Mr. Kerrigan. They were beheaded. The machine guns were stolen.
Gonna turn back?
No. I want you to take a searching party. I give you 10 men.
Search for what?
You're a hunter. You can follow tracks.
Sure I can, and you know what I'll find? Not your machine guns. 6 heads stuck up on poles. That's what they did it for, to warn us off. They could have wiped out the whole camp if they wanted. You better go home, Fernack.
We go on. Sergeant Robert.
Yes, sir.
Form the column as quickly as possible. We're moving on.
Should have gone back that first morning. You've got guts, though. You'll need them. We'll get there all right. They haven't hit a white man. Hammer's saving something special for us. Something special for me. You all right, Fernack?
Yes.
How many this time?
I don't know. Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Casualties?
7, sir.
That leaves 3 Bantus, you, Labat, and me. What's the matter? You ready to turn around now?
I want to get Hammer. If I do go back, it will only be to get 200 men.
Forget it. This was the last attack.
How do you know?
Are you kidding? Why should he be afraid of you now? He's left us 3 Bantus for porters. How do you expect to drag him back to Manono with an army like that? He'll let us in, all right. Let's get moving. There it is. Nothing changed since the last time. Clearing, stockade, house. There's the room. A night I can't forget.
Sam, don't go away unless you take me with you. I can't stand him. Oh, Sam, take me back. I want to be with you.
You should have thought of that before. You wanted Ben. You got him. Wonder what you're like now.
You're afraid of him. Sam Kerrigan scared. You're scared. You're scared.
You were right, Alice. I was afraid. I still am. Now I'm back.
My name is Benjamin Hammer. You are Inspector... yes. The message of the drums was unable to cope with the name. Mr. Kerrigan.
Hello, Ben.
I'm surprised to see you. I thought I made it clear at our last meeting that I should kill you if you returned.
You had your chance. Why didn't you?
I don't understand.
Skip it.
Benjamin Hammer, I have here a warrant for your arrest on a charge of embezzlement and murder, to which will be added responsibility for the death of 37 government soldiers.
Responsibility? Your responsibility, Inspector, not mine.
You should have known better than to enter Bahutu country. Kerrigan knows how savage the natives are. Didn't he tell you? I suppose not. Mr. Kerrigan is a deceitful man. You mustn't trust him.
I don't.
Well, before you drag me off to my doom, I should imagine that a bath and a cooling drink would be in order. Come along. You too, Sergeant. I want you to meet my wife. My men will take care of your Bantus.
Little fat man. You're not afraid of him. Are you crazy? How are you going to do it? How do you arrest a king? Hot bath, cool drink, supper. And then any hour, any day he wants it. Goodbye, Sergeant Labatt. Goodbye, Inspector Governmental Fernac. Goodbye, Kerrigan. Alice, waiting like a wife at the door. Alice, I've made you smile. Warm, red. I know those arms. I know you, Alice. Soft, dark, gardenias. Frightened? Who are you looking at? You're looking at me.
My dear, I should like you to meet Inspector Fernac. He's come to arrest me.
How do you do?
Madame?
And Sergeant...
Labatt.
Labatt.
Sergeant?
Mr. Kerrigan, you know, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Now run along and prepare food for our guests.
Yes, sir.
Inspector, I have prepared a room for you and the sergeant at the end of the corridor. Kerrigan, I don't imagine you'll mind going back into your old room, filled with memories, eh? Show them the way, will you?
I don't mind.
When you've had your baths and feel up to it, we'll take supper on the veranda.
Why did you say you'd never been here before?
What does it matter?
You knew he was wanted, didn't you?
No. To me, he was a guy who paid well for trade goods and told me to keep my mouth shut about his setup. I did because it was good business.
How long have you known him?
5 years. 6. Haven't been here for over a year, though.
Why did he speak of killing you if you returned?
That's none of your business.
I'll make it my business when we return to Manono.
Yeah, you do that, Fernac, when we get back. Go to bed, Kerrigan. What for? She calls him Sir. Sir. He treated her like one of the Bahutu's servants. Doesn't eat at the table. Slave? When did that happen? A year ago, after he found out about us. Sure. Wonder if she's with him now. Have a drink. What's the use? Where are you? Where are you? Wish I hadn't done that. Alice? No. Little fat Fernac. Fernac.
No, don't touch me.
Alice. Alice.
No, you mustn't. I can't stand being touched. You don't know what it's been like with him since you left. Oh, why didn't you take me with you then?
You know why. He would have had his natives on us before we'd gone a mile. But why did he let me go?
Don't you know? So that he could do what he's done to me. So that I could think about you outside, alive, and want you. So that he could do these things that I can't tell. Look at me.
It would have been better for both of us if we tried to run away and he'd killed us.
Oh, it doesn't matter now.
Yes, it does. We'll try it. Come with me.
No, I couldn't go with you now.
There might be a chance. Does he know you're here?
I suppose so. He knows everything about me. He left you your guns, didn't he?
Yeah, he would. You know that.
I want you to give me yours.
I can't do that.
I've got to kill him. I've waited a year for the chance. It's made me want to live, to kill him. He's been so sure, so safe because he's so strong. But with a gun, I can kill him. I'll show him he's not a god. I'll show the natives he's not a god. Give me the gun.
No.
You loved me once. If you still do, do as I ask.
I still do. That's why I want to take you away.
You're afraid. You're still afraid. Give me the gun. I've got to. I've got to.
Alice, no. Alice.
No! Don't touch me. I can't stand you. Filthy. Dirty.
Hold her. No, don't touch. Another night, though, yes. Gardenias. Waiting a year. Waiting. Not for Sam. Not for Sam. Waiting for a gun. Don't go. Don't go. Don't go! Alice, I've got to think. There may be a way. I'll talk to Fernack. We'll figure out something. Maybe tomorrow.
He'll kill you all tomorrow.
Alice!
How does she know we die tomorrow?
Leave me alone.
I want to talk to you.
Get out of here, Fernack. Leave me alone.
What did she tell you?
Nothing.
You're lying.
Get out!
What did she tell you? Why did he leave us with our guns? Why have we still got our guns?
Because that's the way he is. So we shoot him. How do you want to die after? It won't be easy like being shot. I've seen what the Bahutus can do to you. And he knows I've seen it.
I do not want to die, Mr. Kerrigan, but the Belgian government has seen fit to name me as its representative. If I am unable to arrest Hammer and take him back for trial, I shall have to shoot him here.
You wouldn't have a chance. You've seen his guards of honor. He's their god, the immortal king, Ben Hammer. That's how he rules them. They think he can't be hurt, and he can't.
Mr. Kerrigan, knowing this about him, why did you come back?
Don't you remember you blackmailed me into it?
I don't believe that. It was the wife, wasn't it?
Yeah. The wife. I guess I would have come back someday anyhow.
It's strange, Mr. Kerrigan. We seem to have parallel missions. Mine to take him out, yours to take her.
Yeah. Too bad, isn't it?
More coffee, Inspector?
No, thank you.
Sergeant?
No.
I don't want any more.
Well, then breakfast is finished.
Mr. Hammer, I think the time has now come to start back for Manolo.
You know, I rather admire you. You must realize your position here, and yet with stubborn zeal you persist with this farce. And please, don't touch your gun. It's all right, Igale. I don't want to see you killed that way. I have other plans.
Then I have nothing to lose.
As you wish, Inspector. Draw your gun. That's better. It is difficult to set in motion your own execution, isn't it? Mr. Kerrigan knows that. Come, we'll go out on the veranda. I want to show you something. These natives you see are the chieftains of my kingdom. I called them together to witness my decree. Hear me, wise Bahutus. These two white men in uniform have been sent to dethrone me by a government that thinks itself stronger than I, your king. Igale, seize them. Get your hands off it, you... My reply to this insolence is to return them to the country in humiliation, bound and across the back of an ox.
What about me, Ben? I have something to say about this.
You, Kerrigan? Oh, yes, you have a gun. No, let him, Igale, let him. I know Mr. Kerrigan.
Do you, Ben? Are you sure? Tell your men to release the inspector and the sergeant.
And if I don't?
I'll give you 30 seconds, and if you don't, I'll shoot you.
You'd like to kill me because of her, wouldn't you? But it wouldn't do you any good now. She wanted to do that. Go ahead. Shoot. Shall I tell you what they'll do to you then? They'll stake you naked to the ground and smear honey over you. Then the ants will come. First one, then two, then more. Your hand's shaking, Kerrigan. And when the ants are nearly finished, you'll be screaming then. They'll take sharp little sticks and they'll...
You, golly. Let them go. Don't look at me, look at them.
They aren't doing anything. Just watching.
King. King. You stand up. Him not stand up. Him not dead. He say he cannot die. No man kill him. He tell us when he come here. He show us. He drink poison from our arrows.
He was no god, golly. He was no king. He's dead. Go look at him.
He no god. He no king. He dead.
Wrong man, you come sit with me. We have good time.
Hello, Sam. For yourself. You've come back.
Yeah.
I didn't forget your song. You've come back so soon. I play you another you like.
Okay.
You're afraid. You're still afraid. Give me the gun. I've got to. I've got to.
Alice, did you try anyway without a gun? You knew he was stronger than you. You were lying there broken. I touched you.
Don't touch me. I can't stand you.
Or did Hammer kill you because you came to see me? But it wasn't me, was it? It was the gun you wanted. A year ago. Should have killed him then.
Why didn't you take me with you then? Why didn't you take me with you then?
You like the song, Sam?
Sure. Fine.
Can I bring you something?
Yeah. A bottle. I'm gonna get drunk if you don't mind.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Today we have brought you The Power of Hammer by Gil Dowd and Anthony Ellis, with Harry Bartell starred as Sam. Featured in the cast were Edgar Barrier, Vivi Janis, and Stan Waxman, with Ann Morrison, Jack Crucian, Lou Krugman, and Don Diamond. The special music for Escape was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmars.
Next week, escape with us to the year 100,080 and a world where beauty and terror live side by side, as H.G. Wells described it in his immortal story, The Time Machine.
Now that color television is definitely coming, should you buy a television set? What about your present TV set? Frank Stanton, president of the Columbia Broadcasting System, gives you answers to these and other vital questions about color television today at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Don't miss this informative talk about color television over most of these same CBS stations. Now, stay tuned for Make Believe Town, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you laugh at Jack Benny every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Appointments with Death. The Green Hornet strikes again. So you think you can't afford to buy another war bond? Figure it this way. If it hadn't been for our heroic fighting men and the ships and planes which war bonds made possible, Jap planes might now be strafing America's shores. The 7th War Loan is to help crush Japan and forever prevent another Pearl Harbor. Yes, the freedoms you enjoy as an American can be made permanently secure with the purchase of more and more war bonds. And remember, you're not giving, you're just lending your dollars to speed the day of final victory. Buy another war bond today. And now, the Green Hornet. In a fashionable home on the east side of the city, the butler stood before the closed door of the study. After knocking discreetly, he tried to enter, but found the door locked.
Strange. Mr. Lowell doesn't usually lock himself in the study. Mr. Lowell, sir. Dinner is served, and Madam is waiting.
Don't stand there knocking on the door. Go in and tell Mr. Lowell I'm waiting, and dinner's getting cold.
Door's locked, Madam.
Nonsense. Mr. Lowell never locks the study door. Joseph, sometimes I wonder if you... You shouldn't...
It was a shot, Madam.
What was that?
I fear something's happened to Mr. Lowell. Mr. Lowell, are you all right, sir?
Oh, do something, Joseph. Do something. Try to force the door open quickly.
Yes, Madam.
Henry. Phone for a doctor, Joseph, quick. Something's happened. Somebody's hurt him.
Madam, I'm afraid it's too late for a doctor. Mr. Lowell has killed himself.
Hi, Reed.
Oh, good morning, Axford. Come on in.
I am in.
So I noticed. Did you get an interview with Mrs. Lowell?
That I did, but she didn't have much to say.
I see. Well, I didn't expect you'd get very much information from her. Helen Lowell isn't the type who'll talk to reporters.
Oh, you know the Lowells, then?
Yes, I've known them for quite a long time. Henry Lowell was a member of the Civic Club. Did you get a look at the suicide note?
No, but Sergeant Burke told me what was in it. Off the record, of course. Seems Lowell'd been paying blackmail because of a threat to send some scandal out of his past life to that dirty scandal sheet, the Scorpion News.
I see. Well, that paper keeps within the law by publishing scandal that can be proven. It's too bad its publication can't be stopped.
Who's behind that Scorpion rag, anyway?
Well, nobody knows, Axford. Perhaps if we did know, something could be done to stop it.
But as you know, Reed, according to the story we got from headquarters last night, Mrs. Lowell stated that there was something more behind that suicide, and that she was going to hire detectives to try to find the guy responsible.
Yes, I know, but... Yes, Miss Case.
Mrs. Lowell is calling Mr. Reed on line 2.
Oh, thanks. I'll take it. Hello.
Hello, Britt. This is Helen Lowell.
Oh, yes, Helen. I'm very sorry about Henry.
Thank you, Britt. It's been quite a shock, of course.
Yes, I know.
I need some advice, Britt, and that's why I called. You see, in view of the statement in the press that I intended to follow this thing through by hiring detectives, Mr. Kilburn of the Kilburn Detective Agency phoned and offered his services. Do you know anything about him? Is he capable, I mean?
Clifford Kilburn? Oh, yes, I know him. Henry and I both became acquainted with Kilburn at the Civic Club. He's said to be a very good detective.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I asked him to come over at 3 o'clock. I wonder if you could drop in at that time, too. There are some facts I haven't disclosed that I'd like you to know.
Well, of course, Helen. I'll drop by at 3.
Oh, I knew I could count on you, Britt. I'll look for you then. Goodbye.
I'll be there. Bye, Helen.
It was nice of you to come, Britt. You say you know Mr. Kilburn?
Oh, yes. How are you, Cliff?
Fine, Britt, fine.
Mrs. Lowell tells me that you've offered your services.
Yes. Frankly, I have a couple of clients who've been caught in the blackmailing racket connected with the Scorpion News.
Oh, really?
That's right. So you see, I'm interested in this case, too. By taking the various angles of the individual cases, I hope to make a case that will finally point to the blackmailer.
Of course. And the blackmailer would, in my opinion, turn out to be the backer of the Scorpion News.
I agree with you, Britt.
Mr. Kilburn, I'm convinced that you're the person to handle this case. I want you to go the limit to find out who that monster is.
Thank you, Mrs. Lowell. I promise you I'll do my best.
I'm sure you will. Now, gentlemen, I'll come right to the point. My husband left a note for me, which, of course, I showed to the police.
Yes, I know. The police didn't release the exact contents of that note to the press, but they hinted that fear of scandal was behind Henry's, action.
Britt, Henry had paid out quite a large sum in blackmail over a period of time. Then he received a demand for more than he could pay.
So he refused to pay it, huh?
Why, yes, he did, Mr. Kilburn. The matter for which he was being blackmailed was an infatuation my husband had some time ago for another woman. Of course, he didn't want me to know about it.
I see.
Poor Henry, like most men, he didn't realize that I suspected it at the time and had long forgiven and forgotten. Anyway, 2 days ago, he came to me and told me everything and promised to turn the matter over to the police.
Well, then why didn't he contact the police?
When he refused the payment of blackmail, he received a note, a threat. Henry was very nervous and overwrought. It was fear that caused him to take his own life.
So that was it.
Did Mr. Lowell tell you about the threat against his life?
No, I guess he didn't want me to worry about it. Fear seems to stifle a person's reasoning powers. He didn't stop to think how his death would affect me.
Did you tell the police about the other note?
No, it was enclosed with a suicide note. I decided to keep it and turn it over to a detective rather than publicize it by giving it to the police. Here it is.
Printed. Unless you come across with the 20,000, you'll die at midnight tonight. And it's signed with a crudely drawn death's head.
Yes. Henry must have received that yesterday morning. The worry and suspense was too much for him. It was between 7 and 8 last night when he...
I know. If he'd called the police for protection, he would have had nothing to fear.
Maybe so. But I'm convinced we're dealing with a very smart man. The writer of that note might have carried out his threat in spite of any protection.
Well, that doesn't seem possible, Cliff.
I wouldn't be too sure. May I have that note, Mrs. Lowell?
Well, of course. If there's anything more I can do or tell you that will help Mr. Kilburn, please call on me. I want you to keep at it until you find the man responsible.
Don't worry, Mrs. Lowell. I give you my word I'll do all I can to find him.
And the Daily Sentinel will do what it can to help. A few editorials advising people to report blackmailing cases to the police might bring forth a lead.
Such editorials might force the blackmailer to more desperate measures, Britt. Perhaps if you wait a while and let me handle things...
I don't agree with you on that, Cliff. I run a newspaper. And the sooner we can get that criminal to show his hand, the better.
Have it your way, then. But don't say I didn't tell you.
We'll keep the matter alive in the Sentinel until he is caught. You can count on that. Yes, Miss Case.
Clifford Kilburn is here to see you, Mr. Reed.
Well, tell him to come right in.
Yes, sir.
I suppose Cliff is coming to object to the publicity we're giving his search for the blackmailer. Good afternoon, Cliff. Come right in.
I came over to show you something very interesting, Britt.
Well, have a chair.
Thanks. Remember I told you your editorials would start something?
Well?
Look at this.
Well, don't tell me it's a note from the man you're hunting.
Read it.
You're next. Wherever you are at midnight tonight, you'll die. This is signed with the same crude drawing.
It was sent by the same man, all right.
But, Cliff, you don't really believe such a thing is possible. Of course, you'll take the proper precautions.
I'm not afraid, if that's what you mean. But I don't hold that note lightly by any means. I'll have police at my home tonight.
Good.
You can publicize this threat.
Then tomorrow I'll give you a statement to print showing I'm still alive and continuing the hunt for the would-be killer.
Do you plan to be at your home at midnight, Cliff?
Yes. I've been threatened by killers before this. In the basement of my home, I have an experimental laboratory where I work at night. It has double steel doors and steel shutters on the windows. When those are closed, no one can possibly get to me. That's where I'll be at midnight tonight.
Good. I'll come over to your place with one of our reporters. I want to cover that story myself.
Well, perhaps you think I'm silly to take all those precautions. But it's necessary to make sure he fails, to show others who might be threatened that precaution can prevent their deaths.
Yes. That's better than letting their fear drive them to suicide, as in the case of Henry Lowell.
Well, that's what I'm out to prove tonight. He won't succeed, so don't worry. But he may show up and leave some clue. Then the hunt will go on stronger than ever. See you later, Britt.
All right, Cliff. Goodbye.
I'll be waiting whenever you come out, Mr. Britt.
Good. Come on, Axford.
From the looks of things, they got cops all around the place.
See you later, kiddo.
Hold on there, you two.
Hi, Sarge. It's me and Reed.
Oh, you Axford. Good evening, Mr. Reed.
Hello, Sergeant Burke. I see you're on the alert around here.
That we are, sir. I have men posted around the grounds, one inside each door. Besides that, there's a couple of them in the basement of the east wing, where the experimental room is that Mr. Kilburn is fixing to use.
Well, I must say, you've taken every precaution.
Even the Green Hornet himself couldn't get near the house with all that protection.
That he couldn't, Axford. Inspector Evans is in the reception hall, Mr. Reed. Mr. Kilburn has gone on down to the experimental room. You can go right on in. I'll join you later after I check things once more.
All right, thanks, Sergeant. Come on, Axford.
Oh, hello, Mr. Reed.
Sergeant Burke told us you were in here, Inspector, so we came right on in. You know Mike Axford, of course.
Sure, me and the inspector are old friends.
That's right. Well, Kilburn's down in the experimental laboratory, and the men are all at their posts.
Do you think anything will really happen, Inspector?
Well, frankly, I don't see how it possibly can, Axford. We'll soon know. According to my time, it's very close to midnight.
Well, if you ask me, Inspector, I'd say that... Listen, that must be 12 o'clock striking now.
It is, Axford. We'll wait around a while until Kilburn leaves the lab, and then we'll go on down and see him.
Suffering snakes, what was that?
Inspector, do you think someone...
That explosion came from the direction of the east wing, but it isn't possible. Come on. There's a corridor through the door over there that leads to that wing of the house.
Look, there's smoke down at the other end of the corridor.
Stairway to the basement's down there. But whatever it was, I'm sure
Here comes Sergeant Burke.
Inspector, I was just coming for you.
What happened, Sergeant?
Plenty. There was an explosion inside the lab. Blew the heavy door right off and hurt one of our men.
Holy crow.
What about Clifford Kilburn?
Blown to bits, Mr. Reed. And it happened at the stroke of midnight. Just like that note said it would happen.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Young women, serve your country in time of war and prepare yourself for an interesting and useful career. Join the U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps of the U.S. Public Health Service today. All expense scholarships are still available in a few Michigan schools of nursing. You will continue to receive full scholarship privileges if you are enrolled in the Corps 90 days before the end of the war. Here in Michigan, the address is Michigan Nursing Council for War Service, 51 West Warren Avenue, Detroit 1, Michigan. That's Michigan Nursing Council for War Service, 51 West Warren Avenue, Detroit 1, Michigan. And now back to the Green Hornet. It was several hours after the almost unbelievable happening at Kilbourne's home. Britt Reed was discussing the event with Cato and Axford in the living room of his apartment.
It still doesn't seem possible that anyone could have reached Kilburn inside that experimental laboratory.
Well, we can't deny that somebody did, Reed. It sure made headlines for an extra. Look at that. Killer makes good threat. Kilburn murdered at midnight. Police hunt missing houseman.
Yeah, we've read that, Axford. I'd feel lots better if we didn't have such news to print. By the way, I wonder who was the last to see that houseman.
Well, Sarge says the plainclothes man who rode home with Kilburn at dinner time told him the houseman let them in. Seems the guy lives over the garage out there with his wife. She was sort of housekeeper for Kilburn. She's the one who reported her missing, you know.
Yeah, I know. He was supposed to go off duty at 10 o'clock.
But there's no evidence that two men were inside the room when it blew up?
No. They identified the charred remains they did find as Kilburn.
'Twas Kilburn, all right. As you know, they found his ring with his initials inside it, and a bit of cloth that was like the suit he'd been wearing.
That policeman who was hurt was fortunate it wasn't more serious.
Oh, Cassidy, you mean? Sure, it was just a hard blow in the back of the head he got. He was standing with his back to the door of the experimental room. The edge of the door, or maybe a bolt from one of the hinges, smacked him like as not.
Could be. Does he still insist he didn't hear the hall clock strike just before the explosion?
That he does, Reed. Sarge was right around the corner of the basement corridor talking to the other guard. They both say they heard that big hall clock strike several times before it happened. But Cassidy swears he never heard it.
Well, it did strike several times, as we know.
Sure it did. I remember saying, that must be 12 o'clock now. Then it happened.
Perhaps blow on head keep Cassidy from remembering.
Well, maybe so. But he remembers everything else right up to that point. He recalls hearing Sarge talking low to the other guard. Cassidy likes to be different about things anyway. He remembers speaking to Kilburn just before that, when he came down to go into the experimental room too.
Oh, I suppose Cassidy was the one who locked Kilburn in the room.
Nope. Kilburn told him the door would lock automatically.
I see. Well, it'll soon be dawn if we don't turn in.
Soon a little sleep will do us all good. Say, Reed, do you think the guy behind that scorpion scandal sheet's responsible for Kilburn's murder?
I certainly do, Axford. And the Daily Sentinel's going to keep the issue alive until the ruthless killer's brought into light. You can count on that. Well, Miss Case, you didn't take a very long lunch hour.
No, I didn't. I'll get it, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed's office?
Casey, this is Axford. Let me talk to Reed and hurry it up.
Oh, it's you, Axford. Just a minute. Axford, Mr. Reed.
I wonder what he wants now. Hello, Axford. What do you want?
Reed, wait till you hear. Another one of them notes has turned up.
What?
That's right. A wealthy broker named Gridley, who lives by himself in a two-room suite at the downtown hotel, got a note telling him to pay $25,000 or he'd die at midnight tonight. He just phoned headquarters.
So what do they intend to do about it?
Seems he'd been paying blackmail for some time. He wants to pay this, too, but thought the cops ought to know. They told him not to pay. They're all going to go to his apartment tonight and sit right there with him.
I see.
Inspector Evans says if you and me want to go along, it's okay, Reed.
I wouldn't miss it, Axford. I'll meet you here tonight and we'll go over together.
Right. And here's hoping the killer don't get to Gridley like he did to Kilburn.
Let's hope not. You get all the facts you can, and I'll see you later.
Okay, Reed. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Axford.
Something serious, Mr. Reed?
Yes, very. It seems as though our editorials are hitting home. A man named Gridley received one of those blackmailers' threatening notes and called the police. Let's hope he doesn't pay with his life for doing the right thing.
Well, Mr. Gridley, the time's getting close. With this crowd here with you, I'm sure you've nothing to worry about.
Well, I must admit I'm a little nervous, Inspector. After what happened to my friend Kilburn last night.
You knew Mr. Kilburn then?
Why, yes, I did, Mr. Reed. I told him a short time back that I was having certain difficulties, that I was thinking of hiring a private detective. He offered to take the case for me.
I see.
Looks like it was hard luck for people to know poor Kilburn.
'Twas Kilburn himself had the hard luck, Axford. I suppose, Mr. Gridley, you didn't let anyone in here all evening like I warned you.
That's right, Sergeant Burke. The only person who came in before you came at 9:30 was the officer in uniform who was sent up to investigate the apartment. I went in and lay down for a while. I heard him leave just before you came.
Officer? One of our men? I guess you must have sent one of the boys here, Inspector. I didn't.
No, I didn't send anyone. And if you didn't, then... Wait, don't answer that. There's 2 phones on your desk. Which is that ringing?
Well, one's a hotel phone. The other, the one that's ringing, is a private line I use for confidential matters. Very few people have that number.
Do you have a cane handy, Mr. Gridley?
In that closet over there. But I'd better answer the phone.
Wait, I say. Get the cane, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
But I don't see
You'd
why...
better wait, as the inspector says, Mr. Gridley.
I got it. Here it is.
Good. Move back, Mr. Gridley, while I lift the receiver off with this cane.
Well, Inspector, if you expected a booby trap, that ain't it.
I'll answer now before they hang up. Hello?
Put that down.
That was fast work, Mr. Reed, but there wasn't any reason to...
Sergeant, look. Something's happening to Mr. Gridley.
That's what I was afraid of. My watch says exactly midnight. We've got to work fast if we hope to save his life. It's sure good to be home, Cato. Well, it's already 2 a.m. We're getting very little sleep the past few nights.
Yes, sir. You say Mr. Gridley going to be all right?
Yes, Cato, but he had a narrow escape. That killer used a very ingenious method.
Oh, what'd he do?
He gained entrance to the apartment, unscrewed the mouthpiece of the private phone, and inserted a tiny crystal bulb, so thin that when anyone might speak into the phone, the vibrations of the diaphragm inside would cause the tiny bulb to break.
Oh. What bulb contained?
A deadly gas, one good whiff of which would cause instant death. Gridley got only a trace of it, since the bulb must have broken when the inspector hit the receiver with a cane.
Mr. Gridley, very fortunate you all suspect a phone. Oh, I just remember, Mr. Britt. I find letters stuck on the door just before you arrive. It's there on the table.
Oh, who'd stick a letter under our door, and especially this late at night? Let's see. Britt Reed, printed on the envelope. Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Mr. Britt?
Cato, this is it. Listen. Reed, it's no use warning you to lay off those editorials. So this is to tell you you'll get yours at midnight Thursday. And it's signed with the death's head.
It's already 2 a.m. Thursday. That means next midnight, Mr. Britt.
Yes, but we're not going to sit around and wait, Cato. I've tucked away a few items in my mind that may lead to something, yet they're not definite enough to give to the police. And this note gives me another item.
You mean Green Hornet to go out instead?
Right. We'll take the Black Beauty right now. Come on.
What you do first, Mr. Britt?
First, I'm going to stop in the vicinity of a public phone booth. I want you to put in a call to police headquarters.
Why I called police?
Tell them the Green Hornet was seen entering the offices of the Kilburn Detective Agency. And then we'll lay low for a while and let things happen.
Why you wait here in shadows and watch windows of detective agency? Police already have come and gone, Mr. Britt.
Yes, I know. By now, the report you gave has been broadcast, as we heard on the car radio. I'm hoping it'll bring someone out of hiding to find out... Look! Someone using a flashlight up there. Come on. He must have gone in the back way. We've got to get there before he leaves. And there's the office door. The police have already investigated their regular files right after Kilburn's death, but found nothing of value.
Why someone come here now, then?
Well, there must be hidden files, maybe in a secret wall safe that would be of interest to that someone. I'll open the door. Be quiet.
He's in the other room. Through that door, perhaps.
Yes, and it sounded as though he closed a wall safe in there. We get back against the wall. He'll be coming out here soon.
You think it's missing houseman, maybe?
And you'd soon know.
Shh.
Hold it, killer.
You not shoot good in the dark.
This'll do it. Turn your light on. Take a look.
Yes, sir. What? It's Mr. Kilburn.
Right. And with a bag filled with evidence of blackmailing that'll settle him for good. Phone the police again, Cato, while I stick a seal on this rotten killer. He'll soon get his appointment with death in the chair.
What make you think Kilburn not dead? That he's the one who do blackmail and send notes?
Well, it dawned on me gradually from those little items in my mind I mentioned.
What items, Mr. Britt?
Kilbourne was in a position to get the goods on a great many people that could be used for blackmail, since he was a detective.
Oh, that's true.
In both Lowell's and Gridley's cases, he was right there to offer his services when they were about to hire detectives.
He afraid other detectives find him out, perhaps.
Yes. When talking to Mrs. Lowell, he knew and mentioned that her husband refused to pay the blackmail demand before she actually told us.
That's not good.
And he asked Mrs. Lowell if her husband had told her about the threat against his life. Yet she hadn't yet mentioned what kind of a threat it was.
That when you get suspicious?
No, but I began to suspect when Cassidy swore he hadn't heard that big clock striking, when everybody else had heard it.
I don't understand.
It came to me that he could have been struck down from behind before the explosion took place. Of course, he thought his injury was the result of the explosion.
Oh, that gave Kilbourne a chance to slip out and hide somewhere in the basement, leaving Houseman dressed in his clothes and wearing his ring in the room with time bomb.
Right. I didn't mention it to the police because they were convinced of Kilbourne's death, and I still wasn't sure. It could have been the Houseman who did the killing.
You learn other things then?
Yes. His efforts to warn me against using editorials in the Sentinel told me that they might force the blackmailer to more desperate measures. The note he left for me clinched things when he wrote, "It's no use warning you to lay off those editorials." You see, Kilbourne was the only one who had warned me.
You figure, then, that he have secret files of names and material for blackmail someplace. Maybe an office. He worry about police and Hornet, and go to make certain it all safe.
That's what I figured, Cato, and he fell for it. Now the Scorpion News will go out of business, and Kilbourne will go out of circulation. The way he planned for his victims, at a given time.
Thanks to Green Hornet, State will make appointment with death for Kilbourne.
You forget the Hornet and step on it, Cato. Brett Reed got an appointment with a nice, soft bed.
Sentinel Extra! Paper! Kilbourne confesses to blackmail and murder! Green Hornet implicated! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! Sentinel Extra! Paper!
Men between 30 and 50 years of age are urgently needed by the American Red Cross to serve our armed forces as assistant field directors both at home and overseas. If you like people, and if your educational background and experience qualify you to deal closely with men and their personal and family problems, and if you're in good physical health, consult your local Red Cross chapter for complete details. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Hall speaking. This is the Michigan Radio.
Listen to me. Put down that gun.
Jerry, be careful.
I'm telling you for the last time, North, get out of the way. Clark, in the name of heaven, will you...
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Too Late to Die. A man sits at a microphone in a radio studio in Midtown Manhattan. His name is Clint Conroy, and his voice is being heard in thousands of homes throughout New York. In the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. North.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to wind up tonight's broadcast with another open letter to Wally Clark. I hope you're listening, Wally, wherever you are. I hope you're listening hard.
And in the Fifth Avenue penthouse of one Victor Bailey.
Dave Largo's in town, Wally. You know Largo, and you know why Vic Bailey and the syndicate brought him in from Chicago. That's how badly Vic Bailey wants you, Wally. He's brought in the #1 gun of the syndicate to get you, to find you, Wally, and to kill you.
and in a cheap hotel in Chelsea Square.
You can't go on hiding forever, Wally. If Vic Bailey and Dave Largo don't get you, the police will. So listen to me, Wally. Give yourself up. Go to the district attorney. Tell him all you know about Bailey's financial setup. Give him the records you took from Bailey's office. Listen, Wally. The district attorney will protect you. Play it smart, Wally. Get Vic Bailey before he gets out.
That guy, why can't he leave me alone? Why does he have to keep after me? Every night for a month, all he's done is... Oh, I'm sorry, Nora. I shouldn't have blown my top like that.
No. Well, you shouldn't drink anymore. Please, Wally.
Oh, okay. Cigarette?
On the dresser. Wally, Clint Conroy's trying to help you.
Help me.
Well, he is. And, darling, he's right. We can't go on hiding forever, living like this. Me in this room and you sneaking around town like a hunted animal, living Lord knows where. Oh, Wally, do you realize that tonight's the first time I've seen you in a week?
I know.
Well, what kind of a life is
Look,
it when...
I couldn't come around because...
Because why?
Look, honey, I don't want to frighten you, but you're going to have to move out of here.
Why, Wally?
Well, I think the dame on the switchboard, a little blonde.
The one they call Gladys?
Yeah. I got a hunch she recognizes me from the picture in the paper the other day.
Oh, Wally.
I'm not sure. I may be wrong, but...
Did she see you come in tonight?
No, she isn't working tonight. Nora, I rented a room in a rooming house for you, up on 81st Street. Now we'll go...
Wally, I can't stand it any longer. You've got to go to the district attorney. Give him Vic Bailey's records and tell him everything you can.
Then go order a coffin?
The police would protect you.
For how long? The rest of my life? They'd have to, because sooner or later Bailey'd get me. It might be a month or a year or 5 years, but he'd get me.
He'd be in prison.
Prisons don't stop guys like Bailey, Nora. Honey, can't you understand? Bailey isn't just one man. He's hundreds of men. Yeah, thousands of them. He's the syndicate. The syndicate. And even if I sent Bailey to prison, it'd get me because there are too many guys like me. Guys who talk. And the syndicate would have to make an example of me.
Well, then send his books and records back to him and...
That wouldn't do any good. It isn't just his books he's worried about. It's the guy who kept them. When the grand jury hung that subpoena on me, it was my death warrant as far as Bailey was concerned. Oh, Nora, honey, listen. We won't go on like this much longer. If I can just scrape together some money, we'll...
We'll what? Go somewhere else and hide? And what happens when the baby comes?
Baby?
Yes, baby.
Nora,
I'm going to have a baby.
Oh, why didn't you tell me?
You've had other things on your mind.
But, Nora,
Don't, Wally, please. Please don't. Leave me alone. I'm through.
Nora.
With you and with living like this. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but I do know this much. Our baby isn't going to be born behind closed shades in some hall bedroom with you there. You with your gun and your fear and... Get out, Wally.
Nora.
Get out right now and don't come back.
Well, here's the elevator, Pam.
I hope Prince had time to get home from his broadcast.
He said he'd be here at 7, didn't he?
Uh-huh.
Well, he'll probably be here then.
You know, it's funny.
What's funny?
About Clint Conroy wanting you to publish a collection of his columns and broadcasts.
Well, what's funny about that?
I don't know. You'd think a man with a radio broadcast 5 nights a week, a television program, a gossip column in newspapers all over the country wouldn't care about a book that'd sell only a few thousand copies.
It'll sell more than a few thousand.
Well, I hope so.
I know so. Look, Clint Conroy's a big name, and... Oh, here we are. I'll get the bell. And if his book isn't a bestseller, I'll certainly miss my guess.
Pam! Jerry!
Hello, Clint.
Come in. Here, let me take your coat, Pam.
Thank you.
I'll just throw mine here, Clint.
Okay. Come on in the living room, huh? Now stir up some Manhattans. Okay?
Oh, fine.
We heard your broadcast tonight, Clint.
And you're certainly giving this Wally Clark a ride. What's the story there?
Story on Clark?
Yeah.
He's a young guy, a bookkeeper, fairly legitimate, worked for a small outfit called Mammoth Enterprises Incorporated. dummy outfit that Victor Bailey set up to cover his personal take from the rackets. Here you are, Pam.
Thank you.
Jerry? Thanks. Well, about a month ago, the district attorney slapped a subpoena on Clark ordering him to appear before the grand jury with Bailey's records. Clark took a powder. A rumor has it Bailey figured Clark would melt and run down in his shoes when he went before the grand jury, so we ordered him eliminated.
Killed?
Dead. But Clark was a jump ahead of Bailey. He and his wife disappeared. Now, let's forget about this and have another, huh? Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Clint Conroy?
Yeah?
Wally Clark.
Clark.
Listen, Conroy, I want to...
Hold it. Okay, Clark.
Look, I got a proposition for you, Conroy. I'm willing to give myself up to you.
Go on.
I'll tell you everything I know about Bailey. Let you take a look at the books I have, the works.
What about the district attorney?
I'll talk to him any time you say, after I get $5,000.
5,000.
Cash. The story I can give you is worth twice that much.
I'll have to think it over.
Okay, take an hour.
Where can I call you?
You can't.
But
I'll call you.
Clark.
In 1 hour.
Yeah, okay. I'll tell him.
Well?
Bert Noonan.
Well?
Says Clark stayed in a flop joint in Canal Street last Saturday night.
And?
Left a dirty shirt and hasn't been back since. You're belting that bottle pretty hard, Vic.
Why don't you mind your own business, Largo?
You're getting the jumps, Vic.
You shut up.
Drinking, smashing glasses in the fireplace, yelling.
Shut up, Largo. I brought you here to do a job, not to... I'll answer it.
Sure.
Hi. I'm Gladys Myers.
So?
Is Mr. Bailey in?
Who is it, Dave?
Something wearing a skirt. What do you want, lady?
I want to see Mr. Bailey.
What about?
Wally Clark.
Wally Cook? Come in.
Thanks.
In here.
Thanks. Hi.
What does she want?
She mentioned Wally Clark.
Who is she?
Oh, my name's Gladys. Gladys Myers.
What about Wally Clark?
Well, you're looking for him, ain't you?
And what if he is?
Well, I can tell you where you can find him. At least where you can find his wife.
Where? Well?
Well, worth anything to you?
Maybe. Talk.
Say maybe $500?
Talk.
Well, is it or ain't it?
Tell me what you know and I'll see. Who are you?
Well, if I tell you that, you'll know where Mrs. Clark is.
So? Who are you?
Oh, $500 ain't nothing to a man like you, Mr. Bailey.
What's stolen?
When I see some money.
Listen, you stupid little tramp. If you know something, you spill it. Now, talk.
Take it easy, Vic.
I'll handle this. No, you little...
Let go of me. You got no right here. Ow!
Now, where's Clark's wife? Talk. You hear me? Now, talk.
You're right. Pontiac Hotel. Chelsea Square.
Okay. Now, you heard her, Largo.
Yeah.
I'll get going.
What about her?
Give her $10 and throw her out of here. I hate stool pigeons.
And don't you think one section of your book should include the columns and broadcasts you did from Korea, Clint? Hey, Clint.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry.
Is something wrong, Clint?
Wrong?
Well, you keep looking at your watch as though it were a time bomb that was going to explode any minute.
Well, in a way it is.
What do you mean?
Well, look, I need some help. You remember the phone call I got just after you two arrived?
Yeah. What about it?
It was Wally Clark.
Wally Clark.
You mean that...
Yeah, he's willing to give himself up.
Oh, golly.
To me.
You? Well, why not the district attorney?
Because the district attorney won't pay him $5,000.
$5,000?
Mm-hmm.
For what?
For his story. For the first look at Vic Bailey's books. After that, he'll go to the DA.
Well, what did you tell him?
I stalled. But I'm going to go for the deal. An exclusive on the story Clark can tell is worth $5,000. But look, I need your help.
How?
Ever since I started this campaign to have Clark give himself up, Vic Bailey's had me followed. Now, Clark will be calling back any minute. He'll tell me where to meet him. Maybe I could shake whoever's been following me, maybe not. So, I want you two to meet him for me and take him to your place. How about it, huh?
I don't like it.
Well, I think it'd be safe, Jerry.
Well, safe enough, maybe, but... Well, the first person Clark should talk to is the district attorney.
But he won't talk to the DA first, Jerry. He wants money. And if he doesn't sell his story to me, he'll sell it to some other newsman.
That's right, Jerry.
That's Clark. Jerry?
Oh, Clint,
Look. If I call this friend of yours on the force, this,
Bill Wagon?
Yeah. If I have him at your apartment while I talk to Clark, would you help me out then?
Darling, let's do it.
Jerry, I've got to answer that phone.
Okay, Clint. Answer it. We'll meet Clark.
Pier 12 is the next one, Jerry.
Yeah.
Oh, look. That must be the shed where we were told to park.
You wait here. Keep the motor running.
All right, darling. Oh, but be careful.
Yeah.
North?
Yes?
No, don't turn around. Don't move.
I don't have a gun, Clark.
Okay. Who's that in your car?
My wife. Clint Conroy told you she'd be with me.
I'm just checking. All right, let's go. I'll ride him back.
You drive, Pam.
All right.
Turn the car around, Mrs. North, and go back uptown.
Uptown?
Our place is down in the village.
We're making a stop before we go to your place.
A stop? Where?
In Chelsea Square, Pontiac Hotel, to pick up my wife. All right, this way.
What's your wife got to do with this, Clark?
Everything.
What does that mean?
Here. I'm doing this for her. She gets the money and protection from Vic Bailey, or there's no deal. Nora. Nora!
She isn't here.
She must be. Nora!
Well, the door's unlocked.
Nora! Nora, where are you?
She isn't here.
And look at this room. It looks as if there's been a
Bailey.
fire. What?
Vic Bailey's got her.
What would he want with your wife?
He's going to use her to smoke me out.
In that case, this has gone far enough. I was a fool to listen to Clint Conroy in the first place.
Hey, who you calling?
The police.
Put that telephone down.
Jerry.
Now, just a minute.
Put it
Clark.
down or I'll use this gun on you. I mean it.
Do as he says, Jerry.
Okay.
Now get over there. Don't move, either of you.
Who are you calling?
Vic Bailey.
Hello.
Hello, Bailey?
Well. Wally.
Yeah.
I had a feeling I'd be hearing from you.
Okay, Bailey, let's cut the talk. You win. Where's Nora?
Where are you?
I'll meet you anywhere you say.
And my books, Wally. Where are they?
You'll get 'em, Bailey, after you've let Nora go. But if you've hurt her, I swear to heaven...
Relax, Wally.
Where shall I meet you?
You know my place in Scarsdale?
Yeah?
Be there in an hour, Wally.
Okay.
Clark. You should have let us call the police.
If Victor Bailey's holding your wife in his house here in Scarsdale, the police
He didn't
could...
say Nora was there.
Well, then how do you know she's all right? You can't trust a man like Bailey.
I don't. That's why you two are along. You're going to keep Bailey honest.
What do you mean?
Turn here, Nora. Now keep going, but turn off your lights. I'll tell you how you're going to keep Bailey honest. You're going into the house first, North. You're going to make sure there's no one there except Bailey and Nora.
And if there is?
Now pull up here under that tree. If there is, they get out. They leave by the front door so I can see them go. Then I go in with the records and you bring Nora out.
What about you?
I'll stay there with Bailey till I know Nora's safe. Then Bailey can have his books and I'll leave.
Oh, listen to me, Clark. Let me call the police. Bailey wants you almost as badly as he does those records of his.
I know that.
So how do you know some of his gunmen won't be waiting for you outside when you try to leave?
I don't.
They'll kill you.
That's my worry. Now get going, North.
Oh, Clark.
Get going. And North.
Well?
Don't try any tricks to get the police here. I'm protecting my wife. You protect yours.
All right, Bailey. Now, where's Mrs. Clark?
In here. Resting. There.
What's the matter with her?
Not a thing.
I smell chloroform.
Do you?
She's been chloroformed, hasn't she?
Has she? Come on. Well, you've looked over the whole house, North, except for a broom closet or two. Are you satisfied?
No. But Wally Clark will be when your friends leave.
Okay, Largo. Smiley. Blow.
What a sap you're letting Clark play you for.
Beat it. I know what I'm doing.
Look, how do you know the cops ain't waiting outside for...
Beat it.
Okay, sucker. Come on, Smiley. All right.
All right, North, get Wally Clark in here.
Raise the shade on the front window.
Sure.
I'm going in and try to wake Mrs. Clark.
Just one thing, North. You're probably figuring on going to the police after you get Mrs. Clark out of here.
That's right.
Won't do you any good.
Kidnapping is a pretty serious offense, Bailey.
Kidnapping? Who's been kidnapped? Mrs. Clark? She isn't going to complain.
We'll see.
Yeah, sure, North. Okay, we will see. Hello, Wally.
Get inside, Miss North.
Jerry, where's my husband?
And getting Mrs. Clark. You don't need the gun, Wally. All I want's my records.
I'll put them on this table when Mr. and Mrs. North get Nora out of here.
Mr. Clark, don't give him those books.
Shut up.
You don't have to. You've got the gun. We could take the books and your wife.
Maybe you ought to listen to her, Wally. In a way, she's making sense.
Oh, sure. We all walk out of here and let Dave Largo and Smiley chop us down,
You saw Dave and Smiley drive away, didn't you?
They drove away, and they could have driven right back. Oh, no, Bailey, I'm not being suckered like that. I stay here with this gun on you till I know Nora's safe. North.
Yeah?
Hurry it up. Come on.
I'm coming.
Jerry, where's Mrs. Clark?
Still in the bedroom.
We'll get her out here.
It's no use.
No use?
Why not?
You were right, Bailey. Mrs. Clark isn't going to complain. She can't. She's dead.
Dead?
Oh, no.
Nora.
Sorry, Clark.
Nora.
Don't go in there, Clark.
How did she die?
Bailey's friends must have used too much chloroform.
You're crazy, North.
Am I?
She isn't dead. She can't be.
Go see for yourself.
I will.
Stay where you are, Vic.
Look out.
Stay right where you are.
No. Just a minute, Wally.
Take it easy.
I'm going to kill you, Vic.
No.
Don't be a fool, Clark.
Jerry, watch out.
If you want to kill Bailey, you're going to have to shoot me first.
Get away from him, Mr. North.
Jerry, darling,
Get away from him. You played it square with me. I don't want to hurt you.
All right, then give me that gun.
No, I warned Bailey.
Listen to me,
if he
Clark.
hurt Nora,
Listen.
Look, Wally, give me a break, will you? I didn't hurt her. It was Largo. It's Largo's
Be
fault.
quiet, Bailey. Look, Clark. All you'll get out of killing Bailey will be the electric chair.
And the pleasure of watching him die.
Listen, now, put down that gun. Let me call the police. Let Bailey be the one to go to the chair.
I'm telling you for the last time, North, get out of the way.
Clark, in the name of heaven...
Ow!
What?
Gunshot!
Came from outside.
Yeah, Wally. And look.
What?
At this. Oh. All right, get his gun, Pam. Get it.
I got it.
Give it to me.
Here.
Now, get over there and sit down, Bailey. Hurry up. Move.
All right.
All right, turn off the lights, Pam.
Okay, Donahue, bring him over here.
Jerry, that sounds like... Jerry, it is.
Bill Wyden.
Come on. Look.
A police car.
Bill.
Pam, Jerry, are you all right?
Yeah. Where the devil did you come from?
What was all that shooting out there?
One question at a time. Let's get inside. Clint Conroy and Sergeant Donahue and I followed you from the Pontiac Hotel.
Oh, Clint's here, too?
Yeah. Well, hello, Bailey.
Who are you?
Lieutenant Wagon, homicide.
Oh, there's Wally Clark, Bill.
Well, what happened to him?
Well, I slugged him to get his gun away from him.
What was that shooting about, Bill?
We saw a couple of Bailey's men moving in on the house, Dave Largo and another guy, and they tried to make a break for it when we stopped them.
But how did you get here? How did you know we were at the Pontiac Hotel?
A woman named Gladys Myers, the switchboard operator at the Pontiac, called Conroy and told him Mrs. Clark was there, and we'd better get her before Vic Bailey did. Well, we got there just as you and Pam drove off in your car with Clark, and we followed you. We waited outside until we saw Largo, and then we... What?
Wow. Who's that?
Oh, Mrs. Clark. Come on.
Mrs. Clark?
Yeah.
But you said she was dead.
What?
You did, Bill.
Well, here she is.
Oh, Wally. Jerry North, why did you say she was dead?
Well, I figured it was the only way to keep Wally Clark from turning those books and records over to Vic Bailey.
But what if those shots from outside hadn't distracted Wally Clark so you could get his revolver away from him? What would you have done?
Well, I would have...
Well?
Come to think of it, what would I have done? Hello? Hello, Miss Pennington? Yeah, Mr. North. Look, Miss Pennington, I won't be into work today. No, I'm going to stay home and do nothing but relax. My appointments? Well, cancel them. Oh, and I don't want to take any calls here at home, understand? I'm going to do absolutely nothing but relax.
Jerry?
Yes, dear?
Who are you talking to on the telephone?
The office. I called Miss Pennington and told her that I was going to...
Oh, I'll answer it. Hello? Oh, hello, Sylvia. What? Today? Oh, I'd love to, Sylvia, but I simply couldn't. I have a million things to do today. Jerry and I are having a dinner party tonight. I have to go to the butcher, the grocer, the florist, cook, clean house from top to bottom, and... What? Don't I have anyone to help? Gollies, I wish I did, but I haven't. All right, Sylvia. Some other time. Goodbye. Sylvia Blaine wanted me to have lunch with her. I'm sorry, dear. What were you saying?
Saying?
Oh, you started to say you called the office to tell Miss Pennington that you were going to something.
Going to... Oh, yeah. I called to say I was going to, be a few minutes late getting to work, but that I'd be there. That I'd very definitely be there.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape!
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Escape with us now to the year 100,080 and a world where beauty and terror live side by side, as H.G. Wells describes it in his immortal story, The Time Machine.
Dudley, you must be mad. A time machine.
Yes, my friend, a time machine.
This thing?
This very thing.
This contraption, this framework made of quartz and bronze, and ivory, with its levers and its dials and its seat in the middle, this is the result of 3 years' hard work.
I promise you, Fowler, that on this machine a man can go wherever he likes in time. By working these levers, a man can choose his century, his year, his very day.
Oh, really, old man.
Time is only a kind of space. If we can move about in all the other dimensions of space, why not in time, too?
It's impossible. Out of the question.
Well, what are the journeys I've already taken on this little contraption?
I'm afraid you've been having a bad dream.
Very well. You shall have proof, my friend.
How?
Just climb on, Fowler. Sit in the seat beside me, face these ivory dials, and I'll take you for a little spin.
Well, you mean right now?
Right now.
Or just, in case this thing should take off like the Flying Red Horse, are there any,
Any preparations? No, Fowler, no. You won't need any luggage on this trip, not even a toothbrush. You'll be back here in my laboratory in less than a minute.
All right. I'm on. Now what?
Hold tight. It sways a good deal. I'd hate to lose you.
I can't be frightened, Dudley.
Then you're braver than I am. Tell me, what time is it?
It's just 12 noon.
Before we start, I want to adjust this control a bit.
Is everything shipshape?
Tell me, did you notice anything just then?
Only a noise, a humming noise, nothing else.
And what time is it?
You just asked me, old man. It's 12. Well, that's odd.
What?
My watch says 11 o'clock. I could have sworn it was noon a moment ago. There must be something wrong with it.
It's only that I touched the lever to test it, and we've gone forward a full day. 23 hours, at any rate.
Yes, but Dudley...
Finished scoffing, Fowler?
Yes. Yes, I believe I have.
Then hold tight. This will be the real article.
I'm ready, Dudley.
Good man. Well, say goodbye, Fowler. Say goodbye to 1950.
We went off with a shattering jar, with the machine swaying under us. The walls of Dr. Dudley's laboratory suddenly fell away, and night was speeding after day like the flapping of a black wing. I saw the sun hopping across the sky, leaping swiftly across it every second, and every second marking a day. I saw the moon spinning through her quarters like a ball, from new to full, all in the twinkling of an eye. Trees grew and blossomed like puffs of smoke, and then passed away. And all the while we were going faster. Now our pace was a year a second, so that second by second the white snow flashed across the world, and was followed by the bright, brief spring. And still we went on, into the future.
How do you feel, Fowler?
Very weak, very dizzy.
Don't let go, don't fall off.
Where are we? How far have we come?
We're in 100,050, and 60, and 70.
That's enough! Stop it, Dudley! I can't stand anymore! Stop it!
Fowler, you all right?
Yes, I believe so. No broken bones. What happened?
Not sure. Must have stopped too suddenly.
Where are we, Dudley?
Look around for yourself. A wide lawn and a beautiful, vast garden.
I meant geographically.
Just where we were when we started, where my laboratory stood.
And the year, Dudley? What is the year now?
100,080.
It seemed absolutely incredible. A dream, but a pleasant one, for the garden in which we found ourselves was beautiful and summery, with an unexpected perfume about it, almost like platine. At some distance, we could see a large and imposing building, and everything was quiet and peaceful, but almost too much so. And the sense of strangeness, of incredible strangeness, sent a shiver up my spine.
100,080. Fallon, do you want to go back?
Yes, I rather think I do. Let's go back. Dudley.
From over there, in the bushes.
It sounded human.
Come on.
Yeah. Why, it's a child. Seems to be a very small girl.
There's been a beast here of some kind struggled with her. Look at the marks in her arms.
Now, my dear, you'll be all right now. You won't be harmed. Of course, you won't understand English.
Motioning us to go with her.
Yeah. What about the animal? Did you see it?
No, not a glimpse. Too fast for us.
Perhaps we'd better go back, Dudley. The girl seems to be all right now.
Leave her like this?
Yes, I've had enough.
Well, they haven't, old man. Because they're here. All around us.
They had crept up on soundless feet to surround us. The little people of this era. And the girl we had saved was not a child, but a full-grown woman. Well, they all stood 4 feet high, dressed in simple tunics. Beautiful creatures, but terribly frail, with a plump, soft kind of frailty. They were like eerie figures in a dream, and all we could hear was the rustling of their clothes as they surged happily around us, their faces wreathed in smiles. Why, they're not savage at all. They're very loving, gentle little people.
Yes. There's something terribly wrong with them.
How do you mean?
Seem to have the minds of 5-year-olds.
Well, how do you expect them to be?
Far ahead of us, of course, incredibly ahead of us in knowledge and in science. Look at them. Children.
But they seem happy in this huge garden of theirs. Dudley, I've changed my mind. Let's stay. Maybe we shall enjoy spending a few days with our little friends. The little people led us home into their valley. They lived in colossal buildings, sleeping all together in one huge hall, eating in another, playing and frolicking together in the sunshine. And we lived with them for days in utter contentment. One afternoon, Dudley and I walked along the banks of the great river.
Little people all wear the same clothes, the same soft, hairless skin, same feminine roundness of limbs.
Yes. I wonder if it's because they're vegetarians.
They're vegetarians because they have to be. You haven't run across any horses or dogs, cattle of any kind, have you?
No, now that you mention it.
With good reason. All extinct by now. Just as the dinosaur is with us.
Dudley, there's something strange here. Something hidden away and silent here in the year 100,080.
Felt the same way. I've taken the precaution of removing the control levers of the time machine, putting a master padlock on the main switches.
Oh.
Don't much fancy the idea of someone riding away with it into another century and leaving us here for the rest of our lives.
Dudley, do you know where we are?
Yes, this is where we landed.
I thought so. I wasn't sure.
Why did you ask?
What's happened to the machine?
But they've taken it away. They've stolen it.
This is where it was. It's right here.
Look, follow the tracks. Here where they drag it. Over here, come along. Down this path. Look. Right there. The monument.
There's a brass doors in the base. Oh, they're locked.
The machine. It must be in there.
Yes.
Inside. We must get it. Break down the door.
How can we?
Here. Use the levers.
All right, try. It's more. No, it's no good, Dudley. They're solid. We'll never break through.
Never.
No.
Never.
We can't break through here.
Stay here all our lives. You may never go home again. It must open the machine. No. Time machine.
We were caught in the year 100,018. The time machine was gone. The brass doors of the monument held. Our retreat was cut off, the thin line by which we could make our way back home, back to our own time and our own people, back to 1950. We had no way of communicating with the little people, of asking what they had done with the machine. There was nothing hostile in their attitude. They were more like simple, wandering children. Only one, the young woman VIENNA, whose life we had saved on our first day, had become really friendly. She went with us wherever we walked and brought us presents of garlands, of flowers, slept near us at night in the hall, and we in turn had taught her a few words of English. Now we redoubled our efforts, like men racing against a clock, so that we might speak to her and discover the secret of our immense loss. We were talking to her one night after the others had gone to sleep.
No, not these, Dudley. No.
How can you be so sure your people didn't steal the machine? Aren't there any thieves among them? Are they all perfect?
No, not so loud, Dudley. You'll wake them. Besides, she doesn't understand.
Thief must be sleeping somewhere in this hall. Weena, they take machine.
No, Dudley, no.
Who then? Who?
We are friends.
Yes.
We must have machine.
Yes, Dudley. Yes.
Who took machine? Other people, not yours?
Other?
What about those doors, Weena? Doors open.
No.
Weena, machine in there must open.
No, not open.
Oh, all right, my dear. Go to sleep. Get some rest.
Yes, Dudley. Sleep.
What's to become of us, Fowler? Are we caught here in this century? We spend our lives with the little people and their secret.
We'll go back to the monument tomorrow. We'll find a way of breaking in. Good night, Dudley. Dudley?
Yes.
Did you just... There it was again.
What?
Something on my face. Huh? Cold, filthy to the touch. On my face and in my hair. It's cold as death. Dudley!
You're right. There's something in here with us.
Smells of the grave. What was it?
I don't know. But look at them. Look at the little people. They're all awake. It's as though they've been stampeded.
Let's get out of here. I want some fresh air. We went quickly through the hall and outside, away from the frantic rustling of the little people. The moon was full, just overhead, and it was close to dawning. There was a faint sound speeding close behind us, and we turned, our nerves ragged, our muscles tensed. But it was only Weena, coming swiftly to join us.
Dudley, I'm afraid.
Then there is
Dark.
something.
What do you mean, Weena? Dark? What?
Dark thing. Dark place. Night.
Why should they be afraid of the night, Dudley?
It's not the night alone. Dark place, that's our cue. But perhaps it's something underground.
It was another day. We had wandered into a lovely wooded place about a mile from the community. And suddenly Weena screamed.
Father!
We stopped short. A pair of glaring eyes were fixed upon us. As we stood there, petrified, the thing, a little ape-like figure, rushed across our path and disappeared in a clearing about 30 yards away. What was it?
I couldn't see it too well. It seemed to be a dull white with white hair on its head and down its back.
It looked like a small ape.
It was running on all fours, with its arms held very low.
Weena, what was it?
Morlocks. Morlocks.
Who are the Morlocks? What are they? Weena, tell me.
No.
Let's go over there and see where it disappeared. Come along, fella.
In the clearing, we found a round, well-like opening. Dudley and I leaned over and looked down a deep shaft. A small white creature was retreating down a ladder in the well, like a human spider, its large, bright eyes watching me as it went swiftly down. Then it disappeared in the shaft.
Fowler, did you see it? Like an ape.
Yes, but also like a man.
So there are two species of men in this world.
Yes.
The little people above the ground and this obscene thing, this bleached monster below.
That white look, common to animals that live in the dark. Like huge rats, like worms that are cold to the touch. I know because they've touched
Fowler,
me.
you can feel the air being sucked down into this shaft.
Yes.
The earth must be tunneled enormously here under our feet. These monsters must live in the tunnels.
I think we know now who stole our time machine.
Yes.
Then
we'll go down and have a look.
No, not go.
Why not,
go.
Weena?
Morlocks, you'll never come back.
We must have our machine, my dear. You wait for us here.
No.
And so we went down, our heels ringing on the small metallic bars that were meant for creatures so much smaller than us. Down we climbed. Down. Ever in darkness. Down, it seemed, into the center of the earth, into the core of the world. How much longer?
Won't know until we reach bottom. Can't be much further. Do you hear that? Like machinery. We're almost there.
Well, thank heaven for that.
All right, fella, I'm on the bottom. Come along, just a few more steps. Now, give me your hand, fella. Good.
Yeah.
Good. We're here.
Yes, in the land of the Morlocks.
You have a match?
Yes, here.
Must be a large vaulted cavern at the end of this passage.
What do you suppose they'll do if they catch us?
I've no idea. Better take care not to be caught. Another match.
That throbbing noise.
Probably their ventilating system pumping the air down. There must be thousands upon thousands of these Morlocks living under the earth.
We haven't seen any yet, except for our friend who came down ahead of us. Why do you suppose they wanted our time machine?
I think they wanted us, not the machine.
And we've come to them.
We must. It's our only chance. Fowler, if that noise does come from air pumps...
Yeah?
Why is it so stuffy here, so oppressive?
Dudley, that smell.
Blood. Light another match.
Dudley, look. Straight ahead. On the white metal table.
Set for a meal.
Yes. With a small haunch. Meat.
We know that the cattle are extinct.
Then, what do they feed on, these Morlocks?
Don't you know?
Yes, I know.
Oh, another match?
Yes, here. Oh, Dudley, I have no more. I've used our last match.
Oh. All right, we'll have to go back there. We know the secret now, anyway. These Morlocks living here, underground, are the masters of this age. And our friends up above, fatted cattle, fed by the Morlocks, clothed, supplied, and housed until the day when they're cut out of the herd and brought underground as food. This is the future you're looking at. This is what we men of the 20th century shall come to. Dudley! What is it? I felt hands. Cold hips. Take one of these levers. Yes, use it as a weapon. Lash out. Against this wall, Fowler, here beside me. They're moving in. Fight them. Use the lever, man. Use the lever. Dudley, they're all around us. This way. Fowler, this way. Back this way.
We went back in that evil darkness, fighting every step as we went.
To my side.
Back to those projecting bars, kicking and clawing ourselves loose from their pallid, grasping hands. And climbing up again, up toward daylight and freedom, away from their stench and the eagerness of their icy hands. And they did not follow, for daylight was their enemy and their great fear. And we lived among the lush gardens of the little people like prisoners, like men without reprieve, like men who are dead, though they still walk the earth. For the time machine was locked away behind great brass doors, and we knew we could never force them open. Then one day, Weena told us of an old building, an ancient sagging structure that had survived through many ages and was filled with many curious objects.
A museum, that's what it must be, a museum, Fowler. Perhaps from some earlier time.
I'm in no mood to go looking at a museum.
Don't you see? Specimens hermetically sealed in museums. Perhaps there are things, weapons, machinery, something we can use.
Yes, of course. If we could find some dynamite or gunpowder or something.
We could blast those doors, we could get in.
Where is this place, Weena? This old building that no one ever goes near?
I take you. It's not far.
A chance, old man. A slim one, but a chance nonetheless.
All day we wandered through the great ruined halls. The building had been deserted, unused for perhaps a century. The childlike men of that time had long since ceased to care about anything but their own personal comforts. It was late afternoon and growing dark when we came upon the chemical section. We had found nothing useful to us until then, and now came the worst disappointment of all.
And it's dust. All of it. Been dust for centuries.
Another dead end. It's hopeless.
We were out of our heads to hope that nitrates would retain their form for 100,000 years.
We go now? There's nothing here.
Oh, wait just a moment. Something in this case.
Well, you can break it with your lever.
Stand back a little.
All right.
Box of matches. Hermetically sealed.
Wait, let me see. Well, they're perfect. But they're not even damp.
What shall we do with them? Burn down those brass doors?
You'd better keep them. You can't tell.
What? On the floor, you see them? Small, narrow footprints leading away into the darkness at the end of this gallery.
Dudley!
We'd better go.
Pick Queen up and carry her. We'll have to run for it.
Now, don't be frightened, my dear. It'll be all right.
Go on, run!
We came out of the gloom of that place into the deeper gloom of dusk. And suddenly we saw. We were trapped. All around us were the Morlocks. They were there by the thousand, surrounding us, and coming closer in a long, even line of deathly white, their eyes blinking in the half-light, their tiny mouths alive with appetite.
Fowler, the matches! I have them built like a fire here. Hurry, man, the forest is dry. Hurry, man. We'll have an inferno here in a minute. Our little friends don't like light or heat.
The fire leaped high to the heavens, and the countryside was ablaze. The Morlocks turned in fear, blinded by the glare. Some of them blundered into the middle of the raging flames, and the rest faded away like a fog. Dudley had left a narrow passageway for our retreat, and we fled down a long corridor of leaping flames and blistering heat. We fled to safety toward the community of the little people. As we ran, we passed the huge monument with its great bronze doors that were locked tight in our time machine. And suddenly, in the glare of the distant fires, we saw something that stopped us short.
They're open, Fowler! The doors are open!
No, not go in. Dudley, no.
It's a trap. They're there waiting for us inside.
Waiting or not, we're going in.
Dudley, it's suicide.
It'll take me 1 minute to screw the levers on again, then I touch them and we're away.
All right, I'll try to give you your 1
Good
minute.
boy.
No, go. Not leave me.
No, you, my dear, you hold tight around my neck. You're coming home with us.
All right, let's go. We're in. I'll look through the machine. They haven't harmed it.
I don't see them yet.
Come on now, quickly.
The doors, Dudley.
They're closed. Get in the seat. I'll be ready in a moment.
I waited for the hum that would signal our departure. And there in the darkness, the Morlocks were finally upon us. Cold, persistent fingers swarmed over my body, tugging at me, sucking me away from the machine. I held tight to Weena as a man holds fast to life, and tried to kick them away with my feet. Hurry, Dudley, hurry!
To get these levers quickly or we're done. One more turn and it's... There, Fowler, we're away, we're gone!
Yes, we made it.
Are you all right?
I'm all right.
Good. And Weena?
Weena isn't with us.
What happened?
They tore her from my hands at the last minute. They got her. I tried to save her. I couldn't. I still have a piece of her tunic here in my fist. Little piece of her tunic, Dudley. Nothing else. And so we came home again. Back into the very minute from which we had left. Back into 12 noon, October 22nd, 1950. We were in Dudley's laboratory again, motionless, sitting on the ridiculous contraption which he has called a time machine. Was it all a dream? Did any of it happen? Could any of it happen? Oh, of course not. How stupid. Then what of this? What of this little piece of thin green silk I hold in my hand?
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Today we have brought you The Time Machine by H.G. Wells, adapted for radio by Irving Revich, and starring John Daner as Fowler and Larry Dobkin as Dudley, with Georgia Ellis as Weena. The special music for Escape was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmars.
Next week, escape with us to a small fishing boat off the California coast and a night of terror and death at the hands of a brilliant madman, as Bud A. Nelson tells it in his exciting story, 7 Hours to Freedom.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent, makes use of his extraordinary vision at the Metropolis Airport to discover something that spells bad news for girl reporter Lois Lane.
Look, Clark, there comes the Clipper.
I see it, Lois.
My sister Diana's on that plane. I can hardly wait to see her.
Oh, I know. Uh-oh, something's wrong.
Wrong? What do you mean?
You better pull yourself together, Lois, and get set for a shock.
A fellow once told me, gang, about a crooked carnival he went to where a carnival peddler, or pitchman as they're called, was offering beautiful prizes to anyone who played his game. Now, this game consisted of 3 walnut shells and a single dried pea. For $1 a chance, he let my friend guess under which shell he hid the pea. And if my friend was right, pitchman would pay $5. Well, it looked easy. But my friend almost lost his shirt. Because although he didn't know it, the shell game is just about the oldest sucker bait in the world. You see, it's all done by sleight of hand. The pitchman never lets that dried pea out of his fingers. His shell game is strictly for suckers. Now, it should interest you to know that apart from carnivals, you'll find certain phony balonies in public life, sometimes trying a shell game of their own. We call such men demagogues, which is another word for political windbags. They offer hatred as their bait. Vote for me, they bellow. I got a good way to improve things. Throw out the foreigners, they scream. Down with this or that minority group, they shriek. Blame your troubles on the other fellow, they whine. And you know something? Sometimes people actually fall for this spiel. Yes, the German people did under Hitler. They swallowed a lot of fancy pitchman's abracadabra, and when they woke up, they found that Hitler and his gang had swiped their shirts. But here in the USA, it's different. Most of us hate to be played for suckers. We know that demagogues who preach bigotry do not have honest prizes to offer. We know their talk's as empty as the shells in a shell game. And if we don't know, we should. How about you? Can you be taken in by the demagogue pitchman's fast talk? And now, the adventures of Superman. Several days have gone by since Cub reporter Jimmy Olsen's exciting experience with the bogus genie, from which he was rescued by Superman. Now Jimmy is away on his vacation, and neither Superman, who masquerades as Clark Kent, nor Lois Lane, the girl reporter, are aware that they are on the brink of an amazing adventure as they breakfast together in the lobby restaurant of the Daily Planet building.
How about some more coffee, Lois?
Oh, no thanks. Clark have had 2.
Well, what happened then?
Oh, well, then I told the chief that if he thinks I'm going to
Oh, wait a minute, Lois.
What's the matter, Clark?
Beanie's looking for you.
Oh, Beanie Martin?
Uh-huh, here he comes. Seems to be in a hurry.
Yes, Beanie, what is
This
it?
cable just came for you.
Cable?
Yeah, just arrived. I thought I'd better bring it right down because it might be important.
Oh, that was very thoughtful,
Oh,
Beanie.
I wonder who's cabling me.
Why don't you open the envelope and find out?
I intend to. Oh, thanks very much, Beanie.
You're welcome. I gotta get back up to the city room. I'll be seeing you.
Okay. Who's the cable from, Lois?
Well, let's see. Why, it's from Diana.
Your sister?
Yes, she and her dancing partner are on a professional tour of Europe, you know.
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, what does she have
Listen
to
to
say?
this, Clark. Arriving Metropolis, Monday, August 16th, 10:30 a.m. Monday, August 16th?
That's today.
Yes. That's odd.
Why?
Because she had dancing engagements in London and Paris and Vienna and wasn't due back until Christmas.
Oh? Does she give any reason for the change in her
Let's
plans?
see. Please meet me. Has sensational story for you. Love, Diana.
Sensational story, eh? That sounds interesting.
Yes, but I still don't understand it, Clark.
Why?
Well, she's been getting rave notices from the press, and I can't believe she'd break up her tour just to bring me a story. She could cable it or write it or anything.
Yes, I suppose she could,
There's
but she
something
probably...
awfully strange about this, Clark.
Well, if there is, Diane will tell you all about it when you see her, so there's no use in your beating your brains out trying to guess.
I suppose not. Just the
Hey,
same.
wait, it's 5 after 10. You'll have to rush to be at the airport by 10:30.
Oh, dear, how can I ever
My car's outside. I'll drive you. Come on, Lois.
Look, Clark, here comes the Clipper.
Uh-huh.
I can't wait to see Diana.
Yeah, I want to see her, too, and hear the terrific story she said she... Hey, what the...
What's the matter, Clark?
Well, Diana...
Well, what about Diana?
Well, she... You better get set for a surprise, Lois.
A surprise? What are you talking about?
The Clipper's coming down. You'll find out in just a moment.
Everyone seems to be off the Clipper, but I don't see Diana. I wonder where
She wasn't on the plane, Lois.
What?
That's right.
But she cabled she was taking the Clipper.
I know, but
Here
she
comes
was...
the stewardess. I'll ask her.
Okay, suit yourself.
Oh, stewardess. Yes, miss? Are all the passengers off the plane? Why, yes, they are. Well, then where's my sister, Diana Lane? You see, she cabled me she was taking... Diana Lane? Yes, that's right. She wasn't on this flight, miss. But I don't understand.
Would you know if she canceled her reservation, stewardess?
Well, yes, I think so. Let me check my report.
Please.
I don't like this, Clark.
Oh, relax, Lois.
Yes, here it is. Miss Diana Lane did have a reservation for this flight. It was made from Paris. Yes, that's right. She cabled me from Paris. But she didn't appear at the airport yesterday morning, so at flight time her reservation was sold to somebody else. She didn't appear? That's correct.
And she sent no notice of cancellation?
No, sir.
Well, that's strange.
I've got to make a report to the flight office now, so if you'll excuse me...
Oh, certainly. Thanks very much.
You're quite welcome. Oh, Clark, now I know something must be wrong with Diana.
Now, take it easy, Lois. She was undoubtedly delayed for some very good reason.
But she would have notified me if that were so.
Okay, chances are there's another cable for you at the office right now. Come on, we'll find out.
Hey, Miss Lane.
Oh, Beanie. Beanie, do you know if another cable came for me?
No, Miss Lane, I didn't see any, but somebody's trying to phone you from Paris, France.
From Paris?
Probably Diana.
Oh, dear.
You're supposed to call the transatlantic phone operator as soon as you come in.
All right, Beanie, I'll do it right now.
Wait, I'll go with you.
No, Mr. White just called, Mr. Kent. He wants you to come down to City Hall right away.
City Hall?
Uh-huh. Something important happened, he said.
Oh? Well, you go ahead and make your call, Lois. I'll hop over to City Hall and be back as soon as I can. I want to know about Diana.
So do I, if only this call is from her. Yes, this is Lois Lane speaking. Will you put Paris on, please?
Hello?
Hello, Diana?
Lois?
Yes, how are you, darling?
Well,
what's happened? Why weren't you on the Clipper?
Oh, the strangest things have been happening, Lois. I'm frightened.
What do you mean?
I'm afraid to talk about it.
Afraid?
On the phone, I mean.
Oh, nonsense.
Listen, Lois, could you possibly come over here right away?
You mean to Paris?
Yes. Yes, I think I'm in danger, and I
Well,
need...
what danger? If you'd only tell me what you're talking about, I
I
could...
can't tell you over the phone, Lois. Please join me here.
But, Diana...
If you took the Clipper today, you could be here tomorrow.
I know, honey, but I have to get time off, and I
Oh,
can't...
do it, please do it. I'm terribly frightened, Lois, and I'm all alone. Please say you'll come.
Well, oh, all right, Diana.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Wait a minute. What's your address in Paris?
It's 13 Rue Saint-Germain.
13 Rue Saint-Germain.
Yes, it's a small pension.
Yes?
Oh, Lois, don't fail me. I don't know what to do.
Just sit tight, darling. I'll wangle the reservation on the Clipper somehow, and I'll be with you tomorrow. Now, don't do a thing until I get there.
Puzzled and deeply concerned, reporter Lois Lane prepares to leave for Paris. What's going on there? We'll know more in a moment when we return with the startling climax of today's episode, so keep listening.
Let's pretend you're walking down the street, gang, and you have a dime in your pocket. Now, you can't decide whether to spend it on an ice cream cone or a candy bar. But it's a cinch that whatever you buy, you'll want your money's worth. Okay, keep on pretending, gang. All of a sudden, a shifty-eyed looking guy sidles up to you and whispers, "Psst, hey, buddy, I got a genuine dime in here, and I'll sell it to you for one thin dime."
Imagine, a real diamond for only a dime. But do you fall for it? No, you most certainly do not. Chances are you'd tell that. Oh, sucker. Because you know and I know that nobody's offering genuine diamond rings for only 10 cents. And yet, gang, you'd be amazed at the swindles some silly people will fall for. Phony ideas, dangerous ideas, dressed up to look like the McCoy. Nonsense about how a man's ancestry or race or religion makes him a better American than the next guy. Honestly, it's amazing how such fairy tale statements have a kind of cheap glitter for certain weak-minded, conceited people. It's hard to believe how a lie all dolled up can look like the truth to them. You know what I call falsehoods about persons of another race or religion? Swindlers' talk. Why? Because those who spread such talk are trying to make suckers out of the rest of us for their own personal gain. That's right. They're deliberately trying to hoodwink us into buying their worthless ideas because it serves their low purposes. Now, me, when I buy something, I like to get my money's worth. No gyp artist is going to palm off a phony idea on me, at least not while I'm conscious. And that should go for you, too, gang. Remember, all that glitters is not gold. Don't be a sucker for a smooth line.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Concerned about her sister Diana, Lois Lane flew by Clipper to Lisbon, Portugal, and from there by another plane to Paris. As we join her now, she is at 13 Rue Saint-Germain, the address given her by Diana, where an elderly porter concierge of the rooming house leads her up two dimly lit flights of stairs.
Forgive me, mademoiselle. These stairs are for an old man difficult.
Yes, of course. Tell me, where is my sister's room?
It is the front suite. Come, I will escort you.
Thank you. You're sure she's at home?
Ah, oui. The outer door is locked after 10 o'clock, and it is necessary to awaken me, as you know, if one wishes to leave or enter the house. This your sister has not done.
I see.
Ah, here is her suite. I will knock.
She must be asleep. Knock again, please, will you?
Oui. She sleeps soundly, that one.
Funny, she never used to. She'd wake up at the least noise. Maybe if I rattled the doorknob a little. Why, the door's unlocked.
Oui. And the mademoiselle neglected to turn off the light.
Good heavens! What's happened here?
What is this? All the furniture overturned, the lamps broken.
Well, there must have been a fight or something. Quickly, where's the bedroom?
Right here, mademoiselle. This door. The lights still burn here, too.
Diana! Diana, where are you?
She is not here, mademoiselle. There is no one here.
Good heavens, where is she? What's happened to her?
Her face pale, Lois Lane stares from the empty bedroom to the deserted sitting room, where the overturned chairs and heaped-up rugs give mute evidence of a violent struggle. What has happened to Lois's only sister? What was the sensational story she had to tell? And of what was she afraid? This is the beginning of a new and exciting Superman adventure, fellows and girls, that's chock full of thrills and baffling mystery. You won't want to miss a single episode, so be sure to tune in tomorrow, same time, same station, for Chapter 2 of The Mystery of the Letter on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Adventure Parade, which follows in just a moment. And right after Adventure Parade, you'll hear Tom Mix and his Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today at the Daily Planet, a switchboard operator gives Clark Kent a message which sends him leaping into action as Superman.
Miss Lane phoned while you were out, Mr. Kent, from Paris.
From Paris?
Yeah, she sent for me to tell you something terrible has happened.
What?
Yeah, she said she's at, let's see now. Oh, yeah, 13 Rue Saint-Germain.
13 Rue Saint-Germain?
That's right, you're to contact her there. She sounds awfully upset. I never heard her like that before.
Okay, I'll take care of it. Thanks very much.
I'm afraid this is a job for Superman. Better get over there fast. There we are. All set. Now, up, and away!
Say, gang, have you ever heard of the romance of philately? Yes, P-H-I-L-A-T-E-L-Y, philately. Now, for those of you who are not yet philatelists, that's a fancy word that simply means stamp collecting. It comes from two Greek words meaning fond of not having to pay tax. Isn't that something? Of course, that fits most people. But it's used for stamp collectors because stamps are a form of tax. There's exciting romance and adventure in philately that comes from the many stories connected with this hobby. Yes, there are yarns of great men, of wars and bloodshed, of man's struggle for freedom, all tied up in the stories of stamps. One simple story is about a man who asked his postmaster for a sheet of 24-cent airmail stamps. Well, after buying them, he noticed that the picture of the airplane on the center of the stamp was upside down. Well, the issue was withdrawn, and the lucky man who discovered the error sold his stamps for $15,000. Now they're worth at least $40,000. That's right, $40,000 for one sheet of stamps that originally cost only a few dollars. Now, to show you how each stamp has a story behind it, let's take a new stamp the United States has just recently issued. It's in memory of William Allen White, a famous newspaper man whose ideas and ideals were typical of the American way of life, and whose newspaper waged war against corruption. For that, he is honored by a stamp bearing his likeness. So you see, there really is romance in philately if you just look for it. And I suggest you do.
And now, the adventures of Superman. When Lois Lane's sister Diana telephoned from Paris, France, and said she was in great danger and flew to Paris. But when she arrived at the little rooming house where Diana, a professional dancer, was staying, she found the furniture overturned and evidence of and Diana was mysteriously missing. Lois called the police and then put through a transatlantic phone call for Clark Kent in Metropolis, who, resuming his true identity of Superman, rocketed across the ocean to Paris. And now, once more, in his guise of the mild-mannered, bespectacled reporter, Kent knocks at Diana's door.
Hello, Lois.
Why, Clark.
Surprised?
Wait, it can't be you.
Oh, of course it is. May I come in?
But I spoke to the Daily Planet only a few minutes ago. You couldn't have come all the way here from Metropolis in a few minutes. You just couldn't.
Well, you see, Lois, you left Metropolis yesterday, you know.
I know,
And you left word you were flying to Paris.
Oh, you mean you got on another plane yesterday and followed me here?
Well, what difference does it make how I got here? I'm here. Now, please tell me what's going on.
Oh, Clark, I'm terribly worried.
Why? Great Scott, what happened to this place?
Yes, this is just the way I found it, Clark. The furniture overturned and Diana gone.
Gone? Where?
I don't know where, but I'm sure something terrible must have happened
wait
to her.
a minute. You don't
she
know
She told me she was in great danger, and when
She
I got
did?
here,
When?
Yesterday morning when she phoned me. She said strange things were happening that she didn't understand, and she was in danger. She begged me to come to Paris, but when I arrived a little while ago,
You both and Diana gone?
Yes. Oh, Clark, what'll I do?
Well, now, wait. The first thing to do is pull yourself together.
Well, that's easy to say.
Wait a minute. There are two men in the next room. Who are they?
One is Captain Duloc from the police department, and the other is Jean the concierge, the superintendent of the house.
Oh, I see.
Mademoiselle Lane, I wish to ask you, who is this man?
Oh, this is Clark Kent, Captain. He's a reporter on the Metropolis Daily Planet, too.
Ah, a pleasure, monsieur.
Look, Captain, have you found out anything about my sister?
No. I have not yet found out what happened to her, mademoiselle.
Oh, dear.
But the concierge here tells me that your sister had a visitor this evening.
Oh, oui, a young man.
A young man with whom your sister quarreled very bitterly.
Really? Well, what?
It is a good thing my other tenants were not at home, or I would have had complaints.
What did they quarrel about, do you know?
No, monsieur, I do not know. They spoke so swiftly and in English, and I was downstairs.
Oh.
But the young man was in a great rage. That I can tell you.
Good heavens, why
did you know who this man was?
No, monsieur, I have never seen him before.
What did he look like?
I saw him for a moment only, mon capitaine. It was when he arrived. Tall, handsome, that is all I remember.
Well, was he dark or light?
Let me think. His hair was the color of ripe wheat. That was wavy.
Ah, tall, handsome, light, wavy hair, and he spoke English, you say?
Oui, monsieur. Like an American, he spoke.
Uh-huh. Well, that description mean anything to you, Lois?
No. Wait a minute.
What?
Yes, it does, Clark. It sounds like Raymond.
Oh, mademoiselle.
Raymond, I forget his last name. He's Diana's dancing partner. They call themselves Diana and Raymond.
Oh, I see.
I only met him once, and I can't say I liked him very much. He seemed, well, sort of moody and sullen.
Oh?
But I'm sure he wouldn't hurt Diana. After all, they were partners. And besides, I think he was in love with her.
Aha. A lover's quarrel.
No. Diana wasn't in love with him.
Say, there must be billboard pictures of them or newspaper photographs.
Oh, of course.
Look, Captain Duloc, if Jean here saw a photograph of Raymond, maybe he could identify him as the young man.
An excellent idea, Monsieur Kent. We will all proceed to a newspaper office at once. Allons. This is Le Matin of last Sunday.
There, look.
Voilà. A photograph for Diana and Raymond. Behold, Jean. Is this the man who called on Mademoiselle Diana this evening?
Oui, he is the one, mon capitaine.
Oh, we're getting someplace.
But I tell you, Clark, I don't think Raymond had anything to do with whatever happened to Diana.
You can't be sure, Lois.
But look.
Mademoiselle, you will please return to your sister's apartment with Jean. Monsieur Kent, you and I will proceed to the Prefecture de Gendarme.
Good.
In a short time, I promise you we will locate this Monsieur Raymond. And undoubtedly, Mademoiselle Diana, too.
Fine, Captain. Let's go. Well, Captain Duloc, what have you learned?
I have learned, Monsieur Kent, that Raymond departed from his hotel but 1 hour ago with his luggage.
Checked out, eh?
Oui.
Anyone know where he went?
He took a taxicab to the airport.
The airport?
Oui. He undoubtedly flees.
Well, come on, then. Let's get down there and stop him.
I am sorry, Captain Duloc, but the plane bearing this Monsieur Raymond departed 3/4 of an hour ago.
You are certain?
Oh, oui. It was a chartered plane which was awaiting him.
A chartered plane?
Oui, monsieur.
Was he alone?
No, monsieur. A young lady accompanied him, a very beautiful young lady.
What?
He says Monsieur Raymond was accompanied by...
Yes, I know what he said. Look, this young lady, can you describe her?
Ah, oui. Slender she was. Not too tall, dark hair.
That could be Diana.
Undoubtedly it was Miss Lane. So now our case comes to an end, eh?
What do you mean?
It is as I said before. Mademoiselle Diana and Monsieur Raymond loved each other. They had a quarrel. But now they compose their differences and fly away together. Ah. L'amour.
Oh, no. You're wrong, Captain Duloc. First, Diana was not in love with Raymond. Second, she knew her sister Lois was on the way to Paris.
But, monsieur...
So she would not have left before Lois arrived. Not willingly, that is.
But l'amour, monsieur. When one is caught by Cupid...
Oh, nonsense. Diana told Lois she was in great danger. And the condition of her apartment bears her out.
Oui. That is true, monsieur, but...
If Diana did leave in that plane with Raymond, something is very wrong. And if it isn't Diana, well, Raymond may know what happened to her. So I'm going after that plane.
After the plane? How can you do that?
Well, I have ways.
Tell me, monsieur, you know where Raymond's plane was bound?
The clearance paper said for Madrid.
Madrid? Okay, thanks. I'll see you later, Captain Dulac.
But where do you go, monsieur? Monsieur, listen to me.
Behind this hangar here. Raymond's plane left about an hour ago. If he is headed for Madrid, it won't take long for Superman to catch up with him. There we are. I'm all set. Up, and away!
Leaping up from the Paris airport, Superman takes a quick bearing from the stars and rockets away to the south in pursuit of Raymond's plane. We'll be back in a moment for the startling climax of today's episode. So keep listening.
Say, gang, have you ever tried collecting stamps? It's really a swell hobby. Now, one of the best ways I know of collecting is topically. That is, all stamps are about one subject. For example, try a collection of sports stamps. The United States has issued one honoring the game of baseball, and 3 for the Olympic Games held here in 1932. One has a runner getting ready to start. One has a discus thrower, and the third pictures a skier. Several foreign countries have put out a lot more sports stamps than we have, particularly Russia and Germany. So try to get those. Or you might prefer to save animal stamps. And then there are dozens of other classifications that are swell fun, such as flags, ships, kings and queens. Yes, and even mustaches. Another way of collecting is to select a certain type of stamp. For example, try airmails. They are often very good looking, and they might even help you in plane identification. Of course, sometimes airmails can lead you astray. You remember the airmail stamps we used before the new ones came out last year? They had a plane on them, but it was a completely imaginary aircraft. No United States plane ever existed with that design, but that's rare. Now, I'd like to let you in on the secret of having a really good collection. It's not to spend a lot of money. The trick is to make the stamps you have look attractive, neat, and above all, interesting. Take your time about arranging the stamps in your collection. And with that in mind, gang, go to it. Join the ranks of the millions upon millions of stamp collectors all over the world. You'll find it great fun.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
While Superman was pursuing Raymond, Lois Lane, exhausted and worried, had fallen asleep in a chair in the missing Diana's sitting room. A slight noise at the door causes her to twitch restlessly, but she does not awaken, nor does she stir when the door opens softly and then closes. But suddenly, a moment later, a closer sound, or perhaps a sixth sense, causes the girl reporter to open her eyes, and then she sits bolt upright, a scream choking in her throat. A man, his coat collar turned up, a mask covering his face, crouches but a foot away. In his hand, he holds a revolver, which he points at Lois. And as Lois opens her mouth to yell, the man speaks.
Do not make a sound, mademoiselle, or you will die.
Stifling the scream on her lips, the girl reporter sits as if frozen, watching the masked man approach.
Who is this man? What is this strange mystery which caused Diana to summon her sister to Paris, and then apparently resulted in the strange disappearance of the young dancer? Is she in the plane which Superman is even now pursuing? Fellows and girls, the mystery and the danger grow even deeper tomorrow, so be sure to listen. Be sure to tune in tomorrow, same time, same station, for Chapter 3 of The Secret of the Letter on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Adventure Parade, which follows in just a moment. And right after Adventure Parade, you will hear Tom Mix and his straight shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, while Superman is searching for Lois Lane's missing sister Diana, the girl reporter, completely exhausted, has fallen asleep while seated in the living room of her sister's apartment. A slight noise at the door causes her to twitch restlessly, but she doesn't awaken. Nor does she stir when the door opens softly and then closes. But suddenly, a moment later, a closer sound, or perhaps instinct, causes Lois to open her eyes. Then she bolts upright, a scream choking in her throat. For a man, his coat collar turned up and a mask covering his face, crouches but a foot away. And in his hand, he holds a revolver pointed at her heart. Before the girl reporter can gather herself to scream, the man speaks.
Do not make a sound, mademoiselle, or you will die.
Well, gang, our vacation won't last much longer, so I hope you're enjoying it to the fullest, for vacation times are good times. But unfortunately, they don't mean the same to all boys and girls, even here in the United States. I'm thinking particularly of thousands of children, sons and daughters of migrant farm workers who travel to different sections of the country to help harvest the crops. And since they are constantly on the move, they don't have much opportunity to join in community life and sports and fun. But there are some fine young people who are doing something about that situation. Yes, this summer, under the auspices of the Home Missions Council, some 200 college boys and girls are spending their own vacations in the encampments of migrant workers, organizing all kinds of activities for these thousands of boys and girls. But for the precious summer vacations which they are giving up, these 200 college students will be well rewarded in the satisfaction that comes only with the knowledge that you have been of help to your fellow man. Now, naturally, we can't all gain that same satisfaction that comes from helping these boys and girls, but we can do so by helping others. And you can do that by insisting on fair play for everybody in everything you do, in every game you play. You can help others by practicing and speaking up for sportsmanship. Pick your playmates and your teammates on the basis of their own good qualities and not because of their religion or race or the amount of money their fathers may have in the bank. Just remember that every time you help somebody else, you're helping to build a better town and a better country, and a better world for all of us to live in.
And now, the adventures of Superman. When Lois Lane's sister Diana, a professional dancer, disappeared mysteriously from her apartment in Paris, Clark Kent, who, unknown to all, is Superman, streaked to Paris to aid Lois in the search for her sister. Learning that Diana had quarreled bitterly that night with Raymond, her dancing partner, and that Raymond had then left for Madrid in a chartered plane, Superman took to the air in pursuit. Meanwhile, in Diana's apartment, Lois awoke suddenly to find herself menaced by a masked man with a gun. And before she could overcome the temporary paralysis of shock to cry out for help, the man pointed his gun at her heart and said,
Do not make a sound, mademoiselle, or you will die.
Now, unaware of Lois's peril, Superman is streaking through the night skies in pursuit of Raymond's plane. Suddenly, as he rockets above the Pyrenees Mountains that are the border between France and Spain, he sights a two-motored transport plane.
That's the plane I want. Down to it. Down!
Flashing down to the speeding plane, Superman wrenches open the passenger's door and leaps inside. Except for the pilot and co-pilot, who are in the cockpit behind a closed door, only two persons are in the plane. A tall, light-haired young man and a dark-haired young woman, each asleep in their seats on opposite sides of the aisle. After a glance at the girl, Superman taps the young man on the shoulder.
Wake up, Raymond.
What?
Wake up. I want to talk to you.
Hey, great snakes. Who are you?
Superman.
Superman?
That's right.
Whoa, where'd you come from? How'd you get here?
I came from Paris to see you.
Are you really Superman, or am I dreaming?
You're not dreaming. I thought Diana Lane might be on this plane with you, but that girl across the aisle is not she, so you tell me. Where is Diana?
Diana? Why, she's in Paris.
Where in Paris?
Why, in her apartment, I guess.
No, she isn't.
Now, look, what's this all about?
Diana has disappeared.
Disappeared?
That's right. What do you know about it?
Why, I don't know anything. How could I?
You called on her early this evening, didn't you?
Why, yes.
And you quarreled with her? You threatened her?
Yes, I mean no.
Don't lie, you were overheard.
Well, if I did, it didn't mean anything. I was pretty sore.
Why were you angry with her?
Because, well, she broke up our tour. We were a dance team, you know.
Yes, I know.
We started during the war, entertaining the troops. And this last year, we were going great guns. Got terrific notices wherever we played. Then we were booked all over the continent.
I know all that. Get to the point, please.
Well, we just finished a very successful engagement in Paris at the Cafe Can-Can, and we're set with a swell booking in Madrid, when suddenly, out of a blue sky, Diana told me the tour was off.
Did she say why?
Only that she was going back home.
I see. So you quarreled?
Well, naturally. I hit the ceiling. We'd worked like dogs to get where we were, and now she was throwing it all away.
Are you sure she gave no other reason for calling off the tour?
Well, now that you mention it, I do recall her giving me some silly stuff about being in danger, but
In danger? Personally?
Yes, I didn't believe her, though. I thought...
Just a moment. What sort of danger did she say she was in? From whom?
Well, she said she didn't know, except it had something to do with that letter.
What letter?
Oh, some crazy letter she got hold of somehow. I don't know exactly. It was in French. Neither of us could read it, but Diana was curious. A few days later, she told me that when she tried to get somebody to translate it for her, she got into trouble.
That's odd.
Oh, it does sound goofy, doesn't it?
Yes, it certainly does.
Frankly, I didn't believe her. Even when she told me she'd got a couple of threatening phone calls.
Why didn't you believe her?
Well, I thought she was just making up a story as an excuse to break up our dance tour.
Oh?
Yeah, you see, she'd met an American millionaire in London who was crazy about her, so I thought she wanted to go back home and marry him.
I see. So
that's why we quarreled. Mm-hmm. I told her she was letting me down, and then I left. But I don't know a thing about her disappearance, so help me I don't.
Well, if that's true, why did you charter this plane and run away?
I didn't run away. The act was booked for Madrid and a lot of other places, and I didn't want to lose the booking. So I hired Yvette. That's the girl sleeping across the aisle.
I see.
She's a good dancer and looks something like Diana. I'm hoping I can keep the act going with her.
Well, look, about that letter you mentioned, it sounds pretty fishy, but I'd like to know more. Do you know where it is?
Well, I suppose Diana has it. Wait. Maybe it's still in the picture.
Picture? What picture?
Well, Diana always kept her money and valuables in a folding picture frame. You know, one of those double pictures that stand on a dresser.
Uh-huh.
She had photographs of her sister Lois and herself in the frames, and there was a false back behind it.
And she kept this letter in the false back?
That's right. I remember her getting it to show me.
Then it might still be in her apartment. All right, come on, Raymond.
Where?
You and I are going back to Paris. If you're telling the truth, this letter might be a lead to Diana. If not, well, we can be in Paris in a few minutes.
A few minutes? We're almost in Madrid.
That's right, but we're going back via Superman Express. Now, wake up Yvette and tell her you'll join her in Madrid later. If you've told me the truth. Hurry.
Oh, hey, what a trip that was, Superman.
Here's Diana's rooming house, Raymond. Come on inside.
Okay.
Now, we'll go right up to Diana's apartment. Lois should be there, and we can... Great Scott, what's this?
Somebody's lying on the floor.
Yes. It's old Jean, the concierge.
She's unconscious.
Yes, he was struck on the head. What in the world has happened here now?
Kneeling by the elderly caretaker who lies unconscious in the hall, Superman is not yet aware of a further startling development which is in store for him. We'll be back in a moment to find out what it is, so keep listening.
At one time or another, gang, I guess you've all come up against the wiseacre who goes around bragging that he's different and better than someone else because he was born into a certain religion or in a different side of the railroad tracks. Well, there's only one answer to that, gang. Tell him he's not so different. And he ought to be mighty glad of it. Remind him of the fix he'd be in if he were really as special as he thinks he is. Why, if he wasn't like everyone else, every time he got sick, he'd need a whole regiment of doctors with X-ray machines and fluoroscopes and whatnot to figure out where his liver might be in his heart and just how he's arranged inside. Well, luckily for us, gang, we're really all brothers under the skin. We have exactly the same number of bones and organs and teeth, all arranged the same way no matter what our race or nationality. Now, sometime soon, the Red Cross may come into your community with a new blood donor drive. This is a civilian counterpart of the work the Red Cross did during the war, in which they collected and processed millions of pints of blood that were shipped overseas to be used in healing our soldiers and sailors. This collection of blood plasma, so necessary to save our lives, is possible only because all human blood is the same, except for this one medically important difference, that there are 4 types of blood called O, A, B, and AB. But all races of man have all of these blood types. So you see, gang, we're all much more alike than we are different. So next time some wise guy claims otherwise, tell him it's all right with you if he wants to vote himself out of the human race. But he's liable to be awfully lonesome.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. Returning to the missing Diana's Paris apartment with Raymond, Diana's dancing partner, Superman discovered Jean, the elderly caretaker, unconscious in the front hall. And now he is trying to revive the old man.
Great Scott, look at that lump on his head.
Yeah, he was struck very hard, Superman.
Suddenly what? Uh-oh, he's starting to come to. Here, let me have that glass of water, Raymond.
Here you are.
Thanks. All right, now drink some of this, old fellow. Easy does it.
Wonder what happened here.
We'll find out in a moment. Take it easy. There we are. Feeling a little better now, old-timer?
What? Oh, where is he?
Oh, easy now. Wait a minute. Don't try to get up yet.
But...
Now, just take it easy. Now, what happened? Who struck you?
A man. I do not know him. He wore a mask on his face. A burglar, eh? Hélas, I have forgotten. Vite, summon les gendarmes. Oh, la pauvre mademoiselle.
What poor girl? Whom are you talking about, Jean?
Oh, Mademoiselle Lane.
Which one?
Mademoiselle Diana's sister.
Lois? What about her?
Hélas, les gendarmes, summon les gendarmes.
What about Lois Lane? Tell me. I see she isn't in Diana's apartment, but what happened to her?
The man in the mask. He carried her away.
What? He carried Lois away?
Oui, I tried to stop him, but he struck me on the head with a gun, and then... Oof, great snakes.
Oh, no. First Diana disappears. Now Lois is gone.
Say, what goes on here anyway?
First Diana, and now her sister Lois Lane have disappeared from the little boarding house in Paris. What has happened to the dancer and the girl reporter? What is the mysterious letter of which Raymond told Superman? The letter which Diana had said placed her in great danger. Is it upstairs in Diana's apartment? And will it lead Superman to the other 2 missing sisters? We'll find out in tomorrow's exciting episode, so be sure to listen. Tune in, same time, same station, for Chapter 4 of The Mystery of the Letter on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial, soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Adventure Parade, which follows in just a moment. And right after Adventure Parade, you will hear Tom Mix and his straight shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
It's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, in a little apartment house in Paris, Superman receives alarming news from the elderly caretaker.
Oh, the poor mademoiselle, the poor mademoiselle.
What poor girl are you talking about?
She of the American newspaper.
You mean Lois Lane?
Oui, that is the one.
Well, what happened to her?
Oh, it is dreadful, monsieur. A man wearing a mask over his face carried her away.
Carried her away?
Oui, and when I tried to stop him, he struck me on the head with his gun.
What?
Now, heaven only knows what has happened to the poor mademoiselle.
Gang, have you ever watched as sailing skippers race their swift, sleek boats across the windy water? Well, take it from me, gang. There are mighty few things more thrilling or beautiful to watch than tall, white sails winging in front of a stiff breeze. Now, let me tell you a few things about sailing, which is a complicated and scientific art. For one thing, as you know, the only way a sailboat can move is if the wind pushes it. And should the sailboat by some mistake go directly into the wind, then it will be pushed backwards. Well, to avoid this, a smart skipper zigzags his boat back and forth until he can get it into a spot where the wind is on his side. Well, this zigzagging is called tacking, and it's a vital part of sailing. Now then, after the skipper and his crew have finished tacking one lap of the race, they have to make a very sharp turn to go off to another direction. This sharp turn is called coming about, and it's the most difficult part of the race because here's where you can lose your speed and the race. With precision timing, the crew, working together as a perfect team, must shift the big sails from one side to another while the skipper steers. Yes, gang, teamwork is the formula for winning all victories. That's how our nation won its great victory in 1776 when we gained our independence. That's how we won world leadership and greatness down through the years, by teamwork. Yes, real teamwork in which Americans of every race and religion work together to achieve victories that could never have been won by individuals. Don't ever forget that. Americans are the ones who did it.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Arriving in Paris in response to an urgent summons from her sister Diana, who is a professional dancer, Lois Lane, reporter for the Metropolis Daily Planet, learned that her sister had mysteriously disappeared from her apartment. Later that same night, while Clark Kent, who unknown to all is Superman, was in pursuit of a young man named Raymond, who was Diana's dancing partner, Lois was accosted by a masked gunman. And when Superman returned with Raymond to the little boarding house where Diana had lived, he found Lois gone. And in the downstairs hall, Jean, the elderly caretaker, was unconscious from a blow on the head. Working swiftly, Superman revived the old man, who, on regaining consciousness, began wailing,
"Oh, the poor mademoiselle. Oh, the poor mademoiselle."
Miss Lane, what happened to her?
A man wearing a mask over his face. He carried Mademoiselle Lois Lane away.
Carried her away?
Oui, when I tried to stop him, he struck me on the head with a gun.
What?
Oh, great snakes. First Diana disappears and now Lois. What's going on
here?
Raymond,
just a moment. Listen, Jean, how long ago did this happen?
I do not know, Monsieur Superman. I've been unconscious. I know not how long.
But you must have some idea what time it was when you saw the man take Miss Lane away.
Let me think. I had been awakened just before to admit Monsieur Marin, the tenant, on the second floor. It was only a few minutes later when I heard the sound at the door and saw the masked man carrying Mademoiselle Lois.
Yes. What time did you admit Monsieur Marin?
That I remember.
Good.
The clock in the church tower was striking 2.
2 a.m. What time is it now, Raymond?
5 minutes past 3.
Oh, they've got over an hour's start, and I have no idea where to look for them.
But why should anyone take Lois away?
I don't know, unless...
Unless what, Superman?
Well, unless it has something to do with her sister Diana's disappearance.
Why should that...
I don't know why. Wait, Raymond. That letter.
Huh?
That French letter Diana showed you, the one she said put her in danger.
Oh, yeah.
You said she kept it in a false back behind a picture frame.
That's right,
That letter might give us a clue to what has happened to the girls.
Could be.
Jean, you better telephone Captain Dulac of the police department right away. Tell him to come here as fast as he can.
Monsieur, I will... Superman...
Come on, Raymond. You and I are going upstairs to Diana's apartment, and you'd better pray that letter is still there.
Here's the picture I mean, Superman. There's a false back in the frame.
Yes, I see, but we're too late, Raymond.
Well, what do you mean, too late?
The letter is gone.
Well, how do you know?
Never mind. Look for yourself.
What? You're right. It is empty.
Yes. Either Diana took the letter with her, or somebody else did.
But who else would?
Whoever took Diana and Lois away. Oh, I was hoping the letter would give me the clue I need. Now we're right back where we started.
Hey, wait, Superman. I don't think the letter was important.
What? Well, it must be. Otherwise, why would Diana have said she was in great danger because of it?
Well, I don't know how that's possible. She told me somebody handed it to her in a restaurant.
You know who it was?
A man whom Diana had never seen before.
Oh?
Now, you know nobody would give an important letter to a perfect stranger.
Well, I'm not so sure. Odder things have happened. Look, Raymond, Diana showed you the letter. Have you any idea what it said?
No, I told you it was in French, and neither of us can read French.
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, was it written on a printed letterhead?
No.
Well, can you remember anything about it? Anything at all? To whom it was addressed, or the signature?
No, I didn't pay any attention to it.
Oh.
As I told you, I thought Diana was just making up some story as an excuse to break up our dance tour. I was curious.
Monsieur.
Yes, Jean.
Captain Dulac, say proceed here at once.
Good.
Also, monsieur, I have just had a conversation with Monsieur Marin.
Oh?
He is the tenant on the floor below. And he say he heard noise at the door tonight and look out from his window.
Yes?
He saw a man place a large burden in a car. And he think it might very well have been Mademoiselle Lane.
Uh-oh.
Then he saw the car driver.
All right, wait a minute. Did Marin notice what sort of car it was?
Oui, a small Fiat, he say. A sedan.
Good for you and Monsieur Marin, Jean. Look, Raymond, you wait here for Captain Dulac. I'll have a look for that car.
Yes, but
And I suggest you don't try to get away again, Raymond. You're not out of the woods yet, you know.
I'm perfectly innocent.
Maybe. But I'm warning you, stay right here until I get back. Up with this window. I'll see you both later. Up, and away!
Leaping from a window of the little boarding house, Superman streaks through the dark skies, his keen eyes searching below for the car in which Lois Lane was carried away.
Meanwhile, in a dusty, closely shuttered room, dimly lit by 2 flickering candles, and furnished with a few pieces of faded plush furniture, Lois sits, a prisoner. A wiry man wearing a greasy cap and a mask over his face holds her arm. A tall, broad-shouldered man, likewise masked, but with a large leonine head of iron gray hair, stands before them.
Now listen to me, mademoiselle.
You listen to me, whoever you are. What's the meaning of this outrage, of bringing me here against my will? I'm an American citizen, and I demand...
I suggest you be quiet. Listen to me, mademoiselle.
I will not be quiet. I demand to know why I'm brought here against my... Oh, stop it. You're breaking my arm.
You were ordered to be quiet. Do as you are told, and you will not be harmed.
You brute. You pay for this.
Believe me, mademoiselle, I regret this discourtesy to a lady.
Oh, yes.
But much is at stake. And it will of a necessity go much harder with you unless you tell me the truth.
The truth about what? I don't know what you're
A certain
talking
letter,
about.
a very important letter, fell accidentally into the hand of your sister. What do you know of it?
I don't know anything of it. I told this man that. Now you better
You're
let me...
certain you do not know where the letter is?
I told you I never even heard of this letter. Now what is this all about? Who are you?
Chuck,
Monsieur?
you searched mademoiselle's luggage.
Oui, and I also searched every inch of Mademoiselle Diana's apartment once more, as you directed. I am certain that which you seek is not there.
Will you please tell
And
me
only
what
one
is...
thing remains to be done. Bring Mademoiselle Diana here.
Oui, monsieur.
Diana?
I will do so.
You mean Diana's here?
Oui, she is.
Oh,
Come with me, mademoiselle.
Diana, darling, are you all right? How did you get here?
Silence.
What happened to you?
Silence, I said. Mademoiselle Diana, you are very fond of your sister, are you not?
Of course I am. She and I are all that's left of our family. And you'd better let her go.
You would not like to see her die, eh?
Oh, now listen, you're
Unless you tell me where is the letter, Mademoiselle Diana, I will...
But I told you, I lost...
I do not believe you, mademoiselle.
It's true.
I think you hid it. Or gave it to someone.
No, I didn't, honestly. I tell you,
Wait
I
a
never...
minute, Diana. What is this letter he's talking about?
Hear me,
it's something
Mademoiselle
that I-
Diana. Unless you tell me at once what I wish to know, you will see your sister die.
Oh, no.
And then you will die too. Now, I give you just 1 minute to decide the fate of your sister and yourself.
Gang, did you ever come home kind of hungry for sweets and dig into a big jar of real honey? Well, if you never tried that, you have a real treat in store. For honey is not only good, it's good for you. You know, we get our honey from the bees, who get it from the flowers. But I bet you'd never guess which blossoms give the best honey. Well, let me tell you. Most of the honey that you and I eat comes from the alfalfa or clover blossom. But there are lots of other kinds, too. There's magnolia and orange blossom honey that comes from the south. But the sweetest tasting honey of all comes from the heather-like blooms of the sourwood tree. Now, who would think that from something like that, the sourwood tree, you could get such sweetness? But let me tell you, the bee knows better. Thank goodness the bee doesn't know one name from another, else 9 chances out of 10, he would have skipped the sourwood tree right by. But he's too smart for that. All he looks for is quality, and never minds anything else. Now, let's take a tip from the bee, because we know it's silly to judge a tree, or a person for that matter, by a name. Too often, folks don't know any better, and they size up a fellow incorrectly, not by the quality of his individual merits, but by unimportant things like his name, or his race, or his religious background. Well, don't you be taken in by that kind of business. Remember, you'll never know that the sourwood tree is sweet unless you taste the honey the bee extracts from it. And you'll never know a fellow is good or a fellow is bad unless you get to know his character. That's as important to you as it is to the other fellow. So always keep that in mind.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
The mysterious masked man who holds both Lois Lane and her sister Diana prisoners has given Diana just 1 minute to reveal the whereabouts of a certain letter. If she refuses, the masked man threatens both she and Lois will die. Now, in the dusty, candlelit room, the masked, gray-haired man has motioned Jock, his henchman, aside, permitting Lois and Diana to speak together in low tones.
What is this letter he's talking about, Diana? Oh, I can't tell you now, Lois. Well, do you know where it is? Yes. Well, then tell him, honey, for heaven's sake, tell him. But I can't, Lois. I can't. Well, why not, Diana? He said he'd finish us both if you didn't, and I think he means it. So do I. But he'll finish us if I do tell him to. Oh, no. Yes.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, while Superman searches for them, Lois Lane and her sister Diana are the prisoners of a mysterious masked man who has given them just 60 seconds to make a fateful decision.
Oh, Lois, what'll I do? If I tell him where the letter is, he'll get rid of us as soon as he gets it. But if you don't tell him, he'll finish us right now. I know. What'll I do? I don't know, Diana. It looks as if either way we're done for. Finished.
Gang, ever hear of a boat called the Titanic? Well, it was once very famous, and every school kid knew that the Titanic was the biggest, fastest passenger liner in the world. So big that she carried more than 2,000 persons on her maiden voyage across the Atlantic 36 years ago. But she never completed that first voyage. For at 2 a.m. one morning, the Titanic's lookout frantically shouted, "Floating object dead ahead." Then there was a crash, and in a matter of minutes, the world's biggest liner sank to the bottom. Over 1,000 lives were lost in that sinking. Do you know what sank the Titanic? An iceberg, that's right. She'd struck a huge floating mountain of ice, and it crushed her like a toy boat in a bathtub. Now, you wouldn't think an iceberg could be so dangerous. But they are, because the biggest part of them isn't visible. Actually, 4/5 of an iceberg floats beneath the surface. Well, gang, that demonstrates that hidden dangers are often the trickiest, most deceptive kind, because we can't see their true size and shape. For instance, in our ordinary daily lives, racial and religious prejudice may not always appear on the surface. As you know, troublemakers who spread bigotry like to work in a sneaky, underhanded way. That's why they're like icebergs. Under the surface, they can build up an ugly mass of ill will between one group and another group. That, like an iceberg, can cause a serious catastrophe. So we've got to be lookouts, all of us, like sailors in a crow's nest of a ship. we've got to keep a watch for those telltale signs of danger ahead. And when we see them, sing out a warning.
And now, the adventures of Superman.
Because of a certain secret letter which fell into her hands in France, Diana Lane, a dancer, and her sister Lois, the Daily Planet girl reporter, are the prisoners of a mysterious masked man in Paris. Then, while Superman and the police searched for the two sisters, their masked captor gave Diana just 60 seconds in which to tell him where the letter was. If she refused, he threatened, both she and Lois would die. Now, as the masked gray-haired man waits across the dusty candlelit room, and with the man he calls Jacques leans against the door, watch in hand, Diana confers anxiously with her sister. Suddenly, he looks up.
The time is up, mademoiselle.
Oh, dear. What'll I do, Lois? I don't know, Diana. I'm afraid that you'd better...
What is your decision, mademoiselle Diana?
I told you I lost the letter. I don't know
And
where...
I told you I do not believe you, mademoiselle.
But you must. It's true. It's absolute...
You will please convince them that I am serious now?
Oui, monsieur. I will convince
Diana, tell them where the letter is. Go on, please.
That is sound advice,
But, Lois,
mademoiselle.
look, there's nothing else to do, darling. Go on now, tell them. All right. I hid it in a magazine.
Huh? Where is this magazine?
On the shelf of a broom closet across the hall from my apartment.
Huh?
Oh, Lois, it's all right, darling.
Jacques, go at once. See if she speaks the truth.
Oui, monsieur.
Un moment. Gendarme may be there. Have great care.
Oui, monsieur. Have no fear. Au revoir.
Now, mademoiselle, you will both wait in the next room until Jacques returns. In here.
And then what?
That, mes amis, you will discover later.
Haven't you found even a trace of them yet, Captain?
I assure you, Monsieur Kent, everything possible is being done by the police to find Mademoiselle Lois and Diana Lane.
I realize that, Captain Dulac.
You are anxious, I understand, but we shall find them eventually. Have no fear.
We've got to find them now before it's too late.
Yeah.
If it isn't too late already. What about Diana's apartment? Did your laboratory men discover anything of interest there?
Only a few fingerprints, which, however, match none in the police file.
Oh.
Our only clue is that she was taken away in a Fiat automobile.
So what? There are thousands of Fiats in Paris,
But
and
I
even
have assigned 2 excellent detectives to trail Monsieur Raymond, the dancing partner of Mademoiselle Diana.
Oh, no,
And I am
no.
hopeful that will lead to something.
Forget it. It won't lead to anything.
I think it may. It is my theory that Raymond, who was in love with Mademoiselle Diana, became infuriated when she announced she was breaking up their, dance act.
I tell you, you're barking up the wrong tree, Captain. I'm convinced that mysterious letter Diana had is responsible for their
And
disappearance.
I, monsieur, believe the letter to be only a fiction invented by Raymond as an alibi.
Well, if that were true, why would Diana's apartment be searched thoroughly by whoever took her away, and searched again when Lois was taken away? Now, that means somebody was looking for something, and I think it was a letter.
Un moment, monsieur.
Certainly.
Captain Henri Dulac speaking. Oui. But, when was this? Oui. I come at once. Au revoir.
What's happened now, Captain?
Something else has occurred at the pension from which your friend has disappeared, Monsieur Kent.
Something else? What do you mean?
I will explain en route. We must hurry. Allons. Tell Monsieur Kent and me what happened, Corporal Lambert.
Oui, mon capitaine. I was here in the front hall, guarding the house as you directed. Suddenly, I heard screams from above. I raced upstairs to the top floor and found this one, the chambermaid, screaming with her mouth open.
Stupid. How else could she scream? You, madame. Who are you?
You name, Monsieur Capitaine. I am employed by the concierge to clean the halls and attend to the apartment.
Bien. Tell us what occurred.
I went to a broom closet for a mop.
Yeah.
When I opened the door, a man stood there.
A man?
Oui. I was frightened. One does not expect to open a broom closet and see a man.
Oh.
I screamed, and he seized me by the throat.
Then what?
Le gendarme below heard me scream.
Yes?
He started up the stairs, then released me right to the window in the right back and snatched up a letter with the drop.
A letter?
And then we must hear. Then he ran to the window. He slid to the garden on the wall.
A burglar, no doubt.
Oh, no, he was no burglar, Captain Dulac. He must have come here for that letter I had, and apparently he got it.
But, Monsieur Kent, wait. You jumped to the conclusion.
Maybe, but I think I'm right, Captain. And if we can find that man, we may find Lois and Diana. Look, Lucy, can you tell me what this man looked like?
No, I cannot. I was too frightened to observe.
I had a look at him in the garden for a moment, monsieur.
Yes, Corporal?
He was thin but wiry, like a terrier dog.
Yes?
He wore a black and white jacket, a cap, and a blue handkerchief at his throat.
Good. I may be able to pick up his trail if I leave right now.
Wait, Monsieur Kent. I will put out an alarm for you.
Oh, go ahead, but I'm going after that man in my way. See you later, Captain.
Hurrying from the boarding house, Clark Kent steps into an areaway and swiftly resumes his true identity of Superman. Then, up, and away! The Man of Steel rockets up into the sky to search for the man he believes can lead him to Lois Lane and Diana. We'll be back in a moment for the exciting climax of today's episode. So keep listening.
Gang, anyway, any farmer, that is, can tell you a mighty good way to frighten crows out of a cornfield. And that is to take an old hat, a coat, and a pair of pants, stuff them with straw, then prop them up on sticks. Well, when he sees that, Mr. Crow won't attempt to eat corn. Because, well, he's so lame-brained he thinks that the stuffed dummy is a man. Now, when you're dealing with crows, that dressed-up dummy serves a valuable purpose. But you can't have much respect for human beings who fall for scarecrows, can you? Well, there are lots of people who do. For instance, you know and I know that there's no such thing as a type among people. We know we must judge human beings as individuals. Now, a fellow may have a certain outstanding physical characteristic, or he may belong to a certain religious faith. But that doesn't make him typical. That is to say, just like everybody else of his race or religion. Well, the troublemakers who want to stir up hatred have a neat trick. They create a dummy, or let's call it a scarecrow, an imaginary figure that's not real at all. Then they give this straw man a fake label, and they tell any dope fool, listen, what you see is a typical member of this or that race or religious group. Get that? Well, as I said before, some people aren't any smarter than crows. If you can get half-wits to believe a scarecrow is real, you can make them believe most any old rubbish. Don't you fall for balderdash like that, gang. Make sure you are smart enough to spot the difference between what's real and what's phony. When you run across someone who doesn't know the difference, point it out. Make it plain. Yes, it's your duty as a good American.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Locked in the small, dusty cubicle of a room in the house of the mysterious masked man, Lois Lane and her sister Diana have succeeded in prying open the shutters of the single, grimy window. But after raising the creaking, warped window an inch at a time, they lean out, then catch their breaths in dismay. For 5 stories below them is the ancient courtyard, a rubble of broken stone and tall weeds. And beyond the courtyard is the river.
Uh-oh. I'm afraid there's no getting out this way, Diana.
Oh, dear, what'll we do, Lois? Jacques will be back any minute now, and you know that'll be the end for us.
Yes, I know. This seems to be the last of a row of old townhouses. Oh, built one against the other. I think they're all deserted, though. I can't see a soul anywhere around.
Let me see. Yes, I think the other houses in the row are deserted. But if we could get over to them...
How can we do that, Diana? There's no window ledge or anything.
Lois, look.
At what, honey?
That rain spout. It's just a few feet away. I could climb down that and... Oh, no, that's out. It's broken off below the next floor.
It was out anyhow. How could we get to it?
Wait a minute. It runs up to the roof. I could shinny up, then run across the
Oh, stop raving, Diana. How do you expect to get to the rain spout? It's at least 6 feet away.
It won't be easy, but I can hang from your hand and swing from side to side till I have enough momentum to swing.
Well, you're mad, honey. You'd fall and be killed.
No, I wouldn't. I'm an acrobatic dancer, you know, and I've done much harder tricks than that. As I see, we hold each other's wrists. Like the...
Oh, no, don't be silly, Diana. I wouldn't hear it for such a thing. What's that?
Just, he came back. He must have the letter, and that means he and the masked man will be in here. Lois, quickly, help me reach that range part. I'll get help. But, Diana, it's too dangerous. Would you rather just wait here for those men to shoot us? Well, no, men, let's try. Wait till I get on the window. Diana, do be careful, please. Don't worry about me. Lock your fingers around my wrist. Oh, all right, that's it. And I'll grip your wrist like this. Yes. Hang on now. Oh, dear. I'll start swinging. Just hang on and sway with me. Okay. Now, when I say let go at once, right? All right, Diana. Are you all right? Yes. Get ready now.
What is... Oh, Chuck! Come here.
Diana, the man. He's here. Let go, Lois. Let go.
As the masked man and Jacques, his henchman, rush into the small room, Lois, at the command of her sister, releases her wrists and watches helplessly as Diana flies past the window toward the rain spout passing through the outside wall. What will happen to Diana takes this spectacular risk to save her sister Lois's life and her own? As Superman set out on Jacques' trail is as yet nowhere at hand. Well, for plenty of thrills, action, and excitement, be sure to hear Monday's sensational episode, fellows and girls. Tune in, same time, same station, for Chapter 6 of The Mystery of the Letter on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial, soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Adventure Parade, which follows in just a moment. And right after Adventure Parade, you will hear Tom Mix and his Straight Shooters. This is the music.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
It's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice.
Today, while Superman searches in Paris for Lois and Diana Lane, a mysterious masked man and his henchmen make ominous plans for the two sisters.
You found the letter, Jacques?
Oui, monsieur, here it is.
Ah, bien. You've done well. Now I have no more to fear.
But what of les femmes, Mademoiselle Lois and Diana Lane? If they should go to the police...
They will have no opportunity to go to the police.
What shall we do, monsieur?
Come, Jacques. We must eliminate them at once.
Say, gang, did you know that we're all peculiar? Now, that may sound like a pretty strange thing to say, but if you think about it for a moment, you'll see my point. For instance, imagine looking around you and seeing everyone exactly the same. Same features, same clothes, same height. If you said something to one of them, he'd make the same reply that any of them would make. Each one of them would be doing the same thing. If that were so, my hunch says you'd be bored pretty quickly, because, after all, variety is the spice of life. There wouldn't be much point in talking to people if each one answered the same thing every time. If you knew what everyone thought and liked and could count on what their reply would be whenever you asked a question. For example, you may like baseball, your pal may prefer swimming. Now, that doesn't mean that one or the other of you is wrong, does it? But the funny thing is that a lot of people don't seem to realize others can be different. They think that for someone to be normal, he must like the same things they like. Why, in one school I know of, the boys on the football team would hardly even speak to those who got good marks but were not particularly interested in athletics. And the boys on the school newspaper ignored the ones on the wrestling team. As a result, the whole school was split up into a lot of little groups, each one disliking the others. Now, if these boys had realized that it takes all sorts of people to make up the world,
and that not everyone is interested in exactly the same things, each one would have had many more friends and consequently more fun. Yes, everyone is different in some ways, thank heaven. It's up to you to recognize the advantages in those differences and learn to get along with all sorts of people.
And now, the adventures of Superman.
In Paris, both Lois Lane, girl reporter for the Metropolis Daily Planet, and her sister Diana, a dancer, were held prisoners by a mysterious masked man who forced Diana to tell him where she had hidden a certain letter which had come into her possession. Aware that the masked man planned to eliminate them as soon as he had the letter, Diana attempted a daring escape from the old house in which they were held in order to summon aid. Clinging to Lois's hands, Diana let herself out of a fifth-floor window and, swinging from side to side to gain momentum, flashed through the air to a rain spout attached to a building several feet away. But at that moment, the masked man and Jacques, his henchman, rushed into the room.
What goes on here?
Oh, nothing.
Where is Mademoiselle Diana?
Why, she...
Look, monsieur. The window, it is open. Sacre bleu. The little fool leaped to her death. Nom de nom.
Yes, she was foolish,
I do not see her below in the courtyard. Where is she?
Behold, monsieur. She climbed the rain spout.
Uh-oh.
Where?
See, up above. She is almost at the roof.
They see you, Diana. Hurry.
Give me a revolver, Jacques.
No, please don't. Hurry, Diana.
No, I will... Oh, sacre bleu. She's reached the roof. He's out of sight.
Oh, thank heaven.
Come, Jacques. After her. Up to the roof.
I do not see Mademoiselle Diana, monsieur.
Mais no. Not do I. She must have proceeded to the roof of the next building. Come, Jacques. Oui. You brought my rifle?
Oui, monsieur.
I will finish her at once. Then we will take care of her sister Lois. Wait. She is not on this roof either.
What can she be?
I do not know. She would not have leaped to the next roof. It is too far.
Ah, there she is, monsieur.
Where?
There below. See, she run along the rocks above the river.
Ah, oui, I see her.
She must have slid down the gun spout in the back of this old house.
Cease your chatter and shoot.
Oui, monsieur. I will take careful aim, and then...
Ah, nom de nom, you missed her. But I will not miss this time.
Un moment, monsieur. If anyone hear our gun...
Bet. You spoiled my aim.
But, monsieur, I only...
There is nobody to hear us. These old houses have been condemned and empty for years.
Oh...
Fire, Bet, fire! She must not get away.
Kneeling on the roof of the ancient house, the masked man and Jacques pour rifle and revolver fire at Diana Lane, who runs, leaping from rock to rock above the river, stumbling, picking herself up and running onward as the deadly leaden pellets strike all about her. Meanwhile, pursuing Jacques' trail from the boarding house, Superman has dropped down from the sky to a street intersection where he questions a fruit vendor.
Did you see a thin, wiry man run past here a short while ago?
A man, monsieur?
Yes, he wore a black and white jacket and a blue handkerchief around his neck.
Oui, I saw him.
You did? Which way did he go?
He ran that way.
Thank you. Up, and away! Tell me, madam, did you see a man run by here a short while ago?
A man, monsieur?
Yes, he wore a black and white jacket and a blue handkerchief around his neck. He was thin and wiry.
Oui, I saw him, monsieur.
Good. Which way did he go?
He leaped on a bus.
On a bus?
Oui, the one that goes to la Rue du Bois, northward.
Thank you. Up, and away! Well, there's the end of the bus line and the river. Still no sign of my man, though. But if he came this way, he can't be too far off. I'll scour this whole neighborhood. Away!
What kind of a marksman are you, Jacques? You keep missing her.
Mademoiselle Diana leaped from rock to rock like an antelope, monsieur. It is difficult to aim.
She will be out of range in a moment.
Where is she?
Behind that high rock. She will emerge in a moment, and I will have a clear shot at her. Believe me, I will not miss this time. Ah, there she is, monsieur.
Ah, oui, I see her. Now, Mademoiselle Diana.
Ah, you hit her, monsieur.
Oui, I think so.
See, she fall into the river.
Bien. That is the end of her. Come now, Jacques.
What do we do now?
Our work here is almost completed. But we must act swiftly. Allons.
Still no sign of my man. Not many houses around here. I wonder if he crossed the river. Away! Wait. Down there in the river. It looks like... Yes, it's a girl floating in the water. Down to her. Down! Now, let's see. Great Scott, it's Diana. Diana Lane. And she's been shot.
Shocked, Superman holds the limp, unconscious body of Diana Lane in his arms.
Is she alive? We'll be back in a moment for the tense climax of today's episode, so keep listening.
Are you superstitious, gang? Do you ever catch yourself saying things such as, hey, watch out, you'll walk under a ladder and gosh, what'll happen to you? Or, uh-oh, you broke a mirror and that's 7 years bad luck. Tell me, do you honestly believe such drivel? I hope not, because as you must know, that's just a lot of nonsense. Now, there's a superstition that if you make a circle of a horsehair and put a spider in the center, the spider can't possibly escape. Now, we know that's silly, yet lots of people believe it. Well, a long time ago, an organization was formed in England called the Royal Geographic Society, whose purpose was to find out scientific facts. And the learned members of the society spent some of their time exposing popular superstitions. Very carefully, they made a ring of the horsehair in the middle of the large table in their meeting room, and then they placed the spider in the center. Then all the scholarly men with their white beards peered curiously at the little spider through their spectacles, and they murmured their approval as the spider crossed the horsehair as if it never existed. Now, this event, gang, was very carefully and seriously recorded in their minutes because, though it may sound rather silly, it was actually very important. The reason for its importance was that up to that time, people rarely experimented. Instead, they believed statements just because men who seemed to know told them so. The habit of accepting without testing or experimenting can be very dangerous and can many times make you appear ridiculous. So be smart. When anyone tries to make you believe something that sounds questionable, demand proof.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Finding Diana Lane in the river and quickly determining that a bullet had only grazed her skull, stunning her, Superman carried the unconscious girl to the river bank where he applied artificial respiration. And now, a short time later, Diana opens her eyes.
Oh.
Take it easy, Diana.
Who are you?
Superman.
Superman?
That's right.
Oh, thank heaven.
Now, tell me...
The masked man. Where is he?
Who?
The masked man. I got away from him, but he's got Lois.
Where, Diana? Where?
In a house. An old house.
Yes, but where is it?
It's that way. No, it's that way. Oh, I can't remember.
But you must. Which way did you come?
I don't know. I was running along the rocks, and he and Jacques were shooting at me. I became confused.
Well, you could only have come from the north or the south. What kind of a house was it?
An old red townhouse.
Yes?
There were several like it right next to each other, walled in on the river.
On the river.
They're deserted.
Wait a minute. I can see a row of old houses like that. Are you strong enough to come with me, Diana?
Oh, yes. Oh, poor Lois, you must find her.
Don't you worry.
You must.
Now, we're going to fly, so don't be afraid.
No, I won't. Just hurry, Superman. Hurry.
Okay. Here we go. Up, and away! There we are. Is this the house, Diana?
Yes. Now, if only we aren't too late to save Lois. Well, don't just stand there, Superman. Go inside.
It's no use, Diana. We're too late.
Too late?
Yes.
What do you mean?
The house is empty.
No, it can't be. I left Lois here.
Well, she's not here now. And neither is the masked man or anyone else.
Oh.
Heaven only knows now what happened to Lois and where she is.
Helplessly, their hearts heavy, Superman and Diana Lane stand before the ancient faded townhouse, which is empty now of Lois Lane and her mysterious captors.
What has happened to the girl reporter? What will Superman do now to find his friend and solve the secret of the strange plot which almost resulted in Diana losing her life? Diana tells Superman an amazing story in tomorrow's thrilling episode, and even more amazing things occur. So be sure to listen. Tune in, same time, same station, for Chapter 7 of The Mystery of the Letter on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Adventure Parade, which follows in just a moment. And right after Adventure Parade, you'll hear Tom Mix and his Straight Shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice.
Today, streaking to an old mansion in Paris with Diana Lane, sister of the missing Lois Lane, Superman makes a startling discovery.
Are you sure this is the house, Diana?
Yes, of course. Come on, Superman. Lois is in there.
No, wait.
Well, what for? I tell you
Lois isn't here now, Diana.
What?
And neither is the masked man.
Good grief, are you sure?
I'm positive the house is empty. Heaven only knows now where Lois is and what has happened to her.
Will you walk into my parlor, said the spider to the fly? Doesn't that sound familiar to you, gang? It must, because I'm sure you've all heard that old rhyme, and at one time or another, you've probably all seen Old Man Spider at work, too. But if you haven't, watch him closely next time as he spins his delicate web, then stands waiting off to one side until some dumb insect buzzes along, climbs onto the web, and then smackle, gets caught in its fine strands, and Old Man Spider fastens him tight. How come the bug is such sucker bait? Well, the web looks so pretty, you see. It looks so harmless, so he falls. But of course, that's its purpose, to attract victims. Now, gang, I guess you'll all agree with me when I say there are all kinds of webs. And they're not always woven by spiders either, at least not by spiders of the insect variety. No, sir. Why, you and I know that any number of foolish people let themselves get caught by what at first glance appears to be a most enticing notion. I mean the phony notion that they belong to a so-called superior race, or that their particular ancestry makes them better than the next fellow. But it's just a trap. Yes, as much of a trap as a spider's web, and catches them in the webs of prejudice woven by ignorant and malicious people who spread ill feeling. Bigots who are to the human world what spiders are to the insect world. And if we allow it, the webs of prejudice and bigotry can stretch over a lot of territory. What can happen then is a weakening of our social structure and a tearing down of what America stands for. Gang, don't let that happen here.
And now, the adventures of Superman.
Because of a certain letter which fell into her hands in Paris, Diana Lane, sister of Lois Lane, the girl reporter, was abducted by a mysterious masked man. And when Lois arrived in Paris, she too was taken prisoner by the same man. While Clark Kent, who as we know is Superman, searched for the two sisters, Diana made a daring escape from an old house on the river where she and Lois were being held. But the masked man fired at her as she ran along some rocks above the water, and grazed by a bullet, Diana fell into the river. Superman rescued the girl, but when he returned with her to the house of the masked man, he found it deserted. Grimly, he said to Diana,
Heaven only knows where Lois is now, and what has happened to her.
Now, after a vain attempt to pick up the trail of Lois and the masked man, Superman, disguised as reporter Clark Kent, has hurried to Paris Police Headquarters, where we join him now with Captain Dulac.
Did your men find anything at the house on the river, Captain Dulac?
Only 4 sets of fingerprints and 4 sets of footprints, Monsieur Kent.
Oh?
But they are useless.
Useless? Why?
Because 2 sets belong to Mademoiselle Diana and her sister Lois. The other 2, who knows?
They don't match any in your files?
That is correct.
Uh-oh. Well, look, who owns that house?
One Monsieur Georges Carré.
Georges Carré?
Oui.
Well, have you checked with him?
Oui, I have. Naturally, he knows nothing of what has occurred. Although the house remains in his estate, he says it was long ago condemned and deserted.
Oh, but surely he knows...
If only we had a good description of the masked man.
Well, Miss Diana Lane saw him.
Oui, but all Mademoiselle Diana can tell us is that he has gray hair and speaks in a refined manner.
Yeah, that's not much to go on.
And the other one? The thin one called Jacques.
Uh-huh.
Well, the thin one called Jacques is as common in Paris as, a guy named Joe in your country.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, look, Captain, was Diana able to tell you anything about the letter that's behind all this?
Only that the masked man forced her to tell him she had hidden it in the broom closet at the pension. And Jacques retrieved it, as you suspected.
Yes, I know that.
Oui, but before she could tell us more, she collapsed from shock.
Oh, the poor kid.
But do not be disturbed. The doctor in our first aid quarters assures me that Mademoiselle Diana will soon be in a condition to be questioned further. I wait now for a call from him.
Oh, good. Well, now...
I must apologize, Monsieur Kent, for rejecting your theory of the letter yesterday.
Oh.
You are a very clever young man.
Oh, forget it, Captain. It was just a hunch.
I am convinced now that the letter holds the key to this mystery of the masked man's identity and of the fate of Mademoiselle Lois Lane.
So am I.
Pardon, my telephone rings. Capitaine Henri Dulac. Oui? Ici. Bien, merci. We come at once. Au revoir.
Who is that, Captain?
The doctor. He tells me that Mademoiselle Diana can now be questioned, Monsieur Kent.
Oh, fine. Let's go see her.
Oh, Clark, I'm so worried about Lois.
I know, Diana.
The masked man said he'd finish both of us as soon as he got that letter, and now he has got it and her, so...
Now, take it easy, Diana. Take it easy. Just tell us all you know about the letter, and we may be able to find Lois.
Oui, tell us everything, mademoiselle.
But how can I when it was in French and I can't read French?
Well, never mind. Just tell us everything that happened. I mean, how and when you got it and all the rest.
Oui, some little thing may tell us what we wish to know.
Well, all right. It was 4 nights ago.
Uh-huh.
Raymond and I had just finished our dance engagement at the Cafe Can-Can. Raymond is my dancing partner, you know.
Yes. Go on, Diana.
Well, we were booked for Madrid, but we had a day off before we had to leave, so I set out to explore Paris. It was the first chance I'd had to do any sightseeing.
You went alone, mademoiselle?
Yes, Captain.
Yeah.
When it got dark, I found myself in the outskirts of the city. I was hungry, so I went into a little cafe.
Go on.
Well, I was halfway through my dinner when I noticed a man at the next table. He kept staring at me.
Oh?
And then he'd look at 3 rough-looking men at a table against the wall, and then he'd turn back and stare at me again. It made me very nervous.
Naturally.
What did you do?
Well, I began to hurry to finish my dinner and get out when the man suddenly got up and started toward me.
Oh?
And the 3 rough-looking men at the wall table got up, too.
What did you do then?
Well, the man who had been staring dropped his hat when he reached me. When he was picking it up, he tossed a folded piece of paper, a letterhead, into my lap, and he spoke very quickly and softly in French.
What did he say?
Well, I don't understand much French, and then only when it's spoken slowly.
Oh.
This man spoke so quickly I didn't understand anything he said.
I see.
And then he went right out, followed by the 3 rough-looking men.
You mean leaving the folded letter in your lap?
Yes, that's right, Clark.
This man, mademoiselle, what did he look like?
Oh, like any average man, Captain.
Now, how is that?
Well, about 35 or 40, I'd say. Sandy hair, ordinary face, ordinary clothes. There wasn't anything, well, distinguishing about him.
I see.
What about the letter, Diana?
Oh, yes.
Well, at first I was going to throw it away because I thought he was trying to flirt with me.
Uh-huh.
But then I remembered he hadn't written it while I was there, so it must have been written before. And I got very curious about what the letter said.
Of course.
Did you not think to show it to some Frenchman and ask him to translate it for you, mademoiselle?
Yes, that's exactly what I did think of, Captain.
And?
I didn't want to ask anyone in the cafe, though, because I didn't like their looks. So I waited until I got out and found a taxi. And then I showed the letter to the driver. Before you drive me to my hotel, driver, I wonder if you'd mind translating this letter for me. You see, I can't read French.
Of course, mademoiselle. Gladly. Give it to me.
Oh, thank you so much. Here it is.
Ah, oui. It begins. Monsieur, I have discovered that... What is this, mademoiselle?
Why, it's a letter that a man...
It is an outrage and a vile lie. That is what it is. You should be ashamed, mademoiselle.
What? I don't understand
what... A pack of lies. Libel. It is a disgrace to la belle France. I will not drive one who spreads such vicious lies as this.
Oh, but look here,
Leave my
driver.
cab, mademoiselle.
Now, wait a minute,
Leave my
driver.
cab at once, I say, or I shall not be responsible for my actions.
Driver, please.
Please, mademoiselle. Go.
And then he practically pushed me out of his cab.
That is strange. Very strange.
Strange is right, Captain. What happened then, Diana?
Well, Clark, I waited till I got to my hotel, the Elysee, and then I showed it to the assistant manager, and the same thing happened.
What? You mean he also...
Yes. Yes, he flew into a terrible rage, just like the taxi driver did.
Well,
and he ordered me to check out of his hotel at once.
Sacre, no.
Didn't he tell you what the letter said?
No, Clark. I still don't know.
We must find out. That letter was the reason for the abduction of you and your sister.
Yes, and when we know what it said, we should know the identity of the masked man and so be able to find Lois.
But how can we find out, Clark? The masked man has the letter now.
Well, that's simple, Diana. We'll get hold of the hotel manager or the taxi driver and have them tell us what it said. Right, Captain Dulac?
Oui, monsieur. Mademoiselle, you will remain here and rest. Monsieur Kent, you and I will go to the Elysee Hotel and interview the assistant manager at once.
We'll be back in a moment for the startling climax of today's episode, so keep listening.
Ever been out driving on a Sunday, gang? I'm sure you have. Well, picture this. Suppose you and the family are driving in the old jalopy and you're not sure how to get to a certain place. So you stop and ask directions. Well, some dumb-looking Mortimer Snurd starts to tell you. He scratches his head and hems and haws and finally says,
Well, you go about 5 miles this way, then you take a left. No, first you go... No, wait a minute, that's right.
Well, pretty soon it's plain that the guy doesn't know the right way, only he hates to admit it. He'd rather give you the wrong steer than confess he doesn't know. And if you were to follow his directions, 10 to 1, you'd be stuck on some back road till way after dark. And the trouble is, there are always certain ignoramuses who hand out phony information. Why? Because it makes them feel important to offer hot air as absolute gospel truth. You know the stuff I mean. Stuff about how one man's religion makes him better or worse than somebody else. Falsehoods about this or that group. Absolutely not a word of truth in any of it. Unfortunately, there are always suckers who listen and let themselves be misguided. They believe this rubbish, and they let it guide their own thinking. Then, the first thing you know, they're hopelessly lost in some back road of twisted, cockeyed ideas. Well, don't let it happen to you, gang. Remember that good common sense is like signposts on the highway. It keeps you headed in the right direction. So follow it yourself. And then, when you run into someone who has been misled, do your level best to set him straight.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Just as Clark Kent and Captain Dulac are about to leave Diana and interview her hotel manager, the phone rings. Dulac answers it.
Captain Henri Dulac speaking. Oui. Hein? Qu'est-ce qui c'est? Oui. Oui. Sacre bleu.
What happened, Captain?
Continue, s'il vous plaît. Oui. Oui, je comprends. Oui. Au revoir.
Well, Captain?
You look so serious, Captain Dulac. Is it bad news about Lois?
One moment, mademoiselle. Tell me, this taxi driver to whom you showed the letter, did he have red hair and wear glasses?
Why, yes. How did you know?
Why do you ask, Captain?
And the assistant hotel manager to whom you showed the letter, was he large and, how you say, plump? Was his name Monsieur Tussaud?
Yes. Why?
Ah, that is bad. Very bad.
What's very bad? What happened, Captain?
The taxi driver and the hotel manager on whom we counted to tell us what was in the letter.
Yes, what about them?
They have just been found in a small wood outside Paris, Monsieur Kent. They were shot.
Shot?
Oh, no.
They are both dead. So, what shall we do now?
Dismayed, Clark Kent and Diana Lane stare at Captain Dulac, who shakes his head sadly and repeats,
"What shall we do now?"
Tomorrow's exciting episode may give us the answer, fellows and girls, so be sure to listen. Tune in, same time, same station, for Chapter 8 of The Mystery of the Letter on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Adventure Parade, which follows in just a moment. And right after Adventure Parade, you will hear Tom Mix and his straight shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
It's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice.
Today, with Lois Lane still missing, Clark Kent and Diana Lane hear of a startling new development from Henri Dulac, the French police captain.
Monsieur Kent, you know of the taxi driver and the hotel manager? Those on whom we counted to lead us to Mademoiselle Lois Lane?
Yes, of course. What about them, Captain?
They have just been found in a woods. They were shot.
Shot?
Oh, no.
They are both dead. So now, how shall we find la pauvre Mademoiselle Lois Lane?
Gang, have you ever wondered if you have a double? I mean someone who looks exactly like you. You know, that happens quite often. Well, there's a story about doubles I'd like to tell you. A number of years ago, a man who looked just like the late Babe Ruth showed up in a smaller city. He walked like the great Bambino, he talked like him, and he even said that he was Babe Ruth. Well, naturally, the people in this city were very flattered to have him as a guest. And wherever he appeared, crowds gathered. Youngsters and grown-ups came and asked him to autograph their baseballs and bats and autograph books. For 2 weeks, this man acted like a big shot. He ran up big bills and bought everything in sight. Well, finally, someone read in the papers that the real Babe Ruth was a couple of 1,000 miles away. And this person was exposed as a cheat. Now, wasn't that a stupid thing to do? Of course it was. But some people are always looking for ways to make themselves more important than the next guy. And there's one kind in particular that you ought to watch out for. I'm talking about those who use prejudice. That is, the notion that they're better than anyone else just because they belong to a certain race or religion, to give themselves a false sense of importance. That, of course, is just as stupid as masquerading. Because none of us is automatically better than anyone else because of our race or our religion. So, gang, the next time you hear someone trying to puff himself up by running down other people, just tell him he's not a big shot at all. Tell him he's just being stupid, and the only guy he's fooling is himself.
And now, the adventures of Superman.
A mysterious French letter, which was given to her by an unknown man in Paris, led to the abduction in France's capital city of Diana Lane and her sister Lois, Daily Planet girl reporter, by a masked man. Diana managed to escape, But when she and Clark Kent, who unknown to all is Superman, returned to the house of the masked man, they found both Lois and her captor gone. Certain that the key to the mystery was in the French letter, which was now in the hands of the masked man, Kent and Police Captain Dulac were setting out to question a taxi driver and an hotel manager to whom Diana had shown the letter in an effort to have it translated. But just then, Dulac received a phone call, and when he replaced the instrument and turned to face Kent and Diana, his face was full of dismay.
What's the matter, Captain Dulac?
Yes, what's happened?
It is very bad, Monsieur Kent.
What's very bad?
The taxi driver and the hotel manager have just been found dead in a woods. They were shot.
What?
Oh, no.
Now we shall never know what was in the letter. And without that information, how can we find the masked man and the Mademoiselle Lois Lane?
Oh, dear, this is terrible.
Those men must have been shot by the masked man to prevent them from revealing what was in the letter.
Of course. But now we are, how you say, of the tree, eh?
Maybe not.
I'm afraid so, monsieur. Because only the taxi driver and the hotel manager knew what the letter said, since Mademoiselle Diana showed it to nobody else. Is it not so, Mademoiselle?
Yes, that's right. That is nobody except for Raymond, my dancing partner, but he can't read French either.
So you see...
Wait, Captain, wait a minute. Diana, I want you to think hard about that letter. Mm-hmm. Maybe there's something you can recall about it that Captain Dulac will be able to...
No, I've told you, Clark, it was in French. I couldn't read it.
Yes, I know. But there may be something else about it that'll, give us a lead. Can you recall any words, any, names, perhaps?
Names?
Yes.
Let me see. It seems to me there were some names.
There were?
Can you remember them, Mademoiselle?
No, I think there was a George something.
George what?
Oh, I can't remember, Clark.
But you had the letter in front of you. How can you not remember?
I told you I couldn't understand it,
All right,
Captain.
now, wait a minute.
And I didn't know then how important it was going to be, so I certainly didn't study.
Please, take it easy now, both of you. We've got to stay calm. Diana, let's try this from another angle.
All right.
When you showed this letter to the taxi driver and then to the hotel manager and asked them to translate it, they might have said something about it that you haven't told us.
No, they didn't, Clark. They just flew into a rage. You'd think I'd insulted their mothers.
But they must have said something.
No, they just shouted about lies and insults to great men in La Belle France.
Great men? Did they mention any names?
No, they were too busy calling me names. For spreading lies, they said.
Oh, well...
We get nowhere, Monsieur Kent. I shall return to
wait, please.
now.
Just a minute, Captain. Diana, our only chance to find Lois is through that letter.
I know, Clark, but what can I do? I'm going crazy with worry.
I want you to try one thing more. For Lois.
Anything, Clark. I'll do anything to find Lois.
Okay. I want you to picture that letter in your mind. Shut everything else out and just concentrate on that letter.
All right, Clark.
Now, is there anything about it that seems to stand out? Anything at all?
No.
We waste time, monsieur.
Please, Captain. Think hard, Diana.
I am, but... Oh, wait a minute, the signature.
Huh? What about the signature, Diana?
It was a capital L.
Only the single letter L?
Yes, but...
That is
Wait,
no
Captain,
L.
please. What else did you start to say, Diana?
Well, there were some kind of little pen scratchings under the letter
Scratchings?
L. Yes, I didn't pay any attention to them at the time, but now that I think back, it seems to me they formed a bird.
A bird?
Yes, a sort of a rough little drawing of a small bird. I'm not actually positive, but I think so.
Can't imagine
now we get someplace.
What?
What do you mean, Captain?
The bird. It is, I believe, a code signature for a secret government agent.
Oh.
Well, then.
We may be on the right track at last. Come, Monsieur Kent. You and I will proceed to the office of Colonel Charlot of the French Secret Service, where we may learn all about this letter. Allons. Then I was correct about the birth signature, Colonel Charlot?
Oui, Captain Dulac. The bird below the single capital letter L was the code signature of Monsieur Rolf Larue, a secret agent in my department.
Then it was he who gave the letter to Mademoiselle Diana Lane in the cafe that evening.
It must have been Larue.
Pardon me, Colonel. You said the bird and letter L was the code signature of Monsieur Larue. Do you mean that he...
Oui, Monsieur Kent. It is my belief that Rolf Larue is dead.
Uh-oh.
He was to report to me on a matter of the utmost importance at 9 o'clock of the evening on which he gave the letter to Mademoiselle Diana Lane. It is my certain belief that something happened to him that evening. Perhaps at the hands of the three rough-looking men whom Mademoiselle Diana observed following Larue from the cafe.
Oh? You think LaRue knew he was in danger from those men, so he slipped the letter to Diana?
Undoubtedly, monsieur.
Uh-huh.
Oh, if only Mademoiselle Lane had been able to read French and could report to me the contents of LaRue's letter. But now there may be tragic consequences for France.
Well, may I ask what this important matter was that LaRue was working on, Colonel?
I'm sorry, monsieur, that I cannot reveal.
Please, if you confide in me, I may be able to help you. I can be trusted to keep your secret.
But, monsieur...
Ask Captain Dulac here.
Eh bien. Then you must promise to reveal what I say to no one, Monsieur Kane.
I promise, sir, on my word of honor.
Eh bien. Then I will tell you this. We know that there is a spy among us. We know that he has already revealed highly important military and political secrets to an unfriendly power.
Really? But I gather you don't know who this spy is.
That is correct. We believe he is somehow connected, perhaps as a secretary or servant, to one of high station in the affairs of the country, since otherwise he could not have access to this information.
I see.
For this reason, we of the police had to be most discreet in our investigations, since the spy might even be in our own department.
Of course.
So I assigned Rolf LaRue, my most trusted agent, to work on the matter alone. 4 evenings ago at 7 o'clock, he telephoned me.
That was the night he disappeared.
Oui. LaRue spoke only a few words. I have all the information at last, he said.
Did he say who?
No, Captain. We did not trust the telephone. I instructed him to come to me at once, but he said he believed he was being trailed by 3 rough-looking men, and he must lose them first.
Somebody else knew LaRue was on the case.
Apparently. Now, who was it?
Why, the masked man, of course. He who did murder and abduction to secure the letter which revealed him.
Yes, and he knows where Lois Lane is, too.
Yes, oui, but who is the masked man?
I think I can tell you who he is, gentlemen.
You can?
Who, Mr. Kane?
You two wait here for me. If all goes well, I'll be back in an hour with the masked man. And, if she's alive, with Lois Lane, too.
Amazed, Colonel Charlot and Captain Dulac watch Clark Kent hurry from the office.
We'll be back in a moment with the tense climax of today's episode, so keep listening.
Hey, gang, did you ever see the inside of a dry cleaning store? Well, in the back, where they do the real cleaning, you'll see a whole shelf full of different kinds of chemicals used to remove stains. Now, the first thing a cleaner has to figure out is, what made the stain? Well, that sounds easy, but it isn't really. It takes real scientific analysis to determine whether that spot was made by candy, coffee, eggs, grass, any one of a million things. But most of you boys and girls, of course, when you get spots in your clothes, just let Mom take care of it. But I think there are a few things we all ought to know. First, soap and water will wash out most kinds of dirt. And second, never use hot water, because heat makes certain substances harden up, like eggs, for instance. And then it becomes very difficult to get them out. But there's another kind of spot or stain we should all try to remove whenever we see it. It's the kind of stain you can't see, but you sure can feel it. I mean the stain of racial and religious prejudice. You know how it is when you meet a fellow who's all dressed up in his best suit, but there's a spot right on his coat. It spoils his whole appearance. And the same thing happens when you meet a person who's prejudiced, who makes nasty cracks about other folks' race or religion, and who acts like a bully or a snob. Prejudice just spoils his personality and keeps him from being attractive or appealing. It's a mark that needs cleaning badly, not with soap and water, but with facts and truth, and ordinary fair play and common sense. Keep that in mind, gang. Never let the mark of prejudice spoil your good looks. And whenever you see it on someone else, do your level best to clean it up by talking sense to whoever is stained with it.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
In a private office not far from the one in which Clark Kent has just left Colonel Charlot and Captain Dulac, a telephone has just rung. The only occupant of the office, a rather stocky, gray-haired man, answers.
Hello?
Monsieur, c'est Jacques.
Ah, oui.
Edward has just phoned me from the cottage, monsieur.
Well, was he done?
Not yet, monsieur.
No, we're not.
When Edward observed Mademoiselle Lois
That's no name.
Pardon. When he observed the person was a girl, he refused to do the deed.
And I say... Listen to me, Jacques. Listen well.
Monsieur.
You will proceed there at once and attend to the matter yourself, you understand?
Oui, monsieur.
Every moment she is still with us is a great danger to me. You will go at once. At once, do you hear?
Oui, monsieur. I proceed now. Au revoir.
Replacing the telephone, the gray-haired man whom we last saw wearing a mask scowls at his wristwatch, calculating how long it will be before his order to eliminate Lois Lane will be carried out. Where is Lois, whom we know now is still alive? And where is Clark Kent, who promised, if all went as he expected, to have the masked man and Lois in his hands within the hour? We'll find out in tomorrow's thrilling, action-packed episode, gang. So be sure to listen. Tune in, same time, same station, for Chapter 9 of The Mystery of the Letter on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Adventure Parade, which follows in just a moment. And right after Adventure Parade, you will hear Tom Mix and his straight shooters. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, while Superman follows a clue which he hopes will lead him to Lois Lane, the masked man makes his own plans for the girl reporter over the telephone.
While Mademoiselle Lois Lane remains alive, I am in great danger, Jacques. Do you understand?
Oui, monsieur, je comprends.
So you will proceed at once then to the cottage. And as soon as your task is done, telephone me.
Oui, you will hear from me shortly, monsieur. Au revoir.
Gang, I've got a new kind of quiz for you today. I'm going to talk in different kinds of languages, and I want you to try and identify them. All the languages will be made up of English words, but you're to try and guess what kind of people or occupation uses them. Okay, ready? Here's the first one. He's real gone. He's it. He's gone and come back. Real crazy, man, crazy. Were you able to guess what kind of work the people do who talk that way? Now, here's the second one. Run 'em up 4 from the electro plates. Cut, trim, and make a French fold. How you doing, gang? Do you know who speaks that way? Now, here's the third and last. Take a fix on Polaris, mister, and walk your dividers across the chart. Well, there they are. And now for the answers. That first one, the real gone talk, that's the bebop jazz musician's lingo. The second one, about the electro plates, is the way they talk in the printer's trade. And the third, of course, would be a ship's captain or navigator talking. Now, the point is that all these languages are American. And in a larger sense, almost every kind of language is American. For we, as a why, I don't think there's a single country in the world, a single race or religion that's not represented here in the United States. But regardless of where we or our forefathers once came from, we are all now Americans. So remember, boys and girls, whether we speak with a drawl or an accent, whether we're jazz musicians or printers, the main thing is that in a more important sense, we all speak the same language, and that is the language of democracy.
And now, the adventures of Superman.
Cornered by assassins in a Paris cafe, a secret agent for the French government slipped a letter to Diana Lane, a dancer and sister of Lois Lane, the Daily Planet reporter. As a result, both Diana and Lois, who had come to Paris to join her sister, were abducted by a masked man. Diana managed to escape, but when she returned with Superman to the house where she and Lois had been held, the masked man and Lois were gone. Colonel Charlot, chief of the French Secret Service, told Clark Kent, who is really Superman, that the masked man was an unknown spy who was revealing important information to an unfriendly power. Kent then said,
Wait here for me, Colonel Charlot. If all goes well, I'll know the identity of the masked mysterious man and perhaps where Lois Lane is inside of an hour.
As we continue now, unaware that the masked man has just ordered a henchman to do away with Lois, Kent walks briskly into the office of Colonel Charlot, where the Secret Service chief is with Captain Dulac of the Paris police. Listen.
Here you are, gentlemen. There are 3 names on this list. I'll tell you how I got them later, but one of them is the masked man.
Really, monsieur? Let me see the list, Monsieur Kent.
Here you are, Colonel. Unfortunately, I don't know yet which one of the 3 is our man, but we have his fingerprints, so all we have to do is check the prints of each suspect.
One moment, monsieur. You have written here the names of Georges Boulanger, Undersecretary in the Military Bureau.
That's right.
Monsieur Georges Egual, an assistant in the Bureau for Air Production.
Right, Colonel. Both men are named Georges. And you remember Diana Lane said a man with the first name of Georges was mentioned in your agent's letter.
Oui, that is so, but...
Also, both are gray-haired, well-educated men, which is the way Diana described the masked man. And finally, both are in a position to obtain top military and political secrets.
But, Monsieur Kent...
You said, Colonel, that the spy, the masked man, was undoubtedly a man in a high government position, did you not?
Oui, that is true,
Wait.
but...
What is the third name, Colonel?
Let me see. Mais non. This is too ridiculous.
I thought you'd say that, Colonel, but I...
Who is the man, Colonel?
See, Captain Dulac. See the name he writes here. Monsieur Georges Carré, one of our greatest cabinet ministers.
Monsieur Carré, a spy and a traitor? Well, impossible.
Now, just a minute. I know it sounds impossible, but
that is an insult, Monsieur. Carré is one of the greatest men in France.
I know that, Colonel. This is a shock to me, too, but it does fit into the picture.
How do you mean that, Monsieur Kent?
Well, if you remember, when Diana asked a taxi driver and a hotel manager to translate the letter for her, they flew into a rage and told her she was spreading lies about a great man. All right, Georges Carré is a great man.
But he's not a traitor.
Oui. I will myself vouch for him with my life.
Gentlemen, you forget that you're both police officials who cannot permit sentiment and emotion to run away with you.
But, monsieur, it is more than that. This reflects...
Wait a minute. Wait, please. Apart from the other evidence, Lois Lane and her sister were imprisoned in a house belonging to Carré.
But Carré knew nothing of that. The house has long been condemned and deserted.
Oui, that is true.
Monsieur Kent, it is ridiculous to suspect Monsieur
One
Carré.
moment, Captain Dulac. Monsieur Kent is correct.
Eh?
We permit sentiment to cloud our minds.
But, Colonel, surely you cannot believe that Georges Carré is a spy and a traitor?
No, I do not believe it. But he is under suspicion. He will be given the opportunity together with Boulanger and Agual to clear himself. Security not only of Mademoiselle Lois Lane, but of France itself is at stake.
Now you're talking, Colonel. Come on, let's get going, because every minute we waste may place Miss Lane in greater danger.
Oui. You have specimens of the masked man's fingerprints, have you not, Captain Dulac?
I have. That is, I suspect there is. I found them in the house on the river, together with the fingerprints of the man Jacques and the 2 young ladies.
Eh bien. We will proceed first to the office of Monsieur Boulanger. Ask him to permit us to take his fingerprints. Then we will proceed to Monsieur Agual and finally to Monsieur Carré.
Well, now, look, Colonel, why don't we go to Carré first?
Mais non, monsieur. Perhaps it will not be necessary. We proceed first to Boulanger and Agual. Allons.
As the 2 French officials and Clark Kent hurry from Colonel Charlot's office to fingerprint the 3 suspects, Jacques, who has been ordered by the mysterious masked man to eliminate Lois Lane, is speeding in a car to carry out his mission. But just beyond the city limits of Paris, a motorcycle policeman roars up beside the speeding car and motions Jacques to a stop.
You proceed to a fire, perhaps, monsieur?
Here, mon ami de gendarme. Here are my papers. You will observe that I am the chauffeur for a famous man in the government.
I do not care by whom you are employed. You have exceeded the speed limit and endangered the lives of the children coming from the school. So
but I am in a great hurry. I am on an important mission for my employer. Now I must go. And you will be dealt with severely if you interfere with me.
So, you threaten me, a gendarme, monsieur?
A fig to you and all your gendarmes. I told you my employer is a great government official. Should I report you to him, you will be dealt with severely.
I do not care if your master is le président himself. You flout the law, and you insult the gendarmerie. For this, you will follow me and speak your piece to the judge.
As the fuming, impatient Jacques in his car follows the irate motorcycle policeman to a local station, Clark Kent, Captain Dulac, and Colonel Charlot return to the latter's office, where they are comparing the fingerprints of Georges Boulanger and Georges Egual with the prints of the mysterious masked man.
It is clear that the fingerprints of Monsieur Boulanger and Monsieur Guel do not match those found by you in the house of the masked man, Capitaine Dulac.
Oui, that is so, Colonel.
And it's just as I thought, gentlemen. Much as I regret to say it, Georges Carré is the man we want. He must be the masked man.
No, it cannot be, Monsieur.
Impossible.
I'm sure of it. And what's more, I'll prove it. Come on, let's go right over to his office and get his fingerprints.
But wait, Monsieur. It is no simple matter to subject a great man, a great patriot, to such an indignity.
Of course, we must proceed.
Now, look, gentlemen, look. I intend to find Lois Lane, come what may. And heaven help the masked man, whoever he is, if I'm too late. You stay here if you want to, but I'm off to find...
We shall both accompany you, Monsieur Kent. As you say, the spy must be found and unmasked, whoever he is. So let us proceed at once to the office of Monsieur Carré.
Accompanied by Colonel Charlot and Captain Dulac, Clark Kent hurries to Georges Carré's office, certain that Carré is the masked man. Is Kent right? We'll be back in a moment to find out, so keep listening.
Boys and girls, you know summer often brings on sudden electrical storms. Flashes of forked lightning streak across the sky, followed by ear-splitting thunder, and oftener than not, a heavy downpour of rain. Now, at the first signs of lightning, some of us feel like clapping our hands tightly over our ears to shut out the thunder we know will follow. Then, as the thunder starts to roll off in the distance and the echo grows less and less fearsome, we sigh with relief. But you never can tell where that same lightning may hit and cause considerable damage. Now, science has found a way to deal with lightning. It has perfected the lightning rod, which provides a safe conduct path that brings the lightning's powerful current of electricity safely to the ground. By putting lightning rods on buildings, church steeples, and such, and by obeying a few simple rules, most of the damage caused by thunderstorms can be, and most often is, prevented. Now, come to think of it, gang, lightning and prejudice have a lot in common. Prejudice flares up dangerously just like lightning does, and plenty of damage can and is done by it. People are almost always hurt when prejudice strikes, and unless you use the lightning rod of common sense and reason to bring prejudice to the ground, serious damage is sure to result. So avoid troublemakers and soreheads. I mean those who speak ill of other races and religions. Just as science uses the lightning rod as a force to render electricity harmless, so you can use fair play and understanding as powerful forces against prejudice to help make this a safer and better world to live in.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Believing that Georges Carré, a cabinet minister, is the mysterious masked man who is responsible for the disappearance of Lois Lane, Clark Kent has sped to the official's office with Colonel Charlot and Captain Dulac. Now, after a brief, low-voiced conversation with Carré's secretary, Colonel Charlot joins Kent and Dulac.
Monsieur Carré's secretary informs me that the minister was called away a few minutes before we arrived, Monsieur Kent.
Called away? To where?
I do not know, but he left word he would return shortly.
Well, let us seat ourselves and await his return.
Well, I suppose that's all we can do, Colonel, but I don't like it. Because the more I think of it, the more sure I am that Carré is the masked man. And every moment we wait means danger for Lois Lane.
Perhaps. But we can do nothing now but wait and hope.
Dreadful and impatient, Kent waits with Colonel Charlot and Captain Dulac in Georges Carré's outer office. While at that moment, a handsome car with Kent's quarry himself at the wheel and a smiling Jacques beside him pulls away from a local police station outside the city limits and moves southward away from Paris.
Ah, monsieur, how we growled that motorcycle policeman when you appeared and had me released by the stupid gendarme. I warned him you were a famous official.
You're a fool, Jacques. If you'd been arrested in Paris, you might have been recognized as the one the police seek. The servant of the masked man.
Oh, but Monsieur Carré...
Be still, stupid one. I should have known better than to trust inferiors with so important a mission.
I am sorry, monsieur. I will make no further mistake in this matter.
You will have no opportunity to do so. I myself will see that the Mademoiselle Lois Lane is put out of the way.
Oh, monsieur.
Oui. This I shall do within the next half hour. Then no one will ever know that the masked man and Georges Carré are one and the same.
Well, it looks as if Clark Kent is right when he says that Georges Carré is the masked man, the traitor who betrays his country, and who at this moment is on his way to eliminate Lois Lane. There are thrills and excitement in tomorrow's suspenseful episode, fellows and girls, so be sure to listen. Tune in, same time, same station, for Chapter 10 of The Mystery of the Letter on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics Magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial, soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Adventure Parade, which follows in just a moment. And right after Adventure Parade, you will hear Tom Mix and his straight shooters. This is the...
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, while Superman searches for him, the masked man with Jacques, his trigger man, are speeding toward a hideout where Lois Lane is imprisoned.
Slow down, Jacques. The approach is turned.
Oui, monsieur.
Ah, there is the cottage. Now, in a few moments, Mademoiselle Lois Lane will join her sister in the next world. And then no one will ever know that Carré and the masked man are one and the same.
The other day, gang, a young fellow I know was saying goodbye to me. So long, he said, don't take any wooden nickels. And I came right back at him, real snappy-like. I laughed and said, so long, pal, don't buy the Brooklyn Bridge. Well, these are just gag lines, of course, gang. But it shouldn't surprise you to find some sharpie trying to make a crooked dollar peddling them. And gold bricks, too, because you never know what some dopes will fall for. Why, just think of the phony ideas that get peddled around in broad daylight every day in the week. You know what I mean. That cheap, empty talk that's all puffed up to look like million-dollar items. The good old surefire nonsense about one man's ancestry making him better than the next guy. Baloney. Yes, sir, it's strictly baloney, sliced 3 inches thick, no matter how you look at it. Well, gang, anybody who buys that stuff does so at his own risk. You know why? Because it's stolen. Yes, sir, it's stolen property. It doesn't belong to the sharpie who peddles it. He got it from dangerous crackpots with crooked ideas that lead to hatred, and so to wars and other horrible catastrophes. Besides, it's rotten, polluted, and unhealthy. So let the troublemakers peddle these ideas somewhere else. Let's tell them in no uncertain terms that although we may have a few suckers in our midst, most of us know better than to buy hatred, even if it comes all wrapped up in fancy packages. Because hatred and true democracy don't mix. They're at opposite poles. And here in the good old USA, we're for democracy, the kind that gives everyone an even break. We like it that way. Let's keep it that way.
And now, the adventures of Superman.
Just before a French Secret Service agent was assassinated in Paris, he gave a letter to Diana Lane, sister of Lois Lane, the Daily Planet reporter. The letter, written in French, which Diana could not read, revealed the operations and name of a spy who, to preserve his secret, abducted both Diana and her sister Lois, who had just arrived in Paris. Diana managed to escape from the spy, and from her meager description of him, Clark Kent, who we know as Superman, narrowed the field of suspects to 3 men, all highly placed in the French government. 2 of them were then eliminated, leaving only Georges Carré, a cabinet minister, who Kent reluctantly believes is the masked traitor. Now, as the man known as Carré is on his way to a hideout beyond Paris, where he has Lois Lane imprisoned, Kent, with Colonel Charlot of the Secret Service and Captain Dulac of the Paris police, are waiting in the anteroom of Carré's office. Listen.
Oh, I don't like this waiting. Where is Carré?
His secretary said he would return very shortly, Monsieur Kent.
We must be patient.
But we've been here almost half an hour.
I know,
I say again, we waste our time, mes amis. Georges Carré cannot be the traitor.
I agree with you, Captain Dulac.
Well, I don't. I'm practically sure he's the masked man and knows where Lois Lane is. And if only he'd get here so I could get my hands on him.
Monsieur, please.
Look,
please.
Captain, I'm going to give Carré only another few minutes to show up and prove himself one way or the other. If he isn't here then, I'm taking matters into my own hands. Well, gentlemen, we've waited almost an hour for Carré. I'm not waiting any longer.
What do you propose to do, Monsieur Kent?
I'm going to prove right here and now, Colonel, whether or not Georges Carré is the masked man.
How can you do it without Carré?
There must be plenty of his fingerprints here in his private office. Let's check them.
Wait, monsieur. Georges Carré is a prominent cabinet minister.
So?
We cannot, snoop in his private office as if he were a common criminal.
Look, Captain Dulac, if, as you insist, Carré is innocent, I'm sure he wouldn't object to a test.
That may be true,
Monsieur
but...
Kent is right, Captain. In a matter so grave as this, any honorable man would urge the test. I consider Georges Carré a man of honor.
Then that's settled. There ought to be some fine fingerprints on the glass top of Carré's desk. Let's go to work. Well, Captain Dulac, what's the verdict?
Un moment, Monsieur Kent, while I compare the fingerprints from the desk with those we found at the house of the masked man. Sacre nom!
What is it, Captain?
They're the same, eh?
Oui. I cannot believe.
I knew it.
Let
now,
me
will
see,
you
Captain.
believe?
Oui, Colonel. Here, see for yourself. There is no question that both sets of prints were made by the same man.
Where's Carré's secretary? You, monsieur. Come in here, please.
I cannot believe it. Georges Carré a traitor.
There must be some mistake. There must be.
You wish to see me, monsieur?
Yes. Where did Monsieur Carré go?
I do not know. You received a phone call and left at once, saying he would return shortly.
Do you know who called him?
No, I do not.
He may have gone to his home. Let me try to...
No, Captain, I called his home only a moment ago.
Sacre bleu. Do you think perhaps he discovered we were on his track and fled?
Eh?
Just a minute.
I will begin an immediate search for the traitor.
Oh, wait.
Traitor? What is this you say, Monsieur Carré?
Just a minute, please. Your boss, Carré, may have mentioned some name or place when he left. If he did, you must tell us. A girl's life is at stake.
We and the fate of all France may be at stake.
Maman, I recall that Monsieur Carré was very angry when he left. He said something of Le Bel Jacques.
Jacques?
Who is he?
His chauffeur.
Jacques is also the name of the masked man's henchman.
That is so.
What did he say about him?
I could not hear clearly, only that he was furious with Jacques for some reason. He rushed out, waving a paper in his hand.
Oh, what paper?
From the pad on his desk. Always when Monsieur Carré speaks on the telephone, he makes notes on the pad.
Just a minute. Is this the pad?
It is.
Let me see it, Monsieur Kent.
Just a minute, Colonel.
Have a care how you handle it. There may be indentations of the pen or pencil on the page.
Yes, there are.
They are too faint to be made out with the eye alone, but at the laboratory...
We don't need the laboratory. I can read them.
Impossible, monsieur. I can barely see anything.
Well, I have rather unusual eyes, Colonel. Carré wrote Lieutenant Michel, Police Barracks, Versailles.
Versailles, that is just outside of Paris.
I know where it is.
Well, let us drive to Versailles at once, and there... Come, Monsieur Kent.
Don't bother. I know a much faster way to get to Versailles, Colonel. Au revoir. Out of these clothes. This is a job for Superman. There we are. All set. Now to pick up Carré or his trail in Versailles. Up, and away! Are you sure Carré has left, Lieutenant?
Oui, Monsieur Superman. He left as soon as he arranged for the release of his chauffeur. That was about an hour ago.
Did he start back toward Paris?
No. He drove in the opposite direction, away from Paris.
Oh? One thing more. What kind of car was he driving?
A blue Mercedes.
Oh, that won't be hard to spot. Thanks, Lieutenant. And au revoir. Up, and away!
Leaping high into the air as the French police officer gapes in wonder, Superman streaks away on the trail of the masked spy. Will he find him, and in time to save Lois Lane's life? We'll be back in a moment for the tense climax of today's episode, so keep listening.
Gang, if you're interested, well, even if you're not interested, let me tell you how to hunt a moose in the Canadian backwoods. Well, first, of course, you'd need a gun. Then you have to attract the moose, bring him into range. Well, that's where your guide comes in. He has a special moose horn, or maybe he's a good mimic. Anyhow, he makes the doggonedest sound you ever heard. That sound is a fake moose call, and the moose you're hunting thinks it's a pal, so he comes trotting over to say howdy doody. Then, bang, bang, if your aim is good, you can hang those antlers over your mantelpiece. Well, gang, before you laugh and call that moose a sucker, just consider how many human beings fall for similar fake noises. Guys who bellow a lot of insults against persons whose race or religion happens to be different from their own, and who trumpet slogans about how certain groups are superior to anybody else. Now, these blowhards may not be so bright, maybe, but by golly, you can't say they're not loud. And what happens? You guessed it. A lot of dopes come trotting around to listen. What's more, these fake slogans sound like the real McCoy to them. Believe it or not, they don't realize that what they're listening to is a phony device, like the moose horn, invented on purpose to attract their attention. Makes you wonder how stupid can a guy be, doesn't it? Well, just let's you and I remember this, boys and girls. For the windbags who aim to tear down this country, it's an all-year open hunting season. They're always on the lookout for game, but when we play smart, we spoil both their aim and their game. So let's by all means play it smart. Let's not be fooled by phony moose calls into walking up to the muzzle of a loaded gun. And let's do what we can to help others avoid the same trap.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman.
Learning that Carré and Jacques, his chauffeur, had left the police station of Versailles and headed south away from Paris, Superman took to the air in search of them. Streaking high above the French countryside, the Man of Steel scans the roads and lanes and byways beneath him.
No sign of Carré yet. I'll find him, though. I must. Away!
Meanwhile, on a large, partly wooded country estate far off the main road, Carré and Jacques have left their car and are walking through a grove of trees. Ahead of them is a low, shingled gardener's cottage. A heavy bolt is drawn across the closed door, and its two small windows are shuttered fast. As they approach the house, Carré speaks.
I will complete the test quickly, Jacques. Then you will drive me back to Paris. Already some suspicious ones may be wondering where I am.
I cannot believe there are any who are suspicious of you, monsieur. You have played your role admirably well.
Merci, madame. But the Secret Service agent Larue learned the truth. Do not forget that.
Oui, but he is not dead. And so are those to whom the Mademoiselle Diana Lane showed his letter. And so also is the Mademoiselle Diana herself. And now, when her sister, Mademoiselle Lois, is also gone, there will be none left to fear.
Oui. Then and only then will I be able to sleep again.
And complete our work, eh, monsieur?
Ah, oui. When this matter is out of the way, the government will fall into our control as I've planned it.
Yeah.
Ah, here we are. Where is Edward?
I do not know. Ah, here he comes from that clump of bushes. Put down your gun, old one. Can you not see who we are?
Get. Whew. Were you asleep there in the bushes?
Monsieur, I kept guard there while I could not be seen.
Ah. The, Mademoiselle Lois Lane, she's...
She's tied up there in the cottage, monsieur. Oui, I can see her through the shutter.
Eh bien. Let us get it over with at once. And bolt the door, Edward.
Oui, monsieur. Monsieur, do you wish me
no,
to...
Jacques. I will attend to the mademoiselle myself. Give me my gun. Oui, merci. Don't. Wait here. I will return in a moment.
Gun in hand, the spy known as Georges Carré steps into the little gardener's cottage where Lois Lane, bound hand and foot, recognizes the masked man and gasps.
Meanwhile, Superman, searching the countryside for Lois and Carré, has not yet discovered the estate and the tiny gardener's cottage. What will happen? Is this the end of Lois? There are thrills and a sharp surprise in Monday's climactic episode, fellows and girls. So be sure to listen. Tune in, same time, same station, for the exciting climax to The Mystery of the Letter on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at the same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial soon to be shown at your local movie theater. This program came from New York. Stay tuned to your mutual station for Adventure Parade, which follows in just a moment. And right after Adventure Parade, you will hear Tom Mix and his straight shooters. This is a mutual broadcast. Brock's, B-R-A-C-H-S, Brock's Chocolate Mint Candy Bar presents The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with amazing physical powers far beyond those of mortal men, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, wages a never-ending battle for truth and justice. Today, while Superman searches the surrounding countryside for Georges Carré, the French traitor who is holding Lois Lane prisoner, Carré, gun in hand, faces the girl reporter in a cottage hidden in the woods.
Believe me, mademoiselle, this distresses me greatly. But there is no other alternative.
What do you mean?
While you live, you are a threat to my career and to my very life. So I must get rid of you.
Oh, no, wait. Listen to me.
I regret there is no time. Au revoir, mademoiselle. This is the end for you.
Say, gang, did you know that at candy counters everywhere, more fellows and girls ask for Brock's Mint Candy Bar than any other chocolate mint in the world? Yes, that's a fact. And once you've tried Brock's Chocolate Mint Candy Bar yourself, you'll know why this delicious treat is #1 in the candy hit parade. Next time you stop at a candy counter, reach for Brock's Chocolate Mint Candy Bar in the famous green wrapper. Peel off that wrapper and take a big bite of that creamy snow-white mint candy. So cool and smooth, all wrapped up in a double-thick coating of Brock's famous bittersweet chocolate. Wow, that's good. And listen, gang, Brock's Chocolate Mint Candy Bar is actually 2 candy bars in one. Yes, it's a twin candy bar, 2 big pieces of that wonderful Brock's Chocolate Mint Candy. A double treat, so good to eat. Remember that name, Brock's, B-R-A-C-H-S. Brock's Chocolate Mint Candy Bar in the famous green wrapper. Creamy, swell-tasting mint candy with a delicious double-thick chocolate coating. Now, later on in the show, we'll tell you about the great new Superman Radio Quizmaster game the Brock Candy people are about to send to all Superman fans. And we'll also tell you about Brock's big Superman treasure chest, full of valuable prizes anyone can win. Be sure you're listening, because it's going to be one of the swellest offers ever made, and you won't want to miss the chance to get in on it.
And now, the adventures of Superman.
In Paris, where she was appearing as a dancer, Diana Lane, sister of Lois Lane, the Daily Planet girl reporter, accidentally became involved with a French spy. Believing Diana knew his identity, the spy abducted her, and when Lois arrived in Paris, she too was taken prisoner. Diana managed to escape under gunfire, and the spy, who believed he had shot the dancer, then had her sister Lois transported to a cottage on a country estate where he planned to eliminate her, too. Meanwhile, streaking to Paris to aid the 2 sisters, Superman, in his guise of reporter Clark Kent, astounded the police by stating his belief that the spy was a famous cabinet minister named Carré. But when Kent and the police reached Carré's office, their man had already departed to finish Lois. Kent managed to pick up his trail and took after him as Superman. And as we continue now, having searched all the main roads south of Paris from the skies, the Man of Steel has dropped to earth in a small village at a crossroads where he is questioning a surprised peasant woman.
I'm looking for a big blue Mercedes-Benz sedan, madame. Did you see it pass through this village within the last hour or so?
Ah, oui, monsieur. I saw it. 2 men were in it.
That's right. How long ago did you see it? Which way?
Perhaps half an hour ago.
Which way did it go?
That way.
Southwest. A million thanks, madame. Up, and away!
Once more taking to the airways, Superman streaks away on the trail of the spy who, at this moment, gun in hand, stands before Lois Lane in a tiny gardener's cottage on a large country estate.
I am sure, Mademoiselle Lane, you understand why I must do away with you.
No.
Naturally,
no.
Since you know the truth about me, you are a great danger to my career, to my very life. And so...
Now, wait, listen to me.
I regret there is no time. I must return to Paris before I am missed. So now...
No, don't shoot me.
Au revoir, mademoiselle.
No.
What?
Superman.
I'll take that gun, Carré.
Superman.
Who are you?
Carré, give me that.
No, I will kill you both.
Oh, no, you're all through killing people, my friend, and so are your playmates. Now, you'd better behave. Maybe I'd better relax you like this.
Oh, boy, Superman.
That'll hold him for a while. Now, are you all right, Miss Lane?
Yes, but... Oh, Superman, if you hadn't arrived just when you did,
I know, but it's all over now, so forget
Well, it isn't all over. This man shot my sister, Diana, and killed her.
No, he didn't. Diana's fine.
What?
She's alive and well and is in Paris now, waiting for you.
Oh, thank
And
heaven.
you've got a terrific story for your paper because Carré is a spy and a traitor.
A spy?
That's right. The letter Diana had revealed his name and operations, and that's why you and she were abducted.
Good heavens. What a story for the Daily Planet. Please, Superman, take me to a cable office or to a telephone right away.
You smell a scoop, eh?
And how? I'll scoop every paper in the United States. Wait till Clark Kent hears about this. Will he turn green with envy?
I'm sure he'll be surprised.
You can say that again.
I'm sure he'll be... Oh, I see what you mean. Well, I'll pick up Carré and his 2 friends. I took care of them on the way in. We'll hop back to Paris, and then you can phone Metropolis from police headquarters.
What?
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Thought the main house on this estate up there on the hill was deserted, but... Great Scott, this will explain everything.
What do you mean? What do you see in that house?
I'll show you in a moment, Miss Lane. Let's lock Carré and his 2 muscle men in the cottage here, and then you and I will have a look at that house. But I warn you, get ready for a shock. Here, this cellar room is the one we want, Miss Lane. Wait, I'll open the door.
What's down here, Superman?
You'll see for yourself in a moment. Now, here's the light switch. Now, look.
Good heavens. A man bound and gagged.
Yes, take a good look at him while I remove his ropes.
Why, he looks just like Georges Carré.
I am Georges Carré, mademoiselle.
What?
Oui,
Superman, did you hear that? He said he is Georges Carré. But he can't be.
That's right. Can't you guess the answer now?
Well, no,
This man is the real Georges Carré. The other chap who looks just like him and has been posing as him is either a wonderfully clever imposter or...
He is my twin brother.
Twin brother?
He was always a rascal. I was led to believe he was dead. He turned up 6 months ago with 2 other men. Imprisoned me here in my own cellar.
Good grief.
Please, telephone at once to Colonel Shallow of Secret Service. Tell him my brother is a spy for an enemy country. He's been posing as me, obtaining valuable military information which he has been conveying to the enemy.
Oh, brother, what
you
a
can
story.
stop worrying now, monsieur.
The villain, how he taunted me. He planned when France fell to have me branded as the traitor. Always he hated me. Please, monsieur, mademoiselle, contact Colonel Shallow at once.
We're all going to see Colonel Shallow now, Monsieur Carré, and we'll turn your brother over to him. So relax. Everything is under control at last.
Messieurs, permit me to offer a toast to the great one who saved La Belle France. He was known as Superman.
Oh, Clark, isn't it a shame that Superman couldn't stay here for his own party?
Oh, who said he couldn't stay?
Well, he did. He said he had things to do. And
Oh?
now, Clark Kent, what are you laughing at?
Oh, skip it, Lois. Say, by the way, where's Diana?
Well, she's off to Madrid with Raymond, her dancing partner. They made up all their differences.
Oh, good. Did you cable your story to the Daily Planet?
Oh, boy, did I. You don't think I'd forget that, do you? Clark, do you realize I scooped every newspaper in the whole United States?
And I don't even rate half your byline, huh?
Why should you get half my byline?
Oh, I don't know.
Now, Clark, you're acting awfully strangely.
Hmm?
You couldn't be, maybe a little jealous, maybe?
Oh, don't be silly, Lois. But I am a little worried.
Worried about what?
Well, you probably laugh at me, but I don't know. I just have a feeling that something's wrong back home.
What do you mean?
Oh, call it a hunch if you like, but for the past hour or so, I've had a distinct feeling that something is wrong in Metropolis. Very wrong.
You're right, Clark Kent. Something is very wrong back home. We'll be back in a moment to find out more about it, fellows and girls, so keep listening.
The big day is coming soon, gang. The day when the Brock's Candy people, sponsors of Superman, will begin offering the swell new Superman Radio Quizmaster game to all you fellows and girls. Brock's, you know, are the people who make that delicious Brock's Chocolate Mint Candy Bar. The candy bar that's enjoyed by more people than any chocolate mint in the world. The Superman Radio Quizmaster game is an exciting, brand new idea. Nothing like it has ever been offered before on any radio program. With the Superman Radio Quizmaster game, you can be the master of ceremonies of a real quiz show right in your own home. The Superman Radio Quizmaster game has everything you need to put on a regular, big-time quiz show, including questions and answers, amusing stunts, and a realistic model microphone you can set up right on the table whenever it's time to go on the air. And that's not all. With your Superman Radio Quizmaster game, you'll also get the official entry blank you'll need to enter Brock's Big Superman Treasure Chest contest. With hundreds of valuable prizes, including bicycles, radios, cowboy boots, roller skates, footballs, and many more. So keep listening to Superman every day, and keep your pencil handy, because pretty soon we're going to tell you how you can get that swell Superman Radio Quizmaster game and that official entry blank for Brock's Big Superman Treasure Chest contest. And at your favorite candy counter, keep reaching for Brock's Chocolate Mint Candy Bar. It's delicious.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman. It is just after 6 o'clock in the evening in Metropolis. The editorial staff of the Daily Planet have departed for their homes, and Beanie Martin, chief copy boy, is about to follow them when the phone rings in Clark Kent's empty office. Eager to get home, Beanie hesitates. Then, as the phone continues to ring insistently, he shrugs resignedly and enters Kent's office.
Hello?
This is Jim Olson. Is Mr. Kent there?
Oh, hello, Jim. This is Beanie. You having a good vacation?
I haven't got time to talk now, Beanie. Put Mr. Kent on the phone, please, and hurry up.
Well, he ain't here. I mean,
Where is he, do you know?
Yeah, he's in Paris.
Paris? You mean Paris, France?
Uh-huh. You see...
Oh, golly. Well, what about Miss Lane? Is she there?
Uh-huh. She's in Paris, too.
Oh,
and, oh, boy, did she get a terrific story. All about
Never
a spy.
mind, Beanie. Is Mr. White around then?
No, he had to go...
Oh, gosh, what'll I do?
What do you mean? What's cooking, Jim?
Plenty. Look at Beanie. You've got to get hold of Mr. White right away.
Why? What's going on, Jim?
Please, Beanie, stop interrupting and listen.
Uh-huh.
Get hold of Mr. White right away. Right now, see? Tell him I'm in trouble.
You're in trouble?
Will you stop interrupting me?
Well, okay, but...
Tell Mr. White to phone me immediately at this number. Have you got a pencil?
Just a minute. Okay, go ahead, Jim.
178J, Leestown, Missouri.
Oh, shucks.
What's the matter?
I broke the point on the pencil.
Oh, of all the time.
I think I got it, though. 178K.
Oh, no, J, not K. J, as in Jersey. You got it?
Uh-huh. 178J.
That's right. Leestown, Missouri. Now get hold of Mr. White and tell him to call me right away, Beanie. Tell him it's a matter of life and death.
Galvanized into action, Beanie Martin replaces the phone. Then, his brow furrowed with worry, he begins his attempts to reach Perry White, editor of the Daily Planet and mayor of Metropolis. What grave trouble is cub reporter Jimmy Olsen in? And what did he mean when he said it was a matter of life and death? Tomorrow we begin a brand new and exciting Superman adventure story, fellows and girls. One that will try the Man of Steel's great powers to the limit, and which will keep you on the edges of your chairs from beginning to end. So be sure to tune in again tomorrow. Same time, same station, for Chapter 1 of The Mystery of the Silver Buffalo on The Adventures of Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Superman DC Comics magazine and is brought to you Monday through Friday at this same time. Watch for the Superman Adventure serial, soon to be shown at your local movie theater. Listen tomorrow, same time, same station, for Chapter 1 of The Mystery of the Silver Buffalo on The Adventures of Superman, brought to you by Brock's famous chocolate mint candy bar. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
A happy time. A week after Germany had surrendered and a wonderful actress named Ingrid Bergman stood wide-eyed in front of a microphone and spoke of that strangest of wonderful mornings, that strange morning when mankind had hope once more.
From Hollywood, California, the Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with the United States Treasury and the Hollywood Victory Committee, brings you a special broadcast starring Miss Ingrid Bergman and written and directed by Arch Oboler. The special musical score is by Gordon Jenkins.
This program is dedicated to you who know that any future sacrifice you make for the rest of your life, be it every worldly possession you own, can never equal the price paid by the man who died to bring you victory in Europe, who will die to bring you victory in Japan.
This is a story of victory. It was born in the air battle of Britain. It grew through Stalingrad, Tunisia, Cassino, the beachheads of Normandy, up the Rhone Valley across France, through the Siegfried Line. This is a story of victory.
It's all over.
Put up the map of Japan. Here we go.
Boy, if I could get into a B-29, I wonder how soon my division will head for home.
I like a crack at the Jap.
Oh, what are you going to do? Put a 75 on your wheelchair?
Funny, man, I'm going to be out of here in a week.
Hey, who told you?
Hey, listen, you guys. They say that Stalin flew to Berlin.
Ah, it's Kettlebutt, Fred. It's Kettlebutt, as they say in the good old Navy. Hey, here comes Miss Stewart.
Hi. She's a jolly good fellow. She's a jolly good fellow. She's a jolly good fellow. Nobody can deny.
Not so noisy the rest of the hospital.
How about a B-Day date, Scotty? Oh, the heck with the date. Let's get married.
All right. Hey, here comes the doctor.
For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow.
At ease, man. At ease.
After all, this is a hospital and all this excitement, you know.
Well, Doc, how soon can I get out of here? My squadron will be moving to the Pacific.
How about me,
Oh, now, wait a minute, Doc.
Man. Now, supposing you have one more song, and then all of you back to your own wards.
Oh, but Doc, Germany out of the war, and you expect us to...
He's the doctor. One more song, he says. How about
Happy Days
are here again?
Oh, it's very exciting, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes, Miss Stewart.
I'd hate to take their temperatures now. They waited a long time for this. Oh, Doctor, did I say something wrong?
No. I was just thinking that no one has told them.
Them?
I don't know how. To go into their rooms and announce that it's over. I don't know how.
Should I?
These men, they know that soon they'll be with their own outfits or going home. But those others...
Doctor, I said, may I tell them?
You?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you, Miss Stewart.
Who is it? It's Miss Stewart, Freddie.
How are you?
I'm all right.
May I sit and talk to you?
I'd like that.
Thank you. Sleep well last night?
Yes. I was hoping you'd come in.
I'm sorry I couldn't come in sooner. There's been all sorts of excitement.
Excitement?
Mm-hmm. You see, Freddie, it's finally happened. Germany's out of the war. Freddie, did you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I thought you'd like to know.
Yes, thank you. Did it rain last night?
Yes. Yes, it did.
I thought I heard rain. I guess they're underwater.
What?
40 acres down by the creek. My father tried to drain that land ever since I was a pup. It's full of cattails and frogs. One bullfrog, he must have been a foot across. I called him Sitting Bull. We could hear him all the way up to the house. Mother said he was better than the church organ. You know something? We drained a swamp at Saipan. In 3 days, the forts were landing there. 3 days. And my dad's been trying for 20 years. So I was good on Saipan. You planted a seed, and overnight it was up. We had almost 5 acres. Even tomatoes and corn. I was in charge. It's so funny.
What, Freddie?
Lying here. All I think about are things like that. Green things and black dirt. That's very funny. Back home, I never paid much attention to it. I did my chores. That's all. But now I only seem to want to remember what was growing. I don't know why I think about it. I just do. Maybe it's because now that it's so dark all the time, I've got to think about things growing in the sun. Maybe it's because that was the most wonderful thing I ever saw. That the earth was good even on an island in the middle of the ocean. Did you say it was victory?
Yes.
If I get home, I can help my father. I can show him how to drain the land. I know how to do it now. 40 acres. There'll be so many more to feed now.
Yes, ma'am.
I've something to tell you.
I know.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, but how?
Through the window, I could hear them singing. It can only mean one thing, or am I wrong again?
No, the word just came.
That's great.
Yes.
The doctor told me not to turn my head. Are you sitting down?
You want me to?
If you have time.
Of course.
Because it's today, will you tell me something?
Whatever you want to know.
How long will I be here?
I don't know.
Honestly?
Yes, Sam, honestly.
I didn't ask for the reason the others do. I asked because I want to know how much longer I can stay here.
Stay? Here?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you want to go home?
No, ma'am.
Oh, but why? By the time you're released, you'll be all right. New healthy tissue, heart, hardly a scar.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, Sam.
What good would that be?
Do me some good, perhaps. Of all the boys on this floor, I've known you the least. Is it your family?
No. I'd like to be with them.
Oh, Sam. Because it's today. Please tell me.
When I was born, I had all the world. Yeah. A little black baby owning the world. I lost it fast. Get out of the way, nigga. No black boys want it. You know the story. Soon I wasn't even in the world. Then the army. Well, maybe a crazy hour I thought I was part of things again, but do I have to tell you? And then that Nazi floating around up there saw me in my oil truck riding the Red Ball Express.
He went into a dive and got me in his sights and pressed the trigger and then there was nothing. But all at once there was. I was in a bed, others all around me. And nobody said, get out, black boy, one-side nigger. Somebody said, nice going, fella. And the guy next to me stuck a cigarette in my lips, and somebody else lit it. And I was back in the world again. I've been there ever since, on the hospital ship, and the train, and here. They talked to me. Sam, what's your opinion of this? Sam, how about that? Sam, talk to us. Sam, tell us. Me, Sam. So hooray for the day, but I want to stay here. I want to stay here.
Tom? Do you mind if I sit here and talk to you?
Huh? Who?
Miss Stewart.
Dorothy?
No, it's Miss Stewart, Tom.
Where have you been?
Tom, I have some wonderful news for you.
I'll tell you something. I was going to be angry with you. I'm not at all.
Angry?
Dorothy, don't ever keep me waiting again. Please.
Oh.
Did you get all the stuff?
Why, yes.
It's going to be a wonderful day. I've looked forward to it.
Have you?
I'll stop worrying about Mary Ann. She'll be all right.
Yes, of course.
After all, my mother knows how to take care of babies. Look at me. Oh, let's look at the timetable. There it is. 11:10, about 3 or 4 minutes, and we're off. Dad, why don't you say something?
I'm glad we're going.
No. You didn't say that. You didn't say that. You said something else. Dad, say what you said then. Say it.
I don't remember.
I see you. I know you're here. Your voice is so far away.
I'm here.
Is the train coming?
Not yet.
Oh, Dot, I love you so much. All right, let him put a bronze tablet here on this spot on June 6, 1940. A man made love to his wife, end quote. Why do I have to make a joke about it? Is there something wrong with my loving you more than 2 years ago? Stand close to me, Don. No, there's no one around. Oh, darling, every day is better for us, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yes, Tom.
Lift your face.
Yes.
If you weren't here, I couldn't stand it. It's been terrible, Dot. My face, I keep thinking... Aren't we a handsome couple? Aren't we a handsome couple? Why do I keep thinking that? What's wrong with my face?
Try to sleep, Tom.
I can hardly hear you, but you're here. Your face so close, I can feel you warm.
Sleep, Tom.
Such a handsome couple, such a handsome couple, such a... Dot, don't come too close to my face. Not too close, Dot.
It's all right.
Is it? Is it?
Yes.
The handsomest couple?
Yes.
Your lips. Kiss?
Yes, Tom.
Hiya, Scotty. Come on in.
Good morning, Larry.
Larry Darling, Scotty. Always Larry Darling.
Oh, you need an ice pack.
No, I need to talk to you. Please, will you?
That's why I came here.
I knew it was my lucky day the minute I opened my eyes. Why, I bet even the custard will taste good today.
Yes, Larry, yes. Something has happened today.
Happened? What?
Germany's out of the war.
Absolutely?
Absolutely.
Well, what do you know?
It's wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Hey, are the fellas tearing up the place?
Yes, just about.
Oh, boy. I can just see them back home. What a time they must be having. Running around. Tonight they'll be dancing.
Larry, don't.
Oh, no, you don't understand. I'm okay. Fact of the matter is, I'm better than that. I got it all laid out like a blueprint. A right arm. That's all I got, and that's all I'll need. Sure. A right arm to hold a girl, to write a check. Oh, no, Scotty. No, don't look like that. I tell you, I'm fine. With the money that's coming to me when I get out of here, all those GI checks I never got a chance to spend, I'm going in business. For myself.
Oh, no, you didn't tell me. That's wonderful.
Yeah, I'm wonderful. Have a card. Larry Edmonds. General Sherman's and Jeeps repaired while you wait. Amphibious tanks especially.
Oh, auto repairs?
And filling stations.
Oh.
Notice I said stations. Mm-hmm. Look, the way I got it doped out, the minute they take gasoline off ration, and the whole United States is going to get into the automobile and start going. And they're going to keep going until they wear out all the ants in their pants. I mean...
Well, I understand.
well, what I mean is, everybody's built up a want to go places. Well, like me, every day lying here. I've been walking every street I ever walked and visiting every place I've ever gone to. You know.
Yes, I know.
So I've located just the corner where I'm going to put that first super service station. And I know just the guys that used to be in my outfit to turn the pumps and pull the wrenches. One station, and if it goes okay, as it will, I'll start another one. Then another one. Then, well, gosh, the fact of the matter is, I'm going to be one of them tycoons.
Well, of course you will. And I'd like to get in on the ground floor.
No kidding.
No kidding.
I have got a chance, haven't I? To get places? Oh, sure I have. I'll sit behind a desk and use the brains I got instead of worrying about the legs I haven't got. And I'll figure out new ways and shortcuts to keep automobiles going the way I used to do with the tanks. And I'll build up a big business and keep spreading out. And I can't, miss. I can't. Can I, Miss Stewart?
Hello, Captain?
Go away.
Oh, but I want...
I told him no one was to come in here but the doctor.
Yes,
I told him.
Please, Captain,
For God's sake, can't I be left alone? Haven't I earned that at least? Haven't I?
Well, I just
Haven't I? Why don't you leave me alone?
No, please.
What's the matter?
I'm sorry.
Tell me. I want to know.
It's been a strange morning.
Why?
The reason I came here. I have news for you.
News?
From Germany. It's over.
When?
We got word just a little while ago.
You've been going around on this floor? Telling us?
Yes.
I'm sorry for what I said.
Oh, it's all right.
Are they tearing up telephone books and parading up and down the streets?
I haven't been out.
So it's really here?
Yes.
Doug. This would have been a day for Doug. He'd have buzzed unto Den Linden itself. Doug's day. Not mine.
Oh, of course it
No,
is.
to Doug it was a game that ended at the goalposts of Berlin. Maybe if I got my throat cut outside Aachen the way he did, it would have been my day, too.
Oh.
But I lasted a little longer than that. Long enough to see a mountain of shoes, hundreds of thousands. Every pair meant a human being that had been shoved into an incinerator for the crime of daring to live. I lived long enough to see row and row of quiet children where the flamethrowers had left them. I lived long enough to see Doug with his hands tied behind his back and his throat cut. I hate this day. Because now we'll stop killing them. The sentimentalists will begin. They'll stand on righteousness and wave the words of charity, pity, and compassion. And the grass will grow over the murdered, and the cities will be rebuilt. And the torn throats, and the whipped backs, and the screams, and the bloody marks on the walls will be forgotten. Yes, forgotten, because only a few of us saw those things with our own eyes. Forgotten because our people never had hatred poured into their veins with the death of their wives and their children. I hate this day. For now the forgetting begins.
Stewart, I've been looking for you. I wanted to...
Yes.
You've seen them.
Yes.
I should have gone myself.
No, I wanted to go. I wanted to go. When the news came, it was hard to believe what we had waited for. But it was true. And suddenly everything became wonderful in a way it hadn't been for a very long time. We'd beaten the Huns. We'd finally beaten the Huns. The rest was up to the peace commissions and the governmental experts and the statesmen. Freddie, Sam Jones, Tom, Larry Edmonds, the captain. I wanted to bring them the news because they'd paid with their bodies for this day in terrible ways. And so, the happiness belonged to them. I thought that. But, Doctor, they don't need today. We need it. This day's for us. Those of us in America who lived through a war and knew no pain. I was crying before, yes. Yes. For that soldier lying up there in the dark and telling me that he hated today. Hated it. Because now we would listen again to the self-seekers and the sentimentalists and begin to forget. Doctor, that can't be true. We've got to start remembering. First, the enemy to the east. The enemy that dreams that in this day of happiness we here will forget them and their tortures and murders. Yes, we've got to remember them. The enemy in the east yet to be beaten. The one in the west that twice in our lifetime tried to destroy our civilization. We've got to remember them, every face, every name, so that there'll be no place on earth left for them to hide, to cry out for a mercy that would make the dead rise up in protest. And we've got to remember our responsibilities in a world that has grown as small as the house we live in. And the people in that house. We've got to remember we can only live together with them in fairness and mutual decency. I think we've got enough remembering to do for the rest of our lives and the lives of our children. Yes, this day is for us.
Here's adventure. Here's romance. Here's the famous Robin Hood of the Old West.
Cisco, the sheriff is getting closer.
This way, Pancho. Vámonos. The Cisco Kid. Now, the Cisco Kid in our exciting story, Key of Death. Greed has been the ruination of many a man. Among them, Del Kaler, tough boss of the Lazy K Ranch. But in this case, Kaler's greed nearly meant the ruination of the Cisco Kid and his faithful companion, Pancho. As our story opens, Kaler and his foreman, Trig Trenton, are riding across the desert toward an isolated telegraph station on the railroad.
Your guns in good working order, Trig?
Sure are, boss. You want Rockford gunned down, huh?
Yeah, I'm taking no chances. We'll both be wearing masks, but even so, Rockford might spot us.
How much time we got before that cattle train gets to the switch on the main line?
About half an hour she's on time. But the switch is only a couple hundred yards up the track from the telegraph station. So we got time enough.
You figure reckon that train will get you the raft to D Ranch, eh, Del?
Why not? Tex Donlin owes me mortgage money on that ranch. The money's due tomorrow. Donlin's cattle will be on that train. And the deadline delivery in Forsyth City is 5 o'clock this afternoon. I happen to know if the cattle ain't delivered by that time, the contract's canceled. And Donlin don't get his money.
But if he don't get his money, you don't get your money, huh?
But I get the ranch, which is what I want. Well, most of that station, Trig. Get on your mask.
Yeah. Hope Rockford ain't got any visitors.
If he has, they're as good as dead right now. Remember now, Trig. Don't gun him till we get that switch key.
Just as you say, boss.
Come on.
I'm with you.
Get your hands up.
Masked riders, huh? Was this a holdup?
Where's the key that works that switch up the track?
What do you hombres want with it?
Come on. Keep your hands up. Where is it?
Hanging on the nail behind the door.
I'll see. Yep. Guess this is it.
If you hombres think you're going to take that key, you got no thing coming. Now, look out, you coyote. Let go.
I'll get him, Trig. That'll fix Rockford for keep.
Maverick tore my neckerchief.
Never mind that. Come on, Trig. Let's get to that switch.
Be good to see Senor Rockford again, Cisco.
See, Pancho, it will.
Pancho hopes Senor Rockford tell Pancho about, what do you call that string up there, Cisco?
Oh, that is not a string, amigo. It's wire, telegraph wire.
See, the telegraph wire. Pancho not believe the telegraph wire, Cisco.
Whether you believe it or not, Pancho, it's a fact.
But Pancho not understand how Senor Rockford sit in the telegraph station and talk to the Senor in State City.
Well, that is what he does, Chico. In other places, much farther than just 10 miles away.
Senor Rockford not got a big voice.
Well, it's not a matter of the voice, Pancho. But I will let him explain it to you.
Cisco, riders come from the station. They come this way.
Hey, Senor Rockford has had callers. Buenos dias, senores.
Buenos dias, senores. Ho.
Where you hombres going?
We're going to call to see Senor Rockford. Have you any objections?
Rockford ain't there.
In that case, we will leave a note for him, senor, and ride on.
Tell me your names and I'll tell him I saw you.
You seem anxious for us not to go to this station, senor.
Look, you two, be on your way, understand?
Pancho, get ready for troubles.
We are going to that station now anyway, hombres.
Oh, no, you ain't. Trick, get ready.
I will not drop out, hombre. Now with this gun of mine looking you in the face.
How'd you like that draw, hombres, huh? Next time you not try to beat Cisco, no?
Oh, so you're the Cisco Kid, huh?
See?
Well, Cisco or no Cisco, you ain't going to that station. Put up that gun and get down off your horse, and I'll beat the living daylights out of you.
Pancho, what's this other hombre?
Pancho watching them, Cisco.
Very well. That is what you want, hombre. Now, get down from your horse.
Hey, Del, not now. There's a train. Your watch must be wrong.
Huh? I ain't got time to fight with you now, Cisco. But I sure will have time later. Come on, Twig. Come on.
Hombre scared to fight Cisco.
No, I do not think that was it, Pancho. But those hombres are up to something. I think we better ride to the station. Come on, Diablo. Go.
Come on, Loco. Ride to the station.
I hope those two hombres have done no harm to Senor Rockford.
We find out, Cisco.
Yeah, ho, Diablo, ho.
Ho, Loco.
There is some reason why they did not want us to come here.
Bad hombre.
You're riding horses with the brand of the Lazy K Rancho. It might be well to remember that, Pancho.
Pancho remember, Cisco.
Yeah. What do you, Pancho, look?
Pancho look, Cisco, but Pancho not want to look.
So, this is the reason.
Senor Rockford, he dead, Cisco?
See, Pancho, he's dead. Those coyotes to come here and do a thing like this?
But why, Cisco? Senor Rockford not got the gold?
I do not know why, Pancho. But I do know we are going to track those hombres down starting right now. Come.
We sure didn't get here any too soon, Del.
Right. This blasted key. Can't get it to work.
Let me try it, boss.
No, I'll get it. Maybe I'm bearing down too hard on it. There she is. Now, open that switch, Drake. Come on, hustle.
All right.
That'll do it. When the train hits that, she's going to be derailed. Let's get back up on the rim rock where we left the horses.
Right.
That'll take care of Donald's cattle in short order.
Yeah. Well, what about Cisco? Even that other sidewinder went into the station. I looked back and saw him go in.
It's one thing to suspect we killed Rockford, Trig. But it's another thing to prove it. And don't forget, nobody else was around. Maybe, just maybe, we'll get a chance to pin this murder on Cisco.
Good plain tractor, fella, Cisco. Tracks those hombres.
See, Pancho. Unless I am mistaken, the tracks are going to lead over that rim rock ahead of us. Catch up with them. Madre mia, Pancho, we overlook an important fact. Ho, Diablo, ho.
Ho. What we not look at, Cisco?
Pancho, that hombre was ready to fight until he heard that train whistle.
Ready to fight, huh?
And the other one said something about his watch being wrong.
The watch wrong.
Hearing that train whistle changed his mind. Why?
Why?
It may be that they have some reason to wreck that train. There's a switch in the canyon, Pancho. Well, we will have a look at it. Up, Diablo, come on.
Up, Loco. Why do you want to wreck the train, Cisco?
I do not know. Cannot see these things ahead of time, Pancho. All I can do is try to reason them out. Up, Diablo, come on, faster.
Go.
There's the train, Pancho, coming around the bend.
Here, Carlos train, Cisco.
The switch, Pancho. Santo, the switch is open. I can see it from here. Ho, Diablo, ho. I'm afraid we are too late, Pancho.
What we do now, Cisco?
Can I put the switch in time, amigo? Wave your arms. Try to get the engineer's attention.
Pancho wave his arms, Cisco. Hey!
Stop the train! Stop the train!
Hey, stop the train, senor engineer. Stop the train.
Not in time, Pancho. It's going into that open switch. Madre mia, there it goes.
Locomotive over on the side.
Come on, Pancho.
Oh, the padre, Cisco, padre.
See, but the caboose is still on the tracks. Men are getting off the caboose. We will tell them the story, Pancho. And then those killers will have plenty to answer for.
Nice crash, Trig.
Yeah, beaut. But now what, Del? Cisco's down there. He'll have the railroad detectives on our neck in no time.
I won't. I'm thinking way ahead of you. Cisco's horse is down by that grove, Trig. And he's running back towards the end of the train.
Well?
Take the switch key. Get down there quick through the grove and hang the key by its wire over the saddle horn of Cisco's horse.
What good'll that do?
What good'll it do? Why, you fool, it'll throw suspicion on Cisco. That's what I wanted to do. Then get back up here and ride for the ranch. I'll meet you there.
And where you going now, Del?
I'm going to ride back to the station. I get an idea if I write a note and leave it, it'll convict Cisco. Hustle now, Trig, and do as I say.
Pancho, try to get the cattle out of those cars. Get the brakeman over there to help you.
Si, Cisco.
I want to report this to the conductor. Then I will come and help you.
Pancho, get the cattles out. Senor Brakeman. Senor Brakeman.
Senor Conductor.
No? Who are you?
I'm the Cisco Kid, senor. I'm here to tell you how I think this wreck was caused.
And you can tell Marshal Eastman about it, too, while you're at it.
Oh, the marshal is on the caboose?
He sure is. Hey, Marshal.
Yeah?
When you get that cut on your face fixed up, come here, will you? There's an hombre here you'll want to talk to.
Coming right out, Bill.
Marshal, this here hombre says he's the Cisco Kid. Says he can tell us how this wreck was caused.
I'm listening, Cisco.
Senor Rockford has been murdered.
Tom Rockford murdered?
See? I think I know who did it. I also think the same hombres opened this switch to wreck your train.
Who are they?
I do not know their names, but they were riding Lazy K horses.
How do you know about this?
Mi compañero Pancho and I were riding to see Senor Rockford. We met the two hombres just leaving the station. They tried to keep us from going to the station. Then when they heard the whistle of the locomotive, they rode away in this direction and they got it.
Yeah, you knew they was going to throw this switch, huh?
No, we did not know it. We were following them. Then I connected their sudden departure with the whistle and suspected they might be going to open the switch.
That's mighty fast reasoning, Cisco.
Too fast, if you ask me. Well, I better go see if anybody's hurt up ahead.
Come on, Cisco. We'll go to the station. I want to have a look at this murder. Get your partner, too. I want him to come along.
As you say, Senor Marshal. Pancho!
Si, Cisco. We nearly got all the cattles out.
Bueno, you let the brakeman take care of the rest of it. Come with us.
Si.
Our horses are up ahead, Senor Marshal.
All right, let's go.
Hey, Bill. Frank and George both dead. Caused by steam.
Engineer and fireman dead, huh? That's two more murders in this deal.
Anything Pancho and I can do to help you bring the killers to justice, we will do, Senor Marshal.
Yes, we help, Senor Marshal.
Yeah, from the looks of things now, I don't believe I'm going to need any help. These your horses?
Si, senor.
Cisco, what are than Cisco's saddle horn?
That's what I'd like to know.
The switch key. I do not understand how that got there.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Better hand over your guns, you two.
But, Senor Marshal, I just...
Come on, hand over your guns. I'm arresting you both on suspicion of murder.
And admittedly, the marshal has reason to think Cisco and Pancho are guilty of murder. In just a moment, we'll return to the Cisco Kid. Now, back to the Cisco Kid and our exciting story, Key of Death. Arriving too late to keep the cattle train from being wrecked by the open switch, Cisco tried to explain to the marshal who had been on the train about the two men on Lazy K horses. The marshal was noncommittal. But when he saw the switch key hanging from the horn of Cisco's saddle, he at once put Cisco and Pancho under arrest on suspicion of murder. Meanwhile, Del Kaler, one of the real murderers, is back at the telegraph station.
That note ought to do it. Written real shaky like. As if a dying man wrote it and couldn't quite finish it. I'll let it slip off this desk to the floor. Now, I'll just drag Rockford's body over. Kind of drape it over this chair. Like he lost consciousness writing the note. That ought to do it. Now I'll get back to the ranch and just sit tight. Let's see you get out of this one, Cisco. Diablo not like to have the marshal riding, Cisco.
Steady, boy, steady.
Diablo, behave yourself. It'll only be for a short distance, Pancho. We're nearly at the station.
Pancho, glad we ride double on loco, Cisco. Now we talk. We get away from the marshal, no?
We will see what happens at the station, amigo. We may convince him we are not the guilty ones.
Anyhow, he not put the handcuffs on us, Cisco.
Oh, will we let him put them on? Well, here's the station.
Ho, loco.
Oh. Come on in with me, both of you. Walk ahead of me.
As you please, Senor Marshal.
As you please, Senor Marshal.
Marshal, the body has been moved.
Cisco sure Senor Rockford dead before?
Of course I'm sure, Pancho. There was no heartbeat. I think I will have a close look. What is this in the hand? I will take it.
Stand back, Cisco. I want to look things over here. And remember, I got a gun handy to use on both of you hombres if I need to.
Si, senor. I will stand back.
Mighty good thing I happened to be dead heading over to Sage City on that freight today, I guess. What's this on the floor?
Look like a piece of paper to Pancho.
Yeah, let's see. A note. It says Cisco, and then it says switch key. I guess that's it. Rockford must have been near dead when he wrote this.
Senor Marshal, it is time you listen to what I have to say. When Pancho and I came into the station before, Senor Rockford was dead. He was lying right there on the floor.
Maybe you just thought you'd killed him, Cisco.
I tell you, we did not kill him.
Cisco and Pancho not kill nobody. Never, Senor Marshal.
Somebody has been in here and moved that body. The same person wrote that note to make it look as if a dying man wrote it.
Yeah, your story's too thin, Cisco.
Will you ride with us to the Lazy K Rancho, Senor Marshal?
No, you're riding with me into Sage City.
But I think I can prove to you now that
That's enough. You're coming with me.
What you bet we not?
Very well, but first, I would like to see that note you just read.
Oh, no, you don't. That's evidence. I'm keeping this.
We have a right to know what the evidence is, Senor Marshal, since you will not listen to my story. Just hold the note out. I will read it from your hand.
Well, that's all right. Here.
You'll have to get just a little closer, senor, so that I can grab that gun. Grab it, Marshal. Grab it. I'll have to hurt you. Grab it. Get that gun, Pancho. We'll fire for a while. Now, senor, I will just trip you and save any more fighting, and we will go. Adios.
Come on, back here, you scoundrels. Come back here.
You'll be at the Lazy K Rancho, Senor Marshal. Up, you
Go.
Looks like things are working out nice for you, Darrell.
They sure are, Trig. The ranch at Donlands is just as good as mine right now.
There's Darnlin out by his corral.
This'll be good.
It looks like he expects bad news.
That's just what he's gonna get. Oh,
yeah.
Howdy, Kayla. Trig.
Howdy, Donlin.
Won't you light a spell?
Nah, we gotta be getting back on the place. Just stopped by, Donald, and asked if you'd heard about the cattle train being wrecked.
Being wrecked? Hey, not my cattle.
Yeah?
How'd it happen, Kayla?
There's talk the Cisco Kid done it. He killed Tom Rockford, too.
The Cisco Kid? Oh, I heard about that clue. What do you want to wreck that train for?
I don't know. You'll have that money for me tomorrow, I suppose, Donald.
Well, I don't know how I can get it now. That was to be a contract delivery on my cattle, and had to be in the Sage City in the loading pens for the north train by 5 o'clock.
Can't get him there now, Donald.
Nope, not a chance.
Well, gotta be going. See you tomorrow. Come on.
Kayla's lying about that wreck. He must be lying. But if he ain't, then I can get my guns on that Cisco Kid. He's a dead hombre.
How much more to Lazy K Rancho, Cisco?
Oh, it should not be far now, Pancho. We'll rest our horses for a moment. Oh, diablo, ho.
Oh, loco. Cisco think the marshal follow us?
He will as soon as he can get a horse, amigo. He may take Senor Rockford's horse.
See, Senor Rockford's horse grazed right by the station.
See. Hey, Pancho, here comes a rider now.
He passes right in this trail, Cisco.
Come on, let us make room for him. Over, diablo, come on.
Over, loco, make room.
Here.
Hola.
Buenos dias, amigo.
Buenos dias, amigo.
Howdy.
Staying in a hurry, Cisco.
He seems to be. Well, he's stopping, Pancho. He's coming back.
See, want to know where he been, no?
Oh, boy. Hey, ain't you the Cisco Kid?
See?
I thought so. Nobody else around here has gotten such saddle gear as that. Come on down off that horse, Cisco.
I see no reason for that, senor.
Nobody like us around this place, Cisco.
What is your trouble, senor?
What's the idea you wrecking that cattle train?
Cisco not wreck the cattle train, hombre. You say he did, Pancho will...
Quieto, Pancho.
Jump all over your
Pancho.
face. See, Cisco.
Who told you I wrecked that train?
Never you mind.
I want to know. Also, I want to know if the same one told you I committed a murder.
That's right, he did. How'd you know?
Who told you? Come on, quickly, tell me.
Well, his name's Kayla.
And who are you?
My name's Donlin, and them was my cattle on that train.
Oh. Are you friendly with these Kaler?
Well, we get along well enough. Well, you see, he holds a mortgage on my place, and I was kind of counting on the money from them cattle to pay him off tomorrow.
I begin to understand, Senor Donlin. Can it be that he does not want you to pay him?
Well, I don't know. What do you mean?
Pancho and I are now on our way to talk with that Kaler hombre. We would like to have you join us, senor.
Si, senor. Come see some big fun.
There'll be no fun, Pancho.
Fun for Pancho.
But I think we can straighten out that murder and that train wreck in short order. Also, Senor Donlin, we'll try to help you keep your rancho. Let us go.
Kind of nice to sit out here on the porch after a good day's work, huh, Trig?
Yeah, sure is, Del. I can't help feeling kind of funny about that Cisco kid being around here.
Ah, forget Cisco.
Oh, he's a bad hombre, boss.
He's got nothing on us, nothing.
Hey, there's some riders, Del. 3 of them.
All right, sit still. Don't be so jumpy. Say, by thunder, one of them Cisco. Get your guns on, Trig. Get mine off the table. The second one's that partner, Cisco. And the third one...
It's Donlin. There's your gun, Bill, boss.
I sure don't like the looks of this. Donlin's being with him. What's up, Donlin?
Cisco's doing the talking, Kaler.
There will be no need for much talking.
Bad hombres, no?
Well? Kaler, did you know Senor Rockford was murdered?
Rockford murdered?
See, we found him lying on the floor dead when we went into that station. The station you tried to keep us out of.
Well, now, who could have murdered him, Cisco?
That is just the question I'm asking you.
Meaning?
That you and these other hombres murdered him.
You lied.
You tell Cisco he lie, hombre. Pancho
Pancho, quieto.
Pancho will...
Quieto, Pancho, I said.
Mean, shut up, Pancho.
Let's run him off the place, Del.
No, you will not do that. You are wearing a black neckerchief. I think this torn piece of cloth I found in Senor Rockford's hand might fit very nicely into that tear on your neckerchief.
Why, you...
Keep your hands away from those guns, hombre. You too, Kaler.
I ain't gotta use guns. I can break in two with my hands. Come on, Trig.
You fight out well.
Gracias, senor, but I do not need help with such as these.
Cisco, fix him alone, senor. Come on, Cisco.
You wrecked that train yourself, Kaler, and tried to blame it on me, but it did not work.
Yes, Cisco.
You will not even make a mark on me, hombre. Right now, I'm going to knock you over that railing.
Bing, bang. Down go one.
Over that railing would also be a good place for you, hombre.
Bing, bang. Down go two.
Get up on your feet, hombres. Come on, get up.
That's enough for me, Cisco.
Yeah, me too.
And you will confess to that murder and that train wreck.
I don't know nothing about it.
Very well, you coyote. We will continue this fight.
No. I tell you, I got enough.
You, answer me. What about this piece of your neckerchief?
Well, I guess it's mine.
You fool, Trig. Why didn't you keep your mouth shut?
Your whole motive was to get Senor Donlin's rancho. But you are going to give him an extension on that payment, are you not, Kaler?
Yeah, sure, Cisco. Anything you say. But I don't want any more of them fists of yours.
We will have that extension put in writing.
Cisco de Marshal.
Ah, bueno. Whoa. Welcome, Senor Marshal. You are just in time to hear a confession that I think will interest you very much.
Cisco.
Si, Pancho.
When Cisco and Pancho run to try to stop the CUTLAS train,
Si.
Pancho almost beat Cisco.
Si, amigo, that is a fact. You nearly did.
Pancho get to be a good runner, Cisco, huh?
Oh, si, in time you might, Pancho, if you take off some of that weight.
Pancho not need to take off weight, Cisco.
No?
Oh, Pancho a natural runner.
What do you mean a natural runner, Pancho?
Well, Pancho's family good runner, Cisco.
Oh, you mean you inherit the ability to run?
Hey, Pancho's Uncle Jose, the fastest runner in the whole country, Cisco.
Oh, come now.
Yes, in the whole country.
Well, Pancho, how fast can your Uncle Jose run?
Pancho's Uncle Jose runs so fast that anyone who races him got to run twice as fast as Uncle Jose.
Twice as fast to beat him?
No, Cisco. Twice as fast just to keep up with him.
Oh, Pancho.
Oh, Cisco.
Up there.
And so ends another exciting adventure with O. Henry's famous Robin Hood of the West, the CISCO Kid. Be sure to listen again for another thrilling adventure of the CISCO Kid. CISCO Kid was played by Jack Mather, Pancho by Harry Lang.
Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment is going to involve my trying to hide 3 divisions of troops behind an empty water glass.
Well, here he is, Commissioner. I found him right in the middle of a big deal, as usual.
Hello, Steve.
Commissioner?
I hope it was a square deal.
She didn't look square to me.
What have you told him so far, Ruth?
Oh, only that you wanted him to go looking for a woman. I figured that was the best bait I could use.
Well, don't tell me it isn't true.
Oh, it's true, all right, but I'm afraid your association with this particular woman won't be a very pleasant one.
I might have known.
I'll have your passport and credentials ready when the commissioner's through with you, Steve.
Okay, Ruth. Well, what's the deal, Commissioner?
Vienna.
Vienna? Long time since I've danced the Strauss waltz.
You can leave your ballet slippers home, Steve. Here's the setup. With the situation what it is, we have to increase our armed strength on all fronts. Naturally, our consulates are kept informed as to proposed increases of strength in their respective areas.
So?
So, 2 days ago, a document containing information regarding troop movements in Europe was stolen from our consulate in Vienna. The troops have already embarked, and with these unidentified subs around, we can't take chances.
I see. Any idea who swiped the document?
Yes, a janitor named Joseph Bildner.
Well, that doesn't sound so tough. Find Bildner.
We've already found Bildner in an alley in Vienna last night, murdered.
I see. Well, that sort of puts a new light on things.
The document wasn't on his person. Just before he died, he mumbled the name Eva Loesch.
Eva Loesch? Hey, that name rings a bell.
A siren, you should say. But I haven't time to go into her background now to fill a book. Manville Olson can tell you all about her.
Who's Olson?
He's with the consulate in Vienna. You'll arrive there early tomorrow evening. Go to the Imperial Bar at 8 o'clock. Olson will be waiting for you.
Why meet in the bar? Not that I have any objection.
Well, this investigation has to be kept undercover, particularly the part about Eva Loesch. Olson will tell you why. Now, Steve, get over there. Talk to Olson. Find Eva Loesch. And most important, get those documents back. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Ever think of this? You wait longer for breakfast than for any other meal of the day. From the time you go to bed until you eat breakfast is the longest period there is between two meals. So, breakfast has to be good to do the most good for you at a time when you really need food. Which is why I say start breakfast with Wheaties and milk and fruit. It's a pleasant way to get protein, vitamins, and minerals, and just plain whole wheat energy in a hurry without a lot of fuss. Wheaties supply energy when you need energy because there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Sure, breakfast of champions. See for yourself. Have some. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Yeah, I've got my assignment. Find a girl named Eva Loesch and get a stolen document from her. Ordinarily, there's nothing I like better than to chercher la femme. But from what the commissioner has told me, I've got an uneasy feeling that this is going to be all chercher and no femme. Well, it's Friday evening when I get to Vienna. I check in at the hotel and then head for the Imperial Bar. Over at a corner table, a guy gives me the nod. I head over there.
You're Mitchell, aren't you?
Yeah. Olson?
That's right. Have a seat.
Thanks. Look, the commissioner back in the States told me that you could give me the background on this Eva Loesch.
Well, I can tell you all we know over here at the consulate, which isn't enough. Eva Loesch was a red-hot Nazi. She was killed in the Berlin Blitz.
What?
We thought. Now it looks as she's been very much alive and in hiding all this time. And worse yet, it looks like she's up to her old tricks.
You mean a new Nazi party?
No. You know, some of these ex-Nazis have a habit of selling out to the highest bidder.
I get it. Now, according to what the commissioner told me, this document concerning our troop movements was stolen from your consulate by a janitor named Bildner. He was found murdered in an alley and mumbled Eva Loesch's name just before he died.
That's right. We believe Eva killed him and has the document. But, of course, we've kept all that undercover. We don't want Eva to know we know she's alive. Here. This ad I spotted in the afternoon paper. Take a look at it.
What? Will the cab driver who picked up a woman passenger at the plaza last Tuesday night at 8:30 please come to 37 Bergestrasse? Hey, Tuesday night. That was the night that Bildner was murdered, wasn't it?
Yes, in an alley about half a block from the plaza.
This could tie in all right. 37 Bergestrasse. Okay. I think I'll answer that ad, Olson. I'll check with you later.
Yes?
Are you the one who put that advertisement in the paper this afternoon?
Come in. Yes, I'm the one. Why?
Fräulein...
Frau Denise Manescu. Who are you?
I'm the cab driver you're looking for.
Oh? Describe this woman you picked up.
What? Oh, well, she's about... medium build, dark hair.
You're lying.
Huh?
I do not know who you are, but you are not a cab driver.
Now, look.
Yes?
You are the one who put the notice in the paper.
Oh, great.
Why, yes.
I would like to talk to you, please.
Just a minute.
I am the cab driver in question. Who is this man?
This man is about to leave.
No, I do not think so.
What?
Oh, well, come to think of it, you may be right. How come the gun, Buster?
You will stay right here, both of you.
You are not cab drivers, either of you.
In my case, you are quite right. As for this other man, I do not know who he is. I will find that out presently.
Well, as long as we're going to play guessing games, maybe you wouldn't mind if I start guessing who you are.
You do not have to guess, my friend. I will tell you. I am Lieutenant Oscar Segal of the police.
The police?
Well, that takes a load off my mind.
Does it?
Yeah, but I can't say as much for Frau Manescu here. She seems to be real upset at the news.
Frau Manescu?
The name seems to mean something to you, Lieutenant.
You are not by any chance related to Georges Manescu.
Yes, I'm his wife.
But this is completely mystifying. Why would the wife of Georges Manescu be implicated in such an unsavory affair as this?
Somebody mind telling me who George Manescu is?
What is your interest in this matter?
Maybe these credentials will answer that question, Lieutenant.
Yeah, I see. They have indeed answered that question, Herr Mitchell.
Now, how about filling me in on this George Manescu?
Oh, a local politician of high character who has worked in close cooperation with your government here.
I see. Well, in that case, Frau Manescu...
There is no use holding back anything more. I did not want the police brought into this. But, well, here you are.
Here I am indeed. I must strongly impress upon you the wisdom of making a full explanation at this time.
Yes, But you see, Eva Loesch is my sister.
What?
I believed, as did the rest of the world, that she was dead. I believed that until Tuesday night, when she came here to see me.
What did she want?
She said she was in trouble and wanted to hide here. I refused. And then she said I must help her.
In what way?
She said that a man was killed, but that she did not do it. That there was a cab driver who could clear her if she could only find him.
So you ran that ad in the paper?
I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't go to the police. I know what damage would be done to my husband's reputation if it were learned that the notorious Eva Loesch was his wife's sister. So I ran the advertisement, hoping it would help clear her. And then if their relationship were to be revealed later, at least it would be not quite so bad for my husband.
I see. Well, that all leads us up to the big question. Where's Eva?
I do not know.
Frau Manescu, it is my duty to warn you that withholding information...
I'm telling you the truth. I swear it. I've no idea where Eva is hiding. She said that she would contact me in a few days, but I've not heard from her.
Look, sisterly love is a wonderful thing. But I hope that you realize unless we locate Eva in a hurry, there's going to be a lot more damage done than just to your husband's reputation.
Sisterly love. You think that is what I feel for Eva? As far back as I can remember, we've hated each other. My only regret is that she was not killed in Berlin.
Then we have your promise that you will communicate with us at once if she contacts you again.
Yes, at once. And rest assured, gentlemen, it will be a happy day for me when I can turn my dear sister over to you.
Well, that sounds like quite a surprise party you ran into last night, Mitchell.
Yeah, it was, Olson. And, of course, the biggest surprise was finding out that Mrs. Manescu is Eva Loesch's sister. Incidentally, what information have you got on the Manescus?
Well, he seems to be our white hope in local politics around here right now. He's very pro-United States. As to the background, George and his wife Denise apparently were anti-Nazi right from the start, which must have made it a little tough on them in Germany.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I believe they were married just before the fall of Berlin and managed to get out of the country. Would you like to meet George Manescu, Mitchell?
Yeah, I would. Can you arrange it?
I'm playing golf with him in an hour. Why don't you come along?
It's a deal. Let's go. That last shot of yours was a honey, Mr. Manescu. Looks like you're only about 2 feet from the pin.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. But I wish you to know that from now on I believe nothing you say.
Oh?
When the three of us started this game, you were full of apologies about your bad golf. We are now approaching the 7th green, and you are 3 strokes over par.
Yes, I'm afraid Mitchell makes most of his apologies before he makes his bets.
Well, you can't blame a guy for trying to get good odds.
Indeed you cannot. Well, here we are, gentlemen. And I must say this is the part of golf I enjoy the most.
Putting?
Yes.
Well, it's the part of the game that pays off.
Perhaps it is because putting is so helpful to me.
How so, Manescu?
Well, I practice it constantly, even when I'm at home. Particularly when I'm thinking about something, putting relaxes me, helps me to think clearly. Mr. Olson, I believe you are aware. Your putt.
Oh, sorry. Downhill putt, too. Just the kind I don't like.
Well, in your case, practice sure pays off, Mr. Manescu. Your putting is very sharp.
Oh, thank you.
Too bad, Olson. Rimmed the cup on you, huh?
Yeah. That gives me a 6.
Well, looks like I'm next. Little break to the right, it looks like.
Not quite as much as it looks.
Thanks for the tip.
Nice putt.
I had good advice.
Maybe you can return it sometime.
Be glad to, except I don't think you'll need any on this putt of yours. Can't be more than 2 feet.
No, I need this for my par.
This is a lot more pleasant way to spend time than roosting behind a desk.
Yeah, but it isn't helping us find Eva Loesch. Missed. I'm sorry, Mr. Manescu. I didn't realize you were set to putt, or I would have kept still.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Mitchell. Your voice did not bother me. I don't know what went wrong.
Well, looked like you tightened up all of a sudden.
Yes. Well, it is no matter. Comes, the next tee is right over there.
I'm really sorry about that, Manescu.
Oh, but I assure you I was not even aware you were talking, Mitchell. For the life of me, I can't understand why I should miss a 2-foot putt. But that is what makes the game of golf so unpredictable, I suppose.
I think they call it the human element.
Yeah, I think they do.
Yeah, let's see. I believe you're still up, Manescu.
Oh, yes.
You know, Steve, it seems to me that you raised your voice a little when you mentioned the name Eva Loesch.
Did I? Wait, we mustn't rattle Manescu anymore. He's ready to drive.
Oh, miserable.
Yeah, quite a slice.
I must have cut across the ball. Gentlemen, I hate to say this, but I seem to have a headache. I wonder if perhaps you would excuse me from continuing with our match.
Sure, matter of fact, I've had enough. How about you, Olson?
Sure, anytime. We can cut back towards the clubhouse through this grove of trees.
Oh, please, I don't want to spoil your game. Why don't the two of you continue?
No, it seems to be getting a little too warm for comfort anyway. Olson!
Mitchell, he's been shot right through the head.
Quick, Manescu. Let's get into that grove of trees. I think it'll be a little safer there.
But where did the shot come from?
Who knows? Here, in here. It was from a rifle, which means the sniper could be behind 100 different trees and bushes on the golf course.
But I do not understand why anyone would want to kill Olson. He had no enemies.
That's what I was thinking, Manescu, and it gives rise to a few assorted, interesting thoughts.
What do you mean?
Maybe that bullet was meant for somebody else.
Somebody else? Do you mean yourself?
Yeah, maybe me. Or maybe you, Manescu.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment.
Folks, I'd like to have you meet a good friend of mine and a prominent member of a fine little organization known as the Chicago White Sox, Mr. Lucius Benjamin Appling.
Ooh, Ed, don't say it like that. Whoever heard of a ball player named Lucius? What if I went around calling you Paul Edward Prentice? Let's just make it Ed and Luke, huh?
All right, Luke. Say, just how long have you been with the White Sox?
Over 20 years, Ed. Golly, I played in darn near 2,500 games. Been at bat almost 9,000 times. Man, I'm from way back.
Well, Luke, you don't look it. How do you keep up the pace, anyway?
Well, Ed, I sleep good. I eat good. I eat mighty good. Wheat is about 4 mornings a week. Those little old flakes put a lot of snap, even in an old-timer like me. Must be because they're 100% whole wheat. I sure like Wheaties and milk and fruit.
You know, Luke, that's exactly what I hear from a lot of ball players and plenty of other people, too. No wonder they call Wheaties the breakfast of champions.
Thank you, Ed Prentice and Luke Appling. And as for our breakfast of champions, friends, sure, they're for men who go to bat for a living, but confidentially, they're for us, too. You and me. We need whole wheat energy same as the champions who play ball for their paychecks. Don't forget your own breakfast of champions. Wheaties. Get yours.
Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell, I have been expecting you.
You uncovered anything new, Lieutenant Siegel?
Indeed I have. You told me that when you mentioned the name Eva Loesch on the golf course earlier today, Manescu reacted visibly.
That's right. I dangled a little bait under his nose, and he snapped at it like an undernourished barracuda. Of course, to be fair to the guy, he probably knows that his wife is Eva's sister. It could have been that.
I am positive it was much more than that.
Oh?
I have done a considerable amount of investigation into Manescu's background, and I am sure it will be of interest to you to learn that in the old Nazi days in Germany, Manescu and Eva Loesch were, shall we say, extremely friendly.
Oh, yeah? Well, that kind of puts a different light on things.
Yeah, indeed it does. After Eva's death, Manescu married her sister Denise, and made his escape from Germany with her.
And now Eva's popped up again. You know, that gives rise to an interesting possibility.
Yeah, the possibility that Manescu has been seeing Eva again and knows where she is.
Which means he either has those documents or knows where they are. Well, I've got to hand it to him for the big act he's been putting on about being such a friend of the United States.
If our suspicions of Manescu are correct, one cannot help feeling sorry for his wife, though.
Yeah. It must be a pretty rough spot for Denise if she has any idea what's going on.
Oh, excuse me, please. Lieutenant Segal speaking.
May I speak to Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, one moment, please. It's for you, Mitchell. The lady in question.
Oh? Hello?
This is Denise Manescu, Mr. Mitchell. Something has come up. I must see you at once.
Okay, I'll be there in about 15 minutes. Well, it could be that Denise is starting to smell a rat, Lieutenant. I'd better get over there and see if it's the same rat. I think it is. So, I head for the Manescu's house. Manescu, with a preoccupied look and a putter in his hand, lets me in the front door. Then he disappears into his study. Denise is waiting for me in the living room.
Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, sure. You said something had come up, Denise?
Yes. First, let me ask you, did you say anything to my husband when he let you in the front door?
No, he looked like he was in another world.
Yes, he seems to be worried about something. I'm afraid I know what it is.
You think maybe he's been seeing Eva Loesch lately?
Yes, I think he has.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. When my sister died, I thought that part of his life was over. It is not a very pleasant thing to realize that you have been married on the rebound, Mr. Mitchell. I told you that...
What's the matter?
Steve, there is someone on the roof of the house next door.
What?
Wait. Whoever it was saw me watching and disappeared.
Come on.
Here, we can go out through these French doors.
Nowhere in sight. Did you recognize him?
All I could see was a trench coat, a slouched hat, and a gun.
Look, you stay here. I'll circle around this house and try to climb up and nab him. I circle around the house next door, and I spot some vines running up the wall. I start climbing, but 10 feet from the ground, I hear a sound that stops me cold. I drop to the ground, run back to Manescu's house. The study window is shattered, and in front of it stands Denise, staring inside, half hysterical. Denise, what happened? Denise!
Too late. I tried to warn him.
Warn who?
Look, in the window.
Manescu, on the floor. Tell me what happened, Denise.
After you went around to the other side of that house, the person came back to the edge of the roof.
That the door to the study?
Oh, yes.
Come on.
Oh, suddenly I knew what was going to happen. I started running to the study window to warn my husband, but then the shot.
Here we are.
George.
Bullet entered the top of his head. Must have come from the roof, all right. Wait a minute. What's that water glass doing on the floor?
But I don't know.
He must have knocked it over as he fell. Well, the man who shot him is probably a few blocks away by now.
Steve, I do not think it was a man.
What do you mean? You told me before the shot that he was wearing a trench coat and a slouch hat.
Yes, but just before the shot, I got a quick look at the face.
A woman?
I think it was my sister, Eva.
A most perplexing case, Mitchell. First, the janitor, Joseph Bildner, murdered. Second, the American, Olson, murdered. Third, Georges Manescu.
Murdered. But at least we know who's behind it all, Eva Loesch. So the big problem is finding her in those documents, Lieutenant. You know, there's one thing I don't get. Why is Eva hanging around town if she already has those documents?
Mitchell, have you considered the possibility that Manescu might have been shot by his wife, Denise?
Sure, I've considered it. She had a motive, too. She knew her husband had been seeing Eva, but there's just one little item that sort of knocks that theory into a cocked hat.
Yeah, unfortunately, you are right. You are referring, of course, to the angle at which the bullet entered Manescu's head.
Yeah, from the top of his head down.
Which would indicate that the bullet was fired from some distance above him. That his wife was out on the terrace at the time, slowly below him. As a matter of fact, below
All
him.
of which brings us back to our friend Eva.
Excuse me, please. Are you Lieutenant Segal of the police?
Yeah.
Then perhaps you would be good enough to tell me what this is all about.
Perhaps you would be good enough to tell me your name and what is all about.
Excuse. I'm Anton. I drive taxi cab. So today in newspaper stands an advertisement.
Wait a minute. You mean the one about the cab driver who picked up a woman at the plaza last Tuesday night?
Yeah, you put it in?
No. Go on.
I answer the ad. I go to the address. There is policeman there. And over in one corner, a woman sitting with her head in her hands crying.
That'd be Denise.
So I tell policeman that I picked up a woman last Tuesday night.
Probably Eva Losh.
I did not know her name. I picked her up at the plaza, and she stayed in my cab only 2 blocks. She kept looking back over her shoulder, and then she made me pull over to the curb and got out. All this I tell policeman. He takes down my address and tells me to come over here to Imperial Bar and report to you.
Very well. Thank you for your information. You may go now.
Go, he says. Still, nobody tells me what this is all about.
Well, that was a big bunch of nothing.
Mitchell, this case is giving me a headache. Murders, stolen documents, political intrigue. And every time we think we have a fresh lead, it disappears into thin air. Poof. Oh.
Hey, watch it.
Yeah, it would appear my gestures are a little too much. Waiter!
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Look, Siegel, you knocked the glass off the table just now and it broke.
This is not a very profound observation, Mitchell.
But I found the glass lying on its side in Manescu's study after he got shot, and that glass wasn't broken. Yet the table there is about the same height as the table here.
What are you getting at?
Manescu's glass wasn't knocked off the table. It was placed on the floor.
So?
So we've been a couple of prize jugheads.
I still do not understand what...
The whole thing has just fallen into place, Lieutenant. There's just one big thing wrong right now.
What do you mean?
I mean we could be just about 5 minutes too late.
Mitchell, there's the cab driver's house just ahead.
Okay, let's stop here, Lieutenant. We'll circle around to the back of the house. He probably keeps his cab there.
Mitchell, I still do not understand why this taxi cab is suddenly so important to us.
Look, remember what that cab driver said? When he picked up Eva after she'd killed that janitor, she only stayed in his cab a few minutes, then got out.
Yeah, she hid the documents there. That is why she had Denise put that ad in the paper. She wanted to find that taxi cab driver.
That's right. Wait. Yeah, there's the cab in that little lean-to back of the house. Okay, let's take it as quiet as we can now.
Mitchell, a flashlight. Someone is in that cab.
Yeah, that doesn't really surprise me. Come on. Found those documents yet?
Denise Manescu.
No, Eva Losh, Lieutenant. It's one and the same person.
What?
No, that's a lie.
Save it, Eva. The real Denise got killed in the Berlin Blitz, didn't she?
No.
You figured it'd be a neat scheme if people thought it was you who were killed. You posed as Denise, married Manescu, and got out of town.
Lies. All of them lies.
I guess Manescu was the right guy after all. He probably figured you'd reformed when he found out that you hadn't. You were afraid he'd expose you. You tried for him once on the golf course and got Olson instead. Then you rigged this little scheme for my benefit at your house this afternoon and killed him.
Mitchell, watch out.
Yeah, I see the gun. Your aim isn't as hot as it was, Eva. Drop it. That's better. And thanks for giving us the one piece of evidence we needed, this gun of yours. 5 will get you 10. We can prove that the slug that killed your husband came from this gun.
I will kill you.
Temper.
Mitchell.
Yeah?
This is all very nice, but there's one thing that we may have difficulty in proving.
What's that?
The angle of elevation of the bullet that killed Manescu.
That's right.
How could it have been fired by Eva here, who was standing on the ground outside the window?
That brings us back to the empty water glass, which was lying on its side on the floor in Manescu's study. I should have figured it sooner.
Figured what?
Look, when Manescu let me in the front door, he had a putter in his hand. He'd already told me that he practiced putting at home whenever he had a problem. And along about then, he had a big problem. What to do about Eva.
Putting?
Yeah. How do you go about putting a golf ball, Lieutenant?
Why, one takes the club in his hand, bends over the ball, and...
You can stop right there. That's what Manescu was doing. That's why the bullet entered the top of his head. Right, Eva?
I have nothing to say.
You don't have to. You know, you never want to underestimate anybody's golf game, Eva. You probably thought your husband's putting practice was a big joke. Well, maybe you were right. Yeah, I guess you could call it a joke. A real funny one. It'll kill you.
Well, we certainly enjoyed that assignment, Brian. Your usual sterling performance.
Thank you, Frank. I had an extra bowl full of Wheaties this morning. Maybe that helped.
Well, I'm sure it did, Brian. Seriously, you know, Wheaties can make a difference.
Oh, I agree. Less of a letdown.
Oh, more of the old up and at 'em.
That's right, but I have something to confess, Frank.
You have what?
The real reason I eat Wheaties is I like 'em.
Well, good for you. Best reason in the world. It's fine, the whole wheat vitamins and minerals and proteins in Wheaties. But it's just the plain goodness you go for, huh?
That's right, Frank.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the words of an honest man. Get your Wheaties tomorrow. Work better all morning for it. But most of all, eat 'em because you like 'em. Right, Brian Donlevy?
Right, Frank. Good night.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif with music by Basil Adlam, conducted by Ralph Hallenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Next, listen for The Falcon on NBC. Steve Mitchell is written by Bob Reif with music by Basil Adlam, conducted by Ralph Hallenbeck, and is produced and directed.
You, finding life pretty dull? Dreaming again of exotic places? Wishing you were somewhere else? We offer you escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Escape with us now to a train rushing through a European night and a beautiful woman who demands your help, as Anthony Ellis tells it in his exciting story, Roulette.
Le numéro 12, au noir! Ah, ben alors, c'est bien ça, je vous dis franchement,
Well, I'm afraid I'm done in, Mr. McLennan.
Nay, laddie, let me...
Oh, thanks awfully, sir, but no.
It's against the laws of nature that the good Scot should gamble in the first place, so a few francs lent will only increase the McLennan clan's aggravation. You'll oblige me?
Very decent of you, Mr. McLennan, but I really couldn't.
Will you be leaving Monte Carlo?
Yes, Paris for 2 or 3 days, then the holiday's over.
Oh, you have the fare?
Oh, yes, thanks.
Good. I expect to go to Paris myself in a couple of days. If you're still there, I wish you'd give me a ring. At George Sand.
Oh, I shall. Well, good luck at the wheel.
Roulette. The game for idiots, except I cannot lose. Good luck to you, Richard.
I'd been spending the summer holidays on a cycling tour of France. Father had insisted. Said it was part of my education. After 3 weeks, I'd seen half the cathedrals in the country and had developed a healthy loathing for bicycles as well. So, when I reached Avignon, I sold mine to a chap who was obliging enough to pay me far more than the blasted thing was worth. I knew the family at home would be terribly upset. But after all, I was 20, and I thought it was about time that they realized it. Trinity College was then 2 weeks away, and I decided, with the bicycle money, to have a lark in Monte Carlo. That's where I met Mr. McLennan. He was awfully decent, showed me about the place and chucked money about marvelously. I thought he was probably in some sort of black market business because he seemed quite hush-hush about everything. I had smashing luck the first 2 or 3 days at the casino, and then, well, as Father always said, gambling weakens the mind as well as the purse. When I left the roulette wheel that evening, I had just enough money for fare to Paris and home. There was a breeze blowing from the Mediterranean as I walked to my hotel. It was lovely, and I didn't have a care in the world.
Monsieur, please.
What?
Please,
May I speak to you for a moment?
Oh, I say. Me? Oh, I say.
I must talk to you.
Really?
I was watching you tonight at the casino. You lost your money, didn't you?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
What would you say if I told you you could get it back, and more? 50,000 francs.
50,000?
Please, we cannot talk here. Is there somewhere?
Well, yes, there's a cafe across the street.
No, it's too dangerous. Somewhere that people are not.
That people are not?
You are at a hotel.
Oh, yes. Oh, but wouldn't that be rather... Well, I mean...
You must trust me. I'm in desperate danger. Please, hurry. We will go to your hotel.
It was a devilish awkward situation. I mean, taking a girl to one's hotel room, it simply isn't done. And I hated to think what Father would say. On the other hand, one couldn't let a lady down. Especially her. Oh, she was beautiful. She was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. And she was very frightened.
I will have a drop of brandy, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all. Would you like to take your coat off?
In a little while. I'm cold.
Well, you'll feel better in no time. Here we are.
Thank you.
I say, that's quite good. It always chokes me to do that.
You're being very kind, Mr.
Oh, I'm frightfully sorry. My name is Richard Ferris.
I am Tina Vallon.
What a charming name. I mean, it goes, rather.
It is not my true name.
Oh?
Mr. Ferris, I do not wish to sound melodramatic, but I need help so terribly.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. Really, I am. If there's anything
but there is. I must go to Ankara.
Turkey?
It is of the utmost importance. And there are men who will stop at nothing to prevent me.
But why? I mean...
I cannot tell you.
Well, what about the police?
I cannot go to them. There would be questions which I may not answer.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Ferris, when I saw you this evening at the casino, I said to myself that here was a man I could trust. He's young, English, and a gentleman.
Oh, I say.
But he has lost his money at roulette. I will make it a business transaction, Mr. Ferris. Take me safely to Ankara, and I will give you 50,000 francs.
Well, I'd love to, really, but... Well, you see, next week I have to be in school. Oh, that is college. Trinity. Cambridge, you know.
Here, Mr. Ferris. Richard. 10,000 francs. The rest at Ankara. Please.
Well, it's not the money. Really?
Don't you see? They might not dare if someone like you were protecting me.
Well...
Take the money. It is a business transaction. Take it. I beg you to do this for me.
Well, I feel like a cad. Taking money from... Well, I mean... She was very close to me. And I saw that she was quite a bit older than I was. 26, possibly 8. Oh, but very beautiful. I realized how serious the thing was. After all, it could mean life or death to me, too. One must be practical, so I took the money. I packed my traveling case, and together we left the hotel. On the way to the station, I bought a pistol, as it seemed the thing to do. Tina had decided to take the train as far as Genoa, and then change for Naples, where we could catch the boat for Turkey. If someone was following us, he didn't allow himself to be seen, and we managed to find ourselves a compartment alone. Well, here we are. You comfortable?
Yes, thank you. Would you be kind enough to draw the shades?
Rather. I say, Miss Bellon.
Please call me Tina.
Tina, here. Have a look out of the window for a sec. Those two chaps standing outside.
Draw the shades, quickly.
Nasty looking. Are those the ones?
Yes. I hoped that we could escape them. They will be on the train now.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
At what time do we arrive in Genoa?
2:15. That's tomorrow morning. We have a 10-minute wait before the Naples train leaves.
I do not think that they will attempt anything while we are still in France. But once we cross the border...
Look here now. You're going to be absolutely safe with me. I don't want you to worry. I may look young, but I've had a great deal of experience. That is, Well, I play rugby at school, and, well, I can manage things perfectly.
I'm sure you can, Richard. That is why I wanted you to help me.
We settled down for the run to Genoa, and Tina dozed off. I just sat and looked at her. She was very lovely. Everything about her. I couldn't make up my mind where she came from. Oh, not that it mattered. But I wondered for a moment if Father would have approved. After all, she wasn't English. We'd been traveling for about 2 hours and a half when the trouble began. Yes?
Mr. Ferris?
Here? Who is it?
May I have a word with you, please?
I should say not.
It would be advisable.
Now hop it, or I'll ring for the conductor.
Richard.
This is not your concern, Mr. Ferris. We have no desire to harm you.
Oh, I'll bet you haven't.
Just tell the lady that it is a long way to Ankara.
Have they gone?
Yes, I think so.
They will try again.
Look, it really isn't any of my business, I suppose, but, well, what is it you've done? Why should they want to kill you?
Let us say that I know something that is very important.
But you're so... Well, I mean... Well, how did you ever get into a muddle like this?
For love, Richard.
Oh.
Of my country.
I think that a man would be very fortunate if you ever loved him enough to have a look like that in your eyes.
Perhaps someday I shall look at a man like that. You're sweet, Richard. Now I want you to have some rest. If anything happens, I'll wake you.
Oh, I say I couldn't. Why, they may try.
I don't think so. But if they do, I have this.
I say, you're not afraid of anything, are you? Well, night-night. Wake me up when we get to Genoa.
Hello. You look rested.
Hello. Anything stirring?
While you slept, I have been thinking.
What?
This is a great deal that I ask you to do for me. Even for 50,000 francs.
Oh, but I wanted to.
If you wish to turn back when we reach Genoa.
I wouldn't think of it.
I will not think of you as a coward. It is not your affair. And you are in danger, too.
Well, as you said, it's a business arrangement. 50,000 francs, I'll take you to Ankara.
Is it so easy to put a price on your life?
No, but I wouldn't want you to be harmed.
You are a very odd young man, Richard Ferris.
Oh, I'm not really so young, you know. I just look it.
Oh.
Hello, we're in. Come along. We've got to get that Naples train. Now stay close behind me.
Su bagaglio, signore.
No, thank you. Can you see them?
No.
Well, we'll follow the crowd. I don't think they'll try to stop us as long as we're with people. It happened very quickly. We were crossing the station to the platform where the Naples train was standing. Suddenly, from somewhere out of the crowd, a man lurched toward us. He took me unaware, and before I knew it, he was jostling me to the side.
So sorry. How clumsy of me. Allow me to pick up your portmanteau.
As he bent down, the blighter hooked an arm around my leg, and I was down.
Mind your business, you fool.
I will. And you, sir, mind yours. It was a frightfully stupid thing for me to do, and obviously what they'd hoped for. In half a tick, a Gilbert and Sullivan constable appeared. But there was nothing comic opera about the way he took me in charge. I was manacled and on my way to jail. And in 7 minutes, the Naples train was to leave. I looked about wildly for Tina, but she was gone. And so was the man I had knocked down.
CBS wishes to remind you that 2 of its top comedy shows have returned for another great season. The Sunday night Amos and Andy and Red Skelton shows. Both programs are heard on most of these same CBS stations. Be listening tonight and every Sunday night this season for Red Skelton and Amos and Andy at CBS, the Star's Address. And now we return you to Escape.
I was taken to a booth at the end of the station and brought before a gentleman dressed in a uniform that I judged to be at least that of a general. The arresting constable spent 2 minutes pouring out my crimes, whilst the general, who looked like a bandit but spoke like one of my professors, listened.
So, and your name is Richard Ferris?
My dear sir, my passport says so. Now, can't I pay the fine? It's ever so urgent that I catch the Naples train.
Ah, you English. What would you do if there was no where to go?
I hardly see that it concerns you.
You are not serious, my young friend. This is a serious matter. One cannot stride around Genoa striking innocent citizens.
Innocent? Well, I'll be blowed. He asked for it. Now, why wasn't he arrested, I should like to know?
Yours was the offense for striking without provocation.
Without... All right, then. All right, I'm sorry. I was wrong, quite wrong. But the train, now let me pay the fine. Anything, please. I must catch that train.
One must consider the magnitude of the offense.
Don't you understand? It's a matter of life and death.
Life and death?
Well, not exactly. You see, it's my wife. Yes, my wife. Oh, we're on our honeymoon.
But why did you not tell me this before? It makes a difference.
Well, in 2 minutes it won't, not if I miss the train.
50 lire fine, and a warning.
50 lire. Well, how much is that in francs?
Frank, let me see. The rate of exchange
well,
now...
Here you are, 500. That should manage. And thanks most awfully. You're very kind. It must have been enough, because they didn't shoot at me as I ran back down the station and to the Naples train platform. I looked at the station clock. 1 minute. I didn't want to take a chance of getting aboard, and yet Tina might have. I dashed to the waiting room, and as I did so, I saw the 2 men through the window. They were pacing up and down inside, back and forth before a door. It was the ladies' lounge. Devilish clever girl. I should have known she would manage alone. And at that moment, as the whistle blew, she ran out. Tina, this way. Don't be afraid. They won't dare. You see, they've slowed down already. They're pretending not to see us. Hurry up. Any carriage will do. We'll find our own once we're aboard.
Richard, you would have been better off with the police.
Oh, not me. There we are. Look at your friends.
Yes, but I'm afraid we haven't got rid of them so easily. Then, how did you manage to get away from the police?
It was simple. I said we were on our honeymoon.
Oh. Now that you are here, I'm glad.
Well, I couldn't let you down, you know. I mean, well, I'm awfully keen about you, you see.
I understand. And I want to tell you something, because I trust you.
Yes.
If I do not reach Ankara, it is possible that you will.
Oh, no, you mustn't even think of that.
They will try to stop us again, possibly before we get to Naples, but most certainly on the boat. Perhaps they will not succeed, but if I cannot, I want you to take a message for me.
Righto. Count on me.
You must go to the Ministry of War. There is a man there named Wadis. Tell him you come from me.
Yes.
Tell him that the blow must fall no later than the 9th. The place will be Ressuin.
Only that?
Richard, what I have told you is the information that can mean death for both of us.
Ah. And that's why they want to stop you. Because of that message.
A message which means defeat for our enemies.
What bounders? I mean the chaps sending someone like you to do their dirty work. Well, why couldn't you write or send a cable?
There are people in our government who are not to be trusted. If the message fell into the wrong hands...
Yes, I see.
Now you know.
By Jove, you really are. You're quite a girl.
And you, Richard, are quite a man.
It was somewhere between Campiglia and Grosseto that the emergency cord was pulled and the train came to a stop. I looked through a crack in the drawn shade. It was dark outside, but 100 yards away, I could see the headlights of a car, and moving toward the train, 3 or 4 bouncing dots of torch beams.
What is it? Can you see anything?
I'm afraid so. We're in for it.
What do you think we ought to...
Wait.
Signor, this is the conductor. Open, please.
We'll have to use the window. Come on.
Signor!
I'll go first, and you jump. I'll catch you. Righto, jump!
They see us. The car over there. There's a searchlight.
Duck down. Now, those bushes down the lines. Try not to make any noise. Oh, let's torn it. Come on, run! As we ran, I heard a voice shouting for us to stop, and another telling them not to shoot. Now, that was strange, and I wondered why they wanted us alive. We kept going until we found a dirt road about a quarter of a mile away. It was very dark, but through some trees I saw a glimmer of light that looked like a house. We stumbled across a field to it.
It is going to be difficult. They must know the country. Well,
if I can rouse someone at that farm, I'll get our bearings.
Is it wise?
There's no other way. You might find a car there.
Wait a moment.
What's the matter?
I thought I heard... There, you see, coming up the road.
Like hounds and hares, eh? Well, they can't drive across the fields. Come on.
Would it be wiser if we parted? One of us would have a chance to get through.
Not yet. Oh, blast. They must have seen us. Are you all right?
Yes.
Oh, if we could just get a car.
Look. Behind us, torches.
3, 4, 5. Possibly one stay behind in the car. Your friends have got quite an army.
What are we going to do?
I don't know yet.
Sì, cosa vuole? Cosa vuole?
We need help. Have you got a car?
Lo capisco, signore, no?
Oh, these foreigners. Look, do you see this? A gun. Bang, bang. Do you understand?
Madonna mia!
Now look, you say nothing. You haven't seen us.
Cosa?
He doesn't understand.
Well, he knows what a gun is. That's all that matters. Come on. We'll stay behind this door. If he makes a sound... You there! Quiet! Say nothing! Shh! We may have to use guns, Tina.
I'm ready.
Oh, the idiot. Why doesn't he open it? Open! Open! Yes, that's right.
Via Jerry, signore. Here come per 2 uomini. Ha visto qualche persona?
2 persone? No, non se ne stanno qui, no.
Una signora, un signore inglese.
No, nessuno.
Una spia. Potrà avere sua permissione di cercare?
Ma me l'ha dato, non sono nessuno, signore.
Forza sonola. Voglio cercare?
Sicuro, sì.
Grazie, buonanotte.
Buonanotte, signore, buonanotte.
Oh, good chap. Thanks. Here you are. I hope we didn't inconvenience you.
Ma cosa fa? Andate via, per piacere.
Tina, have a look through the curtains, will you?
I can see 2. No, 3 of them. Moving on.
Now, the others may have gone to the back. Signor.
Sì.
Do you own a car?
Ma cosa? Non capisco, signore.
I swatted my Latin. A car. Do you follow?
No, signore, no, non capisco.
They're gone. I can't see them now.
Well, we better make a run for it. If we can reach their car before they do, we might have a chance. I say, blow out the lamp before I open the door, will you? We mustn't attract any attention here. Yeah, that's it. Well, off we go. Now remember, no sound, signor. Bang, bang, if you do.
Molto bene, signore. Sì.
You ready?
Yes.
Right. It was as easy as pie. They must have believed the old boy's story, because as Tina and I doubled back across the meadow, we saw a couple of torches bobbing about near the barn. The question now seemed to be, did they have a man guarding the car. We came to the road and stopped.
There, I see one. Watch. You can make out the cigarette. He's leaning against the mudguard.
Yes. Oh, stay here, Tina. It's all right, Tina. Put him to sleep. Hop in.
Yes.
Put up your hands, laddie boy, and you too, miss. We want to have a little talk with you both.
The searchlight had been switched on and was blinding, but I could hear well enough, and I knew that voice. It was Mr. McLennan, my friend in Monte Carlo. Mr. McLennan. Well, now I understood why they'd let us escape from the farmhouse so easily.
You haven't been in the business as long as I have, Richard. I knew the old man was lying about not seeing you, and I expected you tried to get her motor. You did.
Well, what do you intend to do?
Ask the young lady. She knows.
Oh, it's going to be that, eh?
You should have known better. But I'm sorry you got yourself concerned in the matter. I rather liked you.
Look here. I've got some money. Why not let her go? You can hold me.
Oh, you are a very young man, aren't you? We're not interested in you, Richard. It's the girl we're after. I suppose she's told you, though.
Told me?
Of course she has.
Oh, what a scoundrel you are. A renegade Englishman. What difference does it make to you whose side you're on? You're being paid. Well, we'll pay you too.
Oh, man, you don't understand. It matters a great deal whose side I'm on. She told you to take a message to the man in the Ministry of War if she didn't get through.
No.
What's his name?
This is absolute Tommy Rot.
Oh, what a porridge head. Ask your friend where she comes from.
It doesn't make the slightest difference.
No? Then let me tell you. She's Romanian, Maria Olescu. We've been after her for 3 years. You're the one who's working for the wrong side. Poor chap you bashed on the head is a Turkish military agent. So were the men on the train.
You expect me to believe that?
I don't care whether you do or not. Then here, have a look at my card if you like.
Alistair McLennan, military intelligence, British warded.
Well?
It's a fraud.
Why do you think we didn't have the police stop you both in Genoa? We couldn't, because this thing you've got by the tail is too big. It mustn't get out. You know what war is, Richard.
Do you expect me to answer that?
If your message gets through, we may have one. Very soon. Our department thinks that this girl has the word for the assassination of someone in Turkey very high up. You have that message, too, haven't you? Haven't you?
Tina?
It's all true, Richard. Everything that he says. It's too late now, anyway. I'm sorry.
But, Tina, you mean that all this time...
What was the message?
Well, I was supposed to contact a man named Bardiz and say that the blow must fall no later than the 9th. The place will be Resolin.
He did not know, Mr. McLennan. Please, believe me. I told him that you were trying to prevent me from reaching Ankara. He didn't know.
I'll take your word for it. But we'll have to hold him until after the 9th, just to be on the safe side.
I say, Mr. McLennan. You must think I'm an awful fool.
No, laddie boy. Just awfully young. Next time you'll know better than to help a beautiful woman in distress.
They took us back to Paris. And during the whole journey, Tina didn't speak a word. Just looked out of the window. I thought of my family, at Trinity College, and England. But none of them seemed particularly important now. Only she seemed important. And I wondered what would become of her. And then, as they took Tina away, she turned to me and smiled. It was a smile that I'd seen only once before, when she spoke of love of her country. But this time, she was looking at me.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Today we have brought you Roulette by Anthony Ellis, with Terry Kilburn starred as Richard. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Alberto Morin, Georgia Ellis, Lou Krugman, and Edgar Barrier. Special music was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmar.
Next week, escape with us to a puppet kingdom in the heart of the Belgian Congo, and a man who challenged that kingdom because of a dream.
Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy check in at CBS, the Star's address, tonight, bringing with them their very special guest, Jane Wyman. Stay tuned now for Make Believe Town, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. James Matthews speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs. Risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Not So Smart. The Green Hornet strikes again. Though victory is won in Europe, the American Red Cross is working at top speed to expand its program to meet global problems. The large forces remaining in Europe and troops awaiting transportation will be faced with a mounting morale problem. Women between 21 and 45 years of age are urgently needed to serve as staff aides in military hospitals in the United States, and women between the ages of 23 and 35 in Red Cross clubs overseas. If you have a good educational background, experience in community activities and organizations, and are in good physical health, call your local Red Cross chapter for complete details. And now, the Green Hornet. In a small, smoke-filled barroom frequented by characters of the underworld, a steely-eyed, smooth-talking man known as Gentleman Harry stood at the bar talking to the bartender.
As I was saying, Joe, that stretch I did in the pen gave me time to lay some plans to get the guy who put the police on my trail. Here, fill it up again.
Yeah, sure. You mean you're going to try to put the finger on the Hornet? Gee, Harry, you'll be sticking your neck out.
Maybe so. But it would be worth it to give that sneak what's coming to him.
Guess you know what you're doing. You can take it from me, that Green Hornet ain't one to fool around with.
He doesn't scare me. Imagine me, known as the best con man in the city, letting a punk like that pull a double cross that put me in stir. Now it's going to be my turn, Joe. You wait and see.
Hey, Harry, there's a guy sitting over in the corner who wants to talk to you.
Wants to talk to me? Which guy is it?
Take a quick gander.
The mug with the black hat pulled down over his eyes. Just walked over to the corner to the left.
Yeah, I see him.
He's been sort of listening to what you and Joe been saying. I've been watching him.
You better watch out, Harry. Might be a copper.
So what? Soon find out what he's after. See you later, Joe. The waiter says you want to see me.
Yes. I overheard your conversation with the bartender.
So what? Why do you want to see me?
Sit down, my friend. I already know who you are. As a matter of fact, I came here hoping to meet you.
Oh, yeah? I don't get it. Talk with a slight accent, so I know you're not a copper. Or are you?
Don't be so suspicious. As a matter of fact, I have as much aversion to police as you have. Come now, sit down. I have something to discuss with you.
What's to lose? Go ahead, talk. Your party.
I know you're a gentleman, Harry. I overheard you say you wanted to get the criminal known as the Green Hornet.
So?
My friend, perhaps I can throw a job your way that will pay you well, and at the same time you can put the blame on the Hornet.
What kind of job?
We will explain that to you at the proper time and place.
We? Who else is in on it?
The man I work for has, he heard of your reputation as a smooth worker. He sent me to find you and bring you to him.
So he heard of me, huh? Say, how do I know you...
Of course, if you're afraid.
Afraid. I guess you didn't hear too much about me. But I don't just walk into things with my eyes closed, mister, that's all.
Perhaps this will convince you.
5 century notes.
Yes. We'll call that $500 a retainer fee for your services. There'll be plenty more if you take the chance. Will you come with me to meet my friend?
Well, okay, why not? I won't be the only one to be sorry if things are not on the level.
Don't worry. You'll find the proposition a good one. Come with me now. You'll soon learn all the details. You'll get them from a man named Hambler.
Well, my friend, I have laid out cards on the table. As I have told you, a man using the name of Lambert will be stopping at the downtown hotel tonight.
You want me to pull the job tonight? That is, get his briefcase containing certain papers?
That's right, Harry. As Hemmler says, it must be done tonight. Lambert will leave for Washington in the morning.
It is not necessary to give too many details, Gus.
Yep.
You two couldn't be foreign agents by any chance, could you?
Harry, let me warn you. It isn't safe for you to be too smart in what you think.
Gus. What difference does it make to me what you are as long as you pay up when the time comes?
Good. I think we will get along very well, my friend. As a matter of fact, Lambert is a diplomatic courier. He'll suspect he's being watched.
Yes. That's why it will take a smooth worker like yourself, Harry, to get to him.
I'll get to him. Don't worry.
Good. Oh, one more thing.
What's that?
Here's the mask. And a genuine Green Hornet seal, which was left at the hideout of one of our agents some time ago as a warning.
Unfortunately, he laughed about it and gave it to Gus. Later, he made a deal with the Hornet and was led into a trap.
When I overheard you mention getting even with the Hornet, I thought of this. You can overpower Lambert, get the briefcase, and then leave the seal.
And the Green Hornet will get the blame. Perfect.
Get into Lambert's room. Let him see you with his mask on. Then knock him out temporarily and leave the seal. Bring the papers back here. He'll swear he was attacked by the Hornet.
This is the chance I've been waiting for. That Hornet will be sorry he ever pulled a quick one on Gentleman Harry. You could bet on that.
Who's there? I didn't order any ice water.
Oh, very well.
This gun will go off if you make one sound. Get back inside.
No.
Go on.
You're masked. What's the meaning of this?
You ever heard of the Green Hornet, Lambert?
The Green Hornet? Yes, but...
I see you have. Well, I've had orders to come here, knock you out, and get your briefcase, which I see on the desk there.
So that's it. I might have known. But if you think you'll get away with this, you're crazy. I won't stand by
No,
and
my
see...
friend, you won't stand by and see me take it. Because you won't be conscious when I do.
I'll settle with you.
Hold it. Take your hand away from that drawer. That's better. I've planned that a certain party will be blamed for this. I've decided he might as well be blamed for murder.
No. No, you wouldn't dare to...
Mr. Reed's apartment.
Hello, Cato. This is Mike Axford. Is Reed there?
Just a minute, Mr. Axford. It's for you, Mr. Britt.
Axford. Tell him it's after 10 o'clock and I plan to get to bed early for a change. Call me in the morning.
I tell him. Hello, Mr. Britt say you call in the morning.
Call in the morning, he say. Let me call in to tell him some big news. How does the inspector run a newspaper, I'd like to know, sleeping when big things are popping? Sure, if it's all bad
But,
news,
Mr. Axford, you're not...
Raving. I might as well talk to him.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Axford. What's the trouble?
Oh, hello, Reed. I was just telling Cato
Yeah, I could hear what you were telling Cato.
Oh, very good. Well, you see, Reed, this is about a scoop I just phoned into the Daily Sentinel. A guy's been murdered at the downtown hotel.
Murder, eh? Well, congratulations on getting the lead on it, Axford.
Sure, and I didn't call just for that, Reed. Sarge says the guy was identified as a diplomatic messenger named David Lambert. He was carrying important papers.
Oh, really?
Sure. And that ain't all, Reed. They know who done it. It was the work of the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. How do they know?
They found the Green Hornet seal stuck right in the guy's hand, Reed. That's how.
I see. It seems strange the Hornet would commit murder and then leave evidence like that behind.
You don't know that Hornet like I do, Reed. It's just what a nervy guy like him would do. Anyhow, they got a report he was seen in that vicinity around the time of the murder.
They received a report, you say?
Yeah, some guy phoned into headquarters just before the news was released.
Well, that does look bad for the Hornet.
You said it. He done it all right, and they're out to get him this time.
I don't doubt that. Well, if you get any more reports, call me, regardless of the time, Axford.
That I will, Reed. I know you'd be interested.
I'm very much interested, Axford. Be waiting to hear from you. Goodbye.
So long, Reed.
Oxford say someone leave evidence that Hornet commit murder, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. A diplomatic courier named David Lambert was murdered, and the police found a Hornet seal in his hand. Also, someone phoned in and said he saw the Hornet in the vicinity.
Then police convinced the Hornet is guilty?
So Axford says. Personally, I don't think they'd underrate the Hornet to that extent. I'm going to phone Sergeant Burke at headquarters and get his version.
It seemed like someone tried to make out that Hornet not only a murderer, but also working with spies.
That's right, Cato. Whoever it was certainly didn't use good judgment. He should have known that the Hornet...
Police headquarters.
I'd like to talk to Sergeant Burke, please.
Just a minute.
It'll be interesting to know just what the police do think.
Hello, Sergeant Burke speaking.
Well, this is Britt Reed, Sergeant. Axford just called me about that murder. He said the police were convinced the Hornet did it.
That's the story we gave to the press, Mr. Reed. But off the record, I might say we know the Green Hornet's too smart to commit murder and then leave his seal as evidence.
That's the way I figured.
Of course, we want the news to get out that we think it's the Hornet, though.
I understand.
Some guy who wouldn't give his name phoned in to say he saw the Hornet in the vicinity of the hotel. We traced the call to a barroom in a tough section of town. We brought the bartender in for a grilling, but we can't get anything from him, so we're letting him go for the time being.
I see. You believe it was someone trying to frame the Hornet, is that it?
Sure. That's off the record, remember. The guy who really did it must be dealing with spies. We're hoping he'll make a slip. Also, the Hornet might be one of the gang, and they're trying to pull a double cross on him.
Could be.
We're hoping to round them all up, including the Hornet. If we do, you'll be in for some big news.
I'll be waiting. And thank you for the information, Sergeant.
You're welcome, Mr. Reed. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What do you find out, Mr. Britt?
Just as I thought. The police are too smart to be convinced that the Hornet would commit murder and leave a seal as evidence.
And what else you find out?
Well, the police tip came from an underworld saloon. The police are grilling the bartender, but he hasn't talked, and they're going to let him go.
You think bartender talk for Green Hornet, perhaps?
If he knows anything, it's worth a try, Cato. When that bartender leaves headquarters, the Green Hornet will be in the vicinity. Let's go.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt, Reed, and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Men, there's still a big shipping job ahead in the Pacific, and Uncle Sam needs men to sail our mighty merchant ships. There's a place for you in the Merchant Marine, no matter what your previous experience has been. So if you're between 17 and 50 years of age and are in good physical condition, apply now to your local U.S. Employment Service office or to the nearest United States Maritime Service enrolling office for complete information on how you can serve in the Merchant Marine. Remember, we've got to keep 'em sailing. And now back to our Green Hornet adventure. With Britt Reed at the wheel, the Black Beauty sped through the dark back streets of the city like a swift-moving shadow. Its smoothly purring motor responded to the slightest touch upon the pedal as it carried the dreaded Green Hornet toward the intended meeting with the man whom the police were questioning. It had been only a short time since Britt Reed had talked to Sergeant Burke over the phone, yet he was concerned over the fact that the man would leave police headquarters before their arrival. Within a short time, they approached the vicinity of police headquarters. Britt Reed stopped the Black Beauty in the shadows half a block from the entrance.
Black Beauty is safe here in shadows, I hope. It not feel good with police station there in middle of block, Mr. Britt.
It's late, Cato, after 11, and the only light along here is up there in front of police headquarters. We can make a quick getaway if necessary.
We'll wait 10 minutes. Man not come yet.
He didn't leave before we got here. If he did, then... Look, someone's coming out now. He's coming this way.
He looked like underworld type.
Yeah. I'll get out and go into that doorway up there until he gets nearby. You wait here and be ready to leave fast when I bring him here.
I wait.
He didn't see me come into this doorway. There he comes.
Look out!
What the? Get down, quick!
They shoot you. I know you hurt.
No, I'm all right. The man we came to question is dead. Come on, Cato. There's no time to lose.
The police sure to hear shots. They'll be coming soon.
Yeah. And here's the car. I'll drive.
Yes, sir. Look. Police come out of headquarters, Mr. Britt. They see us pass by.
Yes, left to step on it. We're ready to duck. They'll make lead fly as we pass. Well, watch it, Cato. Here it comes. We made it. Now our job is to pick up the trail of that car.
Killer may be same man who worked with spies and tried to frame Hornet.
Yeah, I'm convinced of that, Cato.
Must hurry, Mr. Britt. You step on it now.
Well, it took you too long enough to get back out here.
Himmler, our friend Harry here is not as smart as we thought. Never mind the cracks, Gus. The only reason I drove all those miles out here to this place is to get the dough you two owe me. After all, I delivered the briefcase with the papers you wanted, didn't I?
Of course. But it was not smart of you to kill Lambert and leave that seal to frame the Hornet. He is known to be too intelligent to do a thing like that and leave evidence.
That's just it, Himmler. If the police get a tip-off on Harry, it would involve us. You explained that to him, yet he has again played the fool.
Hey, listen, I'm not going to
Wait a minute, Harry. Why do you say what you did, Gus? Didn't you get a chance to talk to that bartender the police picked up?
No, we don't even know what he told the police.
You know very well I went there to pick Joe up and bring him out here. When we saw someone that looked like the Hornet laying for him, well, there was nothing else to do.
What do you mean? What did you do?
The fool shot him down. That's what he did, Himmler.
So what? If I'm not mistaken, I put a slug or two in the Green Hornet at the same time.
You are a fool. You've gone mad. What you have done may jeopardize all our plans.
I don't care about your plans. All I want is the rest of my dough. I'm getting back to a hideout in town until I'm sure Joe didn't squeal.
Himmler, are you going to let him leave?
Of course not. He will have to go with us.
That's what you think.
Don't forget, my friend. You are a murderer, and we could very easily tip off the police.
Is that so? Well, don't forget you and Gus are a couple of spies, and I, too, could tip off the police, Himmler.
Exactly. So you see, it is best we stay together for our mutual protection.
Well,
When we reach our destination, some 500 miles from here, then you will get the money we promised you.
500 miles from here? How do you expect to travel? That bartender squealed, the police will be out.
Forget the police. You see, we are always prepared for emergencies.
What do you mean?
In an old barn about a quarter of a mile behind this old farmhouse, we have a small cabin plane hidden. We've kept it there just to make our getaway.
Yes. We'll fly north over sparsely settled country. Once we're off the ground, we'll have no fear of detection.
But you can't land without identifying the plane. The authorities may even force you down.
Don't worry. If we think there's any danger of trouble, we will use parachutes. Drop over the wide, unsettled country to the north.
You guys think of everything, don't you?
Of course. We'll take the car now and drive to the plane. If the car's found late, it won't matter.
What about the briefcase there?
I've transferred the contents to my own case. That one has Lambert's initials on it.
Someone might find it here.
It won't mean a thing. You can't follow the trail of a plane, my friend. Come, Himmler. Let's drive over to the plane.
Cato, they sure let us Mary Chase out into the country, and they finally gave us the slip.
We drive back to town now, Mr. Briggs?
Not yet. I turned around because I'm sure they must have turned off someplace back this way.
Well, they are ahead of us on long stretch, but when we come around bend, they're not in sight.
Yeah, we're coming back to that bend in the road right now. You watch that side for a crossroad, I'll watch this side.
Well, it's moonlight enough to see, but there not seem to be any road off highway on this side.
And they couldn't have turned off into the woods because of the ditch. There's a dirt road. Wait a minute.
You think they go that way?
There's fresh car tracks up in here. Yeah, they must have gone in there. I'm sure we picked up the trail again, Cato. If we have, we'll have to be ready to face a bunch of killers.
Farmhouse, all dark, Mr. Britt.
Yes. Maybe they saw us pull in here. In that case, we'd be walking into a trap. I'll go ahead. You follow and have your flashlight ready.
You must be careful.
Yeah. Let's go. When I kick the door open, stand to one side and flash on the light. Well,
rooms seem to be empty.
I'll soon find out. No one here. Flash the light around.
Oh, look. On table.
DVL on it. Cato, that courier's name was Lambert. This must be his briefcase.
The paper's not in it?
No. Looks as though we're too late. The only thing we can do is get back to
Listen,
town.
Mr. Britt.
That's a plane motor, Cato. The motor of a plane that's about ready to take off.
It come from back that way, seem like.
That must be it. They're making getaway. Get to the Black Beauty quick. We've got to find some way to stop them.
taxi to the other end of the field, and they turned around for the takeoff.
It's too late to stop them now.
There's got to be some way. If I can... Left their car standing over there. Cato, that'll do it.
How you mean, Mr.
I'll use their car to stop them. You wait here.
They started. What you going to do?
I'm going to run this car into the path of that plane before it leaves the ground.
You'll be killed, Mr. Briggs.
Your fingers crossed, Cato. I'm going to stop that plane.
We will soon be off the ground and on our way.
Hey, look in front of us.
A car, right in our path. Do something, Gus. Do something.
It's too late, Himmler.
We're going to crash.
It's not good. Must find him.
I'm here. Quick, we'll get them out of the cabin of the plane.
It's you. It's good you not hurt.
Yeah, I jumped just before the crash. Here, hold the light while I open the door.
Here, light.
Help me drag them out. Here's one.
I get other one.
There. I saw one more.
I help with him.
I put him there with the other two.
Yeah.
There. Look, he's coming too.
Green Hornet. You're smarter than I thought.
But you're not so smart, killer. You're not hurt too badly to escape the chair.
They're in it, too. They're spies.
Save your breath. Tell it to the police. How the other two, can you tell?
Well, they hurt much, but not die.
I recognize this heel. He calls himself Gentleman Harry. We'll take them up to the old farmhouse. We'll tie him up. The other two can't get away. Then you can phone the police. Come on, let's get it over with.
Good morning, Reed. Sarge offered to drop in with me so as to give you all the details about them spies we got last night.
Oh, it's fine, Axford. How are you, Sergeant Burke?
Fine, Mr. Reed. Of course, you already know most of the details about what happened, I guess.
Well, just about, but there's one thing I couldn't figure out from what Axford told me.
What's that, sir?
Well, Axford said the spies, accompanied by that crook, cracked up in a plane on the takeoff.
And so they did. They must have run into their own car in the dark.
What I want to know is, how did they get to the farmhouse where you found them?
Well, no, I haven't figured that one out either.
We have the answer to that one, Mr. Reed. You see, Gentleman Harry was well enough to talk this morning. In fact, he squealed all over the place. Seems the Green Hornet was to blame for all their trouble, and he took him to the farmhouse.
The Green Hornet? Sarge, why didn't you tell me? I guess after murdering that poor diplomatic guy...
Expert, we don't blame the Hornet for that. In fact, we were convinced last night he didn't kill Lambert.
Say no. Wasn't his seal found on the guy? And didn't you tell me some guy phoned in?
Sure, but we don't tell you everything, Ashford. Gentleman Harry confessed to killing that guy after one of them spies accused him.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If Axford had his way, he'd accuse that Hornet of starting the war, and all that's happened since. The Green Hornet's wanted for enough right now.
Well, maybe he's not such a bad fellow.
Quit your kidding, Reed. You'd be the last person ever to know what a guy like the Hornet was really like.
Sometimes I wonder, Axford. Sometimes I wonder.
That's the last street. Paper! Killer caught, firing, broken, Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in charge. That's the last street.
When you send your dollars to war by investing in war bonds, you don't give anything. You just lend your money, and you get it back with interest. The men in the foxholes and jungles of the Pacific give everything. It's up to us to see to give them a chance to get back. You helped put across 6 war loans. Now comes the mighty 7th. It's more important than any of the others. We must show the Japs that we mean business. We must show our fighting men that we are behind them. Put your dollars behind the mighty 7th War Loan. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Hall speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of a complete line of famous quality food products. Well, let's see what's going on at the Great Gildersleeve's house. Sounds like the wrong house, but it's not. It's a pajama party. The fact is, Gildersleeve's niece, Marjorie, is entertaining 3 of her most intimate girlfriends overnight tonight, and the whole gang has just finished supper.
Hey, girls, you want to see a card trick? No, Leroy.
Let me remind you, Leroy, that this is not our party. It's Marjorie's.
I'm only trying to help entertain.
This is strictly for girls, my boy. You and I aren't even supposed to be here.
Oh, I got a new trick that's a pip. Where are the cards, Marge?
How would I know? Let me tell you about this character. I was walking down the corridor.
I think I left him in my raincoat pocket.
Well, anyway, I was just walking down the corridor, minding my own business, when this character popped out of Miss Turley's room. And what do you think he said to me? You'll never believe it. Good morning. Good morning.
I don't believe it.
He couldn't. I'm telling you, that's part of the character getting this wrong. Don't you think so, Francis?
Oh, absolutely.
How do they do it? Girls, what's so strange about somebody saying good morning?
Oh, I couldn't possibly explain it to you, Unky. But if you could see this character.
Okay, ladies, if you'll give me your attention, please.
Leroy, must you always be showing off?
Who's showing off? I'm just doing a card trick. Take a card, Mary Louise. Any card at all.
Oh, look out. He's trying to make you take a certain one, then he'll know.
Any card at all.
Leroy, the girls didn't come over here to see you do card tricks.
Oh, but if
Say, Marjorie, do you know the name of that boy that sits next to Clubby Travis in history? Oh, sure. His name is Al. He's cute, isn't he?
Oh, do you think so? Clubby says it's an awful drill.
Well, how would Clubby know? I mean, after all, he's
Oh, Francie, you're too... Mary Louise, take a card, will you?
Leroy. Uncle Mort, isn't it time for Leroy to be in bed?
Yes, by George it is. Leroy, 8:30, off to Bilo's.
Oh, it's Friday night.
You still need your sleep, Leroy.
But the girls want to see some card tricks.
Your health comes first, Leroy. Perhaps you can do a few tricks for the girls in the morning. Now beat it.
Gosh, every time I'm having a good time.
Good night, my boy.
Good night, Leroy.
Good night.
Good night, Leroy.
Good night.
Say, girls.
What's on the radio, Marjorie? I don't know. What time is it?
Francie, have you ever seen my imitation of a hummingbird in flight?
It's around 8:30. There must be some music on somewhere. What'd you say, Mr. Gildersleeve? I'll try it.
Girls, listen. Did I ever tell you the story of the absent-minded college professor and the tomcat? This professor was very absent-minded, and one day
What station is Clark Spielman's orchestra?
It's about in the middle.
One day he was about to walk into his classroom when he suddenly remembered he'd forgotten to feed his cat.
I think I got it.
He remembered he'd forgotten to feed his cat. The cat was at home, and of course he was late, so... Girls!
Unky, please.
Well, anyway, in the end, the professor kicks his toothbrush out of the house and brushes his teeth with the cat.
Uncle Mort, we're trying to listen to the music.
Oh, music. Well, that's not a bad little orchestra. I like jazz when it's well done. Garden of Eden, just made for two, with nothing to mar our joy.
Uncle Mort.
There would be such wonderful things to do. I would say such wonderful things to you.
Is he kidding?
If you were the only girl in the world, and I were the only boy.
Uncle Mort, would you come out in the hall a minute, please?
Me? Hall? What's the matter?
Unky, why don't you go out somewhere? We can't have any fun while you're here.
I was going in a minute.
I didn't know you were in such a big hurry.
Oh, now don't take it that way, please, Unky.
I'm merely trying to entertain your little friends, my dear. If my humble efforts are not pleasing, you only have to say so.
Unky, that's not it. Not exactly.
Say no more. Say no more. Ladies, I regret that a previous engagement has to tear me away from you.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, must you go?
I must. Good night, ladies.
Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Get my hat. Again, I say, good night.
Good night.
Wonder what they're laughing at. The light's still on up there in Marjorie's room. They've got no business being up at this hour. Darn kids. I don't understand this generation. Haven't they got enough sense to go to bed? Well, I have. Things seem pretty quiet. Oh, my goodness.
Mr. Gildersleeve, is that you?
Huh? Yes, Bertie, it's me. Has this racket been going on all evening?
Yes, sir. I thought they'd quiet down when they went to bed, but I was wrong. Yes, sir, I was really wrong.
Have you tried to quiet them, Bertie?
No, sir, I haven't. Leroy tried once.
What happened?
I don't know exactly, but it sounded like a massacre. After that, he locked his door.
Guess I won't try it. Maybe I'll just... How am I going to get any sleep?
I thought about that, Mr. Gildersleeve, so I made up the cot in your study.
In my study? That's the worst bed in the house, Bertie.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, but I'll sleep in it. Good night, Bertie. Try to go to sleep, I guess. Oh, brother, what a bed. By George. Kicking me out of my own house, my own flesh and blood. Keeping little Leroy awake. Keeping me awake. Why are they so quiet all of a sudden? I don't trust a bunch of girls together. Mighty funny. All of a sudden, they're quiet.
Well, for heaven's sake, still sound asleep. Uncle Mort.
Chimp, what's it for?
Unky, wake up. It's almost noon. Unky, it's 11:45.
It's 11:45? What day is it?
It's Saturday. The girls are all gone. Don't you want some breakfast?
Sure, guess so.
I'm sorry if we drove you out of the house last night, Unky.
What? Oh, yes. Well, if you feel your old uncle is a nuisance.
Oh, it wasn't that, Unky. But the girls wouldn't talk while you were around.
They did nothing but talk. Jabber, jabber, jabber. All at once.
Oh, well, that stuff. But we couldn't tell any secrets while you were there, and that's the only fun.
Secrets?
Can you imagine what Francie tried to tell us? She claims she's engaged.
Francie engaged at her age?
It's a secret engagement, according to her. I'll bet it is.
That's the silliest thing I ever heard of. Francie engaged.
She's only known the boy for 2 months, for heaven's sake. Why, I've known Ben for 4 years.
No, Marjorie.
Do you know what she had the nerve to imply? She implied that I couldn't get engaged if I wanted to. Just because Ben and I have been going together for so long.
Now, don't you be getting any ideas.
For heaven's sake, what's so hard about getting engaged? All you have to do is play your cards right.
Marjorie, really?
Who does she think she is, anyway? I think it'd serve her good and right if somebody showed her up.
Now, see here, young lady, you listen to me.
What?
If this is the kind of ideas you get, there'll be no more pajama parties.
Well, I'm not going to let Francie make a fool out of me.
I'm not going to let you make a fool of yourself.
Oh!
Marjorie, come back here. Oh, confound it, how do you get out of this thing?
Tonight we have some of the best news for you you've heard in a long time. An old friend of yours is back on your grocer's shelf, or will be very soon. Yes, it's famous Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise. Now that the supply of fine salad oil is becoming more plentiful, Kraft can once again make this superior mayonnaise. Not as much as we'd like, of course, but a reasonable quantity. And we're more than pleased to tell you about it. Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise, you know, is mayonnaise with a piquant, homemade flavor. A delicate, just right flavor that comes from the choice ingredients that go into it. For Kraft mayonnaise is made from fine oil and eggs, fragrant vinegar and spices. Then, as a final crowning touch, fresh lemon juice is added. Its texture, too, is superb. A special patented beater exclusive with Kraft gives Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise a velvety smoothness, nothing short of perfection. In every respect, Kraft Mayonnaise measures up to the most exacting standards. We know you'll enjoy it. And incidentally, another famous Kraft product, Miracle Whip salad dressing, remains in short supply. We're sorry, but until more sugar is available, Miracle Whip will continue to be rather scarce. Now we return to the great Gildersleeve. There has been an atmosphere of tension about the Gildersleeve household this evening. Gildersleeve has watched in silence while Marjorie made preparations to receive a gentleman caller. He pretended to read his paper while she selected phonograph records and laid them carefully beside the machine. He let her pull the couch closer to the fire. He made no comment when she turned the bridge lamp low. But after dinner, she came sweeping downstairs dressed to kill.
Well... Marjorie, may I ask what the devil you imagine you're dressed up for?
Holy cats, get a load of Cleopatra.
Marjorie, your uncle asked you a question.
Hey, what have you done to your eyes?
Yes, what have you done to them? What is that stuff?
It's merely a little simple eyeshadow. I fail to see why there should be all this fuss about it.
Eyeshadow? Now, see here.
Oh, Uncle Mort.
No nice girl uses eyeshadow. And no nice boy would go out with a girl who does.
I fail to see why using eyeshadow is any worse than using lipstick.
I have forbidden you to use lipstick repeatedly.
She still does, though.
Oh, mind your business.
Is this true, my dear? Are you using lipstick?
Well, what's the harm if you haven't even noticed?
So, you deliberately disobey my orders.
Uncle Mort, I am not going to look ridiculous for anybody.
You look ridiculous right now. That dress, where did you get that?
This just happens to be a dress that you bought me yourself.
I never bought you any dress like that. With those shoulders.
They're elastic. You just pull them up or pull them down.
Well, pull them up.
Really?
I never bought that dress anyway. Marjorie, I don't know what's gotten into you.
She thinks she's Lana Turner.
Oh, go away.
Why, a nice boy like Ben, if he could see you like this, he'd be horrified.
You want to bet?
I'm not going to argue. Go upstairs and change your clothes. Did you hear me? Go upstairs and change your clothes. Leroy, leave the room. I will remind you, my dear, that I am still your uncle.
Well, let me remind you, Uncle Mort, that I am not a baby.
You never looked more like one in your life. You look like some child dressed up in her mother's clothes. Now go upstairs and take off that ridiculous outfit. And take a washcloth and...
Ben.
It's Ben. Oh, boy, wait.
Leroy, wait.
Wait, Leroy. Well, my dear, are you going
Uncle Mort, it's too late.
It's not too late. You've never hesitated to keep him waiting before. I'll entertain him while you're changing. Well, are you going to do as I tell you?
Oh, why do you always have to ruin everything? Every time I try to do anything or have any fun, you always have to ruin it.
Now, that's not true. All right, Leroy. You can open the door.
Hi, Ben.
Well, come in, Ben.
Hello, Leroy. Hi, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Come in, my boy. Come in.
Oh, thanks. Is Marge around? I thought she was expecting me.
Boy, is she ever expecting you. You ought to see it. Oh, yeah, she's around.
Yeah, she'll be down in a moment. Leroy, I think it's your bedtime. School tomorrow, you know.
Oh, for corn's sake, all I ever get is sent to bed. Why don't you ever make money?
Leroy, go this instant.
Okay.
Sorry, Ben. These little disciplinary measures are sometimes necessary.
I know. Good night, Leroy.
Good night.
You don't mind my saying good night to him?
No, of course not. I always make a point of saying it myself. Good night, Leroy. Children, let's go into the living room, shall we? Yes, Ben, you'll be having children of your own someday. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Sit down.
Thanks.
Ben, I'd like to have a little talk with you.
All right, sir. When?
Well, right now, if you're not doing anything.
Just waiting for Marge.
Well, that's good. Ben?
You're sure she's expecting me?
Oh, yes, she's expecting you, all right.
I thought from the way she talked on the phone, it sounded like she had something on her mind.
That's just it. Ben?
Yes, sir?
I don't know how much you know about women, Ben.
Well, isn't much.
Well, at least you know that much. Marjorie is just a girl, of course, Ben. But she's at the age where she's becoming a woman. You must always bear that in mind.
Oh, I do.
And as a girl becomes a woman, Ben, she tends to think more and more of men.
I guess it works both ways.
Exactly. Now, Marjorie is a girl, as I say, and girls sometimes get ideas that are too big for them. I mean, they get a little ahead of themselves. You know?
No, sir.
You don't? Well, what I'm trying to say, Ben, a girl like Marjorie gets notions sometimes, and... quiet. Here she comes.
Marge?
Yeah, I heard her door open upstairs. Don't let her know what we were talking about.
Oh, gosh, I don't know.
Come on, let's go out in the hall. Well, my dear, it's about... Well... Marjorie.
Hello, Marge. Gosh.
Now she's wearing earrings. Just to make me mad. I tell you, Peavy, the girl is getting out of hand. Why, it's got so now if any friend of hers turns up, the first thing she does is shove me out of the door. Pretty soon I won't have any place to stay.
Oh, I imagine Marjorie is really very fond of you, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's just that she's at a difficult age.
Yeah, she sure is.
We're all at a difficult age, I guess. I'm perfectly willing to admit that I'm not the soul of reason at all times, but then neither is she.
Who?
Mrs. Peavy.
Who's talking about Mrs. Peavy?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess my mind wandered there for a little. What were we talking? Oh, yes. Your niece. Marjorie.
Glad you remember her name.
Well, what about Marjorie?
I've just been telling you. Peavy, I don't believe you listen to half of what I say.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
I only hope you follow your prescriptions more closely than you follow a conversation.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, a prescription is a matter of life and death. But some of the conversation I have to listen to... not yours. You're always welcome here, Mr. Gildersleeve. In fact, I always look forward to your dropping in as one of the bright spots in my day. That's the kind of a day I have.
Well, that's a nice remark.
I don't know what's the matter with me today, Mr. Gildersleeve. I guess it's just that I have problems.
You have problems. You ought to hear about my problems.
I thought I had.
Did you ever have a niece who set out in cold blood to get herself engaged? When you tried to reason with her, she kicked you out of the house?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, I can't say that I ever did.
Well, don't talk to me about problems.
And did you ever have a wife want to take you to the picture show? And she's been after me for a week now.
After all, I'm the girl's guardian. I think I have a right to a little respect.
What in the world she wants to see the thing for? To each his own. I understand it's a sad picture.
Just hope she isn't making a fool of herself with Ben, that's all.
I don't know if I could stand a sad picture this week.
Not worried about Ben, particularly. He's a nice boy, but Marjorie...
by the way, how is Marjorie?
She's fine.
Maybe I'll just stay home and send the old girl to the pictures by herself.
Never should have left her alone with him. Never should have left the house. I'd give anything to know what's going on over there. I'd give $1 million just to see what she's up to.
Oh, I love Rimsky-Korsakov. Don't you?
Is that what it is?
Song of India, Rimsky-Korsakov.
Hey, you ought to be on information, please.
He also wrote Scheherazade. He was Russian.
Oh.
I love all his music. It has so much color.
So much what?
Never mind. I like to lie back and just let the melody take me in its arms. Why don't you lie back too, Ben?
I'm perfectly comfortable.
But you seem so stiff. Relax.
I'm relaxed.
Oh, Ben, relax. There, that's better, isn't it?
Sure. Anything you say, Marge.
Ben.
Oh, there's the record.
Oh, don't get up.
But the record, that's the end.
Well, let it go. It'll turn itself off.
Well, it isn't doing it. Look, I better...
Ben, let it go.
You want to wear out your record?
I don't care about the record, Ben.
Oh, okay. It's your record.
Ben.
Something wrong with that automatic, though. Yeah.
Ben, why have you been the way you've been this evening?
What way have I been?
The way you've been.
I don't know what you mean.
Yes, you do. You've seemed sort of on your guard all evening.
I have?
Yes. Ben, don't you like me anymore?
Like you? Gosh.
Well, then, why do you act so strange?
I don't know. Guess I'm kind of buffaloed or something.
Why?
Well, you're different tonight, Marge. You've changed.
Don't you like it?
Yeah. That's why I'm being careful.
Careful of what?
Well, if I'm not careful, I might try and kiss you or something.
Would that be so terrible?
Well, I know a lot of fellas go around kissing girls, but I don't do that way. If I kiss a girl, that means we're engaged, practically. Go ahead and laugh if you want to.
I don't feel like laughing, Ben. I feel like crying.
What for?
Oh, Ben!
Hey! Marge, I'd better go turn off that machine.
Don't worry. I won't ask you to kiss me.
Huh? Oh, there's somebody at the front door, Marge. Your uncle, probably.
Well, you needn't jump. Goodness knows you haven't done anything.
Hey. What's the idea? Where are you going?
Say goodnight to Uncle Mort for me. And tell him he needn't worry. I couldn't have been in safer hands.
I don't get it. What did I do? Well, anyway, good night. Oh, hi, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Marjorie gone upstairs, has she?
Yeah.
Wanted to leave you alone with me, I suppose.
I suppose so. I don't know.
I don't know what's been going on here, but I think you might at least have turned off the phonograph.
Oh, I meant to tell you it's busted. The automatic, I mean.
I'm not blaming you, Ben. It's Marjorie. She's very careless about certain things. You might as well know that.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's go into my study, get this thing over. I suppose you have something you want to ask me.
Ask you?
Well, Ben? Sit down, my boy. I'll try to make this easy for you.
Easy?
Ben, don't ever have a niece.
No, sir. I'll try not to.
Well, let's get to the point. Now, I have nothing against you, Ben. You've always been welcome around here. Always glad to have you around.
Well, thanks.
But you must realize, Marjorie is still young yet. Oh, I know she's been after you all evening to get engaged. Girls get those
Is
ideas.
that what she was after?
Well, didn't you...
Oh, boy, was I dumb.
Ben!
Gee, thanks, Mr. Gildersleeve. Thanks for the tip.
Wait, Ben.
Hey, Marge. Marge, come down, will you? Please, I want to talk to you. I want to ask you something.
Son of a gun, why can't I ever keep my big mouth shut?
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again very shortly. Sweet music to your ears and ours is the news that Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise is once again available in reasonable quantity. Yes, some shipments of this famous product, Kraft Mayonnaise, are going out to food dealers all over the country. And if you've not yet seen a small supply at your grocer's, you probably will very soon. Kraft Mayonnaise, you know, is the superb mayonnaise that glorifies every salad, vegetable, fruit, or the main dish variety. For Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise has the delicacy and richness that only really choice ingredients can give. Fine salad oil, selected eggs, fragrant vinegar and spices, and for piquant flavor, fresh lemon juice. Its texture is exquisite, too, blended to surpassing smoothness in a special beater patented by Kraft. You'll never again bother to make your own once you try Kraft Kitchen Fresh Mayonnaise. And by the way, Miracle Whip, another famous Kraft product, is still rather scarce. The shortage of sugar continues to limit its production.
Good night, Ben.
Marjorie?
Well,
Well,
I suppose you were listening to every word we said.
I did nothing of the kind. But I think I have a right to know what's going on here. Marjorie, did he...
Naturally. I said he would, didn't I?
Now, listen here. I'm your guardian, and there'll be no engagements around here without my permission. So you can just call it off.
Who said I was engaged?
But you just said that Ben...
I told Ben I couldn't possibly think of getting married for at least 10 years.
After leading him on like that? Marjorie, I don't understand you.
I'm going to have a career first. I'm not like Francie.
Oh, that's all. Well, and what career have you chosen, my dear?
I'm going to be a model.
A model?
So's Mary Louise, and so's Kay. We all decided we're going to be models.
Listen, we'll have no more pajama parties here, understand? Now go to bed. I ask you folks, what gets into girls? Now, Marjorie makes a lot of sense by herself. Nice girl, too. When she gets 2 or 3 of her friends, I ask you. Well, good night.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley as Leroy, Louise Erickson as Marjorie, and Lillian Randolph as Bertie. Dick LeGrand plays Mr. Peavy. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Plenty of rich, velvety, smooth ice cream. Any flavor you like, always on hand. Sound swell? It is, and so easy to enjoy when you buy the new Kraft product called Frizz, F-R-I-Z-Z. Yes, Frizz makes delicious homemade ice cream right in your refrigerator. Real ice cream with plenty of milk and cream in it. Just add water, a little sugar, and freeze according to directions on the package. Made by an exclusive process that retains that fresh cream flavor. It freezes smoothly, gives you 6 generous servings from one package of Frizz.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yes.
It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Like a lot of people these days, Gildersleeve lately has been taking stock of himself and of his prospects for the future. Now, when a man gets so low in his mind that he's willing to face the ugly truth about himself, there's usually some dear friend who can be counted on to help rub it in.
You know what the trouble with you is, Gildy?
No.
You want me to tell you?
No.
You really want to know?
No. What?
You're lazy.
I am not.
You wanted to know.
What makes you say I'm lazy?
Because you loaf around here trying to make a career out of a part-time job.
Water commissioner? That's one of the biggest...
It's a political sinecure, and if you don't know it, you're the only man in town who doesn't.
Hooker?
Look at your predecessor, Clanahan. He was not only water commissioner, he was in the contracting business, he was in the sand and gravel business, He was
a crook.
Granted. But if you had the slightest bit of get up and go, you'd be out wrestling around trying to stir up something, too. Something that would bring you in a little income instead of just sitting here complaining.
Yep.
I'll tell you what's the matter with you, my friend. You've made a career out of boondoggling.
Oh!
I only tell you these things for your own good, Gildy.
Hooker, I doubt if I'll ever speak to you again as long as I live.
Ah, friendship. But a few days later, the seed the judge had planted bore fruit.
Hello there, Mr. Bullard.
Oh, hello, Gildersleeve.
Raking your leaves, I see.
Yes, doing a little raking. Gardener usually does it, but...
I ought to rake mine, too. Have to speak to Leroy about that. Your place looks very nice.
Thanks. Oh, say, Gildersleeve.
Yes?
I've been meaning to speak to you. You've lived in Summerfield longer than I have.
Yes?
I have a little problem. You see, I have a married sister. Her husband passed on recently, and I sort of have her on my hands.
A widow, eh?
Unfortunately. Although her husband never amounted to much in a business way. But it was a loss. The point is, I'd like to bring her here to Summerfield if I can find a house for her. You don't happen to know of one.
What's the matter with the house next door to me there? Mrs. Ransom's house. Ideal house for a widow. This sister is younger than you say?
Older.
Oh.
No. No, I've looked into that house a little. It seems to be all tied up in some estate. I don't know that it'd be quite suitable anyway. You see, what I want... Well, I don't want a great big house, but on the other hand...
You want something suitable.
That's right, something suitable.
How high would you be willing to go?
Well, I know you have to pay for houses these days.
You said it.
But as long as it's not too far out of line...
Mr. Bullard, I'm glad you spoke to me. I'll go right to work on it.
You know of a house?
I might.
Whose?
That would be telling, Mr. Bullard. But don't you worry, you just leave it in my hands and I'll get you a house.
Uncle Mort, you're not thinking of selling him this house.
Gosh, where would we live?
Yeah, that's the hitch. But there he is, money running right out of his ears, practically. And he wants a house the worst way.
Unky, you've got to learn not to get excited every time somebody comes along and wants to buy the house. Now, it's happened 3 times in the last year, and every time we've had to go through this.
I know, but it seems such an opportunity, darn it. I tell you, there are fortunes to be made in real estate today, children. Fortunes.
Why don't you go in the business?
I'm thinking seriously of it, Leroy. Thinking seriously of it. Let's see now. What would I need?
You'd need some real estate.
Well, not necessarily. That's not the way they operate. You see, they get a commission for selling other people's real estate.
Boy, that's some racket.
We do not consider it a racket, Leroy. And I'll thank you not to call it that. Ours is a public service that fills a real need. Now, take Mr. Bullard, for instance. He needs a house for his widowed sister. Needs it real badly. But if he hadn't happened to come to me, and I hadn't happened to be in the real estate business, he might never find one. I wonder where I'm going to find one.
I wonder where you're going to find an office, even.
Yeah, that too. Well, who needs an office? My office is in my hat. Where is my hat?
On the floor. You just took it off.
Oh. Hand me the whisk broom there, my boy. I want to sweep out the office.
What a character.
Yes, sir, children. There are fortunes to be made in this business.
Hey, where are you going?
A real estate man, Leroy, never tells anybody where he's going. Hello, Judge.
Oh, it's you. Well, come in.
Certainly glad I found you at home.
I thought you weren't speaking to me, Gildy.
I'm in the real estate business now, Judge. I'm speaking to everybody.
Real estate?
Mm-hmm. Just a sideline. I never really considered the water department a full-time job, you know.
Huh.
Judge, how'd you like to sell this shanty for $40,000?
$40,000?
In the neighborhood, I should imagine.
Is this a bona fide offer?
Absolutely. 14 carat, double A.
Who's the client?
That would be telling, Horace. But he's well heeled, believe me. Of course, there'd be the usual commission involved.
Oh, you come over here as a friend, and then you...
Not only a friend, Judge, but a businessman. Thanks to you. And business is business, you know. Take your time, Judge. Think it over. Well, what's your answer?
Well, I don't...
Yes or no?
Well, Gildy,
Come, Judge. How about it?
I'm trying to decide.
You don't need this great big house. You know you don't. Nobody in it but you and your housekeeper. You ought to be ashamed living in a great big house like this with all this housing shortage.
But, Gildy...
It'll probably fall apart on you anyway. I guarantee you'll spend more on repairs on this house in the next 2 years than it cost you originally. Now, you don't want this house. Get rid of it. Sell it while the selling's good.
But, Gildy, if...
$40,000, Judge. Cash on the line. What's your answer?
Gildy, if I sold this house, where would I go?
Nuts. If you had a place to go, would you sell it?
I'd certainly consider it.
All right, I'll find you a house. Hello, Peavy.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, what can I do for you?
Peavy, let me ask you something. Have you and Mrs. Peavy ever thought of taking in a boarder?
No, I can't say we ever have. No, we've been pretty fortunate that way.
Now, wait a minute. It might not be so bad, Peavy. It might be worth considering.
Why?
Well, it'd be a chance to share expenses. Fill that extra room of yours and make a nice little profit out of it.
Oh, I don't think Mrs. Peavy or I would like having a stranger in the house. Come stumbling in at all hours of the night, knock over the potted plants.
Well, suppose it wasn't a stranger. Suppose it was someone you knew. Someone you know very well.
Who?
Well, this is just an idea, Peavy. But for the sake of argument, say it was someone like, say Judge Hooker, for instance.
Well, what would the judge be
I'm
wanting?
just saying suppose. But suppose the judge liked the idea and you liked the idea. What a wonderful arrangement it would be for all around. Save money. Have high old times together.
I don't know.
You know, sometimes I worry about you, Peavy. You and Mrs. Peavy. Just two old souls living all alone there.
You think what we need is another old soul, huh?
Let me tell you something, Peavy. A man couldn't have a better friend than Horace Hooker.
Well, I guess that's true.
He's sober. He's neat. He's dependable.
Yes, he is.
And above all, he's a gentleman. A gentleman and a scholar.
Yes, he is.
He's true blue, Hooker is. He's all wool and a yard wide.
And I'll go along with you there, too.
He's good company. He's considerate of others?
Oh, always.
In fact, it's a positive pleasure just to have him around. What's more, he goes to bed early.
Oh, I've always thought well of Judge Hooker. The judge has always been a real favorite of mine. Good customer, too.
You bet he is. Why don't you offer him your extra room, Peavy? See what he says.
We haven't got an extra room.
Now, don't tell me that. I've been to your house.
Oh, the parrot has that room.
Well, for goodness sake, can't you move him out?
Mr. Gildersleeve, if Mrs. Peavy ever came to a choice between me and that parrot, I know which one of us would have to go.
Ye gods, foiled by a parrot. Have I got to move the old goat in with me?
Well, why can't the old goat stay right where he is?
Because, you dunce, I've got a chance to sell his house for $40,000. Guess I didn't tell you, Peavy. I'm in the real estate game now, on the side.
Oh. Well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
You mean we might have made a deal? It's not too late, you know. Now, if you took the judge
Mr. Gildersleeve, I have one answer I give to all salesmen.
Oh? What's that?
Get out.
Yeah.
Well, you never knew the great Gildersleeve to stay out, and he'll be back in just a moment.
You know, Mr. Lang, I was doing some shopping today for a Halloween party, and I thought I'd try the same thing on my grocer that the children do to me. So I walked up to the counter and said, "Trick or treat, Mr. Gibson." And he said, "You're in for a treat today. There's parquet margarine in the refrigerator."
That really was a treat.
You're telling me. I've been trying for days to get some parquet to serve with hot rolls at this party.
Well, it looks as though your guests are going to be well served. And I admire you for sharing parquet with them when there's still such a scarcity of fine quality spreads for bread. But I know how it is. When a woman discovers parquet margarine's delicious country sweet flavor, she wants her friends to know about it, too. It's like telling them about a favorite recipe. The spreading of the good word about this good spread has made parquet a favorite in millions of homes. So if you'd like to share in its goodness, too, look first when you shop for delicious, flavor-fresh Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve, whom we find sitting quietly in the parlor of his home and castle.
Let's see, we could put the old goat in the sewing room, I guess. That cot in there isn't so wonderful, but I doubt if he sleeps very well anyway. If he doesn't like it, he knows what he can do. There's worse fellows than Hooker to live with, I guess. He's clean. He's honest. Well, fairly honest.
Hi, Unky. What are you doing?
Huh? Just thinking, my dear.
Thinking. Poor Unky. Don't you want the evening paper?
No, thank you. I can think better without it.
Okay, go ahead and think. I got to study.
Yes. Marjorie? Leroy? Come here. I want to talk to you.
Go ahead. I can hear you.
I don't wish to shout. Come over here, please. You too, Leroy. Now, leave your nose alone, Leroy.
It itches.
Use your handkerchief. Now, Judge Hooker is coming to supper tonight.
I know. I heard you tell Bertie.
Yes. But this is going to be a sort of a special occasion.
His birthday?
No. But I want him to have a wonderful time. Do you hear? I want him to feel at home.
He always does. He always goes to sleep on the sofa after supper.
Well, I want him to feel particularly at home this evening. To feel he's a member of the family. I want him to feel what he's missing. Living all alone there in that great big old house.
I don't get it. Neither do I. Do you want to make him feel good or feel bad?
Children, how would you like it if the judge came to live with us?
Are you kidding? Of course he is.
I am not. I think it would be nice to have the judge living with us, and I want you children to make the prospect very attractive to him.
Unky, what a terrible idea.
Now, don't get panicky. It won't be so terrible, my dear.
You mean he'd sleep here and everything?
Certainly. Sleep here, take his meals here, just like one of the family.
Well, what's the idea? The judge is getting along okay where he is. Why louse us up?
That's not a very friendly spirit, my boy. Let's think of the others, shall we? Judge Hooker, all alone over there.
Unky, there's something more to this. Why should you start worrying about Judge Hooker all of a sudden?
My dear, I have reasons. Good and sufficient reasons. As I say, the main idea is I'm sorry for the judge. He's getting old now. Ought to be surrounded by younger people. And then, besides, confound it, I've told you we have to cut down expenses. The judge would be a paying guest.
Oh, so that's it. But why hit him? There's lots of people looking for rooms. The man that delivers the groceries is looking for a room. He has to sleep in his truck every night. He's a swell guy, too, Unc. He's double-jointed. Can't we have him?
We're not going to have some Tom, Dick, and Harry living with us, Leroy. Judge Hooker's an old friend. It'll be a pleasure to have him with us. A pleasure for him and a pleasure for us. Do you understand? Never mind whether you understand or not. When he gets here tonight, you'll be just as charming as you know how.
That's something I don't know much about.
Then you'd better be even more so.
Good evening, Leroy.
Good evening, Judge.
Marjorie. It's Throckmorton.
Come in, old friend, come in. Come in out of the wintry blast, remove your outer garments, and rest your bones by our roaring fire.
Jeepers, he's shooting the works.
Marjorie, take the judge's coat, my dear.
I'm going to as soon as he gets it off.
Here.
By George, it's good to have you with us, Horace.
It's good to be with you.
Let's all go in the living room, shall we? I know Bertie will have supper ready in just a few minutes.
I'm hungry. What are we having?
Whatever Bertie gives us, we know it'll be delicious, don't we?
Yes, indeed.
As long as it isn't leftovers.
Leroy. Marjorie, let's let Judge Hooker have the sofa, shall we?
Oh, never mind. I'd like to stand here in front of the fire for a moment. Toast my coattails, as my grandfather used to say.
Very good. Very good.
Leroy, I haven't seen you in quite some little time. What have you been doing?
Me? Nothing.
Schoolwork keeping you pretty busy, is it? I suspect you find time for a game of catch now and then, just the same.
Catch?
Leroy's getting more homework now, Judge. He's quite a student.
I'm glad to hear it. Have you learned to parse a sentence, Leroy?
Pardon?
Learning to parse an English sentence is the beginning of a real education. I dare say your sister can tell you all about it.
I never heard of it.
My dear.
What is it?
By golly, this modern education. If they don't teach them English grammar, what do they teach them?
Yes. By George, it's good to have you with us, Horace.
Good to be with you.
Is that a new suit, Judge?
No, indeed. I bought this suit in 1932.
Jeepers, it's older than me.
This is worsted, this suit. Not an unfinished worsted, mind you. A hard worsted. It's a material that wears like iron.
Looks like iron. It's a funny thing that I can't keep a suit that long, that no matter what it's made of.
Well, there are one or two simple rules for a man who wants his clothes to last. I learned them from my father, and they've saved me a pretty penny in the course of the years.
Pay attention, Leroy. This is something you'll want to remember.
I never wear the same suit 2 days in succession. Wear it today, take it off, hang it up carefully, wear another suit tomorrow. It's very important to give the fabric a rest.
You don't say.
That's the whole trick. I rotate my suits. I've got suits I've had for 20 years that look almost as good as the day I bought them.
Remarkable. Isn't it, Leroy?
Yeah.
Do you hear that, Marjorie? How the judge makes his suits last?
Yes, it was very interesting.
Miss Gildersleeve, supper's on the table.
Yippee! Supper's on the table!
Leroy, we do not race our guests to the table.
I'm hungry.
Just wait for the rest of us.
Good evening, Bertie.
Good evening, Judge.
Marjorie, will you take my arm?
What? Oh.
Fine to have him with us, isn't it, my dear? Well, Bertie, what have we here?
Something special, Mr. Gildersleeve, in honor of Judge Hooker.
Oh, Bertie, you shouldn't.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve told me he wanted you to enjoy yourself specially, so I've done what I could.
Bertie, your humblest effort is invariably successful.
Well, I hope you like it. I heard this one on the radio.
Can't quite make out what it is. Pass this to the judge, will you, Bertie?
Yes, sir.
Will you forgive me if I take my vitamins before I start, Throckmorton? Marjorie?
No. Go right ahead. Liberty Hall, Horace.
Dr. Pettibone recommended these things, and I must say I've had a better appetite and more pep, too. The blue box is A, B1, and E. The yellow box is D and G.
That ought to fix whatever's wrong with you, Horace. For Marjorie, Bertie.
The A vitamin helps my eyes. B1 tones up the nervous system. E is for,
Excellent.
That will do, Leroy.
E is for something or other. And then D is the sunshine vitamin. And G is for,
Gildersleeve.
Leroy.
Okay, can I start now, Unc?
You may.
What is this?
Oh.
Yes. What is it, Bertie?
Well, I wanted to fix something that would go with the judge's special diet. This is eggplant pie.
Delicious, Bertie. Simply delicious.
Yes, isn't it? Yum, yum. Bertie, you've done it again. Eat it, Leroy. Eat every mouthful and tell your sister to do the same.
Delicious dinner, Gildy. And so wholesome, too.
Well, I'm glad you liked it. Excuse me. Let the judge have the sofa, Marjorie.
Oh, here, Judge, I'd rather have the straight chair.
Thank you, Marjorie. You know, Gildy, you ought to try that diet that Pettibone prescribed for me. Might help you.
I'm perfectly healthy, thank you. But I might consider it, Judge. I can get used to practically anything. By George, it's good to have you with us, Horace.
It's good to be with you.
What are we going to do? Could I play the radio?
A little music would be delightful. Does it have to be the radio?
What else?
I was wondering about your work on the piano, Leroy. You still taking lessons?
Sure, but nobody likes to hear me play.
No, Leroy, that's not true. I often ask you to play for me.
You want me to play now?
I don't think this is just the time.
I think it would be very nice.
I think it would be very nice, too. Some other time.
Pay no attention to your uncle, Leroy. Give us a little concert.
Okay.
Good to have you with us, you old goat. Oh, here's Bertie, and a surprise for you, Judge.
It's Kalak water, Judge.
Well, this is an unexpected treat.
I thought of it myself, Horace. I thought to myself, Horace always takes a glass of Kalak water at home after supper. Why not here?
Shall I pour it, Judge? Say when.
That's sufficient.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you want some?
Certainly, Bertie. I love it. Whoop! That's fine. Well, Horace, bottoms up. Your very good health, old friend.
Same to you. Oh, my. I'm sorry.
What's the matter, Judge?
You had it on ice, haven't you, Bertie?
Yes, sir. Mr. Gildersleeve told me.
Oh, Gildy, I always serve it at room temperature.
Oh, for heaven. You're right, Horace. I should have remembered. Take it out and warm it up for him, Bertie.
Yes, sir.
Now, Leroy, a little music.
Okay, you asked for it.
I'll just stretch out here on the sofa if I may.
Make yourself comfortable, Horace. Go ahead, Leroy.
Leroy. Very enjoyable.
Yeah? Gee.
Would you play something else?
That's all I know.
Well, play that again. Beethoven, isn't it?
It's Bach.
That's what I meant to say. Nice melody. Play it again.
Now, Judge, listen here. I've heard that piece a good deal oftener than you. He's been playing it for 2 years as badly as he played it just then. I can't stand it anymore.
Well, Gildy, I don't know how you expect the boy to improve if you don't give him a little encouragement.
Encouragement? I've encouraged him to the tune of $2 a week for his lessons for 5 long years. When is it going to start paying off?
It'll begin to pay off when the boy feels that he's appreciated. That's when.
What?
If you had any ear for music, you'd know he had talent.
He has not.
Miss Root says I have.
You stay out of this. If you have talent, Miss Ritz has failed to bring it out. And another thing, Hooker, don't talk about my ear for music. You can't even carry a tune.
I resent that.
Go ahead and resent it. And don't think you're going to live here, either.
What did you say?
Nothing. I just wouldn't want you here as a permanent guest, that's all.
I don't know what you're talking about, but nothing could induce me to accept such an invitation.
All right, we understand each other.
Certainly.
You're a cantankerous old goat.
You're a stubborn old windbag.
Now you're beginning to sound like yourself.
No, Marjorie.
You want to try the K-Lac water again, Judge? I set it on the back of the stove a minute.
Fine, Bertie.
You want some, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, thank you, Bertie. I hate the stuff.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Take it away. But, Bertie.
Yes, sir?
Fix some bacon and eggs for me and the children, will you? We couldn't eat that eggplant a la Hooker.
Unky. Gee, thanks, Unc.
With plenty of toast, Bertie.
What's going on here?
Never mind, you old goat. You can forget that real estate deal we were talking about.
I already have.
Good. Marjorie, play the radio if you want to. Leroy, do whatever you like. Jump up and down on the sofa. Hooker, would you like a nice, unfriendly game of checkers?
All right, if you promise not to cheat.
Good old Horace. As long as I can hate you, you're not a bad fella.
The Great Gildersleeve will be right back. These last several weeks on the Gildersleeve Show, we've been trying to explain why it's often so hard to find Parquet margarine in your food store. Quality spreads for bread are still scarce, and right now it looks as though supply won't catch up with demand for many months to come. Kraft will continue to distribute fairly and equitably all the Parquet it's possible to make. And Kraft's modern margarine plants are ready to speed production at a moment's notice just as soon as more top-quality American vegetable oils are available for Parquet. In succeeding weeks on this program, you'll be hearing about other favorite Kraft quality food products. We'll be back with more news about Parquet later in the season. So until then, remember to always look first for delicious, flavor-fresh Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
You know, Unky, I'm glad you gave up the real estate business.
Really? Why, Marjorie?
I don't know. It did something to you. It made you seem harder somehow.
That's exactly why I gave it up, my dear. Yes, when success comes to mean so much to a man that it begins to go to his head. It's time to taper off. Time to taper off. Well, I guess I'll taper off. Good night, my dear. Good night, customers.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley as Leroy, Louise Erickson as Marjorie, and Lillian Randolph as Bertie. Judge Hooker is Earl Ross, and Dick LeGrand plays Mr. Peavy. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, and stay tuned in for all the rest of NBC's great Wednesday entertainment. Be sure to listen to next Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Remember tomorrow to ask your grocer for the wonderful Kraft product called Frizz. Frizz makes delicious ice cream right in your refrigerator. Velvety, smooth, rich ice cream with plenty of cream and milk in it. It's easy to make any flavor you like with Frizz. Just add water, a little sugar, and freeze according to directions on the package. You get 6 generous servings from one package. Because Frizz is made by an exclusive process that retains the fresh cream flavor, and because it freezes smoothly, Frizz ice cream is simply delicious. Frizz, F-R-I-Z-Z.
This is
is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.